The Chunin exams of Konoha. Disguised as the fourth Kazekage, Orochimaru held a kunai against the throat of the third Hokage. Who would have thought that the sand would betray Konoha? Despite the threat of the kunai, the third remained remarkably composed. The so-called treaty is merely a ruse to lull the opponent into complacency. This tiresome contest ends here. From this moment forth, history shall be rewritten. The third's countenance shifted as he absorbed these words. You intend to incite war? Indeed. We must avoid the use of force and seek to resolve our issues through negotiation. There is still time, Kage. As the two found themselves at an impasse, an unparalleled sphere of light suddenly manifested in the skies above the shinobi world. The immense chakra emanating from it drew the attention of both Orochimaru and the third, as well as the denizens of the shinobi realm. Suddenly, the luminous orb erupted violently, unleashing countless streams of pure chakra that penetrated the minds of those present. Simultaneously, everyone received a singular message within their consciousness. The tomato inventory live system is now bound to the shinobi world, commencing retrieval of souls from the Pure Land. Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, Izuna Uchiha, Kushina Uzumaki, Hashirama's Buddhas, Taijima Uchiha, 4th Kazekage, Raza Ding Dong, detected a soul within the Reaper's belly, forcibly extracting. Extraction successful. In the Pure Land, the Reaper contemplated the emptiness of his belly. Had he truly lost souls accumulated over millennia in mere seconds? System introduction. Randomly inventorying significant events from the past, present, and future of the shinobi world. Only those with strength equivalent to a Chunin who have participated in certain pivotal events or received special titles awarded by the system may speak within the live stream. Each inventory session carries a chance to refresh questions. Answering correctly grants the opportunity to inquire of the system, which can be purchased in the system shop. The system shop is now open. At that moment, both Orochimaru and the third Hokage distanced themselves, drenched in sweat. Who would have imagined that this age being could still wield such formidable genjutsu? It seemed to rival even that of the legendary Itachi Uchiha. No matter how hard he tried, Orochimaru found himself unable to dispel this entity known as the system from his mind. Simultaneously, the third Hokage shared the same troubling thoughts that he could scarcely believe that his wayward disciple had mastered such potent illusionary arts. Despite his efforts, he too could not break free from the grasp of this so-called system. Several Umbu saw the Kazekage release the third and rushed to shield him. Are you all right, Hokage-sama? I'm fine, the third replied, shaking his head. Do any of you perceive something called the tomato inventory live system in your minds? The Umbu nodded in unison. Just now, a surge of chakra swept across the entire village. It is likely that everyone within Konoha has been affected. By the time we regained our senses, this entity had already invaded our thoughts. The third pondered deeply. To his knowledge, only the Uchiha could cast an illusion powerful enough to envelop the entirety of Konoha. No, even they could not achieve such a feat if one were to dismiss the possibility of genjutsu. Then this tomato inventory live system must indeed be real. Was there truly such a hidden power within the shinobi realm? Orochimaru, observing the reactions of those around him, felt a flicker of uncertainty within. Could it be that this phenomenon was not orchestrated by the old man after all? It seemed that Konoha still harbored unpredictable elements. If they engaged in a life-and-death struggle, they could easily fall prey to an ambush. Without further ado, Orochimaru summoned his 4-sound shinobi guardians to relay a message for all to cease hostilities against Konoha. Down in the hidden mist village, the newly appointed Mizukage, Terumi Mei, was drenched in cold sweat as she contemplated the presence of this system within her mind. Having just unraveled the 4th genjutsu, could another threat be upon her? Mizukage-sama, do you also sense the system in your mind? Aiko inquired, her expression grave. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei surveyed those around her, and the others nodded in agreement. Aiko, investigate whether this phenomenon is occurring throughout the village if necessary. Look into other great nations as well. Simultaneously, issue orders for the village to enter a state of heightened alert. Understood, Mizukage-sama. Aiko promptly complied, directing the others to commence their investigation to eye in the hidden cloud village. How dare you? You wretched system, get out of my mind this instant. Boom. The fourth Hokage smashed his palm down upon the table, reducing it to splinters. As the leader of a village, his pride would not allow any entity to invade his body without permission. Yet, scarcely a second had passed since he uttered these words when an excruciating pain akin to a whip lashing against his back struck him. The Hokage howled in agony. System, for disobedience, raise a complimentary 100 consecutive draws. Hashirama Senju. What does 100 consecutive draws mean? Out in the hidden stone village, the third Hokage groaned, clutching his waist. Nearby, Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi rushed to assist him. How can you, at your age, still be such a handful? Though Kuratsuchi complained, her hands continued to massage Inoki's back. The third had been startled by the system and had inadvertently twisted his back. Oh, not concern yourselves with me, relay my orders. Prepare the village for a state of heightened alert. Dispatch Jinin to investigate the other nations. If this is the power of a foreign land, we shall rally the strength of our village to counter it. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Kuratsuchi made sure Akatsuchi would look after the elder before departing the office. Chio, what does it mean that Raza, the fourth Kazekage, has emerged from the Pure Land? Could it be, although the fourth Kazekage had taken most of the village's elite forces to attack Konoha, he had left Chio behind in Sunagakure to prevent surprise attacks? Now, Chio paced anxiously beside the Kazekage's desk. Could it be that the third Hokage is truly that formidable? Is his title as the strongest Hokage of all time genuinely deserved to have so swiftly defeated Raza? As Chio fretted, a sudden chime echoed in her mind. Raza, Chio, I was ambushed by that scoundrel Orochimaru. He conspired with some unsavory youths to gang up on this old man. The youth today lacks martial virtue attacking an elder like me. I'm warning you. Watch your tail. Hiruzen Sarutobi. I knew there was something off about your aura. It resembled that of my former disciple, Orochimaru, perfectly. Chapter 2. The catalyst of the fourth great ninja war. Orochimaru, sensing the sudden emergence of a new power, sought to prevent a mutually destructive conflict with Konoha that could allow others to reap the benefits. He promptly led all of the sound ninja away from the village, leaving the sand villagers in a state of disarray. In the Pure Land, Rasha clutched his head, overwhelmed with regret. Had he known better, he would never have allied with that treacherous Orochimaru. Not only had he risked his life, but it seemed he had also been impersonated. Unaware of the havoc wrought in his name, all he could do now was pray that Orochimaru would refrain from actions that could jeopardize Sunagakure. Senju Tobarama, monkeys. What transpired in the village? Hiruzen Sarutobi, sensei, Sunagakure invaded Konoha, and Orochimaru, masquerading as the Kazekage, attempted to assassinate me. Fortunately, the damage was minimal. All the sand villagers within Konoha have been contained. Senju Hashirama, were there no casualties in the village? Just as the third Hokage was about to continue, he was startled by an alarming sight. Lin, catalyst of the fourth great ninja war. Kakashi Hitaki, are you alright? Kakashi. Inoki. Hiruzen Sarutobi. AI. Kakashi Hitaki. Lin, catalyst of the fourth great ninja war. Huh? Why do I have this title above my head? The leaders of the great nations gazed gravely at the title of the fourth great ninja war catalyst. It seemed that a large-scale conflict would inevitably erupt in the future, though the specific combatants remained unknown. Namikaze Kushina. Lin, Obito, how fare you in the Pure Land? Lin, catalyst of the fourth great ninja war. I am well, thank you, sensei. In the Pure Land, Senju Tobarama closed his eyes, his brow furrowed in deep concern. He had seen the preceding statements. If the individual named Lin had indeed perished, it would signify that the catalyst had been irrevocably ignited. The capacity to instigate the fourth great ninja war indicated the formidable strength of that individual. If their wrath were to be directed at Konoha, could they truly withstand such a powerful adversary? Back in Konoha, Kakashi returned home after the battle, feeling increasingly at a loss as to how to communicate with Obito. In his final moments, Obito had sacrificed himself to save Kakashi, yet he felt he had betrayed that sacrifice. Kakashi attempted several times to contact Obito, but each time the words fell silent, replaced by a deep sigh. Senju Hashirama, did I not distribute the tailed beasts? Why did conflicts still arise? Senju Tobarama, brother. You underestimate their greed. You have only just passed, and they are already eager to ignite the ninja war, disregarding the potential casualties among their own villagers. Senju Tobarama, that Lin, judging by her name, must be female. Do you recall any exceptionally talented boy who admired you? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yes. We must identify the individual who instigated the ninja war. Otherwise, the ninja world will suffer unimaginable pain. Nagato. I create the passwords. You elders of Konoha dare speak such words? It seems you fear the ninja war will impact Konohagakure. Over the years, Nagato had discerned the true reason Hans had turned against his organization. Several high-ranking officials from Konoha had whispered malicious counsel into Hans's ear, prompting his betrayal. As a child, Nagato had witnessed the brutal murder of his entire family at the hands of Hans, who later caused the demise of those Nagato had endeavored to protect throughout his life. Now, Hans's hollow rhetoric only fueled Nagato's fury. Deidara, magnificent. Jiraiya, Nagato, what troubles you could your demise be tied to Konoha? At that moment, Jiraiya was unaware that Nagato had not perished. Observing Nagato's intense emotions toward Konoha, he naturally assumed that Nagato's death was linked to the village. As for Deidara, he was likely a former member of their organization. Regardless of inquiries, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan remained silent. Karatsuchi, return home, brother. Wandering aimlessly outside will lead to your corruption. Deidara, I refuse to return. Here, I can pursue the art I desire. Namake's Minato, second Hokage, Lin's social connections are rather shallow. By the time she fell in battle, the strongest bonds she had were with Kakashi and me. Though I have passed, I trust my pupil Kakashi will not instigate the ninja war. Kakashi Hitaki, Sensei, you overestimate me, even if I harbored such thoughts. I lack the strength to initiate it. As the group speculated, a vivid image appeared in their minds, emblazoned with several large characters. Introduction to the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kakashi Hitaki. Excellent. As long as I can glean some future insights, even if I cannot alter events, I can at least take precautions. Namake's Minato. Indeed, yet I hope to discern who initiated the ninja war. I believe you all overestimate the enemy. With my lightning-released chakra mode, a single blow will suffice to vanquish them. Senju Tobarama. Brother, I have an unsettling premonition. That individual is an evil Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna, evil white-haired scoundrel. What do you mean? You are the truly nefarious Senju clan. Senju Tobarama. Defeated foes should not rage impotently. Uchiha Izuna. As the images swirled in their minds, an ethereal mechanical voice resonated within them. The Fourth Great Ninja War raged on for 3 full days. AI. Just 3 days, and you dare call it a ninja war? What can be accomplished in such a brief span? Anoki, indeed. A conventional war typically spans several months. I find it difficult to equate such brevity with a ninja war. Upon learning of the war's mere 3-day duration, the group's trepidation somewhat eased. After all, 3 days was a fleeting period, and they could hardly believe anything significant could transpire in such a time frame. Nonetheless, the system's voice continued to echo in their minds, announcing that the masked man had declared war against the 5 great nations and the entire ninja world during the 5 Kage summit. The 5 nations were compelled to unite against the threat of the undead and the limitless chakra of the impure world reincarnation army, which boasted the strength of past Kage and other formidable figures buried in history. Chapter 3. The truth is about to surface with an army of 100,000 strong. Each soldier's combat prowess surpassed that of a CHN. Although the conflict lasted merely 3 days, the death toll exceeded any previous ninja world war. Every moment witnessed the loss of life, the brutality reaching unprecedented levels in the history of the ninja realm. As the war drew to a close, a significant disparity in power emerged, rendering even the most formidable shinobi unable to participate in the fight. At this juncture, a disembodied voice abruptly ceased, giving rise to the first query. System, who initiated the Fourth Ninja World War? Hints will be provided every 5 minutes. Answer correctly for a chance to ask a question. Answer incorrectly and face punishment. Related individuals have been obscured. Anoki? Am I too old to comprehend this? 3 days? More deaths than any previous ninja war? Even the Kage could not engage in battle? I recognize each word, yet their assembly feels utterly foreign to me. Hashirama Senju, the strongest from each village have been summoned, and a full army of 100,000? No wonder the casualties are so severe. Tobarama Senju, I warned you to cease those inhumane jutsu. Look at the chaos left for future generations. Hey, is this some kind of international jest? So many deaths in just 3 days, is that even possible? Namake's Minato. Rin, think carefully. Did you assist any refugees in distress or save someone? Tobarama Senju, indeed, if someone was aided and subsequently awakened a formidable bloodline, it would not be unusual for them to harbor such thoughts upon learning of their savior's demise. Rin, the catalyst for the Fourth Ninja World War teacher. I'm sorry, I truly cannot recall. Kakashi Hatake. Rin, if you cannot remember, do not force it. Rin, the catalyst for the Fourth Ninja World War. By the way, Obito, how have you been? Kushina Uzumaki. Little Rin, Obito cannot speak. Meanwhile, within a cavern, Obito leaned against the wall, reminiscing about the joyous moments spent with Rin. Regrettably, the past could never be reclaimed. With these thoughts, Obito's gaze grew resolute, the singular void in his mask deepening ominously, as if to consume all remnants of the past. As 5 minutes swiftly passed, despite the absence of any leads, the ninja world was rife with gamblers. Numerous unknown village jonin answered with Kakashi's name, even invoking the deceased Minato. Without exception, they were all subjected to the system's punitive measures, shrinking or distorting in grotesque ways. Devoid of humanity, the fear of punishment silenced the others, leaving them to await the system's next hint. Under the dimly lit sky, Kakashi meticulously polished a gravestone, replacing the wilted flowers with fresh blooms. Kneeling on one leg, his eyes brimmed with remorse. I apologize for not visiting you for so long. I swear, I never intended to forget. I have something to share, but it remains confidential. Minato's child is about to be born. His tone brightened at this revelation. This generation would grow amidst peace, if only we could have been born later. Kakashi gazed at the grave, unable to find solace. Indeed. Had they all been born later, perhaps the painful war could have been avoided. I shall inform Obito, he resolved, rising and carrying the bucket to depart. Farewell, Rin. As Kakashi walked away, the scene gradually pulled back to reveal a mysterious figure donning a yellow mask, lurking amidst the grass, watching intently. The figure then seized the flowers Kakashi had just placed, casting them aside with force. Minato, that's him. The mastermind behind Akubi's infiltration of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi. What? He was the cause of the Kyuubi incident. Minato. Indeed, just as Kushina was giving birth, he infiltrated. I initially believed him to be Uchiha Madara, but Izuna Uchiha. He's wrapped up like a dumpling. How can anyone identify him? Minato, do you recognize anyone of that stature, Rin? Rin, the catalyst for the Fourth Ninja World War, he seems somewhat familiar. But I cannot place him. Sasuke Uchiha. Could it be the Obito Kakashi mentioned? Rin, the catalyst for the Fourth Ninja World War, impossible. Obito sacrificed himself to save me. His greatest dream was to become Hokage and end the war. How could he instigate the Fourth Ninja World War and attack his own teacher? Minato, exactly. Uchiha Obito sacrificed himself to protect his comrades. He could not possibly be the culprit. Tobirama Senju. I never imagined there existed such a resolute Uchiha. It seems you differ significantly from those malevolent Uchiha. Izuna Uchiha. You white-haired fool. It is the Senju who are truly malevolent. Tobirama Senju. The defeated minions of the wicked Uchiha should remain silent. Izuna Uchiha. You worthless fool. Are you a parrot? Always repeating the same nonsense. Tobirama Senju. Train harder, and if you cannot handle defeat, do not engage. Izuna Uchiha. As time ticked away, the recently punished individuals were vividly recalled, causing everyone to hesitate to answer further questions, awaiting the next hint. At this moment, a new vision unfolded in their minds. You once expressed a desire to become Hokage. Why have you chosen this path? On the battlefield, Minato, enveloped in radiant light, gazed skyward in despair. You question me now? Do you not think it is too late? Minato. When did I have such a voice as a student? Kurina Yuhi, the fourth Hokage, is truly remarkable. He would make an ideal husband. Kushina Izumaki, he is already married. Please cease such erroneous thoughts. Hashirama Senju, I can sense the immense chakra emanating from that golden figure. Has the Fourth Ninja World War become this perilous? Tobirama Senju. Fourth, you mentioned that the one named Obito is dead. Have you seen his corpse? Minato, according to my student Kakashi, he was trapped under a boulder while saving others, buried beneath the collapsed cave. Anoki, so you have not seen the body of this Obito. It seems highly plausible he could still be alive. Chapter 4. Identity exposed. Minato Namikaze. No amount of speculation will aid us. Let us continue to observe. At this moment, within the Pure Land, Minato's heart began to waver. He had indeed not seen the body when Obito had perished. Moreover, the only individuals who could ever call themselves his teachers, aside from Kakashi and Rin, were Obito himself. Yet, Minato was reluctant to believe that the once innocent, kind-hearted Obito, who had always sought to assist others, would commit such heinous acts. The scene progressed, and a voice, resonant with authority, echoed in the minds of all present. You always arrive too late for the most pivotal moments. A shadow cloaked in black leapt through the cavern and into the forest. while White Zetsu informed the figure of the circumstances at hand. In summary, Rin and Kakashi found themselves surrounded by dozens of formidable jonin and Ambu. The cloaked figure traversed the woods, urgently inquiring of White Zetsu, "What is Minato-sensei doing? Who is that? I demand to know what the yellow flash is doing." After a moment's contemplation, White Zetsu responded, "He seems to be engaged in another mission. I am grateful that my teacher has ascended to the position of Hokage, which is precisely why I relinquished my own dreams of becoming Hokage." Minato's brows furrowed, his expression reaching a peak of distress as memories from 16 years prior flooded his mind. The ruins of a house in the eerie silence of the forest came to life as a man donned in a yellow mask removed his hood. This man possessed the capability to annihilate the Third Hokage's direct Anbu, infiltrate the highest echelons of secrecy, and was aware that the seal on the Nine Tails would weaken during the birth of a Jinchuriki. "Are you Uchiha Obito?" "Oh, that is not necessarily the case." The masked man replied to Minato's inquiry. "Who I am is no longer of consequence. Why did you attack Konoha?" The masked man tilted his head towards the sky. "If I had to explain, it was perhaps a whim, or part of a larger plan. One might say it was for the sake of war, or perhaps for peace." The scene shifted back to the battlefield of the Ninja World War, where the reanimated Minato was engulfed in an abyss of regret. Had I been able to recognize him in that moment, perhaps I could have successfully thwarted him. In that case, maybe Kushina would not have perished. Maybe Naruto would not have had to bear the burden of being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Had I been able to discern him for who he was, the entire ninja world would not face such a cataclysm. As my teacher, yet you failed to recognize me. How pitiful. Here you are, dying as a hero and Hokage, only to be utterly humiliated before your own son. As the mysterious figure concluded this statement, the video faded into oblivion. In the real world, Kakashi's pupils dilated to the size of pinpricks as the name Uchiha Obito reverberated in his mind. "System, congratulations, Kakashi Hitaki, for answering correctly. You have earned an opportunity to pose a question. Rin, catalyst of the fourth great ninja war, impossible. Obito is not that kind of person. Tobarama Senju, Uchiha brat, I once held you in high regard. It seems you are just as wicked as the rest of your clan. Izuna Uchiha. I dare say this shark-armed individual has lost his mind. Kakashi Hitaki, Obito, where are you now?" From the recent visions of the cloaked figure's journey and that peculiar voice, Kakashi deduced that Obito must have witnessed Rin's demise at his own hands, which explained his absence from Konoha. This also clarified why he had not perished despite losing consciousness back then. Now, as Obito had transformed into this being, and with Kakashi having failed to protect Rin, he found himself at a loss for words. "Obito Uchiha, at this juncture, do you have anything left to say, Kakashi?" "Kakashi Hitaki, I did indeed betray you. I failed to protect Rin. But why did you instigate the Nine-Tails attack and murder our teacher's family?" "Meichirumi, indeed, could it be that your pettiness led you to take out your fury on the Namikaze family?" Within the void, Obito see that at Mei's remarks. He had initially intended to refrain from further dialogue with Kakashi, yet now Rin was watching. He could disregard the opinions of the entire ninja world, but he did not wish to be misinterpreted by Rin. "Obito Uchiha, my plans are not for you to know. In the future, everyone will attain the world they desire. The Nine-Tails attack was not an act of revenge. I shall say no more. Meichirumi, you wrap yourself like a dumpling and then blame your teacher for not recognizing you. Jiraiya, truly. Who could foresee that a student would die in return, wielding power rivaling that of the Hokage to destroy his own village? Tobarama Senju, it seems no Uchiha is virtuous. This fellow appears to be orchestrating a grand scheme. Inoki, at present, it seems the Uchiha clan has dwindled to 2 brothers. Shursui Uchiha, Izuna Uchiha, Taijima Uchiha, Hashirama Senju. What does that mean? Shursui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, what does he mean by that? Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha, Poet Uchiha takes on 7. This deranged individual has slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. Hashirama Senju, monkey, what has transpired? Hiruzen Sarutobi, at that time. Itachi Uchiha was in a fit of madness, exterminating the entire Uchiha clan in a single night, leaving only his brother alive. Tobarama Senju, Itachi Uchiha, my child. You have indeed become formidable. Shursui Uchiha, I entrusted you with safeguarding the future of the Uchiha. Is this how you choose to protect it? Sasuke Uchiha, born merely to test one's own capabilities, you slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan. One day, I will kill you. Makoto Uchiha, Sasuke. Do not harbor hatred for your brother. In the Pure Land, watching this unfold, Makoto Uchiha's heart was in agony. Sasuke Uchiha, impossible. Orochimaru, who truly knows the reason behind it? Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru, silence yourself. Sasuke Uchiha, you will pay for this. I will kill you, Itachi. Makoto Uchiha, Sasuke. Unknown Jonin from Konoha. By the way, are you not straying from the topic? We should first devise a plan to deal with this individual named Obito, lest we all suffer the consequences. Unknown Jonin from Sunagakure. Indeed. Those of you with strength may survive, but for us, mere cannon fodder, it is a different story. Tobirama Senju, that fellow named Kakashi, save your question for later. Use it to exchange for a resurrection coin, as it may directly revive your brother and ensure the safety of Konoha. Chapter 5, The Latecomer in the Systems Marketplace. A resurrection coin requires 3 opportunities for inquiry to be exchanged. The Sharingan does not demand 998 nor 888. Merely 1 inquiry allows it to be taken home. Truly a benevolent system. Kakashi Hitaki, my apologies, Lord Second Hokage, but I must understand why Obito has become this way. Without granting Tobirama a chance to persuade, Kakashi immediately directed his question to the system. Kakashi Hitaki, esteemed system, what caused Obito to transform into this? The Second Hokage, witnessing this scene, chose to remain silent. After all, it is difficult for anyone to comprehend how a former comrade could instigate the Nine Tails incident and ignite the Ninja World War. Deara, he is nothing but a shadowy figure, lurking in the dark. Otherwise, why would he hide within the shinobi world while wearing a mask? Deidara, ISNT that right, Akatsuki? Obito Uchiha. As Kakashi posed his question, the images in the minds of everyone in the ninja world began to shift. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I absolutely cannot be late today. A boy, donning protective goggles on his forehead, was racing frantically towards the ninja academy. No matter how hard he tried, the banner announcing the entrance ceremony still fell. And Obito missed the ceremony. As the gate swung open, the joyous laughter of the crowd pierced Obito's ears, making it all the more jarring. He gaped in disbelief at the scene before him, ultimately surrendering to a deep sigh. Late for the entrance ceremony as well. Hearing the voice of the one he despised most, Obito turned, glaring angrily at Kakashi. In the face of Obito's gaze, Kakashi offered a mocking gesture with open hands. Declaring that such a person was unworthy of entering the ninja school, it was hopeless. The more Obito listened, the more he felt stifled and pained. Yet he could find no words to retort Kakashi. Just as despair loomed in his heart, a voice suddenly broke through. It's all right, a yellow file was suddenly thrust before Obito's eyes. Rin's gentle smile radiated warmth. I've received this for you. Mine? A blush crept upon Obito's face as he hesitantly pointed to himself, scarcely believing it. He then glanced around, realizing there were only 3 individuals left. Who else could it be? Obito quickly grasped the situation, clasping his hands together in gratitude. Thank you for your help. I owe you a favor. You spoil him like this. How can he possibly rectify his tardiness? Kakashi, standing nearby, maintained his usual deadpan expression, delivering his critique without mercy. Enough. Do you want to fight? What did you say? What do you want? It's clearly your fault. Say that again, idiot Kakashi. Rin observed the two bickering with a tender smile curling her lips. In the days that followed, Obito truly embodied the essence of the term latecomer. His mastery of the most basic shadow clone technique resulted in nothing but a half-finished, lifeless white shadow enduring a shuriken test. He nearly suffered defeat at the hands of a Chunin several times his strength. In stark contrast, Kakashi, hailed as a genius, shone brightly, consistently ranking first in class and effortlessly overshadowing Obito. Even Rin, whom Obito cherished, often cast her gaze towards Kakashi, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within Obito. From that point on, regardless of rain or shine, Obito fervently practiced shuriken throwing and the great fireball technique in the small grove. Each time Rin appeared, his cheeks would flush involuntarily. Time swiftly passed to the Genin exam, where Obito nervously stood before the Third Hokage and a host of instructors. After forming a hand seal, he began to channel chakra frantically, but perhaps due to nerves, he fumbled through extending his fingers in all 4 directions before, breathless, managing to summon a single clone. This 1T do. No, this is unacceptable. I certainly 1T pass. After the exam, Obito sat alone on a bench, reflecting on his performance, which was nothing short of embarrassing. Just when he believed he had no chance, a middle-aged man approached him. So, this is where you are. Why did you leave the classroom without a word? Faced with the man's displeased gaze, Obito could only offer a resigned apology. Fortunately, the man did not dwell on it too long and produced a forehead protector from his pocket, presenting it to Obito. Congratulations from this day forth. You are a capable ninja. Obito gazed at the iron plate engraved with the Leaf Village emblem, excitement swelling within him. Wonderful. Haha. Oh no, oh no, oh no. The scene shifted once more, and Obito was still sprinting madly. Suddenly, Rin's figure appeared before him, and in a moment of distraction, he slipped and fell at her feet. Unbelievably, he was late for both the entrance and graduation ceremonies. The graduation ceremony had already concluded. Struggling to rise, Obito half knelt before Rin, but I encountered an old lady. Rin, hearing Obito's explanation, felt a tinge of exasperation. Obito, your chances of encountering old ladies are far too high indeed. I've been running into ambushes lately. Isn't that tantamount to knowingly committing the same mistake? Faced with Rin's dismay, Obito turned his head away. Rin grasped Obito's hand and pulled him up. All right, come with me. Graduation certificate, Obito Uchiha. This certifies that the student has graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy, and regardless of weather conditions, you have admirably maintained your training and efforts. Rin flipped the graduation certificate in her hands and presented it to Obito with a smile, tilting her head in congratulations. Here, congratulations on your graduation. Rin tears welled up in Obito's eyes, for in this village, aside from his grandmother, Rin was the only one who cared for him so deeply. Thank you. Obito wiped his tears and accepted the certificate with both hands, though his classmates and teachers were absent. Receiving the certificate in this manner was far more joyous than receiving it from the hands of the Hokage. Tobirama Senju, it is unimaginable that such a latecomer would later instigate a war in the ninja world. Sakura Haruno, late to both the entrance and graduation ceremonies. In a certain light, he could be regarded as a genius. Kurenai Yuhi, astonishing. The cause of the ninja world war was early romance. Izuna Uchiha, speaking of which, how can someone with such poor talent be one of our Uchiha clan? Even the most basic shadow clone technique is executed so poorly. Not to mention that great fireball, it is simply unbearable to watch. Sasuke Uchiha, just like that fool Naruto. Incapable of fully demonstrating even the most fundamental shadow clone technique. Naruto Uzumaki, idiot Sasuke. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll have the Toad Elder teach you a lesson? Sasuke Uchiha, haha. Upon seeing Naruto's name, Minato and Kushina in the Pure Land paused momentarily. They had intended to express their desire to reunite with their son, but hesitated, fearing it might provoke the previous foe's assassination attempts. Ultimately, they decided to let Naruto grow on his own for a while. Chapter 6, Eating Instant Noodles? Sarutobi Hiruzen. It appears that Naruto and Sasuke will play significant roles in the future, as they are able to speak here. Naruto Uzumaki. Of course. I am destined to become the Hokage. Jiraiya, I advise you to abandon that thought quickly, dreaming of living off others at such a young age. Naruto Uzumaki. What does living off others mean? Kushina Uzumaki. Silly Jiraiya. Don't lead the child astray. Jiraiya. Haha. Minato Namikaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage. Please take good care of Sasuke and Naruto. Since they will be involved in important events in the future, please look after them well. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Understood, Minato. I have already sent your student Kakashi over. He should take extra care of them. Minato Namikaze. Good to hear. Naruto Uzumaki. What does that mean? Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Oh dear, never mind that. How have you been these years, child? Naruto Uzumaki. Who are you? Why should I tell you? Kushina's heart ached at this question. After not seeing her son for over a decade, now that they could finally converse, she couldn't even reveal her identity. Minato Namikaze. Kushina, as the wife of the fourth Hokage, is merely concerned about the villagers of Konoha. Kushina Uzumaki. Yes, indeed. Naruto Uzumaki. I am doing well. I have made many friends, and I have Kakashi-sensei and the perverted sage. Jiraiya, Baka. What are you saying, you yellow-haired brat? Tsunade, do not incriminate yourself, Jiraiya, and besides, he has said anything wrong about you. Jiraiya. Kushina Uzumaki. Have you been eating properly? And don't learn from Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I feel as though I have suffered 1,000 critical hits. Naruto Uzumaki. I'm heading out on a mission now. I get to eat instant noodles every day, and it makes me so happy. Kushina Uzumaki. Minato Namikaze. In the Pure Land, upon reading this message, Minato and Kushina were left utterly bewildered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in the Hokage office, wiped the sweat from his brow, instantly drenched. Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Indeed, he used to come to my ramen shop every day, hungry as a child. It was I who helped him. Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, during those times, when I was starving, only the uncle would give me a bowl of noodles. Kushina Uzumaki. Minato Namikaze. Kushina Uzumaki, I just system. The expression was deemed too intense. Related vocabulary has been censored. In Konoha, Naruto looked perplexed at the name that kept inquiring about the Third Hokage. When did I meet someone by that name? Could it be a distant relative? The scene shifted to Kakashi, who stood before Rin and Obito, holding a certificate and wearing a green vest. He had indeed passed the Chunin exam on his first attempt, showcasing his prowess. Rin felt a wave of excitement seeing her teammate's success. Right, Obito? Obito. Rolling his eyes, turned his head away as Rin looked at him, the disparity in feelings overwhelming him. He then stepped away from the scene. Obito. Watching Obito leave, Rin felt puzzled. As dusk settled, Obito lay on a bench, gazing at the birds in flight, sighing deeply. Is that you? As he drifted in thought, Rin gently leaned down, gazing at him. Startled, Obito jumped up, quickly leaning against another chair. You scared me. It's you, Rin. Realizing his abruptness, Obito sat back down on the bench. Kakashi passing the exam was expected, but surely we can do it too. Understanding and empathetic. Rin immediately sensed Obito's unease and encouraged him. Let us work hard together for next year's exam. Obito lowered his head, feeling increasingly despondent as he listened to Rin's encouraging words. But seeing Kakashi made it hard for me to feel motivated. What are you talking about? Rin pretended to be angry, adjusting her clothing as she sat beside Obito. Aren't you supposed to become Hokage? Obito was taken aback by the question, momentarily at a loss for words. I will watch over you. Rin clenched her fist, making a gesture of encouragement, and Obito's face brightened with a smile. In the days that followed, despite the harshest weather, Obito never wavered in his training. Finally, in the spring of the following year, he walked out of the ninja academy, a sense of gloom lingering. Outside the entrance, Rin's heart raced. Obito. As Obito approached them, the gloomy expression on his face vanished, replaced by boundless excitement. With a vigorous toss, he threw the vest and certificate hidden behind his back into the air. I passed. I'm a Chunin now. Congratulations. In contrast to Rin's elation, Kakashi wore an expression of mild exasperation. Rin dashed towards Obito, whispering excitedly in his ear. Let us meet under the cherry blossom tree in the park later. Upon hearing this, Obito instantly understood, his face lighting up with excitement. As the wind blew, cherry blossoms fluttered through the air. Obito stood under the cherry blossom tree, holding a bouquet, brimming with anticipation to confess to Rin. After he uttered this thought, he suddenly spotted Rin running towards him and quickly hid the bouquet behind his back. Sorry, I'm late. Rin panted, apologizing as she approached. No worries at all. Obito waved dismissively, appearing generous. Everyone. Just as Obito was caught in a daze, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and others quickly gathered around him. What is going on? Why is everyone here? Rin explained to Obito, I gathered everyone to discuss how to celebrate. Celebrate what? Kakashi is about to become a Jonin, right? Rin produced a stack of papers, distributing them among the group. I think we, as his peers, should give him a gift. Obito took the paper, noticing the word secret mission written on it, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Kakashi becoming a Jonin? Huh? Obito, didn't he, you know? We feel quite proud to be his contemporaries. Obito forced a smile, and at that moment, the bouquet of red flowers slipped from his hands, falling to the ground. Haha, indeed. Chapter 7. The kidnapped companion. As the scene shifts, the three young ones are seen sprinting across a grassy field. Minato is closely following, leaping onto a tree and severing a wire with his kunai. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, the trio immediately freezes in place, adopting defensive stances. Minato swiftly cuts through several more wires, and Shuriken, poised to strike, rained down like a torrential shower. Obito and Kakashi, armed with kunai, desperately fend off the onslaught of shuriken, their movements so rapid that they leave afterimages in their wake. Countless shuriken clatter to the ground, and once the chaos subsides, Obito suddenly feels a sharp pain in his hand. Looking down, he discovers a shuriken embedded in his palm. Glancing over at Kakashi, who remains unscathed, his expression instantly darkens. Rin, noticing Obito's discomfort, turns to him, sensing the weight of his gaze behind her. Obito quickly turns away, concealing his hand. Oh, it's nothing serious, he dismisses. Just a scratch. A little lick will do. Despite his bravado, his body betrays him. His left hand trembles from the pain. Stop pretending, let me see. Rin insists, her tone firm. Obito, faced with her unwavering gaze, reluctantly presents his injured hand. Rin says nothing more, simply lowering her head to tend to his wound. In her concentration, a grain of sand inadvertently finds its way into her eye. Hearing Obito's continued bravado, she looks up, visibly irritated. Yet, he feigns nonchalance, chuckling. A true man should have a scar or two, it adds to his character. This little injury is just a badge of honor. Ah, that hurts. Rin pulls the bandage tightly, sending a jolt of pain coursing through Obito. Her serious gaze meets his, and he falls silent. Stop putting on a brave face. I've been watching you all along. You promised me you would become Hokage, she asserts earnestly. Listen, I genuinely want to stop this war and save the world. Which is why I intend to stay by your side and keep a close eye on you. Didn't you say saving you means saving the world? Obito is taken aback, realizing Rin has remembered his offhand remark. Tears well up in his eyes, yet he fights to remain composed. With me watching you. It means you can't hide anything from me, Rin continues. Obito, holding back tears, nods in agreement. You can do it, Obito. I want to see you become Hokage and save the world, she encourages. We made a promise. Rin, the catalyst for the fourth great ninja war, let us return to Konoha. Obito, don't go astray again. Minato, come back. Obito. Tobirama, yes, Konoha is your home. My child. Rasha, this plan is too obvious. Tobirama, you're trying to recruit him because he possesses the power to ignite the ninja war. Don't be fooled, Obito. Tobirama, humph. The innocent will remain innocent. Uchiha Azuna, you think you're innocent with that dead white hair? How tainted you are. Poet grip. Tobirama, 666. I want T comment. Hey, that guy who has T returned from reconnaissance. Could it be in a corner? Two unknown ninjas watch Obito and his companions with intense eyes. Did those kids take him out? One chuckles, let us find out. Using the ninja technique, camouflage shadow. He vanishes from sight. As Kakashi walks, an unusual sensation prompts him to signal the others to stop. Suddenly, several bamboo tubes, thick as arms, shoot out like arrows. Obito's gaze sharpens. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A searing flame erupts from Obito's mouth, instantly incinerating the incoming bamboo tubes. Just as the three remain on high alert, one ninja suddenly lunges at Kakashi, engaging him in combat. Amid their fierce struggle, Rin's scream pierces the air. Obito whirls around, horrified to see Rin captured by an enemy. We're taking her, one of them declares as his companion joins him. With a puff of smoke, they vanish from sight. Damn it. Without a moment's hesitation, Obito bolts after the direction they disappeared. Obito, don't chase them. What did you say? Obito turns, incredulous at Kakashi's words. Do you even realize what you just said? I do, Kakashi replies, locking eyes with Obito. We continue the mission. What about Rin? What will happen to her? Obito's voice rises with anger. Kakashi calmly responds, we'll rescue Rin later. The enemy want to kill her immediately if they want to extract information from us. And fortunately, Rin is a medical ninja. Even as a captive, she'll be treated with respect, using the treatment of the wounded as leverage. The real problem is, Kakashi continues, the enemy will learn our battle plans. If that information leaks, they will heighten their defenses on the bridge, complicating our mission. Obito turns away, clearly rejecting Kakashi's reasoning. You think Rin will be fine? That's just wishful thinking. He points an accusatory finger at Kakashi. What if they're mindless mooks? Right now, saving Rin is our priority. Kakashi bows his head in contemplation before his gaze hardens, looking at Obito. A ninja's duty, even at the cost of a comrade's life, is to complete the mission. If this task fails, the war will prolong. And there may be even more sacrifices. That's just speculation. Are you really willing to abandon a comrade with whom you've shared your life over such a possibility? Obito retorts vehemently. When we were injured, Rin always used her medical jutsu to save us. Without her, you and I would have perished long ago. Kakashi remains steadfast, his expression unwavering. That is Rin's mission. Unable to contain himself any longer, Obito raises his fist in fury and strikes Kakashi squarely in the face, sending him reeling. I truly despise you. Kakashi wipes the blood from his mouth, regarding Obito nonchalantly. Feel free to hate me. I'm the captain, and you must follow my orders. Chapter 8. Kakashi, who lost his eyes in any circumstance. To prevent the team from falling into disarray, a singular decision must be made by one individual. Thus, it is imperative for the team members to adhere to the captain's directives. This is the rule. Obito, your capabilities are lacking. Which is why I am the captain. Gripping Kakashi's clothing, Obito lifted him up and furiously challenged him. Then why didn't you save Rin? You had the ability to rescue your comrade. Being overwhelmed by emotions and allowing a critical mission to fail would only lead to regret. This is precisely why ninjas are bound by the edict to suppress their feelings. You ought to comprehend this as well. Upon hearing this, Obito closed his eyes, a surge of profound resentment swelling within him. He understood this reasoning, yet he could not accept the notion of abandoning a companion for such a cost. Rin gave you a medical kit as a gift because she was worried for your safety, and she even stitched a charm inside. Before Obito could finish, Kakashi immediately interjected. The medical kit and healing ninjutsu are meant to enhance the probability of success. The plan from Konoha is an exceptional system. However, I told you yesterday, unnecessary things are merely burdens. Unnecessary things? Kakashi nodded. What a ninja truly needs are tools that serve a purpose in their missions. Emotions are superfluous. Upon listening, Obito's hand, which had been gripping Kakashi's shoulder tightly, seemed to lose all strength. Are you serious? Kakashi merely gazed at Obito, seemingly answering with his silence. Do you truly believe that? Upon hearing this, Kakashi's gaze faltered, memories of his deceased father flooding back into his mind. The image of his father's demise rekindled a resolute fire within Kakashi's eyes. Yes, enough. We are irreconcilable. I will go save Rin. Obito released Kakashi and turned to leave. You know nothing. Do you understand what happens to those who break the rules? Obito halted at the sound of Kakashi's voice. I genuinely believe that White Fang is a hero. Kakashi's pupils constricted, disbelief flooding his eyes. How could a man reviled by the entire village be regarded as a hero by Obito? Indeed, in the world of ninjas, those who violate the rules are branded as scum. Yet, Obito turned to Kakashi, stating, a person who does not cherish their comrades is even less than scum. Since we are all scum anyway, I will break the rules. If this is not what a true ninja should be. Obito turned and walked deeper into the shadows. Then I will dismantle this notion of a ninja myself. Despite feeling a flicker of doubt, Kakashi resolutely parted ways with Obito. Senju Hashirama. How could Obito, with such a righteous perspective in his youth, grow up and instigate a ninja world war? Senju Tobarama. It is hard to fathom that such words could emerge from Uchiha's mouth. Inoki, to dismantle the long-standing traditions of the ninja world? Despite being so weak, I did not expect such courage. Rin, trigger of the fourth great ninja war. Thank you, Obito, but do not blame Kakashi. I understand him. Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi was like this in his youth. Minato Namikaze. Alas. It is my fault as a teacher for not guiding this student properly. Otherwise, Kakashi would not have turned out this way. Kakashi Itaki. I am sorry, Rin. Rin, trigger of the fourth great ninja war. It's all right. I understand you, Kakashi. Tobarama Senju. A person who abandons their comrades for a mission. This is the collection of Kakashi's poetry. Kakashi Hitaki. He found it. Obito crouched on a tree branch. His gaze fixed on the cave ahead. Calm down. I can do this. He raised his palms, slapping his cheeks several times to dispel the fear within. However, the sound of his slaps inadvertently alerted the enemies within the cave. Hearing the noise, two figures turned to investigate, one of them speaking nonchalantly, I will handle him. You continue with the Jinjutsu and extract the information quickly. Ninjutsu, camouflage technique. Without waiting for the explosive-haired one to respond, the stout figure vanished from sight. Inoki, commendable courage, but woefully inadequate strength. Uchiha Izuna, this kid possesses talent. Outside the cave, emboldened, Obito held a kunai, his eyes focused on the cave entrance. All right. Here I go. Where to? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from behind Obito. His heart raced as he turned sharply, yet the enemy showed no mercy. Immediately lunging forward with a kunai aimed at Obito. At such a distance, Obito's heart plummeted. He knew he could not evade this attack with his current speed. Just as despair washed over him, a figure with white hair dashed out from another direction, striking down the assailant. Blood sprayed forth as the enemy, severely wounded, fled in haste. Kakashi. Why? Upon recognizing the intruder, Obito uttered in disbelief. I cannot trust you, a blubbering child, to handle this alone. With that, Kakashi remained vigilant, watching the enemy from a distance. The rock ninja, having momentarily staggered, stood once more, gazing upon the silver-haired boy and his shimmering chakra blade. Fear glimmering in his eyes. Silver hair and that chakra blade. You must be. Before he could finish, Kakashi, wielding the blade, explained, this is my father's legacy. Upon hearing this, the ninja's tense demeanor eased. I see. You are White Fang's child. Then, there is no need for fear. The figure concluded, performing a one-handed seal before vanishing from sight. Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, carefully attuning to the ambient sense. Ultimately, he could only lament, as expected, the scent has completely vanished. It seems I must rely on the movement of air and the sounds of objects to ascertain the enemy's location. Where are they? Obito scanned his surroundings warily. Suddenly, a footprint appeared behind them, prompting Kakashi to react swiftly, swinging his blade backward. Obito, behind you. Despite Kakashi's quick reflexes, the assailant was a seasoned veteran, and with a single strike, he wounded Kakashi's eye. Kakashi, The grievously injured Kakashi collapsed to the ground. Clutching his eye as cries of agony escaped his lips. "Hey, Kakashi, are you all right?" Obito knelt beside him, lifting Kakashi up. Observing the blood streaming from Kakashi's hand as he covered his eye, Obito felt an overwhelming wave of guilt, tears flowing down his cheeks. Chapter 9. Sacrificing oneself to save others. After a brief moment, Kakashi lowered his bloodied palm, revealing the grotesque wound beneath. "Have your eyes filled with sand again?" A true ninja must not shed tears. Despite his grievous injuries, Kakashi attempted to lighten the mood for Obito. "I'm not dead yet, so don't lose hope." Obito removed his goggles, wiping away his tears with his sleeve, recalling the words of his mentor, Minato. "How could sand possibly enter your eyes when you wear goggles?" If we speak of self-discipline, we must also cultivate a resilient mind. Witnessing his comrades' plight only deepened Obito's sorrow and anger. "I always just talk, relying on others to assist me, merely a slacker who can only blabber." However, Obito's mind flashed back to his recent words to Kakashi. "I truly believe that White Fang is a hero. Those who disregard their comrades are worse than scum." Rising to his feet, Obito's gaze was imbued with an unprecedented determination. This sentiment, I refuse to let it remain mere words. The scene shifted to the enemy's perspective. At that moment, the figures of Obito and Kakashi drew nearer. As a shuriken suddenly lunged towards the standing Obito. Die. As the shuriken pierced flesh, an unexpected outcome unfolded. Obito had struck down the concealed enemy. Why? This is impossible. The enemy was bewildered, unable to fathom how he had been stabbed in the abdomen while cloaked in invisibility. Yet Kakashi, lying against a tree, witnessed the entire event with a look of profound astonishment. "Obito, you." The camera shifted again, revealing the gleaming double tomo Sharingan, radiating like rubies in the minds of all present. "Here, I shall protect my comrades." The slain foe, 666. This account belongs to Kage. I was about to win, but suddenly, I was cheated. Someone, please ban this account. Uchiha Izuna, practice more if you're weak. If you can't handle losing, don't play. What happened before is history. What matters is the present. Crab claw expression. Uchiha Fugaku, opening with a double tomo. I must admit Obito is somewhat of a genius in terms of eyes. No Uchiha has ever opened their eyes with a double tomo right away. Senju Hashirama, indeed. Even I have never heard of anyone opening their eyes to a double tomo. Lin, catalyst of the fourth great ninja war Obito. He was a genius from the start. Uchiha Obito, thank you, Lin. Kakashi Hatake, turn back, Obito. It was I who failed to uphold my promise to you. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest solely on me. Lin, yes, Obito, all I hope is that you both can survive. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the departed are gone. Those who live must continue to honor the wishes of the deceased. Let go of the past and return, my child. Uchiha Izuna, what a farce. It's easy to speak from a moral high ground without having to let go. To put it kindly, it's about going home. To put it bluntly, it's merely an attempt to recruit Obito for his strength. Ei. Speaking of which, does Obito even have a home? The entire Uchiha clan, aside from Sasuke, has not spared even a stray dog. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Hokage. Such unexpected resilience. The Rock Ninja sighed in frustration, realizing that their genjutsu had failed to extract any information. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, alerting the Rock Ninja, who turned to investigate. Upon recognizing the two young intruders, he relaxed. Just a bunch of useless fools. Obito's eyes narrowed as he swiftly discerned the chaotic flow of chakra within Lin. Her chakra was erratic, distinctly different from theirs. She must have fallen victim to a genjutsu. They seem eager to extract information. The Rock Ninja, upon hearing his situation be swiftly analyzed, immediately dismissed any underestimation. It appears they are not merely children after all. With a clatter of metal, Kakashi seized a short sword, while Obito wielded a shuriken. I have crossed blades with him once. He is swift. Be careful. Understood. The Rock Ninja smirked, launching himself at the two like an arrow. Bang! Obito blocked the attack with his shuriken, the clash echoing loudly, sparks flying. Seizing the moment, Kakashi lunged at the Rock Ninja, but the foe effortlessly parried the strike. After a fierce skirmish, Kakashi and Obito, through their combined efforts, ultimately vanquished the enemy. They immediately rushed to the unconscious Lin, too anxious even to verify if their foe lay dead. Release. As Kakashi uttered the command, Lin awakened. Kakashi Obito. Upon regaining her senses and seeing her allies, Lin was taken aback. We have come to save you, Lin. You're safe now. Let us retreat quickly, Kakashi said, swiftly moving to untie the ropes that bound Lin. Just as they prepared to flee, The seemingly dead ninja rose once more. Ah, impressive teamwork, yet you remain but children. Now, you are in the palm of the enemy's hand. The enemy swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth-style, rock collapse. As the jutsu was invoked, stones began to crash from above, showering down sand. This is bad. Kakashi's pupils contracted as he shouted, "Run to the exit." Without further ado, the three fled frantically towards the cave's mouth. During their flight, a large rock suddenly fell, striking Kakashi to the ground. Kakashi. Seeing her fallen comrade, Lin's heart raced. Obito rushed to Kakashi's side, looking up to see a massive boulder descending upon him. With a fierce yell, Obito summoned all his strength to hurl Kakashi away, but was instead struck directly by the colossal stone. Dust filled the cave, and once the chaos settled, a faint voice echoed within. "Are you all right, Lin?" Kakashi. Hearing the voice, Kakashi propped himself up, only to see Obito's dire condition, his eyes widening in alarm. "Obito." He dashed towards the boulder, pinning Obito, straining to lift it. Yet, no matter how hard Kakashi struggled, the stone remained unmoved, as immovable as a mountain. Stop. Chapter 10. The unquenchable Sharingan. At this moment, Obito's aura had withered to the utmost, devoid of the anguished cries typical of extreme pain. His gaze held only an endless tranquility, as if the shattered body were not his own. "Enough, Kakashi." Blood flowed anew from Obito's mouth, pooling on the ground. "I can no longer endure. My right side is nearly crushed. I can't even feel it anymore." After futile attempts, Kakashi struck the rock with a fierce punch, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. "Damn it!" Rin, witnessing Obito's plight, could not hold back her tears and turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. No. How could this happen? Why? Coughing violently, Obito spat blood once more, the crimson droplets staining his clothes tragically. Kakashi, powerless, knelt on the ground, pounding it repeatedly, his voice mingled with sobs and resentment. "Damn it! Damn it! If I had just listened to you from the start, if we had saved Rin together, it wouldn't have come to this." Kakashi's lament echoed in their ears, spreading a shroud of sorrow around them. What of being a captain? What of being a Jainin? Listening to Kakashi's self-reproach, Obito recalled something. "Speaking of which, I forgot, only I failed to give you a gift to celebrate your promotion to Jainin." Kakashi. Kakashi lifted his head, his eyes brimming with profound sadness and regret. "What should I give you? I've thought it over, and now I've made my decision. Rest assured, it is not something useless or superfluous." Obito opened his exposed Sharingan. "I give you my Sharingan." Both felt a tremor run through their bodies, their hearts heavy with grief. "No matter what the villagers say, you are an exceptional Jainin, and that is my belief. Accept it." Obito's voice was calm, even eerily so. "Rin, use your medical ninjutsu to transplant my Sharingan, along with the optic nerve, into Kakashi's left eye." Wiping her tears, Rin looked towards the desolate Kakashi, who trembled, unable to accept Obito's impending death or the fact that it was due to him. "I am dying, but I can become your eyes to see what lies ahead." As Obito uttered these words, the images in everyone's minds faded to darkness. When clarity returned, the collapsed cavern erupted violently, as the rock ninjas outside turned to look back. What a nuisance. They are still alive. Upon closer inspection, the rock ninja noticed the wound on Kakashi's left eye and the tears streaming down his face. But he is just a kid. What is there to cry about? Come on, crybaby, let us finish this. Kakashi opened his tightly shut left eye, revealing the intricate pattern of the Sharingan. The rock ninja felt a jolt of surprise, a grave expression settling on his face. This kid is somewhat different now. Within the collapsed cavern, Obito, still with closed eyes, spoke. "Kakashi, I leave Rin to you." "Understood." Kakashi drew his short blade, his gaze resolute. With lightning speed, he struck at the enemy, the clash of blades igniting a shower of sparks. The well-worn short blade that had seen countless battles shattered upon impact. Without hesitation, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, a blinding light illuminating their faces, reminiscent of 1,000 birds in a cacophony of cries. The rock ninja charged at Kakashi, weapons drawn, colliding with Kakashi's Raikiri. A flash of white light enveloped the scene, while Rin tightly grasped Obito's hand, anxiously glancing upwards. Suddenly, the rock ninja's head emerged from above, startling Rin. Fortunately, the enemy collapsed, revealing Kakashi hidden behind him. Kakashi, bracing himself on the ground, gasped for breath. "Kakashi, take Rin and go. Enemy reinforcements are on their way." "Obito." Rin called out his name, and Obito, summoning all his strength, broke free from her grasp. Go, quickly. Witnessing this, Rin's heart sank anew. Suddenly, Kakashi sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra behind him, causing him to shudder. Earth-style, earth-shattering palm. Following the direction of the attackers, the ground began to fracture towards the collapsed cavern. Kakashi knew time was short and urgently shouted, "Rin, grab my hand." Rin. Sensing the urgency, Obito's voice lost its calm, growing heavier. With tears held back, Rin grasped Kakashi's hand. The collapsing rocks buried Obito beneath them. Obito. Unable to contain her sorrow any longer, Rin cried out in anguish. The rocks gradually obscured Obito, leaving only the upper half of his face visible. It's rare for me and that guy Kakashi to have improved our relationship. The scene transitioned into Obito's memories, filled with Kakashi's brash demeanor. In the end, I still never confessed to Rin. In the final moment of being buried, Obito's mind was filled solely with Rin's smiling visage. Senju Hashirama, what a kind child. Such a pity. Senju Tobarama, I never expected there to be such a spirited child among the Uchiha. I acknowledge you, Uchiha Obito. Namikaze Minato, Obito, Rin, Kakashi, I apologize, perhaps if I had been by your side back then. Things wouldn't have turned out this way. Rin, trigger of the fourth great ninja war, it's alright. Sensei, I know you have your own mission. Hatake Kakashi, I'm sorry, Obito. It's my failure to protect Rin. At this moment, Obito, hidden in the shadows, observed the words in the comment section with a tranquil heart. He bore no resentment towards Kakashi, only disdain for this cursed world. Soon, I shall sever the ties of causality in this world. Then, we shall meet in a beautiful realm. In the comment section, Obito remained silent. A scene that only deepened Kakashi's sorrow, believing Obito had yet to forgive him. Anoki, it was previously rumored in the ninja world that Kakashi had secretly harmed Obito to steal his Sharingan. I never imagined the truth was like this. Senju Hashirama, alas. I never thought that despite founding the ninja villages and distributing tailed beasts, I would still be unable to prevent war. Uchiha Madara, this is human nature. Man's greed knows no bounds, and conflicts over resources will inevitably lead to war. Karatsuchi, I never expected the infamous Shura of the ninja world to also be a philosopher. Uchiha Azuna, but how did this Obito survive after being so gravely injured and buried under rocks? Senju Tobarama, I truly cannot fathom, even if he survived. With only half his body remaining, he should not possess the strength to initiate a great ninja war. Senju Hashirama, perhaps there are powerful healing techniques in the ninja world. But more shocking is that someone willing to sacrifice their life for their comrades would start a great ninja war. Chapter 11. Surviving against all odds, Senju Tobarama. It must be that girl Rin who perished, right? Hence, he succumbed to such vile behavior. Uchiha Obito. Senju Hashirama? Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Azuna. Ha! You foolish white-haired fool. Are you attempting to make me laugh to death? How can you utter such words? Senju Tobarama. Goodness. This voice input has betrayed me. And what qualifications do you possess to mock me, Uchiha's defeated minion? Just one flying thunder god slash, and you'll be subdued. Uchiha Azuna. Just one mistake. And you'll hold it against me for a lifetime? You poetically inclined fool. Senju Tobarama, what? Has the Uchiha clan run out of provisions to offer you? Day after day, you merely deceive for food and drink. Uchiha Azuna. Uchiha Sasuke. It seems I indeed haven tea cooked. Uchiha Itachi. Am I dead? In the abyss, Obito slowly opened his remaining Sharingan, startled by his surroundings. This place is a liminal space between the underworld and the realm of the living, members of the Uchiha clan. A white-haired elder gazed at Obito, uttering incomprehensible words, his aged visage resembling that of a long-starved old man. Senju Hashirama, Madara. Uchiha Azuna. How is that possible? Although his bone structure resembles my brother's, how could he possibly have lived this long? Senju Tobarama, brother. Have you longed for Madara so deeply that you've become delirious? Even I, who knows the Uchiha best, am aware that Madara has long since passed, although this fellow does bear a striking resemblance. Uchiha Azuna. 666. Do you wish for some oil cakes? Senju Tobarama. Little black one, have you shown your true self? You must be the one who deceived the living for sustenance in the Pure Land for a year, codenamed Basketball Chicken. Uchiha Azuna. What? What does this even mean? Has the transmission crossed? Senju Tobarama, could there truly be wandering spirits capable of possession? Just now, it felt as if my spirit was overtaken. Uchiha Sasuke, midnight possession? A Pure Land commotion? Uchiha Madara, difficult to bear. Obito struggled to calm the turmoil within, suddenly noticing the elder's crimson eyes, which filled him with trepidation. Your eyes. Could it be that the old man is also of the Uchiha? This, well, guess as you will. A voice, ancient and resonant, echoed, and Obito blinked, filled with uncertainty. Did he save me? No, but, you say this is the chasm of the underworld and the living. Where exactly am I? The darkness obscures everything. Moreover, old man, who are you? At this moment, Obito's body was evidently recovering better than when struck by rocks. At least his voice was no longer intermittent. Suddenly, Obito let out a derisive laugh, adopting a facade of nonchalance as he looked at Uchiha Madara. Surely, you can't be the Grim Reaper? The one who ushers souls to paradise and hell. Just then, a scythe gleamed coldly, and Obito, drawn by the sound, focused intently. Upon recognizing the scythe, his pupils dilated in horror. No, I am not ready to die yet. Help! Obito thrashed wildly, his tone reminiscent of a desperate plea. I just caught a glimpse of that scythe. You must be the Grim Reaper, the one who governs the Uchiha's demise. Throughout my life, I have adhered to the principle of aiding the elderly in distress. Although I have indeed committed many misdeeds and violated numerous rules, surely that does not negate all my good deeds. Cold sweat broke out across Obito's body as he desperately implored Uchiha Madara. Please, do not take me to hell. It hurts. At that moment, a sudden, excruciating pain coursed through Obito's body, evidently tearing at the wounds with his sudden movements. Just then, the previously silent elder spoke. The fact that you can still feel pain indicates that you are alive. However, it is a miracle you survived. To have not been crushed by the rocks is akin to having penetrated through them. As the pain slightly subsided, Obito, with a look of confusion, inquired of the elder. Where did you find me? You collapsed in the underground passage I dug, surrounded by fallen rocks. That said, half of your body is nearly crushed. I have merely bandaged you up. Hearing this, Obito's demeanor relaxed somewhat. So it was you, old man, who saved me. Thank you. It is still too early for gratitude. You will repay this kindness in full. Helping the elderly is your life's principle, is it not? Indeed, I have stated such. What must I do? The elder stared at Obito intently, remaining silent. Faced with this reticent old man, Obito tentatively asked, Shall I serve you as a caretaker? That would suffice. Upon hearing this, Obito's expression fell. I apologize. I cannot remain here indefinitely. Since I am still alive, I must return to Konoha. A war is ongoing, and I have finally awakened my Sharingan. This time, I can better protect my comrades. Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, why hasn't he Obito returned to Konoha? Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto, you truly are a fool. With his current condition, how could he return? There may have been unforeseen circumstances leading to his predicament. Uchiha Obito. Rin, the catalyst for the fourth great ninja war. Uchiha Sasuke. I concur with the second Hokage's words. This voice input indeed brings trouble. Better protect my comrades? Given your current condition, you can no longer function as a ninja. Upon hearing that he could no longer be a ninja, Obito shook his head frantically, his emotions escalating. How can this be? I have finally acquired such eyes. I believe in my current self. I can coordinate splendidly with my teammates. The old man, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further, limping to another chair with his cane. In the days that followed, Obito befriended White Zetsu and Tobi. In this monotonous cave, they brought him much joy and laughter. During rehabilitation training, whenever Obito endured unbearable pain, he often thought of Rin and Kakashi, as if their memory could alleviate his suffering. After countless days of training, Obito's hair had grown significantly longer than when he first arrived. Adjusted. Obito smiled slightly, exerting strength in his limbs, clearly able to move with ease. Soon I shall see you again. Rin. Kakashi. Chapter 12. The cave. As Obito contemplated the future, a sudden sound emanated from above the rock wall, and a white Zetsu emerged from the stone. I just returned from outside. The situation concerning Rin and that fool Kakashi is dire. Obito's heart raced with anxiety as he tightly gripped the bedsheets, urgently inquiring, what happened? They're surrounded by the ninjas of the Mist Village. Without a moment's hesitation, Obito sprang into action, leaping off the bed with such force that it crumpled beneath him. He charged towards the entrance obstructed by massive boulders, launching a powerful punch. The stone merely cracked slightly upon impact. However, Obito's recently healed arm could not withstand the strain and shattered, its remnants dripping to the ground like liquid. Clutching his severed arm, he groaned in agony, clearly suffering from the intense pain. Your current body cannot shatter rocks. A Zetsu connected to a pipe leapt down behind him, enduring the torment. Obito gritted his teeth and responded, I must save Rin and Kakashi. The Zetsu gazed at him, a hint of sympathy stirring within. Its head transformed into a series of lines that expanded, and its body moved closer to Obito. Merge with my body. Seeing the Zetsu's offer, Obito hesitated, questioning. Aren't you one of Madara's subordinates? Is this truly acceptable? The Zetsu, who had just relayed the message, praised him. You are indeed a good child. Don't you wish to save Rin and Kakashi? At that moment, Obito was entirely enveloped, save for his Sharingan eye. He clenched his fists, feeling the surge of newfound power. Thank you. Standing before a boulder many times his size, he raised his right hand. Energy surged into his body through the connecting pipe. With a single punch, the massive stone crumbled into countless fragments. Inoki, good grief. This guy has activated some sort of cheat. AI. He could barely move before. And now he shatters such a colossal rock with one blow. Sakura, can he really crush stone? I acknowledge your strength, kid. Tobirama, this white entity is remarkably powerful. It significantly enhances combat abilities. No wonder Obito could instigate the Ninja World War with such aid. Minato, Mist Village? Rin. May. It appears this girl named Rin may have perished in this incident. Minato, if only I had been there. Perhaps none of this would have happened. Fugaku, Obito likely activated the Manjiki Sharingan here, which would have led him to meet someone important before returning to Konoha. After their death, he conceived the idea of starting the Ninja World War. Izuna, that makes sense. If activating the Manjiki could lead to such leaps, that would be absurd. Utilizing the power of the white Zetsu while connected, Obito felt invigorated. The Zetsu attached to the wall marveled at his newfound strength. Remarkable. With the boulder obliterated, Obito's heart surged with excitement. The slumbering Madara Uchiha was roused by the commotion. Are you leaving? Obito remained silent, gripping the connecting pipe and violently tearing it apart. You saved me, and I am grateful. However, I must leave. There is no alternative. You were too hasty. Perhaps it is premature to thank me. Obito turned resolutely to Madara. I believe I shall not return. Regardless, I have expressed my gratitude. Now I must go. In response to Obito's resolute tone, Madara appeared calm and self-assured. You will certainly return. At that time, I will accept your true gratitude. Tobirama, I sensed the echoes of a conspiracy. Ignoring Madara, Obito shouted upwards, Zetsu, where are Rin and Kakashi? Lead me to them immediately. The Zetsu attached to you is my clone. We can communicate through mental resonance at a certain distance, and other clones are stationed underground exchanging information. After the Zetsu's explanation, the white tendrils on Obito responded, I will use this to guide you. One of the tendrils extended towards Obito as a directional tool. Let us proceed outside. Obito nodded. I appreciate it. After a few strides, he navigated over the shattered rocks to the area where Madara stored his weapons. His gaze swept across the fan, scythe, and numerous weapons. After a brief moment, he seized a piece of clothing and hurriedly departed. Inoki, this child is truly remarkable, with so many weapons available. He only takes a piece of clothing. Fugaku, that fan was used by Lord Madara in battle, and the scythe. Obito's neglect is a waste. Obito leaped onto the skeletal remains of a massive creature at the cave's entrance, pausing for a moment to gather himself. What is the status of Rin and Kakashi? According to my companions, the situation seems quite perilous. They mentioned something about experimental subjects from the Mist Village, but I cannot comprehend it. Experimental subjects? Obito muttered, repeating the term without further thought, as he propelled himself upward towards the cave's exit. In any case, Kakashi and Rin are encircled by dozens of formidable Jonin and ANBU. As Obito burst from the cave into the forest, he anxiously inquired, what is Minato-sensei doing? Who is that? I demand to know what that yellow flash is up to. The Zetsu pondered for a moment. It seems he is engaged in another mission. Upon hearing this, Obito's heart sank, just when it matters most. He quickened his pace, recalling his earlier words to Kakashi. Kakashi, you promised me. You must. Obito sprinted, Rin's smiling visage flashing in his mind. You must do everything in your power to protect Rin. I will arrive shortly. In the dense, dark forest, the Zetsu spoke again, Obito. I suspect you will soon enter combat. Before you do, there are some things I wish to convey. What? Your combat abilities do not match mine. Moreover, my formidable body is currently shielding your battered form. Chapter 13, The Agony of Crossing the Three Tomo in a State of Heightened Agitation. Obito was consumed with anxiety for Rin and Kakashi's safety. As he noted White Zetsu's prolonged silence, his impatience began to surface. What is it that you wish to convey? I believe it would be more beneficial for me to act on your behalf during the battle. Upon hearing this, Obito was met with immediate rebuttal. Madara had previously stated that only with a complete set of Sharingan could one truly harness their power. With Kakashi, who possessed a Sharingan paired with mine, on the battlefield, I am undoubtedly superior when in tandem with him. Together, Kakashi and I shall protect Rin. Realizing Obito's resolute determination, White Zetsu ceased further persuasion. Indeed. Your body now houses the artificial construct of Hashirama, a fusion of the Senju and Uchiha powers, perhaps capable of unleashing unprecedented strength. Just as White Zetsu and Obito conversed, a sudden gust of wind swept across Obito's face, and raindrops began to fall from the sky. What is happening? Obito felt a twinge of unease at the abrupt change in weather. Climbing swiftly up the tree trunk, he soon reached the treetop, where he was met with a breathtaking sight of monstrous waves crashing in the distance, water splattering towards him. My comrades have sent word, it appears. At that moment, the sound of roaring waves erupted in the distance. Over there, faced with such a formidable display, Obito felt no fear, but rather a resolute determination as he sprinted towards the battlefield. As he navigated through the forest, fragmented images flashed in Obito's mind, accompanied by a sharp pain in his left eye. Pressing his hand against his eye, he envisioned Rin, blood pouring from her mouth. What is happening? He dropped his hand from his eye, shaking his head in an attempt to regain clarity. Stop overthinking. We are almost there. Bursting from the trees, he was met with an unforgettable sight. Kakashi's Raikiri piercing through Rin's chest, the world around him reduced to stark white, in that horrific moment. Blood gushed forth as Rin collapsed helplessly to the ground, the gaping wound in her chest stabbing at Obito's heart like a sword. Dumbfounded, he gazed at the scene before him, the tomo converging into a crimson sphere. Strips of white material coiled around his head as he bowed, lost in thought. In a sudden explosion, the white strips enveloped his head once more, the kaleidoscopic pattern manifesting in his eyes. With arms outstretched and an overwhelming rage coursing through him, he roared, What is this place? As he uttered those words in his mind, tree trunks erupted from within his body. Who are you? The Mist Village elite were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a figure. Reinforcements? Fool, it's just one person. The figure hurled several shuriken towards Obito. I won't acknowledge this. Thud, thud, thud. The shuriken pierced through Obito's body, embedding themselves in the trees behind him. The masked ninja who had thrown the shuriken felt a surge of terror as he realized his attack had failed, stumbling back in disbelief. What just happened? Did he evade it? I refuse to accept this. Obito revealed his fearsome Sharingan, unleashing a furious roar. With a single stomp, the earth beneath him fractured. Observing the lone figure charging towards him, one of the mist ninjas felt a surge of indignation, drawing his blade to strike at Obito. Do not underestimate the village of Bloody Mist. The moonlight glinted off the blade, but before the ninja could strike, Obito's fist connected with his abdomen. Branches erupted from within the struck ninja, and he perished instantaneously, blood splattering across Obito's mask, rendering it all the more grotesque. With a forceful twist, he freed himself from the corpse, a new branch emerging in his grasp as he advanced towards the fallen enemy. As he approached, three ninjas leaped simultaneously, aiming their blades at Obito. Die! In the fleeting moment before impact, a flash of red illuminated Obito's eyes. The blade that should have struck him found its mark in a teammate instead. Missed? The ninja felt an unsettling sensation course through him. But Obito's rage left no room for reaction. He leaped and delivered 3 swift kicks to their necks, decapitating them with a force so great it cracked the ground beneath. Fear spread like wildfire among the onlookers, questioning the nature of this terrifying adversary. What is he? What kind of strange technique is this? We must at least retrieve that woman. The scene shifted to Rin, who lay with a gaping wound in her chest. We cannot allow her corpse to fall into enemy hands. Hearing the commotion, Obito raised his gaze, sprinting towards Rin with astonishing speed. Along the way, blades swung and countless flashes of white reflected in the moonlight on the faces of the assailants. Yet, no wounds marred Obito's body. Is he truly invulnerable? Obito pressed through the throng until he neared Rin, but 2 others were nearly upon her first. In a fit of fury, he hurled the branch in his hand, sending the struck ninja flying as if struck by a colossal beast. With a swift motion, he joined his hands, causing the branch embedded in the other ninja to sprout numerous massive trunks, swiftly ending his life. White Zetsu watched in awe. He has suddenly executed the wood release cutting technique. Obito, I now understand why Madara chose you. The remaining ninja, still paralyzed by fear, was met with Obito's fist crashing down upon his skull, sending him sprawling to the ground and fracturing the earth beneath him. With a forceful kick, Obito grasped the ninja's head tightly. As he roared, Obito's hand crushed the mask on the ninja's face, revealing a bloodied visage. Obito's fury resonated as he pressed the ninja into the ground, his fist raining down like a torrential storm. Each strike reverberated through the earth, instilling a profound dread in the hearts of the mist elite who bore witness, causing them to lower their weapons unconsciously. Who is this man? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Obito gradually calmed, turning to face the remaining assailants. The bloodied mask he wore appeared demonic in their eyes. Rising to his feet, the remaining ninjas began to retreat in fear. Obito's left shoulder transformed into a multitude of trees, surging towards the remaining ninjas with relentless ferocity. Chapter 14. The Curse of the Ninja World. The scene shifts to the moon, where the anguished cries gradually draw closer. Bloodied branches emerge within the frame, the passage of time becoming indiscernible. The moon appears transformed into a blood moon, with crimson droplets cascading from the branches like a rain of blood. Within the imagery, Obito, drenched in blood, appears, his eyes reflecting nothing but despair for this world. I understand. The mask slowly opens, revealing a face steeped in hopelessness. As clear tears fall upon the river of blood, starkly visible. I am in hell. Lin, the catalyst of the fourth great ninja war. Obito. Uchiha Izuna. The two tomo of fate clash with the eternal kaleidoscope. This poet holds steadfast. Senju Tobarama. Evaluation complete. Deceit and gluttony abound. This sand is but a refuge from the storm. Uchiha Fugaku. It appears this matter has deeply affected Obito, as he has transcended the three tomo to reach the eternal kaleidoscope. Hatake Kakashi. Obito, I apologize. I have betrayed your trust, and I even took Lin's life. I am truly sorry. If blame is to be placed, let it fall upon me, but must you unleash your hatred upon the entire ninja world? Uchiha Obito. Do you understand, Kakashi? Your sense of guilt is inherently absurd. If you believe my motives for waging war stem solely from you and Lin, then you are gravely mistaken. Anoki. Senju Tobarama. Witnessing your dear friend slay the one you cherish. Is that not reason enough? Cease your stubbornness, Obito. Uchiha Obito. I am fully aware. It was Lin who threw herself into your Raikiri, choosing her own demise. Regardless of your justifications, to me, you are a fraud for failing to protect her. In my eyes, Lin's life should not have ended. Thus, she too is a counterfeit. I have despaired of this false world. Senju Tobarama. Evaluation complete. It seems this sand has also been caught in the winds. Uchiha Izuna. Then what is the meaning of your instigation of the Ninja World War? Does annihilating the world bring back the deceased? Namikaze Minato. Return to Konoha. Obito. With your current strength, you could maintain peace among the great nations. Hatake Kakashi. Obito. Uchiha Obito. Open your eyes to reality. Nothing is ever as one wishes. The longer one lives, the more one realizes that existence is filled with torment, suffering, and solitude. Everything in this world is thus. Where there is light, darkness must also dwell. Where there are victors, there must also be vanquished. The selfish will to protect peace incites war. To safeguard love, hatred must inevitably arise. This is a causal relationship that cannot be severed. Even if I were to suppress the great nations with my current power, hatred would still fester among them. At such a time, even more formidable forces would emerge, leading to greater casualties, much like the first Hokage. Uchiha Madara. A feeling of powerlessness akin to having one's copyright infringed. Namikaze Minato. Since when has Obito become so cultured? Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. It feels as though I have spoken at length, only to be met with a dismissive so what. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Impossible. Konoha is the most peace-loving village. We have never instigated war. The people within the village are kind-hearted, and their words are gentle. I truly adore being here. Nagato. System, who indirectly led to the destruction of Konoha with but a single phrase. A. Jiraiya B. Tsunade C. Orochimaru D. Sarutobi Hiruzen. System. Correct answers yield one question opportunity. The remaining options will conclude the query. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobarama. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nagato. Should we not celebrate with champagne? Senju Tobarama. You three, along with the monkey. Best keep your mouths shut from now on. Tsunade. Grandpa. I left Konoha long ago. It could not possibly be me. Jiraiya. I have been wandering the land in search of writing inspiration and the prophesied child. How could it be me? Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have always been cautious in speech, weighing my words carefully. How could I have uttered something that led to Konoha's destruction? Senju Tobarama, Orochimaru. It must be you, you scoundrel. I saw in the comments that you invaded Konoha, and I never imagined you would still harbor such treachery. Once I obtain 3 questioning opportunities, I will resurrect immediately, trampling Uchiha beneath my feet and striking down Orochimaru. Uchiha Izuna. System, I choose C. Senju Tobarama. Cursed. In my fury, I allowed that wicked Uchiha to precede me. Uchiha Izuna. It seems the first god of speed in the ninja world is not so formidable after all. Senju Tobarama. Humph. A petty person revels in their small victories. System. Incorrect answer. Punishment. Loss of hands for 1 day. And a pound of itching powder, mixed with laughter powder, will be released from the back every minute for 1 day. Uchiha Izuna. I am dead and in a spiritual state, yet, in the Pure Land. Uchiha Izuna's arms have vanished, and several black holes have appeared on his back, emitting yellow powder that fails to penetrate his spirit but clings to his back. Izuna seeks assistance to scratch, yet other spirits find their hands pass through, rendering him in a state of unbearable agony. Uchiha Madara. Izuna. What troubles you, Izuna? Uchiha Izuna. Ha. Senju Hashirama. Fear not. It seems from the description above that it is merely a day of laughter. Uchiha Itachi. Lord Madara. Many yellow powders have appeared upon Lord Izuna's back, and we wish to assist him, but our hands pass through. Uchiha Madara. Cursed. I did not anticipate such a bizarre system that enforces punishment even in death. Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Izuna. Have you received your comeuppance, wicked Uchiha? Uchiha Izuna. White hair. Child. Do not. Senju Tobarama. Do not make me laugh, child. Senju Hashirama. Enough, Tobarama. Stop fooling around. The priority now is to ascertain who is responsible for the obliteration of Konoha. Senju Tobarama. Understood, brother. Anoki. This ninja world is truly a hidden treasure. First, Uchiha Obito instigates the 4th Great Ninja War. And now arises one who could raise Konoha to the ground. I believe Konoha is indeed facing its reckoning. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Those who possess such power. Do you believe they would only focus on us in Konoha? Once they have the means, you will find yourselves at their mercy. Chapter 15. The Invasion of Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke. Could it be that the one who raised Konoha to the ground is that madman, Obito? Kakashi Hitaki. I believe Obito has not yet descended into such madness. Hashirama Senju. One cannot be too certain, after all. The 4th Hokage did mention that he had once controlled the Nine Tails to assault Konoha. Obito Uchiha. Within Konoha's borders, Obito sat upon a stone, gazing at the sky, lost in a maelstrom of self-doubt. Had I truly obliterated Konoha? Yet, could I really bring about its destruction based solely on the words of those 4 individuals? Shouldn't I be focused on gathering tailed beasts? Hashirama Senju. System. Does this question come with a hint? Naruto Uzumaki. Exactly. How are we supposed to guess without any hints? System. There are none. It all depends on luck. Hashirama Senju. I choose Tsunade. B. Tsunade, granduncle. How could I possibly utter words that would lead to Konoha's destruction? Hashirama Senju. I recall you have always had a penchant for gambling. Perhaps you offended someone during your escapades. Hashirama Senju. Seriously, brother, that reasoning is quite flimsy. Isn't it? In the entire ninja world, aside from you and those 2 malevolent Uchiha, I truly cannot think of anyone else capable of such destruction. And even if there were, would someone of that caliber truly stoop to gambling? Hashirama Senju. All right, I was merely guessing. Orochimaru. As expected of the 1st Hokage. A man of such audacity, to guess recklessly without a care. I am in awe. Hashirama Senju. It would be a miracle if anyone guessed correctly. System. Correct answer. Hashirama Senju. No way. Truly miraculous. System. What question would the 1st Hokage like to pose? Hashirama Senju. I think I'll hold off for now. Hashirama Senju. Thankfully, brother, you didn't directly ask who destroyed Konoha. Otherwise, I might have lost my composure. Hashirama Senju. As long as I collect enough 3 times, I can revive. As long as I protect Konoha, it should be effortless, right? You don't truly think I am foolish, do you? Hashirama Senju. Hashirama Senju. But Tsunade, you must learn to temper your words. Otherwise, you may offend those you do not wish to. Tsunade. Understood, granduncle. I will be more discreet in the future, so stop lecturing me. System. Commencing tally. The god born of suffering, Madara Uchiha. God? I wish to witness the qualifications of one who dares to stand alongside me and Hashirama. Hashirama Senju. What is this? What has transpired in your era? First, the two Tomo to the Mangeki, and now the God born of suffering. Is your generation plagued by such torment? Naruto Uzumaki. We are quite fortunate now. A simple task each day ensures our meals, and sometimes our missions even allow us to travel. Sakura Haruno. Indeed, everyone wears smiles of happiness daily. As long as war does not erupt, there should be little suffering. Hashirama Senju. Then what do Obito and this so-called God born of suffering signify? Nagato. Because the peace of your great nations is a form of violence against our smaller ones. The great and small nations alike are merely children still in their formative years. The God shall guide you toward true peace. Hey, kid. Though I know not who you are, your arrogance is unwarranted. How dare you suggest we are mere children? Nagato. A fool like you would soon learn humility through a grand endeavor. Hey, insolent. Boy, do you dare reveal your location? I could easily bring you to your knees alone. Nagato. Indeed, a child yet to mature. Did your mother leave her brain behind when she bore you, leaving only muscle? Hey, you infuriate me. Do not let me find you. In the mixed bath of the hot springs. Jiraiya felt a wave of sorrow wash over him as he witnessed this scene. His three disciples had lost their parents due to the wars of great nations, and it was only natural for them to harbor animosity toward the powers that be. It was a pity they had lost their lives so early, never having tasted the fruits of peace. After a moment of reflection, he returned his gaze to his writing materials, a trickle of crimson escaping his nostrils unconsciously. As the video commenced, the minds of all present were suddenly enveloped in darkness. Gradually, a light emerged, revealing the circumstances surrounding the outskirts of Konoha. A wayward youth with golden hair, wielding purple eyes, effortlessly pierced through Konoha's barrier with a mere glance. Konoha had erected a spherical barrier both underground and above. Those who trespassed without permission would be immediately detected. Such was the mechanism in place. Jiraiya, Konan, Yahiko, what is happening? I thought you were dead? Yahiko, I know not. According to the battle plan, the animal path was to be dropped from above Konoha, misleading the enemy regarding our numbers, thereby creating confusion. Awaiting the summoning technique of the animal path, the Azura path bent slightly at the knees, placing the animal path upon himself. From this moment forth, let the world feel suffering. With a resounding crash, the animal path shot forth like a cannonball towards the skies above Konoha. The instant it breached the barrier, the personnel monitoring the barrier sensed an unfamiliar chakra entering the village from above. The invader's target was a single individual at the west gate, point B. Several awaiting ninjas hurriedly rushed toward the point of intrusion, leaving one to report to the Hokage. In the air, the animal path swiftly formed hand seals, summoning the other pain bodies upon landing. Scatter. The six figures transformed into shadows, darting toward every corner of the village. The Azura path executed a sliding maneuver to halt itself, twisting its arm to launch 4 missiles toward the buildings within the village. Boom. The simultaneous explosions drew the attention of Konoha's inhabitants, who turned to the source only to behold the ruins of collapsed structures and injured civilians. The surrounding populace scattered like startled birds. Meanwhile, the animal path was not idle, summoning a multitude of formidable summoned beasts to wreak havoc within the village. Each of the 6 pain bodies fulfilled their roles. The more destructive ones created diversions while the human path and hell path gathered intelligence from within the village. In less than a few minutes, the village lay in tatters, echoing with the screams and terror of its people, resembling a hellish nightmare. Chapter 16. Kakashi's Duel with Pain, Senju Hashirama. Damn it. These pesky yellow-haired brats are truly infuriating. Senju Tobarama, in this day and age, even the Rinnegan has emerged. Tsunade, it is unforgivable to destroy the peace that our predecessors fought so hard to achieve. Jiraiya, Konan, Yahiko, weren't you both dead? How did it come to this? And what of Nagato? Yahiko, I don't understand. Nagato, those who do not comprehend suffering cannot truly feel pain. How heavy is a bag of rice? How heavy is it to carry it to the 2nd floor? Senju Tobarama, have you also been swept away by the sands? Anoki, I never imagined that there would be 6 possessing the Rinnegan within the Akatsuki. Nagato, contemplate pain, reflect upon suffering. Those who do not understand pain cannot truly feel it. On the Hokage building, Tsunade's heart ignited with a fierce flame upon witnessing the devastation of the village. With swift hands, she formed a series of seals and forcefully struck the ground. Summoning technique. A massive slug materialized amidst smoke, towering over the building. From now on, you will follow all the ninjas and civilians of Konoha. Accept my chakra and heal all the injured. The village is in peril. Hurry. Upon hearing Tsunade's urging, the slug ceased its chatter and began to divide itself in precise proportions, swarming the village like locusts. Along the way, it continuously provided healing to the wounded ninjas and civilians. The scene slowly zoomed in, revealing Tsunade's resolute gaze as she stood atop the Hokage building. No matter what occurs, the village must be protected. I stake the name of Hokage on this. Boom. An explosion resonated as a high-rise collapsed. Irika swiftly rushed to a fallen comrade, lifting him and quickly retreating from the danger of the crumbling structure. Are you all right? Just as Irika set the injured man down, Pain descended before them. Quickly tell me, where is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, or I shall kill you. Feeling the immense pressure radiating from Pain, beads of cold sweat formed on Irika's brow. Memories of his time with Naruto flooded his mind, leading him to a reluctant smile. I have nothing to say to scum like you. Even knowing that silence could cost him his life, Irika remained resolute in not revealing Naruto's whereabouts. Naruto Uzumaki, if you dare harm Irika-sensei, I will not let you get away. Sasuke Uchiha, the sun hasn't even set yet, child. Have you already begun to dream? With your strength, you can barely scratch the surface of others. Naruto Uzumaki, you idiot, Sasuke. Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto. Is that so? Then you're of no use. A black rod extended from the sleeve of Pain, aimed directly at the grounded Irika. At that critical moment, a hand suddenly grasped the black rod firmly. Seeing his attack effortlessly intercepted, Pain's pupils constricted. Create a diversion and then search discreetly. Take that injured man and evacuate quickly. Leave this to me. I understand. Irika realized that staying would only hinder Kakashi. Without lingering, he departed the battlefield with the injured comrade. Pain chose not to pursue, instead fixating his gaze on Kakashi. Then tell me, where is the Nine Tails? Everything you do is futile. The people here are not ordinary villagers. Not a single one would betray their comrades, even at the cost of their lives. Kakashi twisted the black rod he held, shattering it instantly. In that moment of destruction, Pain kicked towards Kakashi's head. Kakashi quickly crouched down, forming seals with his hands. Earth-style, earth wall. A wall of earth, etched with dog heads, rose to completely block Pain's retreat. Pain's gaze sharpened as another black rod appeared in his hand, striking Kakashi's shoulder with such speed that even he could not react in time. Pain coursed through his body. Yet he stifled the agony and began to gather lightning chakra in his right hand. A brilliant light surged forth, thunder echoing in their ears. Chidori. Just as Kakashi was about to pierce Pain, the contours of the Rinnegan emerged in his mind, distracting him momentarily. Pain deftly dodged, and Kakashi's Chidori struck the wall, leaving a web of cracks. What was that just now? Copy Ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, a pleasure to meet you. Pain did not respond to Kakashi's query, as any sane individual would refrain from divulging critical information. Kakashi gritted his teeth and swiftly retreated, separating the black rod from his shoulder. Where's the Nine Tails? In response to Pain's inquiry, Kakashi took a moment to regain his composure, and the lightning flickered once more. What a foolish topic. With a leap, Kakashi aimed his Chidori at Pain's head. Strangely, Pain did not evade, staring blankly at Kakashi. Senju Tobarama, I told you this sand was blown away. To be so stunned by such an attack is absurd. Senju Hashirama, I have a feeling this will not be so simple. Nagato, indeed, mere mortals cannot comprehend divine power. Senju Tobarama, if I get the chance to find this guy at the Konoha hospital, I'll have them check his head. How would you know? You are not a character in a video? Nagato, hee. Just as Chidori was about to pierce Pain's head, an overwhelming force suddenly propelled Kakashi backwards, shattering the earthen wall behind him in an instant. Centered around Pain, a radius of dozens of meters was flattened to the ground. Senju Tobarama, what the hell? That is cheating. This is beyond cheating. Nagato, is it not just open if it is not closed? Anoki, is this the power of the Rinnegan? Truly terrifying. Kakashi emerged from the rubble, gazing at Pain with grave concern. What technique was that? It felt different from a shockwave. Everything in proximity was blown away. Kakashi used both feet to spring from the debris onto the level ground. In that case, a glimmer of white light appeared in Kakashi's hand, followed by an unending rumble of thunder. How will you respond to this? With a vigorous throw, chakra transformed into a swift wolf dog that lunged at Pain. Yet, just as it was about to bite, the wolf dog was instantly dispelled, and throughout the encounter, Pain remained utterly motionless. Witnessing this, Kakashi's heart sank. Chapter 17. The divine punishment of Shinra. Both physical attacks and ninjutsu were unexpectedly rebounded. Who on earth is this formidable opponent? What should I do? While Kakashi pondered strategies, a sudden cacophony erupted from behind him. Turning around, He beheld a ninja clad in identical attire to that of Devapath standing ominously at his back. Another one. The Azura Path twisted its arm, unleashing a barrage of missiles that soared towards Kakashi. However, the projectiles detonated around him, kicking up immense clouds of dust. Just as the Azura Path readied itself. Believing Kakashi to be vanquished, he sprang forth, lightning blade in hand, aimed directly at the Azura Path's neck. Success. Yet, the Azura Path merely squatted, evading the strike without a glance. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. How did this being foresee his attack and deftly dodge it? The adversary remained fixated ahead. Suddenly, Kakashi caught a glimpse of Devapath, realizing he had been under constant scrutiny. So that's it. The words of Zetsu echoed in his mind. Their eyes are interconnected, their visions shared. During his confrontation with pain, a one-on-one strategy was paramount. Each individual could only wield the powers of one system. Discerning that ability was crucial. The Azura Path understood that close combat was not its forte, and with a nimble leap, it returned to Devapath's side. To contend with 6 such beings. Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi, having directly faced pain, couldn't help but marvel. This truly was extraordinary. Jiraiya. Oh, it seems my strength remains quite formidable in the future, huh? So not a fool. Is that the point of concern? Konoha has been under siege for so long with no response from you. And the enemy is so powerful, you can't possibly. Jiraiya, ha. That's even less likely. Those 3 were the most peace-loving. They would sacrifice themselves for the sake of the others. How could they possibly turn against me, their teacher? A Konoha Jainin, unknown, killed by a missile. Is your love for peace really that steadfast? Jiraiya, perhaps Yahiko was controlled by something, and Conan was threatened. Yes, maybe the news of your deaths was fabricated. Nagato must have been manipulated, forcing Yahiko and Conan to become enforcers. How outrageous. Nagato, Conan, Yahiko. Tell me who is controlling you. I will stand up for you. Conan. Nagato. Yahiko, Pure Land. Yahiko closed his eyes, envisioning the destruction of Konoha. It seemed Nagato had not perished. He had turned my body into a puppet. Jiraiya-sensei likely remains unaware of all this. Perhaps they wish to shield him from the truth of my demise. But why have you all become this way? Yahiko's gaze was complex as he stared into the empty Pure Land, feeling an overwhelming sense of desolation. The Azura Path's head twisted, sprouting 2 new faces. With a fierce motion of his right hand, he revealed his robust muscles and advanced technology. Devapath raised his palm, unleashing an immense gravitational pull towards Kakashi. Kakashi struggled against this force, yet it relentlessly drew him closer. So, this is his ability. In midair, Kakashi analyzed Devapath's power. He reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving a chain and hurling it at a nearby rock. The chain coiled around the stone, securing Kakashi just a few meters from the Azura Path. Confronting pain alone against these foes was a futile endeavor. I must call for reinforcements and inform them of their abilities. The sound of palm meeting chain echoed as Kakashi strained against the overwhelming attraction. Until my body can withstand no more. Seeing Kakashi persist, Devapath activated the universal pull again, intensifying the gravitational force. This is bad. Under this tremendous pressure, Kakashi's hand slipped from the chain, and he was impaled by the Azura Path's massive serrated weapon. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei. Lin, the catalyst of the 4th great ninja war Kakashi. Minato, it's fine. This should be Kakashi's shadow clone. I trust he will not fall so easily. Transfixed by the piercing, Kakashi transformed into lightning. The conductive nature of the Azura Path's steel rendered it momentarily paralyzed. Just as Devapath prepared to intervene for the Azura Path, he sensed something and quickly leaped away from his previous position. Within a heartbeat, 2 colossal fists descended upon the spot where they had just stood. The fist shrank as Choji and his father materialized on the battlefield, confronting the Azura Path. Now flattened into a metallic pancake. Thus, one has been eliminated. Choji glanced back at the ruins. Right, Kakashi. Bang. Kakashi raised his lightning blade, blasting away the debris that had buried him, emerging from the wreckage. I too have made preparations. Placing his hands on the ground, Kakashi hoisted himself up. Grateful to conserve chakra. Are you alright? Well, sort of. The trapped shadow clone. Witnessing Kakashi emerge unscathed, Devapath recalled the first time Kakashi had risen from the rubble. At that moment, it was already. Devapath narrowed his eyes, finding himself compelled to admire Kakashi's caution in battle. Is the chakra amount acceptable? As someone who had fought alongside him on several occasions, Choji was well aware of Kakashi's depleted chakra. Using the lightning release shadow clone, he had already exhausted a significant portion. Kakashi squinted at the formidable figure before him. Engaging such a powerful opponent for an extended period, truthfully, was quite taxing. However, I have begun to decipher some of that fellow's abilities. In the scene, the spinning tomo of Kakashi's Sharingan was magnified infinitely. The camera shifted, and Devapath lunged towards Kakashi. "Dad, he is coming." Seeing the rapidly approaching enemy, Choji hastily warned. Chapter 18. Kakashi approaches death. A few individuals, along with the newly arrived ninjas, instantly heightened their vigilance. They grasped their respective weapons, adopting combat stances, and launched an assault against Pain. Size, colossal fists, and countless shurikens summoned from scrolls rained down upon him. Yet, just as these attacks neared their target, it was as if they had been halted in midair. Shinra Tensei, Pain intoned, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force that deflected all assaults. This immense power created a vacuum across the entire landscape of Konoha. Orochimaru, terrifying Uchiha Azuna, once Susanoo, and he would comply. Senju Hashirama, don't just with me, brother. Even without a mirror, one can still discern their own reflection, right? You dare speak so boldly when you were easily dispatched by my flying thunder god? Uchiha Azuna, is a single mistake to be held against me for eternity? Senju Hashirama, just practice more. If you can't handle it, don't step onto the battlefield. Uchiha Azuna, this fellow has lost his mind. The formidable repulsion stirred a storm of dust, and Shikamaru seized the moment to launch two kunai. Pain tilted his head, effortlessly evading the attack. Witnessing this, Kakashi's eyes lit up, as if uncovering a hidden secret. After spinning a specially designed kunai, he hurled it at Pain with great force. However, just as it was about to strike, the kunai was once again repelled. The smoke bomb tethered to its end exploded, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. Taking advantage of the obscurity, the remaining ninjas quickly retreated to safety. The scene gradually widened, revealing Choji and his father, along with Kakashi, gasping for breath behind a distant boulder. What did that guy just do? Choji glanced at Kakashi, who possessed the Sharingan, hoping to glean some answers. He repelled all attacks. His technique appears to draw objects towards himself or repel them away, akin to gravity and repulsion. Kakashi recalled how Pain had dodged the kunai. Realizing that he could not employ that technique consecutively, there was indeed a brief interval before he could initiate another. Choji peeked out, surveying the battlefield now reduced to rubble. Apart from Kakashi and the two others, everyone else had been rendered unconscious by Pain's recent display of power. Just moments ago, all had been struck down. Choji withdrew his head, pondering the situation with Kakashi and his brother. If he can repel all attacks, what should we do now? The interval between his techniques seems brief. We cannot approach him. Kakashi blinked helplessly but knew he must focus on that interval. I have an idea, please assist me. Kakashi's gaze hardened, fixating on the front. Naruto, as expected of Kakashi-sensei, he has already devised a countermeasure. Sasuke, it's not like you came up with it. Why are you so excited? Orochimaru, if the Akatsuki's goal is to capture the tailed beasts, shouldn't we unite to resist? After all, their strength is evident to all. Ahumph. No need for alliances. I could subdue him with a single Black Mamba elbow strike. Nagato, a fool like him clearly lacks sense. I could march through and bring your entire village to its knees. Killer Bee, did you even plant cotton before? Senju Hashirama, enough of this bickering. Let us continue watching the video. I hope Konoha can withstand this crisis amidst the swirling dust. Pain advanced step by step. Boom. Kakashi burst forth from the earth, wielding a kunai aimed at Pain's eyes. Just before the strike, the immense repulsive force surged again, halting the kunai mere centimeters from its target. Buzz! With a thunderous sound, Kakashi fell to the ground, his vitality waning. Your movements are commendable, Pain remarked as he approached Kakashi, showering him with praise while displaying a myriad of techniques. A being like you would become quite troublesome if not eliminated swiftly. A black rod materialized in Pain's palm, poised to pierce the fallen Kakashi. Now's the time, Kakashi shouted within his mind. Double meat tank. Two colossal meatballs surged towards Pain like speeding vehicles. Too slow. Pain activated Shinra Tensei once more, sending the gigantic meatballs flying. The two airborne figures tightened their grip on the iron chains. The ground shattered, revealing chains buried beneath the earth, ensnaring Pain firmly. Yet, Pain displayed no hint of panic, maintaining his calm demeanor. Did Kakashi bury these chains underground before launching his assault? A deafening thunderclap resounded, causing Pain's pupils to constrict. Raikiri, upon seeing the lightning. Choji and his father pulled on the chains with renewed vigor. Go, Kakashi-sensei. Eliminate him, Kakashi. Swoosh. The sound of Raikiri piercing through objects echoed. And as Kakashi's eyes widened in shock, his heart raced with disbelief. The battered Pain, reduced to scrap metal, rose once more, blocking Kakashi's lethal Raikiri. Pain chuckled softly. A blinding flash erupted, and in this position should he be struck, he would be left severely injured, if not dead. As despair gripped everyone's hearts. Choji's father steeled himself, without a moment's hesitation. He charged in front of Choji, arms outstretched, shielding him with his body. Choji, Dad. Boo-hoo. Choji's father. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Gaara. Sunagakure. Gazing at a father willing to sacrifice his life for his son, Gaara felt a tumult of emotions, envy mixed with jealousy. As the tumult subsided, the camera panned outwards, revealing a landscape of desolation and ruin. Drops of blood fell, and a glimpse of silver hair appeared. Kakashi lay amidst the wreckage, only his scarred upper body visible. It seems you are not merely pretending to be incapacitated, Pain observed from above, looking down at Kakashi. Kakashi raised his head, murmuring to himself, Am I too slow? His gaze flickered towards the Choji family, who lay motionless against the stone, their fates uncertain. I know you are not a mere shadow clone. I will undoubtedly end your life. It is over. Chapter 19. The death of Kakashi. Tendu's gaze fell upon the wooden board beneath his feet, where a nail began to twist violently. To be cautious. I shall not approach you lightly. With a swift motion, the nail soared into the air, and Tendu grasped it deftly, aiming for Kakashi's exposed head, then snorted coldly. Do you now comprehend, Pain? With fingers curved, the nail shot forth like a bullet, striking Kakashi's skull. His head jerked back, swaying momentarily before he succumbed entirely to silence. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei. Might Guy, Kakashi. Rin, the catalyst of the fourth great ninja war. Kakashi. To avoid accusations of excessive verbosity, I shall refrain from listing them all. Jiraiya, Yahiko, how have you become this way? To kill so many and remain unfazed? And how have you managed to replicate so many Rinnegan? Why have you all become like this? Yahiko, do you believe me if I say I do not know? Conan, Sensei, do not blame us. This world is as it is. You taught us how to survive, yet reality has unveiled the essence of existence. Nagato, witnessing our destruction of Konoha. Sensei, you must now regret not heeding Orochimaru's advice to eliminate us. Jiraiya, no. Seeing you, who once cherished peace, become this way pains my heart. Izuna Uchiha, this we, are you implying? Tobirama Senju, monkey, awaken your disciple. He is not a victim of coercion but has willingly chosen this path. Our immediate priority is to strengthen Konoha's defenses against these psychologically twisted individuals. Nagato, God shall allow this naive world to mature. Those who cannot feel pain cannot comprehend suffering. Tendu surveyed his surroundings, all lay prostrate, immobile, even if not dead. With a gentle leap, he vanished from sight. Mere seconds after Tendu's departure, CHG's hand twitched. Father. CHG's eyes fell upon Kakashi, drenched in blood, his voice tinged with sorrow. Kakashi-sensei. Father. Grasping his father's hand, tears streamed down his cheeks. You protected me. I want to cry, but I will wait. CHG. Hearing Kakashi's voice, CHG stared blankly in its direction. If I can still move, I must report Pain's abilities to Tsunade-sama. We must devise a countermeasure immediately. Nagato, can he still be alive? Is this a joke? Naruto, ha. I told you Kakashi wouldn't perish so easily. Other matters can wait. I must run now. But, I. CHG looked at the surrounding corpses. His heart heavy with grief. Don't let it be in vain for my father. Bang. What a troublesome bunch. At this moment, the Azura path, which should have been lifeless, stirred once more. Damn, still not dead. Kakashi's gaze fixed on the Azura path, but the Azura path would not linger. Behind him, a mass of flesh molded itself into a projectile, coalescing into a cannonball aimed at the only remaining figure, CHG. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Is the target CHG? Startled, CHG looked towards Kakashi, pointing towards the Azura path, ready to speak. Yet, upon seeing Kakashi's dire state, the words caught in his throat. His gaze shifted to his deceased father. In that moment, his immature heart began to grow stronger. Father, thank you for everything. CHG's eyes hardened, his expression fierce. Just watch. Boom. Run, CHG. The cannonball's tail ignited with sparks, poised to fire at any moment. CHG shouted, his legs propelling him backward in a frantic escape. Seeing CHG flee, Kakashi returned his focus to the Azura path. With my current chakra, I cannot contend with him fully. Furthermore, if I were to use it once more, Kakashi's expression was devoid of emotion, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. all my strength and chakra would be expended, and my life would. Kakashi closed his eyes, seemingly reflecting on his life. Whoosh. Time was of the essence. The cannonball shot forth from the Azura path, seemingly with homing capabilities, ensuring it would pursue Sage-G no matter where he attempted to evade. I must entrust this information to the survivors. This is the best choice I can make to save Konoha. Kakashi suddenly opened his left eye, revealing a kaleidoscopic pattern akin to a shuriken. Following the trail of smoke, Kakashi precisely locked onto the cannonball that threatened CHG. The space around him warped, and in an instant, that projectile vanished within Konoha. CHG, though puzzled, had no time to ponder. He continued his desperate flight. The Azura path, witnessing this, recalled the nail thrown by Tendu. Was that also accomplished by this ocular technique? After uttering those words, the Azura path tilted its head and finally perished. It seems my time has come to an end. Kakashi gasped for breath, gazing skyward. Obito. Rin. Izuna Uchiha. Goodness. Kakashi's eye ability can actually warp space. It is truly extraordinary. By the way, Sasuke Uchiha, how many tomo do you have now? Sasuke Uchiha. 1. 1 tomo. Fugaku Uchiha. Makoto Uchiha. Madara Uchiha. Are you implying that Obito awakened his second tomo due to Kakashi blinding one of his eyes, and upon the death of his beloved, he unlocked the kaleidoscope? While your father and mother were slain by his own brother, leading to the extinction of his clan, he only awakened 1 tomo. Sasuke Uchiha. Perhaps my mental fortitude is stronger. Should be, right? Kakashi Hitaki. It seems this time I have truly met my end. Inoichi Yamanaka. I am forever grateful, Kakashi. When I have the chance, I shall treat you to barbecue. CHG, Woo. Kakashi-sensei. Tobarama Senju. These are indeed the villagers who have inherited my will of fire. Hashirama Senju. Cursed be. Tobarama Senju, brother, you are clever. Please provide me with answers to more questions. As long as I guard Konoha, I shall not believe anyone dares to invade. Tobarama Senju. Understood, brother. Minato Namikaze, Kakashi, even in his final moments, was concerned for Obito and Rin. Chapter 20. The encounter between Tendo and Tsunade. Uchiha Obito. Reality is indeed harsh. Nothing ever goes as one wishes. I shall evolve this sorrow-laden world into one where everyone can live the life they desire. Rin, the catalyst of the fourth great ninja war Obito. Inside the Hokage building, Tsunade, who was channeling chakra, suddenly trembled. What is it? The Umbu guard beside her sensed something amiss and quickly inquired. Tsunade's expression was filled with sorrow. Her eyes quivered as if she were desperately holding back tears. The scene shifted to a slug lying atop the lifeless body of Kakashi. Tsunade bit her lip, halting the flow of chakra. She then rose and walked towards the enormous fan-shaped stone wall nearby. The slug had already reached the majority of the villagers. Boom. Tsunade unleashed a powerful punch, creating a thunderous sound as the towering wall instantly cracked. The fissures spread outward in layers before erupting. I'm sorry. Please continue. Jiraiya, it seems the relentless blows have taken a significant toll on Tsunade. I have never seen her exhibit such a demeanor in my life. Nagato, with the homeland in such ruins, anyone would be broken. After Tsunade vented her emotions, she was about to resume channeling chakra when the voice of Choji interrupted. Lady Tsunade. Choji leaped to the top of the Hokage building, having disowned one of the enemy's abilities. All right, what is it? Upon hearing good news, Tsunade perked up, her voice noticeably more spirited. The individual is male, aged between 25 and 30, characterized by 6 nose rings and 7 earrings. His ability allows him to utilize techniques akin to attraction and repulsion, pulling his targets towards him while deflecting all ninjutsu attacks. The others nearby were astonished and inquired, deflect? All of them? Indeed. But there is approximately a 5-second interval before he can use that technique again. Only 5 seconds. The more Tsunade listened, the more her expression darkened. Yet in order to bolster the morale of her comrades, she quickly composed herself. Your report is commendable. This will significantly reduce casualties. Communicate this message through the slug. Understood. The scene shifts to within the Leaf Village. Numerous summoned beasts, centipedes, birds, crabs, and others continued to wreak havoc throughout the village. They mercilessly slaughtered defenseless civilians and ninja alike, with countless screams echoing through the leaf, resembling a hell on earth. Senju Hashirama. Why? Why has everything come to this? Tsunade, you 3 better watch out. Ungrateful wretches, if it weren't for Jiraiya, you would have been dead long ago. Yahiko. Jiraiya, regardless of what you have been through, the ordinary people within the village are innocent. Why have those who cherish peace become such? Especially you. Yuhiko, thankfully, Nagato was kind-hearted in his youth. I suspect he couldn't bear to act, which is why he hasn't appeared in the footage. Yuhiko. Senju Tobarama, that individual named Jiraiya should be quiet. Have you not noticed that those figures are puppets? The true mastermind is likely Nagato, who has been making these declarations all along. Jiraiya? Nagato was someone who, even at the cost of his own life, sought to protect Yuhiko and Konan. How could he commit such inhumane acts? Even if I must leap from here, I refuse to believe my disciple Nagato would do something like this. Nagato. As Tendo searched for information, he suddenly sensed a dense chakra. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized that the individual before him was indeed the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Upon seeing Tendo, Tsunade's mind instantly recalled Jiraiya's words about caring for those 3 children. That little brat back then? It seems you remember. The Umbu, gripping their weapons, turned to Tsunade, asking, "Do you know him?" "I have a vague recollection." "Who is he?" Before Tsunade could respond, Tendo answered for her. "He is the god of order." Tendo's tone was calm, devoid of any hint of turmoil, as if he were recounting an everyday occurrence. "It appears he is no ordinary individual." Ignoring the Umbu's mockery, Tendo inquired, "Where is Naruto, the Ninetales?" "Who knows?" Tsunade glared at Pain, fully aware she would never disclose the location of the Ninetales to this enemy who had ravaged her homeland. The Jinchuriki have mostly been captured. The balance of power in the ninja villages, maintained by the tailed beasts, can no longer be upheld. All the Jinchuriki. AIB. You must not leave until I eliminate this guy. No. Starting tomorrow, you will move in with me. B. Okay. This way. Big brother can better appreciate my singing, dancing, and rapping. Come on now. AI. If you dare to rap in my ear, even without that guy named Nagato, I will turn you into a meat patty. B. Big brother is so frightening. At this moment, shielding the Ninetales is meaningless. Indeed, your target is Naruto. Tendo closed his eyes, his tone utterly flat. Soon conflicts will arise, and the seeds of war will scatter. Then we shall control these wars. If you assist us, we might consider sparing you. The scene shifts to the devastated Leaf Village. In this situation, you should be well aware of our strength. Tsunade furrowed her brows and shouted angrily, "Do not underestimate the 5 Kage. To utterly destroy the stable life our ancestors have pursued and maintained. Your terrorist rhetoric is futile." Upon hearing this, Tendo closed his eyes once more, then suddenly opened them wide, an immense force emanating outward, pressing against everyone present. "Do not be so arrogant." His previously calm demeanor now carried a hint of anger. Feeling the overwhelming chakra, the other Umbu quickly raised their hands in defense. What powerful chakra is this? Is this the power of the Rinnegan? It is unlike anything we have encountered thus far. An ominous premonition looms. Tendo glared fiercely at Tsunade. "Your peace is merely our violence." His tone remained calm, yet anyone could discern the fury buried beneath his words. Chapter 21. Konoha transformed into ruins indeed. The actions of Konoha in the past were not entirely justifiable, but I can never condone your methods. Mind your words. The eyes of Pain narrowed slightly. This is the final warning bestowed by the divine. Reveal the whereabouts of Naruto. The crowd merely gazed at Pain. Though they said nothing, their silence spoke volumes to him. "We shall gather all the power we possess to defeat you, and nothing more. Moreover, you are gravely mistaken. The very thing you desire most shall forever elude your grasp," Tsunade taunted. "If you believe that the ninjas of Konoha can eternally safeguard Naruto, then that is." "No." Before Pain could finish his statement, Tsunade interrupted, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Naruto is indeed formidable." Observing the stubbornness of the few before him, Pain's expression gradually darkened. Yet, within moments, his demeanor returned to normal. "It seems Naruto is not here, but at Mayaboka Mountain." "What?" Tsunade stared in shock at Pain, astonished that he had indeed acquired the information about Naruto's location. The scene shifted as the summoned beasts wreaked havoc within the village, dissipating into clouds of smoke while the animal path gracefully leaped away from Konoha. The others ceased their attacks and sprinted straight towards the outskirts of the village. Mayaboka Mountain appears to be a village of toads. It seems that effort here would be futile. "You bastard." Tsunade gritted her teeth, her tone filled with resentment. "Lady Tsunade, we must first allow these foes to retreat." An Umbu turned to her, reinforcing the village's defenses in the meantime. "Senju Hashirama, it is finally coming to an end. I hope the village can withstand this ordeal." Pain turned away, but not before posing a question to those present. "Is the chakra beneath your feet intended to counter my techniques? It seems my abilities have already been detected by you." In the face of overwhelming power, all is rendered meaningless. This has been proven by your great nations. The more Pain spoke, the heavier his tone grew. You still delude yourselves into believing you are the protagonists of this world, thinking that death is far from your reach. So naively lost in peace. The slayer shall ultimately be slain. The scene shifted to the corpses littering the village of Konoha. Hatred binds the two together. War accompanies the death and suffering of both sides. Upon hearing Pain's words, Tsunade furiously pointed at Pain. Our great nations have endured the same suffering. Tsunade shouted, flinging her hand, do not make excuses to continue this madness. Pain stiffly turned his head, his expression dark enough to drip with water. Ridiculous. Pain's feet lifted from the ground, slowly ascending into the air. Feel the pain, contemplate the pain. Embrace the pain, understand the pain. Watching Pain rise higher, Tsunade grew anxious. Wait, Pain. At this moment, Pain had already soared into the sky, arms outstretched as he looked down. Accept the pain. Understand the pain. Those who do not know pain cannot comprehend true peace. The sun's blinding white light illuminated Pain, and under this radiance, he appeared almost divine. Pain, what do you intend to do? Tsunade dashed beneath the eaves, yet all of it seemed so absurd, no matter her efforts. She could not approach Pain, who had ascended into the heights. Outside Konoha. No, that technique will shorten your life. As Conan spoke, the remaining 4 Pains collapsed simultaneously. The power of 6. Conan gazed up at the dark figure. Must we, after all, take action? Nagato. The scene returned to Pain. I cannot forget Yahiko's suffering. From now on, let the world experience pain. Shinra Tensei. Buzz. 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 A deafening sonic boom reverberated throughout Konoha. This force radiating outward from Pain at an alarming speed. Wherever it swept, it was as if darkness met a flame, retreating in haste as countless structures crumbled. The death toll unknown. Before anyone could react, the blinding light enveloped Konoha. Boom. Buildings were crushed in a torrent. The results of years of labor reduced to ash in an instant. The camera panned out. The once prosperous Konoha had now transformed into a barren basin. Not a single hair remaining. Uchiha coughing. What the? Oh my. Incredible. EI. Is this what that Nagato kid referred to as the Great Pain? Vortex Nagato. I was about to leave, but you insisted on provoking me before my departure. Are you satisfied now? Vortex Naruto. You murderer who has taken so many lives. I must become stronger and stop you beforehand. Vortex Nagato. Oh, on what grounds? My organization possesses combat power exceeding that of the Kage, and I myself wield the strongest eye in the ninja world, the Rinnegan. What will you use to stop me? Love and justice? Or do you intend to invoke my sympathy with mere words? Vortex Naruto. Speak plainly, and I will act on my words. That is my ninja way. I will definitely stop you. Minato Namikaze. Naruto, what a remarkable ninja way you possess. Keep it up. Tsunade, bastard. You have turned the peace fought for by our ancestors into this. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Vortex Nagato. Now you should have some understanding of pain. Senju Hashirama. All Hokage and Jiraiya. Does anyone know what has transpired with this individual? Why would he willingly shorten his own life to unleash such a widespread technique upon Konoha? If you gather enough inquiries to resurrect me, you may preserve Konoha as it is now. However, without addressing the underlying issues, this cycle of violence will only breed even greater foes. Jiraiya. Report to the first Hokage. These 3 were children I nurtured on the battlefield in the Land of Rain for 3 years. They all lost their parents due to the war. By chance, I witnessed Nagato's Rinnegan. From that moment on, I was convinced that he was the child of prophecy and provided them with ninjutsu guidance. 3 years later, I hastily returned to Konoha. The last I heard of them. All 3 had perished. Shimura Danzo. You, Jiraiya. How could you fail to report such significant intelligence regarding the Rinnegan to the village? Jiraiya. Humph. If I had reported that information, they would have likely perished the moment I departed. Chapter 22. Naruto, Shimura Danzo. It is one thing to conceal matters on the battlefield, but how dare you speculate and malign the village's higher-ups? If you return to the village immediately to face judgment, I may consider leniency given your apparent remorse. Jiraiya. Huh? Do I look like a fool to you? Orochimaru. As far as I know, Danzo colluded with Hanzo of the Salamander for a certain operation targeting the Rinnegan, it seems. Jiraiya, really? Orochimaru. Is that true? Orochimaru. Indeed, this is information I inadvertently uncovered during my collaboration with Danzo. Jiraiya, old man, there is no need for your judgment. I'll return to Konoha right now. You harmed my apprentice? I'll make you pay. Senju Tobarama. Monkey, prioritize reviving my brother when the opportunity arises. We are under the control of a sinister individual. The technique must be my Edo Tensei. Hiruzen Sarutobi. What? Senju Tobarama. Just gather enough chances to revive my brother quickly. I fear this individual may act against Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Understood. Tsunade. There is no need for alarm, for the future version of me should have used the slug to protect most lives, but Senju Tobarama, let us hope that pain departs after unleashing this technique. Otherwise, I fear Konoha cannot withstand him. By the way, Hitaki Kakashi. Since my brother did not inquire about the destruction of Konoha, did you squander this opportunity? Hitaki Kakashi, it seems. Indeed, it was wasted. In the ruins, after Sakura called out for Naruto, a sudden cloud of white smoke arose in the devastated center. Naruto, draped in a crimson cloak and bearing a massive scroll at his waist, had the sage markings around his eyes. Shinichi, I never expected that the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku would be learned by the newly contracted young one. Shima, it appears we will also partake in the battle against pain. I hope the old man and the children remain safe, for I do not wish to hold your funeral. Shinichi, nonsense. I am not afraid of battling pain. Countless die each day in the shinobi world. Yet here I stand, destined for longevity. Jiraiya. Naruto shook his head, surveying the dust-laden world around him, his heart filled with confusion. Where am I? Is this still within the village? At that moment, Shima suddenly appeared before Naruto from an unknown location. What is happening? Why did they not summon us to Konoha? Shinichi, with a serious gaze, affirmed, this is indeed Konoha. Naruto was taken aback and immediately began to scan his surroundings. But the swirling dust obscured all visibility, rendering everything unclear. What is going on? Shima, please take a good look around. As the dust began to settle, Shinichi focused on the revealed Hokage rock. Naruto squinted slightly. One exclaimed in astonishment, could it be? Shima turned to Naruto. It is evident who is responsible for this calamity. The sensation was exactly akin to that when standing on Jiraiya's shoulder. The scene shifted. And with a resounding crash, an umbu lifted a massive rock, revealing Tsunade buried beneath. Lady Tsunade, are you all right? Tsunade coughed lightly, her aura diminished to its utmost. Raising her head, the sight that met her eyes caused her to widen them in shock. The once thriving Konoha had transformed into a vast pit, surrounded by the injured. What is this? Tsunade clenched her teeth, her eyes ablaze with unending hatred and fury. I cannot forgive. Absolutely not, pain. The umbu, hearing her voice, turned to look at the Hokage, only to discover that the mark upon her forehead had vanished. She had released the creation rebirth technique, pouring all her chakra into the slug. To protect the villagers from pain, the scene shifted to a multitude of slugs expelling the injured. The slugs released Irika, who, overwhelmed by pain, could only collapse onto the ground, unable to stand. I'm sorry, just containing everyone was a struggle. It is not Lady Slug's fault. Irika exerted all his strength to raise himself slightly, hoping for the safety of all. Senju Tobarama, I commend you, Tsunade, for preserving the lives of so many under such dire circumstances. Senju Hashirama, to be honest, when I first saw you as Hokage, I thought you would be worried about losing Konoha. It seems I underestimated you. Tsunade, of course, I am the granddaughter of the god of ninjas, perfectly inheriting the will of fire of my ancestors. Safeguarding the villagers is my foremost duty. The scene returned to the center of Konoha. As a powerful wind swept through, dispersing the dust that had enveloped the battlefield, Pain stood resolutely at the center. Upon recognizing Pain, both Naruto and the sage couple immediately wore expressions of grave concern. You have spared me the effort of seeking you out. On the outskirts of Konoha, the four individuals, who had just been drained and collapsed, had now regained their ability to move. One man approached the shattered azure path, extending his hand. A grotesque entity suddenly materialized. Though its appearance was hideous, no one dared to overlook its presence. After all, it bore the Rinnegan upon its eyes, who wouldn't tremble at the sight. The king of hell opened its massive jaws, extracting the azure path and slowly began to devour it. When it opened its mouth again, the azure path, which had previously been reduced to scrap, appeared whole before everyone's eyes. Uchiha Izuna, it's confirmed. This creature is not like the one I devoured. Senju Tobarama, this is rather underhanded. My Edo Tensei at least requires sacrifices. Conan gazed worriedly at the animal path. Why are you acting recklessly? The animal path crouched before the azure path, its expression as calm as ever, uttering, because this is my justice. The azure path flung its arms, propelling the animal path skyward toward Konoha. Konan watched it all with growing anxiety. Having already lost Yahiko, she did not wish to lose her remaining family in this world, concentrating all her chakra into pain. While the jutsu's effects were profound, the risks were equally significant. Moreover, compared to the previous use of this technique, the revival of 5 individuals had slowed. Sheets of paper fluttered in the breeze, and Conan's figure gradually faded. I will continue to watch over you. My paper clone shall end here. Chapter 23. A blow for each pain? Summoning technique. The beast realm swiftly formed hand seals in midair, and with a puff of white smoke, several other pains descended onto the battlefield. At that moment, Tsunade, breathless, arrived on the scene. I am the 5th Hokage. The esteemed 5th Hokage. One of the Umbu leapt to Tsunade's side. You have ravaged the treasures and dreams of our ancestors. I shall never forgive you. Fury burned in Tsunade's eyes, clearly indicating that her hatred for pain had reached its zenith. First, he killed Jiraiya, then Kakashi, and now he has brought such ruin to Konoha. Had it not been for her use of the slug to protect the majority of the villagers, few would have survived this calamity. As Hokage, I shall put an end to this. Tsunade's expression was resolute, yet Tendo displayed a calm demeanor, even tinged with mockery. It seems you have begun to grasp the concept of pain. However, I am not here to seek you out. What I seek. The mechanical roar echoed suddenly as the Azura path charged at Naruto. Yet, with the power of the sage, Naruto's reflexes were astonishingly swift, and with a single punch, he reduced the Azura path to a mere wreck. It's me, right? The others stared in shock at Naruto, who had effortlessly defeated a pain with a single blow. Particularly in Tsunade's eyes, as she gazed at Naruto's back, she seemed to see reflections of the 4th Hokage and Jiraiya. Against these foes, the Hokage of Konoha need not intervene. Granny, you may step aside and enjoy your tea. Naruto. Tsunade was in disbelief at Naruto's overwhelming strength. Grandfather, do you see 2 familiar figures? Bunta spoke with a hint of pride mixed with melancholy. Indeed. Shinsaku smiled as he watched Naruto, realizing that young Naruto had surpassed his predecessors. Naruto Uzumaki. Ha ha ha. Sasuke Uchiha. Do you see it? Do you see it? This is the power I will wield in the future. I will become Hokage. Sasuke Uchiha. TCH. How dull. Uzumaki Naruto. Upon hearing Pain call his name, Naruto's anger surged. Let us settle this. The power of Tendo could not be restored in an instant. As Nagato contemplated, he commanded the remaining Pains to assume a new formation. Frog Gigi. With a resounding boom, the orange toad leaped to Naruto's side. Take Granny Tsunade to safety. Granny. Let me handle this. Inform the villagers not to intervene. If I must protect them while fighting, it will hinder my ability to battle effectively. Tsunade lowered her head, fully aware that, given her depleted chakra, she was incapable of fighting pain. Understood. Nevertheless, Tsunade retrieved a slug from her clothing, saying, Take this slug. It may provide some assistance with intelligence on those foes. Shinsaku leaped lightly, accepting the slug from Tsunade's hand and placing it on Naruto's scroll, gently releasing it. Little slug, go hide in Naruto's embrace. Yes. The slug wriggled its body and soon nestled within Naruto's clothing. With his back turned to Tsunade, Naruto asked the question he had longed to pose since returning to Konoha. Although I may not be entitled to ask this now, I can absorb natural energy, which allows me to sense everyone's chakra. Has Kakashi-sensei left the village on a mission? Tsunade's face appeared haggard, her gaze vacant as she fixated on a distant point, offering no response. Yet, in silence, the answer became apparent to most. Yes. Although he received no answer, Naruto's heart knew Kakashi's fate was grim. Let us go. Frog Gigi. Frog Gigi sprang into action, propelling himself around the outskirts of Konoha. Just moments after Tsunade departed, the beast realm slammed a hand onto the ground. Summoning technique. A rhinoceros, akin to a small mountain, charged towards Naruto. Boom. The immense force stirred a cloud of dust. Yet Naruto managed to halt the charging rhinoceros with his bare hands. With a sudden surge of strength, he hurled the rhinoceros into the air. The beast realm slammed both hands down onto the ground again. Summoning technique. A bull and a dog appeared simultaneously, and the 2 sages leaped into the air, clapping their palms together. Sage art. Frog song. A cacophony erupted as the summoned beasts were immobilized in place. Naruto leaped over the 2 colossal creatures and began forming seals. Shadow clone technique. 2 shadow clones connected with Naruto's palms, and in an instant, they conjured an enormous Rasengan. The clones raised the Rasengan above their heads, causing the blue energy sphere to swell in size. Sage art. Big Rasengan. The Rasengan impacted the two immobilized summoned beasts, and under the immense energy, they were swiftly propelled into the air. Little Wen, Little Jian, Little Guang. Understood. The three gigantic toads each took on their roles, engaging the airborne summoned beasts. Naruto charged ahead, his eyes fixed on the pain before him, and the slug relayed information on this particular pain. Naruto, ninjutsu is ineffective against this pain. All ninjutsu attacks will be absorbed. Very well, then I shall employ the frog combination. Naruto raised his fist, and the remaining pains observed the battle intently. With 8 pairs of eyes upon him, a sneak attack would be impossible. Naruto gestured with his left hand, misleading the pain's gaze, and then aimed a kick at the blind spot of Pain's vision. However, this Pain evaded the attack without even glancing in Naruto's direction. The eyes of Pain were interconnected. An attack from a blind spot was futile if it did not escape the sight of all. Unfazed, Naruto swiftly executed a backward somersault, creating distance. With confidence, he declared, "Now, allow me to show you an unseen attack." Without further hesitation, Naruto charged forward, transforming his fingers into a fist, and struck towards the Pain before him. Yet, his punch narrowly missed Pain's cheek, failing to connect. Sasuke Uchiha. As expected, an idiot. How could you miss? Bang. Despite having evaded the attack, Pain was struck by a force and was sent flying backward. Sasuke Uchiha. It's done. It's definitely done. No way he can escape this, right? The scene shifted to the recently blasted Pain, whose face was now swollen and lying on the ground, unconscious. He had clearly evaded. Yet this was the outcome. Although Tendo maintained a facade of calm, he began to regard Naruto with newfound seriousness. Within a minute, he had dispatched 2 Pains. And if they continued to underestimate him, they would surely face dire consequences. Chapter 24. The Vanished Beast. There is no time to linger any longer. Let us decide the victor with a new technique. The Shadow Clone Technique. A plume of white smoke arose, and 2 brand new clones appeared beside Naruto. While Nagato observed everything with an unwavering calmness. Is that so? Have you become a sage? Have you mastered the same ninjutsu as Jiraiya-sensei? Upon hearing this, Naruto, whether in disbelief or for another reason, felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. You mentioned Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto's pupils widened, clearly unable to fathom that Pain was a disciple of his beloved Jiraiya. I too have learned techniques from Jiraiya. The black-red robe of Nagato billowed as if in a breeze, for he was once my teacher as well. To you, I am your senior brother. Nagato's gaze bore into Naruto's, for we hail from the same lineage and should thus understand each other. Master has always yearned for peace. Buzzing. An incredibly sharp sound erupted as a vast energy gathered in Naruto's palm. What nonsense. Is this your doing? The scene unveiled countless casualties among the villagers of Konoha, permeated with sorrow and despair. How could this be peace? You see but a single tree, yet fail to perceive the entirety of the forest. You simply do not grasp the essence of peace. Surrender quietly. Your death will usher in peace. At these words, Naruto's fury surged to its zenith, and he roared as he unleashed the Rasen Shuriken from his hand. Did I not tell you not to jest? Minato Namikaze, Naruto is truly remarkable, managing to elevate my Rasengan. Hashirama Senju, to unleash such dense and formidable chakra at his tender age. He may well surpass even my elder brother in the future. Naruto Uzumaki, ha ha ha. I will strive to do my best. Second Hokage, Fourth Hokage. Kushina Izumaki. The Rasen Shuriken, imbued with immense pressure, hurtled towards the 4. Nagato and the Hell Realm swiftly reacted, leaping out of the attack's trajectory. However, the Beast Realm hesitated, and at this critical moment, the Human Realm chose to sacrifice himself, seizing the Beast Realm and propelling it away. In the instant the Rasen Shuriken struck the Human Realm, it expanded rapidly, engulfing him entirely. Summoning Technique. Just as the Beast Realm touched down, it immediately summoned a great bird to charge at Naruto. Naruto nimbly leaped to evade the attack. Then, the Rasen Shuriken that struck the Human Realm detonated explosively, unleashing a colossal gust that swept across everyone's faces, with a thunderous roar echoing through the skies. Even in the face of such turmoil, Nagato remained unfazed. As Deidara remarked, it seems he is one who cannot heed the words of others. Meanwhile, the other 2 summoned beasts had been dealt with, yet the Hellhound, pinned beneath the mighty Toad Boss, suddenly split into 2. The Toadkin, who had previously engaged it, instantly assumed a combat stance. Be cautious. This creature will split when struck. Why didn't you mention this sooner? I am rather clumsy. The Hellhound sank its teeth into the arm of Toad Gama, a jolt of pain coursing through him. How can I rid myself of this beast? Bang. Toadkin barely managed to fend off the Hellhound's relentless assaults with his shield. Though I may be clumsy, I must endure for a moment longer. At this juncture, the great toads dared not strike, resorting to passive defense. A few more attacks might cause the Hellhound to multiply further, leading to utter chaos. Returning to Naruto's side, he gazed with concern at the state of his companions. Yet, the enemy would not grant him ample time to fret. The great bird continued its assault, and Naruto leapt once more to evade the attack. The beast realm wielded a black staff, clashing with Naruto midair. After several exchanges, both landed on the ground simultaneously. Your movements have grown sluggish. It seems the power of your sage technique has waned. Was it that last technique that depleted your sage chakra? Listening to these words, Naruto panted heavily, the gravity of his expression betraying his exhaustion. This is bad. The sage mode is about to dissipate. I must resolve this matter before it fades. In this thought, the voice of Shinsaku echoed in everyone's minds. Mother of the child, you understand now. Go sever the connection of the Rinnegan. Understood. Father of the child. Meanwhile, the three great toads were embroiled in a fierce battle, with the Hellhound splitting into several formidable counterparts. Xiaowen. Shinsaku leapt beside Toad Winta. Listen closely. I am about to toss you over to Naruto. Toad Winta looked bewildered at this proclamation. Toss me over? What do you mean, boss? Shinsaku clapped his hands, emphasizing the importance of the next words. Jima leapt into the air, declaring, I come, father of the child. Sage art. Wind release, sandstorm. Jima inhaled deeply, his cheeks puffing out, then unleashed a ferocious gust that stirred the sands, obscuring everyone's vision. Shinsaku bellowed, lifting Toad Winta, who was several hundred times his size, and hurled him with great force. The screen abruptly went dark, and when it reappeared, the surroundings were shrouded in pitch blackness. The beast realm, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings, had yet to process the shift when a fist struck her, forcing her to stagger back. The subsequent blows rained down upon her, rendering the once mighty Pain disoriented. Amidst the darkness, a pair of eyes adorned with sage markings emerged. In the outside world, Toad Winta materialized in the battlefield that belonged to Naruto. Brandishing a blade plunged into the ground, exuding an air of authority. Nagato shook his head, according to the vision relayed by the beast realm. There was no corresponding dark space here. From the mouth of the toad, two basketballs ignited simultaneously, causing the beast realm to tremble. Rasengan. Naruto unleashed a swift attack, the two spheres striking the beast realm with unerring accuracy. At that moment, Toad Winta exhaled a plume of smoke. Observing this, Nagato instantly comprehended. Darkness, a confined space. In the mouth. Yet, it was too late to utter any further words. The previously menacing hellhounds dissipated upon the beast realm's defeat. Toad Winta lowered his head, opening his petite mouth and extending his tongue to gently lower the panting Naruto. Naruto turned his head, realizing that the markings representing Sage mode had vanished. Has the Sage technique been dispelled? Chapter 25. The hidden energy reserves even in Sage mode. It appears that Naruto can only utilize the Rasengan twice. Shima, descending from the sky, anxiously inquired about the situation from Fukasaku, the father of the child, as Naruto's Sage mode had been dispelled. I am aware. Although it is perilous. We must merge now. That is not feasible. Before the toads could deliberate their strategy, Pain's gaze sharpened as he lunged toward Naruto, who had lost his Sage abilities. If we are to act, now is the moment. Naruto unfastened the scroll at his waist and dashed to the other side, while Fukasaku swiftly intervened to block Pain's advance. However, to Pain, these attacks seemed trivial. After a few taunts, he elegantly executed a backflip, effortlessly surpassing Fukasaku and obstructing Naruto's path. Damn it! Naruto cursed inwardly, seeing Pain block his escape. Come this way, little Naruto. Leave it to me. Naruto tossed the scroll to Fukasaku, but simultaneously, Pain charged at him. After several exchanges, Pain's attacks became increasingly fierce, seemingly intent on suppressing Naruto. You should step aside, kid. I will handle this. Fukasaku prepared to draw his blade, ready to enter Sage mode. What did you say? Fukasaku exclaimed, bewildered. Boss, retreat. Naruto shouted while battling Pain, aware that being caught in a Rasengan would be disastrous. Reluctantly, Fukasaku complied, believing in Naruto's judgment as he withdrew. With only 2 chances to replenish Sage chakra, Naruto distanced himself from Pain, his eyes locked onto his foe. In that case, I must unleash 4 Rasengans, and I must resolve this before then. The scene shifted as Fukasaku unfurled the scroll, revealing intricate runes and a prominent character. With swift hand seals, he struck the ground. Reverse summoning technique. Myobo Kuzan. 2 shadow clones meditated by the water's edge, small birds resting upon them. With a resounding bang, one of the clones was summoned to the scroll. Senju Hashirama, is it possible to inherit the attributes during the moment of shadow clone disappearance, thus allowing access to sage abilities in battle? Naruto Uzumaki, it seems the second Hokage is quite familiar with my shadow clones. Senju Hashirama? This is my shadow clone. You copyright thief. Jiraiya, hidden energy reserves? Naruto Uzumaki, what does that mean? Jiraiya, I spoke from inspiration. I meant your concealed sage chakra. Naruto Uzumaki, I see. Summoning completed. Quickly dispel the technique. Hearing Fukusaku's voice, Naruto glanced over, causing the shadow clone to dissipate instantly. Naruto closed his eyes, seemingly harmonizing his sage chakra. Pain would not let this opportunity slip. A black rod materialized in his hand, aimed directly at Naruto's head. With a thunderous clap, Naruto struck, shattering the rod with his palm. Pain looked up, astonished by Naruto's sage mode markings. Naruto opened his eyes and unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, turning the tide of battle. Seizing the moment, he delivered a swift kick that sent Pain flying. What? Pain, now on the ground, stared in disbelief at Naruto's sage markings, baffled as to how he had regained such power so soon after expending a significant amount of energy. A piercing sound echoed, sharp enough to shatter eardrums. Without uttering a word, Naruto hurled a Rasengan at Pain, who, still on the ground, had no time to evade. Yes, a hit. But just as Naruto felt triumphant, the hungry ghost realm descended from above, forcing him to confront reality. The hungry ghost, arms outstretched, absorbed the spiraling Rasengan effortlessly, as if it were a mere playful kitten, consuming all the chakra without a trace of explosion. What is this creature? Naruto gritted his teeth, stunned and frustrated by the outcome. After a moment, one of the clones finally reacted. Could it be that this entity can absorb ninjutsu? However, it seemed he had already been defeated moments ago. The scene shifted to Naruto's mind. He vividly remembered the punch that had vanquished the hungry ghost. Why was it here now? In sage mode, Naruto sensed a surge of chakra and turned to see Pain in a bizarre figure. What is that? It appeared that Pain was the key player. A slug emerged from within his garment. Another clone chimed in, recalling the sage's words about someone capable of resurrecting the dead. That Pain must possess such abilities. The scene shifted to the Hell Realm and the King of Hell. As the enemy positioned themselves, Naruto retreated to the back of the formation. The most troublesome was the Pain on the left, capable of deflecting all ninjutsu and attacks while attracting objects. Yet, it was curious that he had yet to demonstrate his powers. There might be a reason for this. Regardless, Naruto spread his hands as the clone that had just helped him gather the Rasengan placed its hands atop his. They needed to eliminate the foe in the back. 2 glowing blue Rasengans materialized. Deploy the smoke bombs. All right. The clone dropped the smoke bombs, which erupted into a thick crimson haze. Pain immediately became vigilant, his expression tightening. From the red smoke, a rapidly spinning Rasengan shot forth. Futile. The hungry ghost opened its arms, preparing to absorb the technique once more. But the more it absorbed, the more it sensed something amiss, yet it was too late to react. The Rasengan, shrouded in smoke, revealed Naruto before the hungry ghost. What you absorbed was a transformation technique. With intense music swelling, Naruto spread his arms wide and tackled the hungry ghost. Are you the true body? The hungry ghost snarled. But it was too late. As Naruto pinned the hungry ghost down, the rapidly spinning Rasengan was laid bare for all to see. There was no escaping this time. It had to succeed. Naruto felt exhilarated, yet Pain merely shifted his gaze slightly, causing the overwhelming Rasengan to vanish in an instant. Chapter 26. The divine power of Shinra Tensei at last. Strength has returned. The Deva Path lowered its gaze upon Naruto, who had subdued the hungry ghost path. It is not over yet. Naruto covered the hungry ghost path's eyes with his arm. Sage art, Rasen Shuriken. In the air, a furious roar erupted from Naruto as 2 Rasen Shuriken hurtled towards the hell path with tremendous force. Boom. The sound of the explosion reverberated, leaving the Deva Path in shocked disbelief. What? The hell path, which had been trailing behind, was now utterly obliterated by Naruto's Rasen Shuriken. Only 2 remain. This exhilarating sight ignited fervor among all present. Yet, what exactly did that little brat do? Fukusaku, with a cigarette in his mouth, inquired of Shima. The initial Rasen Shuriken thrown earlier was actually a transformation of Naruto himself. That Pain was unaware of this fact and absorbed the jutsu. But he only absorbed the technique itself, which is why he was able to withstand Naruto's powerful blow head-on. The Deva Path turned to face Naruto, recalling the moment when the smoke bomb was deployed. Had he already used the smoke bomb to leap to a higher position during that time? With the remaining two, Naruto launched simultaneous attacks at the Hungry Ghost Path and the Deva Path. The Deva Path remained unfazed, sensing the power within. Is it barely manageable? He spread his arms wide, and that very power surged forth once more. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, both Narutos were sent flying. One unable to withstand the force and dissipating entirely as it crashed to the ground. Taking advantage of the Deva Path's momentary lapse. The three toads from Mayaboka Mountain simultaneously hurled their weapons at the remaining two Pains. However, Pain reacted with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly leaping to evade the attack. Naruto rose once more, reflecting on that peculiar power from earlier. Damn, what was that jutsu? It seems that the central Pain has regained its strength. Upon hearing Fukasaku's words, Naruto turned his gaze to the Deva Path. It is likely that the jutsu capable of utterly destroying the village belongs to that Pain as well. The more powerful the technique used, the longer the interval becomes before it can be unleashed again. Thus, until now, he could not utilize that technique to repel everything. Watching the battle between Fukasaku and Pain, Naruto's heart burned with urgency. What should I do? I cannot use ninjutsu or taijutsu. Shikamaru has already informed us that the interval between that Pain's jutsu is approximately 5 seconds. It seems we can only rely on that brief window. Naruto's pupils constricted as he glanced at the slug upon his shoulder, realizing the unprecedented difficulty. Only 5 seconds. It appears that using Jinjutsu to deceive him is our only option. Fukasaku's gaze shifted to the battlefield. However, how do we proceed? I am not adept at utilizing Jinjutsu. Then let us take charge. The scene shifted to the sage couple. Just like before. Back then, yes. During Jiraiya's battle with Pain, a path to survival was forged. Jiraiya, haha. It seems I am not dead, merely recuperating elsewhere. Indeed. My disciple would never have the heart to kill me. Tsunade, let us hope so. On the battlefield, the two toads flanked the Deva Path. With Fukasaku leaping high, his blade aimed directly at the Deva Path. Now you have nowhere to escape. Such a monumental attack appeared to move at a snail's pace under the gaze of the Deva Path's Rinnegan, as he effortlessly dodged the 3 strikes with a simple leap. Then he spread his arms wide. Shinra Tensei. With a resounding boom, the 3 colossal toads were flung from the heart of Konoha to its outskirts, shattering even the rocks in their wake. Fukasaku. Seeing the elder toads sent flying, Naruto's eyes filled with desperation. Fukasaku, we're done for, we're done for. It'll take at least 10 days to recover from this. Fukasaku hero, what is this nonsense? We can't even land a single hit. He strikes us. And we're sent flying 2 miles away. Fukasaku-kin, am I truly that useless? Damn it. Even the elder. Hey. Quickly use Jinjutsu. Performing in front of everyone is utterly humiliating. Enough of the chatter. Hurry up. Fukasaku's impatient voice reached Shima's ears, who understood the urgency of the situation, albeit reluctantly agreeing. Shima, no. Please don't tell me I have to sing in front of the entire ninja world. Fukasaku. Shima, no. I don't want to sing in front of so many people at my age. Killer Bee, you have the chance but you don't cherish it. This lord wants it, but doesn't he have the opportunity? Foolish guy. You idiot. This Jinjutsu requires a substantial amount of sage chakra, meaning a certain amount of preparation time is necessary to initiate it. Fukasaku fixed his gaze on Naruto. His intention unmistakable. I will target that 5-second window. Once you gather sage chakra, unleash the Jinjutsu. After hearing Naruto's strategy, Fukasaku's expression grew serious as he solemnly warned Naruto. However, little Naruto is currently training sage chakra, and only one shadow clone remains. The scene shifted to the shadow clone by the Mayaboka waterfall. If that clone also disappears, as I mentioned, it will be impossible to train sage chakra while moving in battle. Sage mode cannot last for more than 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, Shima appeared perplexed. While letting the shadow clone remain stationary to train sage chakra is a good idea, why not increase the number of clones? This is akin to trying to look right while simultaneously looking left. Although there is division of labor, training sage chakra is no simple feat for little Naruto at present. 2 is already the limit. Naruto interjected at this moment, stating that the maximum he can allocate for battle purposes is 3 clones. If the number on this side is too great, the clones training sage chakra will become disordered. Is that so? Regardless, dragging this out for too long is extremely unfavorable. Upon hearing Shima's words, Naruto fixed his gaze on the 2 remaining pains, fully aware that the longer he delays, the worse it becomes for him. Yet, the abilities of these 2 remaining pains are exceedingly constraining, particularly that one who can repel all physical and ninjutsu attacks, as well as the one capable of absorbing ninjutsu. Previously, it was manageable while he was still recovering, but now that he has regained energy, the situation has become exceedingly dire. You possess considerable strength. The Deva Path stepped forward, acknowledging that you are the first to have pushed pain to such an extent. Chapter 27. The Perils of Natural Energy Yet. The Deva Path extends its 5 fingers, summoning the myriad aspects of heaven. A hum resounds as an irresistible force pulls forth. Naruto's feet slip, and his body hurtles uncontrollably towards the Deva Path. The hungry ghost path delivers a powerful punch to Naruto's abdomen, then swiftly encircles him from behind, binding him securely with both hands. This shall be the end. Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto. Konoha, are you all just standing by, watching the spectacle? Can't you lend a hand? Konoha Jonin. He specifically said he didn't need assistance. Uzumaki Kushina. He said that before he was in peril. Are you all waiting for Naruto to be captured and then perish together? Jiraiya, fear not, from this moment forth. I shall remain at Naruto's side and ensure his protection. Uzumaki Kushina. Perhaps you should refrain, lest you lead Naruto astray. Jiraiya. My apologies, Naruto. Hold on. The two sages clasped their hands together, swiftly gathering sage chakra. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. For you are a vital Jinchuriki. Naruto chuckles lightly, dismissing the pain, asserting that it is trivial and underestimating sage mode is unwise. Now it is my turn. As Naruto prepares to unleash his power, he suddenly realizes his chakra is rapidly depleting. What is happening? My strength is waning, he thinks, quickly discerning the source. Is it this foe? The scene shifts to the hungry ghost path, which siphons sage chakra from him. Gritting his teeth, Naruto's expression darkens. In mere moments, the mark representing sage mode fades away. Naruto closes his eyes, tilting his head as if surrendering completely. The Nine Tails has been captured. Just a little more to activate the illusion. Hold on, young Naruto. It seems the deep-seated prayer has borne fruit, as Naruto opens his eyes once more. Not yet. It is not over. Though his words are defiant, the weakness in his voice betrays his current state. In that instant, an ingenious solution strikes Naruto's mind. He closes his eyes again, absorbing the natural energy around him. Remaining still is fortuitous for him at this moment. After a while, half of the sage mark reemerges, only to quickly dissipate again. With a sudden burst, Naruto's eyes fly open. The sound of bulging muscles reverberating as the hungry ghost path begins to undergo transformation. Natural energy is indeed difficult to control. Naruto glances mockingly at the Deva path as the entity binding him swells rapidly, its skin taking on a petrified, toad-like appearance. Gritting his teeth, Naruto struggles, exerting every ounce of strength to break free from the hungry ghost path's grasp. Yet, he collapses before the Deva path, gasping for breath. Clearly, merely escaping the bonds has exhausted all of Naruto's energy. It seems sage chakra comes with its own risks. Thus, you are the last one left. Naruto supports himself on the ground, his gaze fixed determinately on pain. You are mistaken. What do you mean? These pains are merely puppets. A slug emerges from within his clothing, hinting at the existence of a controlling entity behind these pains. The true body? The scene shifts to the devastated Konoha, where pain has reduced the village to ruins using only puppets. Meanwhile, the two sages, having accumulated sage chakra for quite some time, are finally ready. All right. We are prepared. Go ahead, mother of the child. Excellent. Just as Shima opens her arms to unleash their power, the Deva path, not even glancing, raises a hand. Shima is uncontrollably pulled towards the Deva path. Father of the child. Sage grandfather. Naruto leaps forward, yet he is still a fraction too far from Shima. I have had enough of that illusion. A black rod flashes with a hint of red light. Thud. Blood sprays forth as Naruto's pupils constrict. He seems to lose all strength midair, crashing to the ground. Father of the child. Tears well in Shima's eyes, unable to accept the sudden loss. You scoundrel. Naruto cries out, rising to deliver a punch to the Deva path. Yet, the Deva path swings the black rod embedded in Shima's body, causing the lifeless Shima to collide with Naruto. Embracing Shima, Naruto scarcely has time to grieve before the Deva path gestures again. Universal pull. Without resistance, Naruto is drawn into the grasp of the Deva path. The Deva path locks Naruto's throat with one hand, forcefully pressing him to the ground. The impact so powerful that cracks form in the earth. Then, seizing Naruto's restless hands, the Deva path pins them down. The black rod glimmers ominously with a flash of red. A piercing scream echoes as Naruto's hands are impaled by the rod, fastening him to the ground. The Deva path crouches, gazing mockingly at the disheveled Naruto. Will this render you a bit more docile? Nine Tails. Naruto casts a glance at the now deceased Shima. Hearing Shima's sobs nearby, the fury hidden in his eyes can no longer be suppressed. Who are you? What manner of being are you? Why must you commit such atrocities? Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto. Unforgivable. Pain. You shall pay for this. Minato Namikaze, Naruto. Shima. I never expected my end to come so abruptly. Zetsu, father of the child. Perhaps it is best to steer clear of the affairs of the ninja world in the future, lest you find yourself unaware of your own demise. Uzumaki Nagato. It seems you have begun to grasp some semblance of pain. Uzumaki Naruto. You have decimated Konoha, slain Sage Grandfather, and killed Kakashi-sensei. I shall never forgive you. Even if you are my senior, Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato. It appears that someone like you, lacking first-hand experience, still cannot comprehend true suffering. Jiraiya, Yahiko, I know you are a child of peace. What did Danzo do to you back then that turned Nagato and Konan into what they are now? Yahiko, apologies, sensei. It would be more fitting for Nagato or Konan to address these matters. Senju Hashirama, surely this does not stem from witnessing your dearest friend perish before your eyes, prompting a shift in mindset that awakened the Rinnegan, leading to a rampage? Uchiha Izuna, surely it is not akin to Obito, who saw his closest friend kill another whom he desperately sought to protect. Uzumaki Nagato. Chapter 28. The Suffering of Small Nations. Uzumaki Kushina. Is it not so? With the situation being what it is Konoha really going to leave Naruto to die? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let us not be hasty. I believe that everyone in the village has inherited the will of fire and will certainly come to Naruto's aid. QB, System. Who confronted Pain to assist Naruto? This is a quick answer question. A. Hyuga Hinata B. Senju Hashirama C. Sage Jiraiya D. Senju Tobarama. Begin quick answering. In an instant, a red button appeared before everyone in the ninja world, including those in the Pure Land. System. Congratulations to the 4th Hokage for being the first to answer. Please provide your answer within 5 minutes. AI This is the might of the fastest ninja in the current world. Namikaze Minato. Sigh. Could it be that I have not fought in so long that my speed has diminished? I only managed to see 2nd place. AI. Namikaze Minato. This is the result of my nightly practice in speed. Jiraiya. Nightly? Hatake Kakashi. Practicing speed. AI. Forget the trivialities. I managed to snag this easy question. Anyone with a modicum of sense would know that the sage who just finished gathering sage chakra is certainly conserving his strength. I trust he can handle the remaining pain without issue. AI. System. I choose C. Shimura Danzo. Damn it. Such an easy question. And it was snatched away by someone from another village. Senju Tobarama. With my speed, I could only manage 3rd place. The new generation is indeed formidable. System. Incorrect answer. The penalty is to pick cotton without rest for half a day. AI. What? How could? In the Raikage's office. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared, pulling the Raikage into it with an invisible force. Under the blazing sun, the Raikage looked around to find himself surrounded by a plant called cotton. What am I doing here? Is this even still in the ninja world? Before the Raikage could comprehend the situation, a sonic boom erupted from behind him. Bang. Damn. The system's voice echoed at that moment. Failing to pick cotton for over 3 seconds will result in punishment by whip. After several futile attempts to resist and enduring a few lashes, the Raikage finally complied and began to pick cotton. It's fine, just half a day. He continuously reassured himself as he harvested the cotton. Samauri, Killer Bee, Lord Killer Bee. A large black object suddenly appeared and captured Lord Raikage. We now have no idea where he has gone. System. Do not worry. The Raikage is fine. He is simply picking cotton for half a day. Senju Hashirama. That punishment does not sound too terrifying. System. Slacking for 3 seconds will result in a whip of the soul, with pain magnified 100-fold. Senju Hashirama. I take back what I just said. Namikaze Minato. Then is there even a need to ponder the remaining options? System. I choose A. System. Congratulations to Namikaze Minato for answering correctly. You are rewarded with 1 question opportunity. Hyuga Hinata. Could it really be me? Uzumaki Naruto. I never expected you would come to save me. I owe you a ramen meal, Hinata. Hyuga Hinata. Naruto-kun. The images in everyone's minds continued. You ask why? In Pain's gaze, a fleeting glimmer of hatred passed. Events often unfold unexpectedly, their reasons only becoming clear afterward. In such a situation, let me think. Perhaps I should elaborate. After pondering for a moment, Pain spoke calmly. Why do you engage in such actions? Even if you ask me this, and I were to tell you the reason, nothing would change. Pain stood, gazing down at the distressed Naruto. However, what harm is there in stating it once more? My aim is to fulfill the unaccomplished legacy of my mentor, Jiraiya. As I mentioned earlier, it is to cultivate peace and achieve justice. Hearing such words, Naruto nearly laughed in exasperation. Peace? Justice? What a farce. What an absurdity. You took my master. The scene shifted, revealing Jiraiya sinking like a porcupine to the ocean depths. You took my teacher, buried under the rubble. Dead for good, Kakashi. You took my comrades. The more Naruto spoke, the more agitated he became. You turned my village into this wretched state. What right do you have to speak so brazenly? Gasping for breath, Naruto's impaled hands clawed at the ground, leaving deep scratches. Devapath merely observed Naruto. Then, what is your purpose? I will defeat you. I will make this ninja world peaceful. Is that so? What a remarkable endeavor. Devapath raised his head, circling Naruto. This is justice. However, to transform my family, my comrades, my village, into what you have made of Konoha is what your ninjas seek. Devapath spoke calmly, as if recounting something entirely mundane. Do not dare to speak of peace and justice so lightly. Anoki, this is clearly retribution for Konoha. Senju Hashirama, alas. Even with the establishment of villages, hatred still spreads across the world. Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart trembled, and he hastily inquired of Devapath. What is the meaning of this? The land of fire and Konoha have become too powerful. To protect national interests, it is necessary to wage wars among the great nations to obtain benefits for our own. Otherwise, the country and the people within the village will starve. The scene transitioned to a map of the ninja world. Yet, it is we, the small nations and villages, that become the battlegrounds of these great nation conflicts. At this moment, the emblem representing the land of rain ignited in flames. With every war initiated, our nation becomes ravaged. After enduring numerous conflicts, the great nations have stabilized, yet they leave us, the small nations, with endless suffering. A bead of sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. His eyes, no longer filled with hatred, fell silent. I desire the same as you. We both wish to realize the peace that Jiraiya spoke of. You and I are no different. We act for our respective notions of justice. The justice that Konoha upholds and what you wish to impose upon me is entirely the same. The pain of losing something precious is a burden shared by all. Chapter 29. The injured Naruto. You and I are both acquainted with this profound agony. You fight for your justice, and I for mine. We are merely ordinary individuals enacting vengeance in the name of justice. Tendo paused momentarily, then continued. Yet, if revenge can be deemed justice, then such justice shall inevitably give rise to further hatred, triggering a chain reaction of animosity. Living in this environment, understanding the past, and foreseeing the future reveals. This is the essence of history. A flock of white doves, symbols of peace, flew across the sky. Tendo's gaze grew solemn, tinged with an inkling of omniscience. Humanity is inherently incapable of mutual understanding. I have come to grasp this truth deeply. The scene depicted the ravaged homeland of the rain, with lifeless bodies leaning against walls. Victims of starvation and the aftermath of ninjutsu. The world of ninjas is governed by hatred. Naruto buried his face in his hands, recalling the words of Jiraiya under the eaves. Yet, even in my state, I recognize that this ninja world is rife with animosity. Jiraiya scratched his head. Though I yearn to resolve this hatred, I remain uncertain of how to proceed. With that said, Jiraiya's expression was one of confidence. However, I firmly believe that a day will come when people will finally understand each other. In moments of uncertainty, I shall entrust the search for answers to you. Naruto gritted his teeth, lamenting that he had not comprehended these words at the time and had failed to ponder them deeply. If it were you, how would you confront this hatred to achieve peace? Observing Naruto's silence, Tendo pressed further, eager to hear your response. Naruto shut his eyes and, after a moment, opened them with a complex expression, his tone tinged with despondency and self-doubt. I do not know either. A gentle breeze rustled, lifting the hem of his robe as Tendo gazed into the distance, unfazed by Naruto's reply. I established the Akatsuki to halt this cycle of hatred. My words can bring about change, but for that, I require the power of the nine tails. By harnessing the strength of all tailed beasts, I can create a weapon of unparalleled might, capable of obliterating a nation in an instant. This power would allow the world to experience true suffering. The fear of pain can prevent war, thus guiding the world towards stability and peace. Yet, such peace is merely an illusion. Although Naruto remains unable to find answers, he fundamentally rejects Pain's rationale. Pain seemed to anticipate this response. Humanity is not inherently wise, Without such measures, peace cannot be forged. The agony will eventually heal after decades, and the restraint will diminish. Then, humanity will reignite the flames of war, this time, employing tailed beast weapons to reaffirm the true essence of suffering. Upon hearing this frenzied ideology, a cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. The scene shifted to the emaciated Nagato, his once resounding voice now hoarse. Then, a fleeting peace shall arrive once more. From this endless river of hatred, temporary tranquility is born from suffering. This is my aspiration. Jiraiya? Why does Nagato appear so gaunt? Kakashi Hatake, damn. This foul notion, get out of my head. Nagato. I feel somewhat affronted. Hashirama Senju. Although he is indeed detestable, he speaks a truth. Self-interest inflates ambition. Humanity is inherently greedy. Tobarama Senju. It was a mistake between great nations, yet it has devastated the smaller ones. Perhaps I should have heeded Madara's counsel. Hashirama Senju. Feudal. Brother. Even if you had unified the ninja world, those dissatisfied with their status would still incite war to seize power. This is human nature. Satisfaction is an elusive concept. And the vast villages will inevitably fracture once more. Madara Uchiha. Destroy a nation in an instant? Intriguing. Inoki. No wonder Pain is willing to pay such a steep price to annihilate Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki. Was that the fate of other nations? It seems unbearably tragic. Toby. This world operates under such principles. Weakness is the original sin. Which is why I must sever the ties of causality and transform the world. Lin, catalyst of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Toby. That you claim my vision of peace is fictitious. Nothing in this cursed world is more illusory than genuine understanding between individuals. Naruto reflected on the sage's words, then resolutely turned his gaze to Tendo. The sage believed that a time would come when true mutual understanding would prevail. A belief distinct from yours. Tendo, upon hearing this response, regarded Naruto with scorn, stating dismissively that such words are mere rhetoric. What can someone who offers no solutions possibly accomplish? Tendo's voice trailed off, then resumed. No, what you can do. A black rod slid from Tendo's sleeve into his grasp. I must have mentioned, your demise could usher in peace. Naruto's mother, where is everyone? Aren't there supposed to be those who come to help? System, continue watching. The sound of several black rods piercing flesh echoed. And Naruto stifled groans as his back was impaled with numerous rods. I avoided your vital spots, ensuring the wounds are shallow, rendering you immobile. An intense pain surged through him, and Naruto helplessly lowered his head, feeling utterly powerless. Pull yourself together, kid. Upon hearing the voice, Naruto struggled to turn his head. Regardless of what this person says, do not be deceived. Shima, filled with emotion, waved her arms. You are the child of prophecy, the savior of this world. Jiraiya and even your father believed wholeheartedly in this, risking their lives for it. Therefore, I will not allow you to fail. If you die here, I will never forgive you. Tendo remained expressionless, slightly raising his hand. What an obnoxious frog. In an instant, Shima was sent flying several meters away. Damn it. Naruto witnessed this unfold helplessly. He understood the implications of Shima's words. Chapter 30. Hinata's life or death rescue. Jiraiya, despite having the opportunity to escape, chose to remain for the sake of the prophesied child. Similarly, the elder Toad, who could have safeguarded himself in Mayaboka Mountain, followed him to Konoha and fought against Pain, ultimately sacrificing his life. They placed their hopes in Naruto, and should he falter in this battle or perish, how could he face their expectations? Yet, reality often bears a cruel edge. The Deva Path extended its hand towards Naruto, stating, "It is time to take you away." Naruto, filled with defiance, gazed at the deepening eyes of the Deva Path, as if it were preparing to unleash a certain ninjutsu. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed, and a hand descended from above, aimed at the Deva Path. The Deva Path glanced aside and leaped backward, distancing itself from Naruto. On the battlefield, Hinata, merely a Genin, confronted the Deva Path, a force capable of obliterating Konoha. This is too much, to bind Naruto with these black rods. Hinata's heart ached at the sight of Naruto, ensnared by the dark spikes. With renewed determination, she set her gaze on her adversary. I will not allow you to harm Naruto again. The Deva Path, noticing Hinata standing alone, questioned, Is this reinforcements? Why did you come out here? Naruto urged anxiously. Run away. You cannot possibly defeat this foe. He could not fathom that the reticent girl would confront such a terrifying enemy to protect him. Yet, Hinata remained unwavering, declaring, This is my own decision. What are you saying? How could you come to such a perilous place? I came here of my own volition. A fleeting image crossed Hinata's mind, of a figure clad in black, leading her away. This time, I must help Naruto. Naruto stood in shock, his eyes wide, unable to believe that this girl, who rarely spoke to him, chose to remain despite the evident danger. All I did was cry. I gave up from the very beginning. I nearly lost my way several times. It was Naruto who guided me back onto the right path. Memories of Hinata secretly admiring Naruto flooded her mind. I have always chased after Naruto, wanting to walk alongside him. I always wished to stay by his side. It was Naruto who changed me. His smile saved me. A faint smile graced Hinata's lips. Therefore, if it is to protect Naruto, I shall not fear death. Because I love Naruto the most. Naruto, what the heck? Am I really that remarkable? And how did I not notice Hinata's feelings for me? Yuhi Kurenai, with your dense head, of course, you wouldn't. Hyuga Hinata. What? How did Hinata faint? Yuhi Kurenai, could she not faint? Back when she had a crush on Naruto, just speaking a few words would make her shy and faint. Now, the entire ninja world knows. And it's bound to make Hinata shy and faint. Namikaze Minato. Naruto, for you, she would even sacrifice her life. Naruto, cherish such an extraordinary girl. Would you like me, as the fourth Hokage, to impart some techniques on wooing women? Kushina Uzumaki. So you're quite skilled. Namikaze Minato. Well, I am average at best. Anoki, by the way, can this girl truly defeat pain? She speaks as if she is delivering her last words. Gaara, do not doubt. She is indeed delivering her last words. Although she might not accomplish much, she is still stronger than most of the Konoha populace. Senju Hashirama. It is understandable, when pain unleashed such a widespread attack, those who survived likely sustained severe injuries, preventing them from aiding. Kushina Uzumaki. Let us hope so. Hinata took a deep breath, calming her anxious heart. She raised her hands, stepping backward with one foot, and assumed a battle stance. The veins around her eyes protruded as her Byakugan shone with intensity. The Deva path narrowed its eyes, preparing to counter Hinata's impending assault. Yet, with a sudden cry, Hinata kicked a black rod piercing Naruto's back. The Deva path's pupils constricted. It had not anticipated Hinata's proactive attack on the rod. As she aimed for the second rod, a powerful repulsion struck Hinata, sending her flying several meters away. After tumbling through the air, she finally came to a halt, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Confused by the recent attack, she realized the Deva path had not informed others of its capabilities. Save for Tsunade and a few. Wiping the blood from her mouth, Hinata's resolve hardened once more. She sprinted towards Naruto, but just as she reached him, the Deva path waved its hand. Hinata was sent soaring, her cries of pain echoing in the air. Naruto, he exclaimed, glancing worriedly at Hinata's trajectory. The force was far greater than before, seemingly premeditated by the Deva path. Hinata gasped for breath, struggling to rise, blood streaming down her forehead. She could not reach Naruto. She had to devise a plan. With great effort, Hinata stood, placing her fists around her abdomen, a glimmer of blue chakra emerging. The pain intensified with each attempt to summon her chakra, yet she gritted her teeth, an immense amount of chakra surging forth, even lifting her hair. This cannot end here. The chakra morphed into a lion's head atop her fists. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope. Gentle step, twin lion fists. Hinata charged at the Deva path, but her attack appeared sluggish through the lens of the Rinnegan. No matter how fiercely she struck, she could not graze even the hem of the Deva path's ropes. After several exchanges, the Deva path, weary of the play, raised its palm. In a sudden shift, Nagato spat blood. The controlled Deva path halted, and Hinata's chakra-infused fist struck its face. With no time for surprise, she seized the opportunity and lunged towards Naruto, aiming for the remaining black rods. Now's my chance. With a resounding crash, the rod shattered upon impact, just as Hinata prepared to destroy the final rod. The Deva path regained its composure. Chapter 31. The fury of the Nine Tails. A formidable repulsive force struck Hinata, sending her soaring into the sky. While Naruto's gaze filled with despair, Hinata, his lips trembled as he watched her plummet from great heights. Hinata! Hinata! Hey, Hinata! His frantic cries echoed in her ears. With her hands pressed against the ground, Hinata attempted to rise, but in a moment of distraction, her body collapsed once more. Struggling anew, Hinata staggered towards Naruto, her figure swaying as if a mere breeze could topple her. Clutching her abdomen, she limped closer to him. Each step a battle against the overwhelming pain reflected in Naruto's eyes. Yet, after a few strides, she fell again. Still, she persisted, rising once more to continue her arduous journey. Naruto turned away, forcing back the lump in his throat. Stop, Hinata. Don't come any closer. Yet Hinata continued her approach, her mind flooded with memories of their shared past. During the Ch-Nin exams, Naruto had boldly pressed his hand upon the test paper, declaring, "I will not run away." His words of encouragement during his battle with Neji echoed within her. "You can do it. Do not judge others lightly. Hinata, keep going." Under the sun, Naruto had smiled at her, backpack slung over his shoulder. "I once thought you were dark, awkward, and slow, but I actually like someone like you." Gasping for breath, Hinata's mind replayed these cherished moments. Finally, she collapsed in front of Naruto, her body sinking into the dirt. With great effort, she clawed at the ground, inching closer to him. "I don't understand." The Devapath regarded her with a calm gaze, devoid of any turmoil. "With such feeble strength, why do you oppose me?" Hinata grasped the black rod, oblivious to her surroundings. "Why fight? Knowing it will lead to death?" The Devapath regarded her, seemingly recognizing a past self that had once risked everything for comrades. Trembling, Hinata exerted herself. Yet the black rod remained unmoved. Upon hearing Pain's words, she gripped the rod tighter, the image of Naruto advocating for his ninja way merging with her present self. "Promises made must be kept. We must forge ahead, for this is my ninja way." Naruto, stunned, lifted his head, recognizing those familiar words. But the Devapath raised a hand, and Hinata was hurled into the sky once more. The Devapath then slammed his hand downward. Boom! Rocks shattered, sending dust clouds swirling, burying Hinata in the debris, her fate uncertain. Under Naruto's despondent gaze, the Devapath thrust the black rod downward with ferocity. "Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata, Obito Uchiha. That girl named Hinata. I, Obito Uchiha, would call you the most passionate in the ninja world. You are this, thumbs up. Deidara. Boss, that's just inhumane, beating someone up like that in front of others. Hashirama Senju. Boo-hoo, I wish I could jump in and turn that guy named Pain into mincemeat. Irika, I never noticed before. Who would have thought that such a shy and timid girl like Hinata could achieve this? Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki, you must become stronger. Not only to protect yourself, but to safeguard those around you. Naruto Uzumaki, got it. Hanabi Hyuga, I can't believe my sister has this side to her. Mei Terumi, is this the power of love? When will I meet my destined one? Kazama Minato, my greatest concern now is that even the rampaging Ninetales cannot halt Pain before us. Naruto Uzumaki, the Ninetales? That big fox inside me? Kurama, what are you talking about, kid? Nagato, I don't know what you're hoping for, but being defeated by me is your reality. Kurama, just a little trash talk, huh? You'll regret it when I'm out. Madara Uchiha, a mere glance. Hashirama Senju, the cat I stroked? Kurama. It is indeed like this. The Devapath mused, standing above the unknown fate of Hinata. My parents were killed by your Konoha ninjas before my eyes. Naruto stood in a daze, his gaze fixed upon the figure that continued to bleed. It is because of love that sacrifice and hatred arise. Only through pain can one truly understand. Naruto's pupils, once a deep blue, began to be consumed by a sinister crimson, the rhythm of his heartbeat amplifying at this moment. Yes, to understand pain. Boom. A colossal surge of crimson chakra shot skyward, overwhelming pressure creating a fierce wind that swept through Konoha. The red chakra enveloped Naruto, forming a sphere, with dark tendrils seeping forth, instilling terror at just a glance. Do you hate me? The Devapath remained unmoved, fixated on the blood-red chakra. This is the chakra of the Ninetales. It seems your fury resonates with it. The crimson chakra coiled back into Naruto, who stood once more in an oddly contorted stance. A layer of chakra manifested around him, the immense energy unable to be contained, morphing into various forms as if yearning to break free from Naruto's corporeal confines. One particular form shot skyward, with a mere sweep of a single arm. A whirlwind cascaded toward the Devapath. The Devapath spread his arms, and the tempest immediately dissipated. After a considerable pause, the restless chakra returned to Naruto, sprouting four chakra tails behind him. Half-tailed beast Naruto spread his arms wide, causing the ground to tremble violently. Red chakra erupted from below, lifting the very foundation of Konoha high into the air. Naruto let out a primal roar, the chakra within him swirling chaotically. Chakra shot forth, colliding with the newly elevated ground. Rocks were propelled like cannonballs towards the Devapath. The Devapath shouted, swinging his arms to deflect the incoming projectiles. Suddenly, a massive stone wall surged toward him. The Devapath hesitated for a moment before unleashing Shinra Tensei, shattering the wall into fragments. But in the instant of destruction, Naruto roared into view, his blood-red fist crashing into the Devapath's face. The Devapath was sent careening backward, tumbling several times before finally regaining his footing. Then, Another thick chakra tail struck. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the massive rock beneath the Deva path disintegrated into dust. Chapter 32. The brutal assault on Pain. Two tails transformed into hands, seizing a massive fragment. Taking advantage of Deva path's momentary loss of balance after falling to the ground, it struck down upon his head with ferocity, akin to swatting a cockroach. Each blow hammered down relentlessly, embedding him like a nail, leaving only his head exposed. Uchiha Izuna, a day will come for my rise. Thumbs up. Senju Hashirama, the legendary king of resilience. Thumbs up, Nagato. Yahiko, can we skip this episode? My friend is feeling quite uncomfortable. My friend. Deva Path rolled his eyes, adjusting himself before regaining composure, and then spoke again. Do you harbor hatred towards me? He exerted repulsion, lifting his body from the ground once more. Can you still claim that mutual understanding exists among people? In response to his words, the half-tailed beast transformation of Naruto appeared silent, yet his actions spoke volumes. The sky erupted with thunder, and a black-red chakra sphere plummeted from the heavens into Naruto's being. The pressure intensified, and a fifth tail quietly emerged. With a ripping sound, muscles tore as two colossal bone wings suddenly sprouted from Naruto's back, then shrank to envelop his entire form. A deep, resonant roar erupted as he expelled a fiery red chakra. This is sufficient. Deva Path showed no sign of fear on his face, merely gazing at Naruto. But my suffering surpasses yours. Deva Path's expression began to distort as he struck the ground with a mighty fist, piercing through Konoha's water pipes. A torrent of water erupted, and the ground, lifted by Naruto, seemed to crack in response. In mere moments, the parched earth was engulfed by flowing water, transforming into a river. Now, amidst the mist, Deva Path called out, charging towards the half-tailed beast Naruto. His speed shattered the conventional understanding of the ninja world, sending massive splashes in his wake as he sprinted. Just as he drew near, several tails surged forth at an even swifter pace, colliding with Deva Path. Aware of his inferiority, Deva Path darted to the side, desperately evading the onslaught. Massive boulders shattered along the way, and ultimately, propelled by a surge of force, Deva Path crashed against a rock. With eyes fixed ahead, he spread his arms, ready to counter any incoming attack. Swoosh! Swoosh! Countless chakra spheres shot through the mist towards Deva Path. He hastily activated Shinra Tensei to fend off the assault, deflecting all attacks effortlessly. The overwhelming chakra even painted the surrounding sea a vivid red. After unleashing dozens of shots, he finally paused, gazing at his unscathed self with a smirk. Humph. Is that all you can muster? Before he could finish his sentence, nearly 100 chakra spheres erupted from the mist, crashing into Deva Path. Boom. Deva Path rolled across the water's surface several times before forcibly stabilizing himself. What can you actually do? He extended a hand toward the direction from which the projectiles had come, poised to unleash Shinra Tensei once more, evidently shaken by the previous barrage. Kyubi, the king of face-changing in the national server. Kakashi Hitaki, such immense chakra. I feel like those dozen chakra spheres could drain me dry. Uchiha Izuna, it seems Pain has become quite earnest now. Hiruzen Sertobi, even if we drive Pain away with the 9 tails, Konoha's underground water, foundations, and homes will be lost, and most importantly, the villagers. Even if we rebuild Konoha afterward, can it ever return to its former glory? Senju Hashirama, damn it, so many children have perished. What meaning is there in my founding of the ninja village? Senju Tobarama, indeed, this battle has claimed far too many lives in Konoha. Even if we drive Pain away, other nations will seize the opportunity, ultimately leading us to the same fate as those small countries, at their mercy. Nagato, it seems you are beginning to grasp the concept of suffering, to reflect upon it, to empathize with it. Tsunade, you call yourself a demon? When my great-grandfather is resurrected, I will show you what true suffering entails. Nagato, it appears the plan must be expedited. Tsunade. Senju Hashirama, quiet down, Tsunade. Senju Tobarama, it is best not to provoke the enemy right now, Tsunade. Tsunade, understood. The video continued to roll. Deva Path leaped into the air, employing repulsion to launch 2 attacks that swiftly severed the foundation supporting the massive rock. A towering boulder plummeted, crashing down on Naruto. Boom. With a roar, Naruto pierced through the boulder, with debris binding him in the process. Observing this, Deva Path hurled a black rod towards Naruto. Upon piercing him, the tailed beast cloak was breached, and chaotic chakra erupted like a roaring flame. In his half-tailed beast form, Naruto waved his hand upwards, shattering the bindings that constrained him. Just as he was on the verge of sprouting a 7th tail, a glimmering green crystal appeared in the frame. An endless green light radiated from the gem, calming the previously agitated Naruto. The green light formed tendrils that bound Naruto in an unusual posture, and under this force, the tailed beast chakra was forcefully suppressed. Jiraiya, there is something I'm unsure whether to say or not. Kakashi Hatake, what a thick gift. I've had enough of this instant comprehension life. As more and more green light blossomed, Naruto could no longer endure. He extended his claws and grasped the crystal on his chest, subsequently crushing it. Bang! With the shattering of the crystal, the energy that had bound Naruto dissipated. He slowly descended from the heights, intently fixated on pain. Devapath's brow furrowed, his expression growing increasingly grave. Swoosh! Naruto moved his limbs, vanishing in an instant, and only half a second later did the sea react, creating towering waves that extinguished the flames before him. Devapath's eyes darted around, frantically searching for Naruto's imminent reappearance. The scene shifted to Naruto, who swiftly crawled across the ocean's surface, pursued by massive waves. So fast. Witnessing this, Devapath felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. A colossal tsunami surged towards him, making him appear minuscule atop the stone. Several tails pierced through the wave, lunging at Devapath, who could do nothing but engage in passive defense against the relentless barrage. Chapter 33. The Celestial Explosion. A tail suddenly surged forth, shattering the colossal rock beneath Tendo's feet. As he plunged into the sea, Tendo shouted, "Shinra Tensei." A tremendous repulsive force instantly cleaved the ocean's surface, creating a vast vacuum. Just when Tendo thought he was safe, a fiery red tentacle pierced through Shinra Tensei, firmly grasping his head. Subsequently, the tail of the tailed beast pierced the ground, arriving beside Tendo. As Tendo activated Shinra Tensei, he forcefully separated the grasping appendage from his head. Gazing at such a terrifying creature, Tendo gritted his teeth and shouted internally, "Impossible." It withstood Shinra Tensei. Under immense pressure, Tendo barely released Shinra Tensei before his body was sent flying backward, tumbling hundreds of meters and shattering countless boulders along the way, until he crashed into a massive wall, his head wedged in a crevice, finally halting his motion. With a resounding crash, the overhead boulders collapsed, burying Tendo beneath the rubble. The scene shifted to reveal a skeletal helmet floating on the water's surface, which, as it neared the shore, was lifted high. Red and blue substances floated in the air, coalescing at an eerie speed. The camera panned to a flat expanse of land. With a loud clap, hands erupted from the ground and forcefully struck, lifting the enormous boulder overhead. Universal pull. Under Tendo's control, the boulder was rapidly moved above Naruto, who was gathering the chakra of the tailed beast. Boom. The boulder struck Naruto directly, causing the incomplete tailed beast ball to spiral out of control and explode violently. A crimson light illuminated the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village, the searing heat evaporating vast amounts of seawater. The tremendous shockwave forced even Tendo to seek refuge in the very hole he had just been buried in. As the camera zoomed out, the smoke from the explosion enveloped the sky, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Once calm returned, Tendo emerged from the earth, leaping back to the surface. His gaze fixated on the boulder suppressing Naruto, where countless blood-red chakra tentacles pierced the ground, surrounding it. It seemed that with a mere exertion of force, the boulder could be effortlessly crushed. The power of the Nine Tails is truly remarkable. A roar echoed as the blood-red tentacles pushed aside some rocks, revealing a head with faint signs of escape. Tendo chuckled softly, not hesitating to flee. In that instant, the boulder shattered, and Naruto leaped into the air, pursuing Tendo. In a valley, Tendo sprinted with great speed, pursued by an increasingly frantic Naruto and the rushing seawater. Seconds later, the sounds of water and Naruto's roars drew closer. Tendo glanced back just in time to see Naruto, water in tow, swinging a powerful strike toward him. Without hesitation, Tendo propelled himself off the cliff below. Landing in a small stream, he wasted no time and bolted away. Indeed, within mere seconds, Naruto had caught up. Tendo continued to evade through the trees, finally halting atop a collapsed trunk. The scene shifted to the gaunt figure of Nagato, who was now close enough to Tendo. His voice was low and profound. Controlling Tendo, he moved him behind a tree and softly uttered, "Celestial Explosion." In the darkness, Tendo slowly opened his palms. White light emerging, yet failing to illuminate all shadows. A black and white orb materialized in his hands, ascending toward the sky. Several red chakra orbs suddenly descended upon Tendo's location, unleashing a barrage of fire. After evading the attacks with a few nimble jumps, Tendo's palms rejoined. Celestial Explosion. Light, light, light. The object soaring skyward emitted boundless radiance, causing the ground to crack in layers, as if gravity had ceased to exist. with stones separating from the earth and ascending toward the heavens. Tendo spread his arms wide, appearing almost divine in the brilliance. Abruptly, he waved one hand, and countless shattered stones cascaded toward Naruto, encasing him in a sphere that restrained his movements. Boom! A laser shot forth from the sphere, prompting Tendo to raise his arm in defense. Under the influence of Shinra Tensei, the laser ricocheted back toward Naruto, shattering the rocks that bound him. After a tumultuous upheaval, an increasing number of boulders soared into the air, drawing Naruto, now partially tailed beastified, along with them. Tendo roared in a voice strained with fury, exhibiting unprecedented disorder as he pressed his palms tightly together, squeezing every ounce of power within him. Boom! Mountains shattered, and lands erupted into fragments. Anything illuminated by the light was pulled upward. With Tendo's final bellow, the scene transitioned to the sky, revealing an unparalleled massive rock sphere. Suspended in midair, Naruto desperately attacked the orb with his chakra ball. Yet, each time he shattered a portion, the debris would be reabsorbed. The ground continued to draw in rocks, and as the gravitational pull intensified, even the boulder beneath Naruto began to crumble. Deprived of a foothold, Naruto was drawn toward the rock sphere. The scene depicted Nagato, with blood streaming from his nose, his expression twisted in rage as he unleashed a continuous roar. Massive boulders were drawn from the ground, escalating in magnitude beyond the initial absorption. Under the weight of this force, Naruto was entirely sealed within the rock sphere. Konan gazed at the celestial phenomenon above, remarking, "Must it be so grand?" Nagato, panting heavily, replied, "The opponent is the Nine Tails. We cannot afford to underestimate it." Moreover, compared to the moon crafted by the legendary sage of six paths, this is but a trifle. Gaunt and weary, Nagato lowered his head and solemnly declared, "In any case, this completes the capture of the Nine Tails." Anoki, preposterous. Is such a celestial explosion within human capability? The concepts of mere destruction and gravitational manipulation are not synonymous. Senju Hashirama, it's done for. All hope is lost. Now, aside from releasing the Nine Tails, there is no way to break this seal. Hiruzen Sarutobi, if the Nine Tails truly emerges, it will undoubtedly obliterate the hidden leaf at first opportunity. Senju Hashirama, does it dare? If it truly destroys the hidden leaf, I shall treat it to an endless feast of head pats. Kyubi, Namikaze Minato, rest assured, the Nine Tails will not escape. Anoki, even in this half-tailed transformation, and under such peril, do you Leaf Village possess any hidden means to restrain the Nine Tails? Namikaze Minato, you will see soon enough. Chapter 34, Breaking Free from Crisis, Uzumaki Nagato. In the face of overwhelming power, any resistance is futile. Submit and become the nourishment for the growth of this world. Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina. Nonsense. In a voice reminiscent of the fierce Tiger King, Uzumaki Naruto, I will do as I say, forging ahead. Even when faced with terrifying foes, I shall never yield easily. Senju Hashirama. Well said. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is to believe oneself defeated before the battle has even begun. Senju Tobarama. Since when did you become so cultured, brother? Senju Hashirama. The video continued to play. On a crimson surface of water, bubbles incessantly broke the surface. Why? Why has it come to this? Naruto's gaze was vacant, his eyes devoid of life as he floated on the water's surface, his mind replaying Pain's question. Your words. How should one confront this hatred in the pursuit of peace? The moment Hinata fell before him was still vividly imprinted in Naruto's memory. The murder of the perverse sage. The destruction of the entire Hidden Leaf Village. Such immense hatred cannot simply be understood. The scene shifted back to the exterior of the celestial sphere, where Naruto's anguished voice echoed from within. It hurts so much, please. The red light began to seep through the surface, causing numerous cracks to appear in the surrounding rock. Boom. The colossal chakra burst forth from the celestial sphere, erupting like magma. Devapath gazed up at the sky, his expression growing increasingly grave. Returning to the inner world, Naruto was pulled from the water's surface by an unseen force, still murmuring to himself. I don't understand. What should I do? I have lost all sense of direction. Naruto clutched his head, trying to alleviate the torment within. Who will save me? Tell me the answer. Destroy everything. A heavy voice resonated throughout his inner world, and Naruto's tightly closed eyes suddenly brightened. Let us annihilate everything that brings you pain. Surrender your heart entirely to me. A gigantic crimson pupil appeared in the scene. This way, I can rescue you from your suffering. Naruto screamed in agony as his clothes suddenly unraveled, revealing the formation of the sealing technique. The symbols gradually converged, flowing into the water beneath him. The blackness began to be overshadowed by the red surface, and that voice grew increasingly fervent. Yes, this is perfect. In the external world, more and more chakra, resembling lava, erupted forth as a massive claw pierced through the sphere, followed by the simultaneous emergence of 8 tails. Clearly, the celestial sphere could not restrain the movements of this monstrous entity. Roar. The deafening roars echoed across the sky as the bizarre head broke free from the celestial sphere, howling as if celebrating its impending freedom. Returning to the inner realm, Naruto's azure eyes were overtaken by crimson, a vertical pupil forming in the center. Come here. The seductive voice echoed once more, compelling Naruto to rise in a daze. Come, tear off the sealing symbol. With each step Naruto took, the shadows around him grew heavier, and the red light in his pupils grew ever brighter. Approaching the iron door, the water began to swirl slowly, guiding Naruto to the sealing symbol. Naruto reached out, and the moment he touched the seal, his pupils began to struggle violently. Yet, the power of the 9 tails had been unleashed too much. Naruto could not resist. Just as he was about to tear off a corner of the seal, a hand suddenly appeared, holding him down. Naruto trembled, his pupils instantly returning to normal as the figure pressed him back down onto the water's surface. The red light was dispelled, and the surface returned to its previous blue hue. The figure extended a hand, and Naruto instinctively pulled himself up. Upon recognizing the person before him, Naruto's eyes widened in shock. Having had countless intimate encounters with the 4th Hokage's monument, and even having painted it, how could he not recognize him? 4th Hokage. Kurama, damn it, forever a burden. Minato Namikaze, as long as I am here. You shall not escape this seal. Uzumaki Naruto, why is the 4th Hokage appearing within my seal? Did he seal this monster inside me? Uzumaki Kushina, Naruto. I hope you do not hold it against him. The situation was dire, and we had no choice but to place our trust in you. Minato Namikaze, I'm sorry. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, that is all in the past. It's all right. Although this monster has brought me much pain, it has also granted me the strength to protect my comrades. Had it not been for this beast in the land of waves, Sasuke and I might have perished. If I ever have the chance to meet you in the future, I will surely express my gratitude. Minato Namikaze, I believe that opportunity will come. Terumi May, what a touching scene. For so many years, the 9 tails has suffered unwarranted misfortune. Yet Naruto harbors no resentment, but rather gratitude. How admirable this is for us to learn from. Hiruzen Sarutobi, haha, indeed. Our Naruto is truly a good child. The scene shifted, and Minato stood before the iron door, explaining, once the seal on the 8 tails is also released, I shall manifest within your consciousness. Though I fervently hope such a scenario does not unfold. Minato cast a sidelong glance at the 9 tails behind the cage. For I wish to never see you again, 9 tails. Yet, Minato turned back, smiling at Naruto. I am somewhat eager to see my grown son, even if it brings joy and sorrow. Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura Haruno, shocked. A hidden elite classmate is right beside me. Minato Namikaze, I apologize for keeping this secret from you for so long. Was I not correct? Naruto? It took Naruto a while to react. Naruto is my name. He then looked at Minato with a puzzled expression. How does the 4th Hokage know my name? Because your name is the one I bestowed upon you. You are my little one. Little one? Then, yes, I mentioned earlier. You are my son. Hearing this, Naruto's pupils slightly constricted, and after a few trembles, tears welled in his eyes. Seeing Naruto smile, Minato felt a wave of relief as he pointed towards the noisy 9 tails behind them. That fellow is quite loud. Let us change our location. With those words, Minato snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the space shifted, transporting the two to an entirely new realm. Chapter 35. Minato Naruto burst into laughter, wiping away his tears with the sleeve of his robe. Upon witnessing the astonishment on his son's face, Minato's expression shifted to one of displeasure. The 3rd Hokage seemed to have refrained from revealing anything to you, perhaps aiming to conceal information regarding the 9 tails as much as possible. If it were known that you were my son, numerous dangers would inevitably befall you. Dad. Naruto raised his arm to dry his tears, whispering softly. In the next moment, he swung his fist with such force that it bent Minato's body into an arc. Conan, I take back what I just said. Minato Namikaze. Damn it, Naruto. The reason for not disclosing your true identity has already been explained in the video. I am truly sorry for the suffering you have endured all these years. Kushina Uzumaki, and I, too, as your mother, regret not having loved you properly all these years. Ashura, it's time for me to step in, children. Go. Naruto Uzumaki, it's all right. I understand, after all, I am the son of the Hokage. Gaara, I love Gaara. When will you learn to be as filial as his son? Such magnanimity is indeed a model for our generation. You should take a page from his book. Gaara, if it weren't for your quick demise, I'd surely send you to a mental institution. Gaara, filial piety has driven you mad. Gaara, shut your mouth. Don't think just because you gave birth to me, you are my father. Gaara, 666, do you want oil cakes? I advise you to Susan. Minato Namikaze, thankfully, my son hasn't treated me like that. The video continued to play. Amidst their verbal sparring, Minato gently stroked Naruto's head. Your words will surely lead to the answer. Minato gazed firmly at Naruto. I believe in you. He placed his hand over the black shadow on Naruto's abdomen. I will reform the seal, but this shall be the last time. As his power surged, the gathered symbols separated once more, forming a complex array. Konoha can be rebuilt. I entrust this to you. Naruto. With those words, Minato's figure gradually faded amidst shimmering lights. Naruto's resolve strengthened, his heart rekindled. Thank you, Dad. In the outside world, the Ninetales, soon to sprout fur, rampaged within the planetary devastation, its roars echoing throughout the land. To escape such a calamity, what tremendous power. The Deva Path raised its hands once again. If that is the case, I must create something even grander. Bang. Just as the Deva Path finished speaking, the tailed beast in the sky dissipated into a cloud of azure smoke. The Ninetales has vanished? As stones began to fall, the Deva Path, possessing the Rinnegan, finally discerned the truth. It focused its gaze upon Naruto's eyes, a hint of confusion creeping into its mind. Has the confusion disappeared? What has transpired? Or can he now control the Ninetales? Boom. The already ravaged planetary devastation finally succumbed to its burdens. Large chunks of rock began to detach from above. Naruto leaped amidst the falling debris, contemplating the chakra surging within him. Due to the transformation into the Ninetales, his chakra had begun to spiral chaotically. The shadow clone storing sage chakra had already vanished. The only sage chakra at his disposal was the remnants within himself. After a series of leaps, Naruto landed on the ground, confronting the Deva Path, surrounded by rocks as if the battlefield had been tailored for them. Have you entered sage mode? Truly a troublesome foe. I initially wished to ascertain the extent of the Ninetales' power, yet even the planetary devastation. The Deva Path's gaze sharpened. It was nearly time to conclude this. Have you begun to comprehend pain? Without experiencing similar anguish, one cannot truly understand another's suffering. And even if one could understand, mutual empathy would remain unattainable. The Deva Path's tone grew increasingly grave, for therein lies the essence. Chasing after Sasuke is equally futile. Naruto felt no tumult within his heart. Instead, he closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before suddenly opening them. Take me to your true form. I have words to convey directly to him. Oh, have you noticed the true form? A black rod quietly materialized in the Deva Path's hand. Whether it be Jiraiya-sensei or you, Konoha has proven quite capable. However, what needed to be said has been spoken. At this juncture, no matter what you say, nothing will alter. In any case, allow me to speak. Naruto persisted in his conviction. Sage mode. That troublesome chakra shuriken seems to allow for only 2 uses at most. The Deva Path mused to itself. Moreover, in doing so, sage mode will dissipate. Observing the rapidly approaching Deva Path, Naruto felt a sense of inevitability. It appears that combat is the only recourse. If both shurikens miss their mark, you shall lose. I will not leave you any openings. The Deva Path sprinted forward, wielding the black rod. If you miss, it will be disastrous. I shall only leave you half alive before taking you away. Naruto swiftly evaded the oncoming strike of the black rod, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. He managed to shatter the rod, sending the Deva Path crashing against the rocks. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto squinted one eye, as if having made a resolute decision. He thrust the black rod forcefully into his shoulder. Almost immediately, Naruto sensed a chakra tracing a pathway to a large tree. Nagato, drooling, suddenly lifted his head, astonishment flooding his heart. This fellow is employing sage mode for a counter-exploration. Returning to the battlefield, Naruto removed the black rod and formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. As the clones manifested, a thunderous roar echoed, and a blinding white light filled everyone's vision. Use smoke bombs. The 2 clones placed their respective spheres on the ground, enveloping the battlefield in thick smoke. Buzzing. The spiral shuriken burst through the smoke, hurtling toward the Deva path. Who waved a hand? Shinra Tensei. The seemingly world-shattering spiral shuriken instantly vanished. Just when the Deva path believed it was safe, the explosive sound erupted once more. The second spiral shuriken appeared less than a meter from the Deva path, causing it to gasp in disbelief. What? The second one has unleashed a spiral shuriken. Chapter 36. Nagato amidst the swirling mist, Naruto gazed at Pain, silently contemplating. The interval is 5 seconds. This will suffice. Just as Pain was wholly focused on the spiraling shuriken before him, a sudden cloud of white smoke erupted from either side. As the initial 2 shadow clones dispelled their transformations and charged at Pain, Pain reacted swiftly, summoning black rods to obliterate the clones. He then leaped into the air, evading the spiraling shuriken that effortlessly sliced through countless rocks behind him. The battlefield's air distorted by this force. For seconds remained, suspended in midair. Pain intently observed Naruto, whose form gradually became visible, his eyes narrowing slightly. Had he already set up shadow clones at that moment? With 3 seconds until the next attack. However, the scene revealed Naruto gasping for breath, the sage markings in his eyes having vanished. Both attempts had missed their mark. Pain landed on the ground, his tone unexpectedly confident. It's over. Boom. Boom. The ground shook as massive stones tumbled down. Countless clones of Naruto emerging amidst the swirling smoke. What? Pain surveyed his surroundings, confusion mounting within him. 2 seconds remain. Charge. Countless Narutos, fists the size of sandbags raised, surged toward Pain, creating a scene reminiscent of a torrential downpour, with no possible escape. So many clones reduced to rubble. Pain raised his hands, his heart screaming. Just 1 second left. The torrent of fists approached, mere millimeters from Pain's cheek, as the moment of impact arrived. 0 seconds. Shinra Tensei. With that power, all shadow clones were instantly dispersed. As the original Naruto was propelled backward, he continually summoned new clones to halt his retreat. Pain extended his hands, furiously admonishing the retreating Naruto. Those like you, who cannot find the answer, should just give up. The scene shifted to the perished, the perverse sage, the fourth Hokage, Kakashi, the final wishes of those lost. They had entrusted the weight of finding answers to Naruto. As the shadow clones dissipated, Naruto finally steadied himself, gritting his teeth to gather chakra for a Rasengan. Pain fixed his gaze on the distant sphere of energy, unable to launch that technique. 5 seconds. At this distance, it could work. Just give up. The original Naruto drew back as 2 shadow clones hurled him toward Pain. You want me to abandon this thought? Rasengan. After a prolonged battle, Pain had lost considerable strength, his reflexes diminished. The Rasengan struck Pain's abdomen, his eyes bulging as he was sent flying several meters away. With Pain's anguished cry and the sound of shattering rock, the battle reached its conclusion. Naruto approached, his gaze fixed on the fallen Pain, then withdrew all the black rods. Finally, he pierced one into his palm, and in that instant, memories surged into his mind like a tide. Blood flowed from his back. The perverse sage covered in black rods. Kakashi, buried beneath the ruins, head bowed in death. Ino, countless villagers from the hidden leaf. Shikamaru. Hinata. The chain of hatred began to emerge. This is history. Humanity is a creature incapable of mutual understanding. This is the only truth I can grasp. The world of ninjas is governed by hatred. After reviewing the memories, Naruto opened his eyes once more, gritting his teeth as he extracted the black rod from his palm. Are you going? The slug inquired. Yes. Should we request assistance? No. That won't do. I will go alone. Naruto's gaze was resolute, directed toward the horizon. Uzumaki Nagato, you dare come to me alone without reinforcements. I admire your audacity. Uchiha Azuna, you've become a mere shadow of yourself, yet you still dare to speak with such bravado? Senju Tobirama, indeed. Typically, one who employs puppets is either a puppet master or one too weak to fight themselves. Uzumaki Nagato, haha, although my body is indeed frail now, I possess the power to unite the 6 paths, and this is my domain. Jiraiya, Uzumaki Nagato, I understand how hard it is to let go. Your master understands you. I have a bottle of kidney tonic from 82. Whenever I seek inspiration and feel despondent, just a single dose revives me completely. You too. Yahiko. Uzumaki Nagato. Conan. Sensei, please don't speak out of turn. Nagato became this way because of his past. Orochimaru. Because of the past. Is it due to that incident with Danzo? Jiraiya. The deceased Danzo. In just 2 days, I will return to the leaf, and you will reap what you sow. However, Nagato, That figure in the memories, the one who looked like a porcupine. Surely isn't me, right? Uzumaki Nagato. No? You should know what kind of person I am, sensei. How could I commit such an act of betrayal against my teacher? You helped us in our darkest hour and taught us ninjutsu. If I were to kill you, would I still be human? So, rest assured, that figure in the memories is certainly not you. Jiraiya, I believe in you, Nagato. The scene shifted once more. Sunlight streaming into the hollow of a tree, as Naruto regarded the emaciated figure before him. Are you the real pain? Nagato's voice resonated softly. Peace has arrived, shamelessly. Naruto stared at his adversary, memories of the past flooding his mind, the perverse sage. Kakashi, the hidden leaf, do you hate me? The enemy stands before him, longing for revenge. Naruto closed his eyes, turning his head away, gritting his teeth. He was evidently struck by Nagato's words. After the slaughter of so many loved ones, claiming he did not wish for vengeance would be a lie. Yet, once again, Pain's words echoed in his mind. The chain of hatred is about to begin. Naruto steadied himself, fixing his gaze upon his foe once more. To kill Nagato here, to achieve vengeance, would change nothing in the world. It would only serve to satiate his own desires. Listening to the words of the blue-haired woman before him, Naruto recalled the fourth Hokage's insights about this world. As long as the ninja system exists, hatred will continue to give rise to new pains. Naruto clenched his fists, his teeth chattering, as through Pain's memories, he felt as though he had witnessed the deaths of those before him. Although he understood that killing the enemy before him would not alter reality, his heart brimmed with hatred, yearning for release. The most viable choice now was to eliminate the architect of his suffering. Chapter 37. The past of Nagato. You, who cannot provide any answers, are rendered powerless. Your true purpose is to sacrifice for the peace I have created, and that is the correct answer. Boom. Suddenly, a mechanism below activated, shooting forth a slender black rod that accurately pierced Naruto's abdomen. Blood trickled drop by drop down the rod, and Naruto crouched down. Even his hatred somewhat dissipated by this pain. At such close proximity, my chakra can manipulate your movements at will. Do not worry. I have avoided your vital points. Just when Nagato believed he had secured victory, Naruto lifted his head, revealing a pair of fierce eyes that locked onto Nagato's gaze. Anger, hatred, all surged into Nagato's mind in an instant. Under the influence of this power, Nagato even saw the menacing phantom of the nine-tailed fox behind Naruto. This guy deliberately did not dodge. I came here to have a conversation with you. Naruto lowered his head, gripping the black rod embedded in his lower abdomen. But I also have other truths I wish to ascertain. You said, there are things you wish to confirm? I want to understand my own feelings. If my enemy stands before me, what would I do? Even I do not know. So what? Nagato spoke disdainfully. To this individual who could not provide answers yet spoke of a future where mutual understanding among people would prevail. Nagato would show no kindness. Indeed, I cannot forgive. The more Naruto spoke, the angrier he became, forcefully yanking the black rod out. I want to kill you now. My body's hatred cannot be contained. Naruto raised his fist and charged at Nagato, prompting Konan to immediately shield Nagato without hesitation. As memories began to flash in Naruto's mind, he halted just before his fist was about to strike. Konan looked at Naruto in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly refrained from attacking. The sage of the six paths once said, the era of mutual understanding among people will eventually come. Naruto's expression gradually fell. He had merely listened to those words before, without pondering them deeply. Now he comprehended their meaning. But you still cannot forgive me. Can you? To think that a few pretty words could lead to forgiveness, the bond between people is not so cheap. After an exchange of words, Nagato spoke earnestly. Very well. I will share our pain with you one by one. Jiraiya, at last, I can finally learn what transpired among you. Nagato, even if you come to know, the facts have already occurred. What can you change? Hashirama, I truly wish to understand what could have led you to such extreme thoughts, why you harbor such deep hatred for Konoha. Hanzo, a great nation can never empathize with the suffering of a small nation, for such calamities will never befall them. Tobirama, war. The video continued. A red-haired child curled up, gasping for breath, as thunder roared outside. A flash of lightning struck, illuminating the terrified expressions of the three. Have you found anything? Ah, it's a can. After 4 days, we finally have food. Let us search elsewhere later. Perhaps there is more. Hearing voices from outside, the man exchanged a glance with the red-haired woman, then turned his gaze toward young Nagato. Now is the time to escape. What will happen if we are discovered? I'm so scared. The man held Nagato close, forcing himself to mask his fear. It's all right, as long as we remain quiet. The man stepped outside, glancing at the two rummaging through boxes, gesturing for Nagato and the red-haired woman to go first. The two cautiously approached, but midway, Nagato suddenly felt his arm brush against something. Looking down, he realized that a vase was falling towards the ground due to his collision. Crash! The vase shattered, startling the two rummagers. Who was there? The two drew their kunai and approached the door, but Nagato's father, seeing this, charged at them without hesitation, shouting furiously, "Damn it, are they enemies? Hurry and escape." The man grasped one of the ninja's hands, urging the mother and child to flee. The ninja struck repeatedly at the man's face. "Nagato, run!" The woman exclaimed just as another ninja approached with a kunai, faced with the looming weapon. The woman's fear intensified, yet her body instinctively pushed Nagato aside. She was pierced through the chest by the kunai, and in her dying moments, she managed to utter, "Nagato, run away." As the man witnessed the woman fall, though heartbroken, he anxiously urged Nagato to flee. "Nagato, hurry!" Watching his mother die before his eyes, the young Nagato could not bear such a shock. His mind went blank, his gaze vacant, collapsing to the ground. Soon, his ordinary father was also slain by the ninja. Nagato's mouth opened and closed as tears streamed down his cheeks, his heart filled with sorrow. This is a child. How could this happen? They are not even ninjas. One of the ninjas knelt on the ground, staring at the man's lifeless body. Damn it. Boom. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the forehead protector of the ninja, the symbol of Konoha clearly visible. To think in such a battleground, there are still ordinary civilians. "I'm sorry, little one." Nagato wept, trembling in fear, sorrow, and rage. Ah. With a roar, Nagato's Rinnegan suddenly manifested. Inoki, no wonder he harbors such hatred for Konoha. They killed his parents right before such a small child's eyes. AI, is killing civilians the style of Konoha ninjas? Tsunade, have you finished your mindless rants, you muscle-bound fool? Didn't you hear that this is a combat zone? Even if it were your ninjas, they would likely commit the same mistakes. Hashirama, that poor child, witnessing his parents being killed for his own protection. Jiraiya, Nagato. Yahiko, it is the fault of the great nations, yet it plunges the small nation into immeasurable grief. Sandayu, if I recall correctly, the leader of Amigakure initiated the war against Suna, Konoha, and the Land of Iron simultaneously. Hanzo, at that time, economic development was already extremely imbalanced. War was inevitable. Our country was caught in the middle, and once a war broke out among great nations, it would undoubtedly become a battlefield. Rather than passively waiting for you, I might as well take the initiative. And do you think I would be foolish enough to believe that I could win a war against two great nations and a small one at the same time? The real forces at play are you great nations, bringing the war right into my home. Chapter 38, Encounter with Jiraiya Shizen. Yet we, in Konoha, are also innocent victims. The three wars were instigated by them. We merely responded out of necessity. Conan, innocent? What about us, the insignificant people of the Rain Country? Life was already arduous, and now we have countless individuals using ninjutsu to relentlessly destroy our homes. Look around at the people of the Rain Country. How many of them have parents? How many families are intact? Hashirama Senju, Sai. Tobarama Uchiha, do you see? This is the harsh reality. People inevitably harm others unintentionally, and while striving to protect love, hatred inevitably arises. Hence, I must sever the causal ties of this world and create a utopia where everyone can find happiness. The video continues. Sunlight shines upon Nagato, who awakens groggily on the ground. As he gazes at the two corpses before him, a wave of panic washes over him. What has happened? Father, mother. Nagato surveys his surroundings, and the sight of his parents' bodies fills him with an overwhelming sorrow. He bites his lip, grief surging within him. The scene shifts back to the hollow tree, where Nagato recounts his past, his voice echoing in the minds of those present. My parents perished in the war instigated by your Konoha. The agony of that moment has never left me. Even now, the pain lingers. This anguish has transformed into hatred, fueling the blossoming of my power. The scene changes to a drizzling rain, where a young Nagato stands before two graves. Farewell, father, mother. With scant food remaining, the young Nagato is compelled to traverse this war-torn land. Yet, what can a child so small find to eat? At last, by a waterlogged area, Nagato succumbs to extreme hunger and collapses. In his final moments, a warm sensation touches his face, jolting him awake with a start. Panic gripping his heart. Coughing, he expels the rainwater that had entered his throat, gasping for breath. Once he regains composure, he notices a small dog beside him. "Thank you. Had you not awakened me, I might have perished." In the days that followed, Nagato and the little dog scoured for food, begging from house to house. Unsurprisingly, in an age where everyone is preoccupied with their own survival, few would spare any food for them. On a hillside, Nagato collapses once more in the rain. "Is this where I will die?" He gazes into the distance, quietly awaiting death. "Here, eat this." A piece of bread appears before him. A blue-haired girl, holding an umbrella, speaks gently. Staring at the bread, Nagato swallows hard, yet out of politeness, he inquires, "May I?" "Yes." The scene shifts. The trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, enter a cave. Nagato clutches the bread, swallowing nervously, just as he is about to take a bite. "Woof." The dog barks, wagging its tail, looking up at Nagato with pleading eyes. Though his own belly aches, Nagato hesitates not for a moment, breaking the bread in half and placing it on the ground. "Here, eat slowly." After enduring countless days, the man and dog finally savor the taste of food once more. Later, Conan takes Nagato to their secret base, stocked with ample supplies, though Yahiko harbors reservations about outsiders. In the days that followed, the trio and their dog worked in harmony, relying on theft to sustain themselves in this tumultuous era. Despite the hardships, including occasional beatings, they at least managed to fill their stomachs. However, one fateful day, an explosive tag fell from the sky, landing before them. Boom. With the sound of the explosion, the 3 were flung away, yet fortunately, they suffered no serious injuries. As Yahiko steadied himself, he approached the source of the sound. Before them stood Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the future legendary 3 of Konoha. Out of fear, the trio quickly retreated, but their loyal dog perished in the chaos. Back in the cave, Nagato cradles the lifeless body of his dog, plunging once more into profound sorrow. The echoes of his weeping resonate within the cave, as Yahiko strikes the rock in frustration. "Damn it, damn it, damn it! What is this?" In such a war-torn world, Yahiko's gaze hardens, fixed forward. "I shall become the god of this world." Izuna Uchiha. This child is the one who wields the power of gravity. Pain, isn't he? I never imagined he harbored such grand aspirations at such a tender age. Naruto Uzumaki. It's hard to believe such despair exists in the world. Tobirama Senju, resorting to theft just to survive. For you young ones, it seems the only option. Jiraiya, I'm sorry. I never anticipated that my battle would inadvertently harm you. Yahiko, it's all right, sensei. Minato Namikaze, to be on the brink of starvation, yet still willing to share the little food left with that dog. Such kindness is remarkable. I never would have imagined he would later conceive such radical thoughts. Nagato Uzumaki. As one matures, people inevitably change. Reality has taught me the absurdity of my former self. Jiraiya, Nagato. Having witnessed the battle of the ninjas, the trio recognizes their insignificance and resolves to pursue those who fought, returning the stolen food to its rightful owners and acquiring 3 gas masks. They embark on a quest to find the legendary 3. As they venture deeper into the heart of the battlefield, they encounter numerous traps. Encouraging one another as they press on step by step, they suffer injuries from ninjutsu along the way, and at one point, they narrowly escape with their lives, thanks to Nagato's Rinnegan, which shields them from an attack. However, they ultimately tumble into a river after a rock crumbles beneath them. After enduring various perils, they find respite in a cave. As if by fate, the legendary 3 miraculously appear within the cave. Upon seeing the trio's faces, Yahiko eagerly approaches, while Tsunade regards him with confusion. "Who are you?" Nagato hides behind the rocks, fixated on the mark atop Jiraiya's head. Memories of that fateful night when his parents were killed flooding back. His body instinctively recoils further behind the rocks. The scene shifts outside. "Teach us ninjutsu, please. You are Konoha ninjas, aren't you?" Before Jiraiya and the others can respond, Conan steps forward, presenting a flower made of paper. "Thank you. This is a token of gratitude." Chapter 39. Nagato's aspirations in the face of the 3 fervent individuals. Orochimaru abruptly uttered a chilling remark that startled them all. "I want to eliminate these children. I have witnessed numerous war orphans, and their plight is truly tragic. Perhaps it would be more merciful to end their lives here." "Enough, Orochimaru." Jiraiya glared fiercely at Orochimaru, reprimanding him. "You and Tsunade should return. I will take care of these children. Consider it a form of atonement." Nagato stared blankly at Jiraiya, beginning to reassess his views on the Leaf Ninjas. "Danzo, if only I had heeded Orochimaru's advice back then, we wouldn't be facing so many troubles now." Jiraiya, silence. If it weren't for your machinations, would my disciples have turned out like this? In terms of origins, who in the Leaf could rival you? Danzo, how dare you slander me? Ask my Root members how benevolent I am towards them. Your salt, my vinegar, let the people of Root be mindful of salt and rice. In the twilight of their years. Voiceover, if you come in the winter, I will exchange it for a city of pure white snow. Root, frantically shaking their heads and dancing, unbrainwashed newcomer. Sir, I can hardly keep dancing. Danzo, One must dance for either the heart or the steps. Danzo, continue the music, keep dancing. Jiraiya, it feels like a pyramid scheme. Sarutobi Hiruzen, old man, aren't you going to intervene? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I don't expect much from him, as long as he doesn't harm the villagers. That's enough. The warm golden light cascaded down as the four gathered around a roasted fish at the dining table, exuding an ambience of warmth and camaraderie. Teacher, I've learned the secret to fishing. Is that so? You're becoming more dependable. Listening to the laughter and joy surrounding him, Nagato's thoughts drifted back to the past. And a wave of sorrow surged within him, tears streaming down his cheeks. The scene shifted. Yahiko. A ninja struck Yahiko down to the ground. And Nagato cried out in panic. The ninja advanced towards the fallen Yahiko, drawing a blade from his back as a flash of white light flickered. Nagato watched in terror. Engulfed in fear and sorrow, feeling as helpless as when his parents were harmed before his eyes. Just as the ninja was about to strike, a formidable pressure suddenly emerged. The Rinnegan activated, and a powerful gust sent Nagato soaring, plunging the scene into darkness. When the light returned, the ninja lay lifeless in a pool of blood. And Conan had rushed over with Jiraiya. Seeing Yahiko on the ground, Jiraiya dashed forward to lift him. Are you all right, Yahiko? Suddenly, Jiraiya sensed something, and his gaze shifted towards Nagato, his pupils dilating in shock. Nagato's purple eyes radiated immense chakra, unconsciously expanding outward in his extreme fear. Following this incident, Jiraiya, who had initially refrained from teaching them ninjutsu, began to instruct Nagato and the others. Though Jiraiya claimed that ninjutsu was meant for self-protection, it seemed to Nagato that it was to help him control the power of the Rinnegan. Yet, his fear of this unknown power, coupled with the dread that hatred might lead him to lose control, loomed large. On a rainy night, Nagato sat alone on the steps outside, his head buried in his knees, lost in thought. A loud slap echoed as a large hand landed on Nagato's shoulder. Jiraiya looked at him and asked, Is it about what happened before? Nagato lifted his head, recognizing Jiraiya, and buried it once more. At that time, when Yahiko was injured, I felt an overwhelming hatred for the enemy. My mind went blank, and I forgot everything. By the time I regained my senses, the enemy was already down. Jiraiya paused, recalling Nagato's fearful expression from that moment. After that, I felt terrified. Driven by hatred, I lost my sense of self, and what I did was wrong. Nagato's voice trembled with sobs, tears cascading down his cheeks. There had to be a better way. Nagato, Jiraiya shouted. Interrupting him, Nagato turned in shock. I don't know whether what you did was right or wrong. However, a smile crept onto Jiraiya's face. Thanks to you, Yahiko was spared. You protected your friend. You must have done the right thing. No one will blame you. Nagato gazed at Jiraiya, gradually accepting this leaf ninja in his heart. Jiraiya's eyes drifted towards the distance, a profound depth within them. When one is harmed, they remember their hatred. When one harms another, they incur resentment, all while being tormented by guilt. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Nagato seemed to grasp something, murmuring to himself, I only wish to protect those two, regardless of the pain it may bring. Senju Hashirama, I cannot fathom how a child with such thoughts could later develop such extreme ideas. Uchiha Sasuke, even when nearly killed, he still believes that taking a life was wrong, wishing for a better solution. I can only say, child, you're even more idealistic than Naruto. Thumbs up. Anoki, by the way, Danzo, what exactly did you do to make him turn out like this? Danzo, it wasn't my doing. I have no knowledge of it. Nor do I see the necessity to inform you. Jiraiya. Nagato Uzumaki. Hans has been slain by my hand. He instigated Hans to attack our organization, and now I have avenged myself. Only he remains. Jiraiya, what? When did this happen? Why was there no word of it? Orochimaru. The shinobi world is quite intricate. Such significant news could easily be concealed, which attests to your disciple's formidable ability to keep secrets. Hans, had I not been lacking in focus at that moment, I would have simply cut open my poison pouch, and you would have been obliterated. Nagato Uzumaki. Merely an illusion before being crushed by Shinra Tensei, plus I used puppets. Your poison is not like natural energy that can alter the body. Hence it was ineffective. Hans. The video continued to play. Jiraiya approached the riverbank, leaving behind a silhouette of white hair. As the heavy rain poured down upon his shoulders, embodying the essence of a true master. Chapter 40. The sudden turn of events in a time long past. Humanity was often embroiled in conflict, with wars raging incessantly, an era far more brutal than the present. During this tumultuous period, a monk emerged. The first to elucidate the truth of chakra, with hopes of guiding the world towards peace. It is said that he propagated the teachings of the shinobi sect, traversing the globe to spread his message. As time flowed onward, the shinobi sect was supplanted by the term ninjutsu. Ninjutsu does not solely pertain to martial prowess. It also encompasses the teachings that lead humanity towards tranquility. Nagato gazed vacantly at Jiraiya, perplexed by the significance of his words. This monk, known as the Sage of Six Paths, can be regarded as a savior of this world, much like yourself, possessing the Rinnegan. The scene transitioned into Jiraiya's memories, revealing a shadowy figure, eyes aglow with purple light, adorned with several red tomo upon his chest. I am the guardian of stability, the sage seemed to assert, believing firmly that an era would eventually dawn when people could truly understand one another. The figure slowly dissipated, leaving behind a bewildered Nagato. Perhaps you are the reincarnation of the sage. I sense the sage's aspirations reside within your eyes. The scene shifted to a gaunt Nagato, who recalled, "Entrust peace to me." And then, their mentor vanished before their eyes. As the imagery gradually concluded, it resumed to reveal three young men, now matured. With Nagato recounting his past to Naruto, "We commenced our endeavors under Yahiko's leadership, and our organization swiftly garnered fame. Our fervent belief in constructing peace without reliance on force received unanimous support." The scene transitioned again, displaying the map of the ninja world. Yet, the three great nations Rock, Leaf, and Sand continued their warfare. Hans, the leader of the Rain Village, learned of our organization and approached us, as he could no longer disregard our existence. The scene depicted the initial dialogue between the two factions, with Hans leading his subordinates alongside the venomous salamander. Hans expressed his desire for us to serve as mediators, urging the three great nations towards a peace negotiation through our influence. We resolved to assist him. At this juncture, Nagato's Rinnegan narrowed slightly. However, this endeavor marked the onset of catastrophe. We were but children at the time. It was because of this that Yahiko perished. Nagato's voice grew fervent, his eyes widening as the contours of his Rinnegan expanded with emotion. All of this was a trap set by Hans, who feared that our presence would undermine the sovereignty of the Rain Village. For this reason alone, Yahiko. The scene shifted to reveal Nagato and Yahiko, terror-stricken as they looked up at Hans and the captive Conan. Their minds, still immature, could not comprehend why Hans would suddenly turn against them. Nagato's voice echoed once more, recounting, "That day, we lay in ambush at the designated location for negotiations, only to find the Leaf's Umbu and Hans's subordinates lying in wait. Hans colluded with a man from the Leaf named Danzo, intent on eradicating us completely. Danzo sought to seize the Hokage position, while Hans conspired to maintain his authority. Jiraiya, I create cryptocurrency, and you claim you had no hand in this. Danzo, defamation. He slanders me. That was the doing of my subordinates, not me. Jiraiya, I care not for your excuses. Soon you shall reap the consequences. And regarding the Umbu, shouldn't he, the old man, step forth to clarify? Hiruzen, impossible. I never dispatched Umbu to the Rain. It must have been Danzo's ploy to tarnish my name. Did you not hear Nagato say he was vying for the Hokage position? Orochimaru, I side with the old man on this. Masquerading as others to instigate discord is Danzo's forte. During the Second Great Ninja War, he often had his men disguise themselves as ninjas from other villages to incite destruction, prolonging the conflict. It is entirely plausible that he had his subordinates masquerade as Umbu. Danzo, damn it, collaborating with you, Orochimaru, has exposed all my secrets. If I ever work with you again, I shall be a fool. Jiraiya, regardless of collaboration, you are already a fool. Danzo, Hashirama, enough. Let us continue. It appears this incident catalyzed a transformation in Nagato's ideology. The video persisted. To me, your organization is a significant hindrance. Hans raised his proud head, his tone resounding with righteousness. Yahiko, as the leader, you shall perish here. Hans positioned a kunai against Conan's throat, warning, should you resist, this woman shall lose her life. The red-haired man nearby tossed a kunai at their feet, stating, use this to kill Yahiko. In doing so, I may allow you and the woman to escape. Nagato stared blankly, lifting his gaze to Conan. Stop, Nagato. Do not concern yourself with me. You too, flee now. Hearing Conan's voice, Nagato's mind went blank. The scene mirrored the past, where he could only watch helplessly as those dear to him departed. Nagato. Yahiko resolutely turned to him, declaring, "Kill me." Nagato's pupils constricted suddenly, memories of his childhood conversation with Jiraiya flooding back. I only wish to protect those two, regardless of the pain it may entail. The child he once was overlapped with his current self, as Nagato gazed at Yahiko, his heart racing with panic, causing him to breathe heavily. Nagato, stop. Do you not care if this woman dies? Yahiko's urging, Conan's pleas, and Hans's threats pierced Nagato's mind like daggers. In a daze, he instinctively picked up the kunai at his feet. Nagato, lost in thought, glanced at the kunai in his hand, then raised his gaze to Conan. As he turned to look at Yahiko, a sudden jolt coursed through his body. Nagato's eyes widened in horror as sorrow and rage surged within him. Yahiko had thrown himself upon the kunai, choosing death to spare Nagato from making that agonizing choice. In his final moments, Yahiko leaned against Nagato's shoulder, blood flowing from his mouth as he weakly uttered. Chapter 41. The complete awakening of the Rinnegan together with Conan. No matter what, we must survive. You are the savior of this world. It is you. In truth, before he could finish, Yahiko could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground. Yahiko. Conan's heart-wrenching cries echoed in the air, while Nagato's eyes were vacant. Unable to accept Yahiko's death, especially the fact that it had occurred by his own hand, Hans raised an eyebrow slightly and commanded in a low voice, "Attack." Countless shurikens flew toward Nagato. Yet, Nagato remained engulfed in the sorrow of Yahiko's demise, recalling the childhood vow. If this world is engulfed in endless war, I shall become the god of this world. Suddenly, Nagato snapped back to reality, raising his hand, and the Shinra Tensei activated automatically, deflecting all the shurikens. His body leaped like a machine over the valley, moving with such speed that even Hans could not execute the woman he held captive, forcing him to retreat hastily. As he halted, Hans slapped the ground with one hand. The surface transformed into sheets of paper, advancing toward Nagato and Conan, soon enveloping Nagato's feet. With a thunderous roar, a massive cloud of black smoke engulfed the battlefield. Did it succeed? Hans murmured to himself. As the smoke dissipated, Nagato was revealed, his legs engulfed in flames, only to be extinguished shortly by pouring rain. Nagato. Conan gazed at Nagato's severely burned legs, while she remained unharmed due to his protection. However, Nagato did not utter a single cry of anguish. He merely addressed the enemy before him. Conan, hold Yahiko tight and do not move. Quite capable, aren't you, little brat? To escape unscathed from my fire jutsu. Just as Hans praised Nagato, he suddenly raised his head, revealing the Rinnegan concealed beneath his red hair. Hans's voice faltered as his eyes narrowed. You are no ordinary child, that I. Attack. Before Hans could issue further commands, the members of the Akatsuki surged forward, like a swarm of hornets, attacking Nagato. With a mighty roar, Nagato slammed his palm onto the ground. Summoning technique. Outer path. King of Hell. A colossal humanoid hand tore through the earth, instantly sending several Akatsuki members flying. As the ground cracked open, a terrifying figure began to emerge. This is... Conan gasped, gazing at the monstrous being. Nagato, you must not use that. Nagato roared, filled with rage and hatred, disregarding her caution. A black rod appeared from the King of Hell, splitting into more black rods that densely pierced Nagato's back. Pain surged through his body as he let out a pain scream. The black rods began to siphon his chakra, visibly draining his vitality. Once charged, the King of Hell unleashed a purple dragon that swiftly darted through the crowd, causing anyone it touched to collapse instantly. In less than 10 seconds, all combatants, save for Hans, lay defeated. The dragon, having consumed countless souls, approached Hans, who closed his eyes and murmured softly, "It seems you are the mastermind behind this." To possess the Rinnegan is quite astonishing. The dragon lifted its head, fixating its gaze on Hans. An enraged Nagato unleashed an endless roar as the dragon charged toward Hans. Just as it was about to strike, Hans formed a hand seal and exclaimed, "Body flicker technique." The dust settled, and Hans had vanished from the ground, while the King of Hell also disappeared, leaving behind a furious Nagato. Senju Hashirama. No wonder this child harbors such extreme thoughts. Senju Hashirama. If one day I were to personally kill my most cherished person, I fear I would be even more deranged than him. Uchiha Madara. Look into my eyes and say that again. Senju Hashirama. In truth, I never wish to kill you, but I cannot stand by and watch our dreams be destroyed by you. Given the choice, I would rather sacrifice myself to protect you in Konoha, for you are my only true friend. in the Pure Land. Upon seeing this message, Uchiha Madara was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth to ultimately type out a response. Uchiha Madara, I never expected that after so many years in the Pure Land, you have become so articulate. Jiraiya, this is partly my fault. I only taught you the power to survive in this world, but did not prepare you for the malevolence of the human heart. Nagato Uzumaki, no. This is not Jiraiya-sensei's fault. Hatred is the prevailing theme of the ninja world. I will ensure this unformed child grows completely. Jiraiya, is there truly no turning back? Nagato, can you not let go of your hatred and live alongside me, your teacher? Nagato Uzumaki, I will not abandon my hatred for mere words. The bonds between people are not so trivial. Ashura, it is time for me to take action, children. Begin. Unknown Konoha Jonin, by the way. Did you secretly use that technique to manipulate gravity back then? Nagato Uzumaki. Yahiko. Conan. The video continued to play. Under Naruto's powerful verbal persuasion, Nagato was ultimately swayed. He clasped his hands together and softly intoned, Outer Path, Rebirth Jutsu. A colossal king of hell emerged in the center of Konoha, unleashing countless green rays. Those struck by the beams emitted a radiant green light, and those who should have perished were revitalized upon being hit. Chio, it feels like I've been showered with gold coins, children. Nagato Uzumaki, no way. I would never sacrifice my life to revive these people. How could I possibly abandon my ideals just because of a few words from a little brat? This must be a lie. It has to be a lie. Jiraiya, Nagato, I am genuinely happy to see you reconsider. AI, to resurrect the dead. And in such great numbers, is this the power of the Rinnegan? How terrifying. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha, this is wonderful. Although our home has been destroyed, at least the people are still alive. Senju Tobarama, indeed, though the buildings may be gone, at least life remains. This is a blessing amidst misfortune. Nagato Uzumaki, recognizing your mistakes and using your life to amend them brings me great comfort. Naruto Uzumaki, I never expected my words to be so impactful, managing to sway such a powerful being. It seems I should test the power of my words before fighting others in the future. Chapter 42. A Prank by Uchiha Sasuke. Minato Namikaze. No regrets. He is my son. Thumbs up. Kushina Uzumaki. Well done. I am so proud of you, my dear. Naruto Uzumaki. Nagato Uzumaki. It seems I'll need earplugs for future brawls. Naruto Uzumaki. No way. As laughter and banter filled the air, the scenes in their minds shifted once more. System A. Almost prevented Uchiha Itachi from slaughtering the Uchiha clan. B. Do you truly need those glasses in your sage form? C. The yellow-haired youth brutally assaults the weak and frail. D. A man to whom the entire ninja world owes a debt of gratitude. Uchiha Sasuke could choose which scenario to recount, but the price was the emergence of a comedic video. If he wished to avoid the ridicule, he could forfeit this right and allow the ninja world to decide for themselves. Jiraiya, sage? Am I not stronger? Hashirama Senju, a man whom the entire ninja world owes thanks? What remarkable feat did he accomplish? Naruto Uzumaki, that yellow-haired fellow clearly isn't a good person. How could he bear to harm the weak and vulnerable? Uchiha Sasuke, almost stopped that beast from annihilating the Uchiha? I believe my life has been relatively untainted. Let the mockery commence. I choose A. Sakura Haruno. Finally, can we recount Sasuke's story? This is wonderful. Sasuke is both handsome and powerful. I adore watching him. Yamanaka, close your eyes. You, with that broad forehead, are not permitted to gaze upon Sasuke. Sakura Haruno, nanny. You, Pig, are seeking death. Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Sasuke, or Sasuke indeed possesses charm. Uchiha Sasuke, alas, sometimes. Being too handsome brings a subtle sorrow. If beauty is a sin, then I am deserving of eternal damnation. Uchiha Fugaku. System, selection complete. The comedic video will take precedence. A surge of exhilarating music erupted, yet it bore an undertone of melancholy. Young Sasuke chased a fleeting red figure, his emotions running high. I should have perished, should have been killed alongside my parents. But Sasuke's eyes snapped open, a fleeting crimson light flashing through his gaze, revealing his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Why am I? Why am I the only one who survived? Sasuke shouted in fury. Why am I? What distinguishes me from my father and mother? Why am I the only one left? In an instant, the scene shifted, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned as the music transformed into something comedic. Don't kill me. Young Sasuke fled frantically down a narrow alley, tears of fear streaming down his face as he cried out, Don't kill me. Uchiha Sasuke. I had just returned home from school. There was no tactile sensation, you understand. Jiraiya, indeed, so handsome, haha. Naruto Uzumaki, ha ha ha. Sasuke, you're killing me with laughter. Meichirumi, you wouldn't be pleased if I truly killed you. Inoki, I have undergone professional training. I can't handle this. The contrast is simply too great, haha. Uchiha Sasuke. Had I known, I would not have chosen this option. Hashirama Senju, the eyes displayed moments ago are akin to Madara's, aren't they? Uchiha Madara, I never expected you, the coward, to possess a resemblance to Izuna and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Hiruzen Sarutobi, it is quite normal for a child raised in a time of peace to fear death. Uchiha Madara, given that you possess the eternal Mangeki, why did he spare you? It should be quite evident. He wishes for you to witness your parents' murder to awaken your Sharingan, and subsequently your Mangeki, to seize and transplant the power of eternity. Uchiha Sasuke, damn it. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Makoto, Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke. Hashirama Senju, but who exactly almost prevented Uchiha Itachi from slaughtering the Uchiha clan? Was it the monkey? Or Danzo? Hiruzen Sarutobi, had I been more cautious or noticed sooner, perhaps I could have truly stopped Uchiha Itachi from annihilating the Uchiha clan. Shimura Danzo, it's easier said than done. The video shifted again. Under the moonlight, a mere 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi ran amidst the battlefield. Along the way, numerous corpses of dead ninjas appeared in the frame. Itachi's eyes calm as he ran, indifferent to everything around him. The scene transitioned. A ninja slammed his palms onto the ground, activating a blue formation. A cacophony of explosions resonated across the battlefield, countless lives extinguished by this single strike. Itachi stood atop a canyon, his expression troubled, reluctantly witnessing the loss of so many lives. This is the Ninja World War. The scene shifted once more. Morning sunlight illuminating the battlefield strewn with corpses. Itachi stood amidst the bodies, staring vacantly at the devastation. Water, water. A severely weakened ninja raised his palm, repeatedly calling out to Itachi. Startled by the voice, Itachi was taken aback to find a survivor besides himself. Without hesitation, he rushed over to support the man and offered him water. The ninja closed his eyes, savoring the liquid, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of Itachi's ninja tool pouch strapped to his leg, and his pupils dilated in shock. Ninja tools? The ninja's eyes darted, realizing that the one who saved him did not belong to his village. In a flash, without a hint of hesitation, the ninja snatched a weapon and swung it toward Itachi's neck. Yet Itachi did not even glance, with a swift motion of his kunai. He ended the ninja's life. Fugaku approached at that moment, and Itachi gazed at the lifeless body, engulfed in profound confusion. Father, why did that ninja attempt to kill me? I did nothing wrong. Because this is war. The view pulled back, revealing countless bodies scattered across the battlefield. As if a meat grinder had operated, rendering lives so tragically cheap. Listen, Itachi, do not forget the scene before you. Uchiha Itachi, sorry, little brother. I forgot to deactivate the counterattack. The slain ninja. Clearly, it was activated. Hashirama Senju, this truly came close to stopping Uchiha Itachi's clan massacre. Had I reacted a moment slower, Itachi would have perished on the spot. Chapter 43, The Uchiha Clan's Annihilation. Inoki, such remarkable reflexes at such a tender age, it is indeed terrifying. Hashirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why would such a young child be thrust onto the battlefield? What were you thinking, monkey? Tobirama Senju, indeed, even during our warring states period, there were not many children so young who faced the horrors of war. Hiruzen Sarutobi, it was his father, the leader of the Uchiha clan, who took him along. As an outsider, I feel it inappropriate to interfere. Rakage, Fugaku Uchiha, bringing such a young child to the battlefield. You truly are something, thumbs up. Gaara, Raza, and you have the audacity to criticize others? Without my sand, I would have perished countless times. Raza. System, the playback is about to commence. The night of the Uchiha massacre. Tobirama Senju. Why do I feel a surge of excitement? Madara Uchiha. On that day, not a single clan member was willing to follow me. Now look at what has become of us. Tobi. On that day, when Itachi left, no clan member wished to follow him either. Itachi Uchiha. AI. Perhaps he was too deeply asleep. Uchiha clansman. Indeed, he was in a deep slumber. Shursui Uchiha. Itachi. I know you are not that kind of person. What were you truly thinking when you decided to slaughter our clan? Outside the Leaf Village, Itachi sat alone on a wooden bridge by a small river, reflecting on Shusui's words with mixed emotions. He felt he had ultimately betrayed Shursui. even to the point of personally annihilating the Uchiha clan. Sasuke Uchiha. This sand shield is utterly nonsensical. One day, I shall kill him. AI. Inflicting harm upon one's parents. Is that not pure insanity? Moreover, to massacre one's own clan, merely hearing of it fills me with sorrow. Inoki. The ninja world is perilously deep, especially considering the existence of Danzo within Konoha. Perhaps Itachi harbors unspeakable burdens. Sasuke Uchiha. I care not for his circumstances. Regardless, I will kill him. Suddenly, the images in everyone's minds began to shift. I can only rely on you, my dearest friend. Beneath the moonlight, a sound resonated as eyes were gouged out, the scene gradually pulling away. Shursui, having removed his remaining eye, held it in his palm and presented it to Itachi. Protect this village. Preserve the name of the Uchiha. Blood streamed from the empty socket of Shursui's eye. A crow screeched as it flitted across the scene. If I perish, perhaps circumstances will change. I have left behind a final note. Itachi stared blankly at this unfolding reality, witnessing Shursui hand over his eye before his body toppled backward off the cliff. Shursui, do not stop me, Itachi. Shursui fell into the abyss, softly resigning, if you're my friend. Shursui, Itachi roared. Helplessly observing as Shursui met his demise before his eyes, an overwhelming sense of impotence flooding his being, and then his eyes snapped wide open. A crimson light flashed, and the Manjiki Sharingan fully awakened. Uchiha Suka, Shursui truly committed suicide. We all believed Itachi was the one who killed him. Uchiha Izuna, one eye is missing. Coupled with the injuries on his body, I believe I have surmised the situation. Tobarama Senju, a person capable of removing the Manjiki's power, and from his words, it is evident that he was compelled to take his own life. Has the village descended into such darkness? Danzo Shimura, could it be you? Danzo Shimura, impossible. I have devoted my life to Konoha. How could I act against its interests? Teacher, you cannot unjustly accuse an honest man. Shursui Uchiha. AI. So, because of you, Konoha indirectly suffered a great calamity. Is that not a detriment? Danzo Shimura, I have said that it was my second persona that guided my will at that time. Do you believe me? Nagato Uzumaki, then when I encounter you, I too might awaken my second persona. Do not blame me then. Danzo Shimura. Uchiha Izuna. Speaking of which, too many of you have awakened the Manjiki in this era. In our warring states period. Only my brother and I possess such power. Itachi Uchiha, and that fellow Uchiha Tori. Uchiha Izuna. Thus, in all these years, only 3 of us. And yet you have seen 4 emerge in such a short span. Awakening the Manjiki upon witnessing a friend's death, and even achieving a promotion. It is simply outrageous. In our time, witnessing the deaths of parents and closest friends would yield at most 3 tomo. Hashirama Senju, perhaps you have suffered too much from your own strength. Uchiha Izuna. 6. The video continued. Beneath the moonlight, a well-dressed Itachi arrived at the Uchiha clan's doorstep. He donned a mask representing the Umbu of Konoha, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. The space rippled, and a figure wearing a tiger-striped mask appeared, slowly making his way towards the Uchiha hospital. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and terrified voices erupted from within. Who are you? Ah. As the scene shifted, Itachi wielded a long blade, moving through the homes of the Uchiha civilians. Those he encountered fell in an instant, blood splattering across Itachi's impassive visage. It was as if taking so many lives was merely an ordinary affair for him. Suddenly, a figure emerged ahead, and upon recognizing the individual, Itachi halted. Itachi, what lies at the end of this slaughter? I once showed you our clan's future. Fugaka's eyes opened, revealing the design of the Manjiki. Do you wish for me to witness a different outcome? Itachi opened his Manjiki, sneering, look. And then his gaze dimmed, his words heavy. This is the future I envision for the village, for our clan. Is that so? Gazing into Itachi's resolute eyes, Fugaku's heart sank. He understood that no words would change anything now. A cloud of smoke rose, and Fugaku dispelled his shadow clone. Vanishing before Itachi, Itachi's expression grew grave as he raised a hand to wipe the blood from his cheek. Father is my greatest adversary. This will be a confrontation between 2 wielders of the Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 44. The truth emerges. Uchiha Madara. A clash between 2 Manjiki? It has been an eternity since I have experienced or witnessed an exhilarating battle since entering this Pure Land. I find myself secretly anticipating the confrontation between you 2 youngsters, Uchiha Izuna. However, the current Uchiha clan seems rather lacking, despite having Uchiha Obito's assistance. Is it truly possible for just 2 individuals to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan? Uchiha Shursui, This little brat lacks martial virtue. Launching a surprise attack on an unsuspecting elder like me in the dead of night. If I were armed, I would surely, well, at the very least, exchange a few blows before meeting my end. Uchiha Izuna, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fugaku, you've concealed yourself quite well, Uchiha Fugaku. Humph. With someone like you around, how could I dare to reveal myself? Terumi Mei, I have long heard of the formidable power of the Uchiha Mangeki. Yet I never expected to witness it today. Namikaze Minato, a battle between father and son, how painfully poignant it is to behold. Senju Hashirama, I never imagined that the Uchiha clan would meet such a tragic fate. Senju Tabarama, I have a feeling that matters are far more complex than they appear. Perhaps Itachi's slaughter of the Uchiha clan harbors deeper secrets. I sense the echoes of a conspiracy. Uchiha Itachi, the scene shifts, and Itachi swiftly enters his family's backyard. Approaching the corridor, he gazes at the partially ajar door, the dim yellow light intermittently spilling out, causing alarm bells to ring within him. Stealthily inching closer, he peers inside, but finds nothing amiss. From a distance, Fugaku's voice calls out, prompting Itachi to turn. There are no traps. Come in. Trusting his father, Itachi enters without conducting any further checks. Uchiha Fugaku and Makoto stand with their backs to Itachi, their expressions neutral as they gaze out the window, lost in thought. Father, upon uttering this word, Itachi's hand instinctively rests upon his blade. I do not wish to engage in fratricide. Hearing this, Itachi remains resolute. A fleeting glint of cold resolve flashing across his eyes, piercing the hearts of Fugaku and Makoto. Is that so? You have chosen their side? Father, mother. Gazing at his unresisting parents, Itachi's heart aches, and his grip on the long blade wavers. We understand, Itachi. In the end, I entrust Sasuke to you. As he listens to his parents' calm words, Itachi can no longer contain his tears, which cascade down like droplets falling to the earth, his voice tinged with sorrow. I know the trembling of the blade reveals his fear. Do not be afraid. This is the path you have chosen. Compared to your suffering, ours is but a fleeting moment. Despite our differing beliefs, I remain proud of you. The sounds of suppressed sobs echo in the minds of those present, tears falling upon the back of Itachi's hand gripping the hilt. Hearing those words from behind him, Fugaku finds solace and sighs. You truly are a kind child. In an instant, the screen goes dark, followed by the glint of a blade. When the scene returns, Itachi's parents lie lifeless, their existence extinguished. The camera pans to the moon, bathed in a blood-red hue, where Itachi stands upon the eaves, the masked man turning to gaze at him. Is it over? The masked man begins to inquire about Itachi's actions, but upon observing his tranquil demeanor, the comforting words are buried deep within. It's nothing. You should leave first. I will speak with the higher-ups of Konoha. Without further words, the masked man distorts the space around him and vanishes. The scene shifts again, revealing Itachi kneeling before the Third Hokage, wearing the emblem of the Umbu. First, I must apologize. In this way, Konoha has averted civil war. The peace of the village is preserved, yet even now, I regret not finding another way. I am sorry. Itachi kneels, bowing his head. The one who should apologize is I. From this point forth, Konoha will consider you a rogue ninja wanted for the massacre of your clan, pursuing you without regard for life or death. That is only natural. Hearing Itachi's words, the Third Hokage turns his back, hands clasped behind him. What are your plans for the future? I have found someone who claims to be from the Akatsuki organization to assist me. I will follow this individual to ensure they do not betray their oath. The scene shifts once more, showing Itachi perched on a tree outside Konoha, as two figures suddenly appear behind him. What do you intend to achieve now? The captain is a rogue ninja listed in the wanted manual, and an S rank at that. As part of route, we must pursue him to maintain appearances. Please, show mercy. In an instant, cold steel flashes as both individuals draw their gleaming blades. Clang. The sound of blades clashing reverberates through the forest. After several exchanges, Itachi finds himself at the center of the woods, his brows furrowed, casting a wary gaze into the depths. Such ferocity. This does not seem like mere pretense. The Sharingan is futile. We shall not gaze into the captain's eyes. With that, a swift motion ensues, and in a flash, both assailants pierce Itachi through. Blood gushes forth as they simultaneously expel a torrent of crimson. Upon closer inspection, they realize that what they have pierced is not Uchiha Itachi, but the body of their comrade, Genjutsu. Having battled alongside their captain for years, they instantly comprehend the illusion. Yet it is too late to utter any words. Their bodies weaken, collapsing to the ground. Why? In their final moments, one of them questions, desperate to understand when the illusion had been cast upon them. When you were assigned to my team, the scene shifts back to when Itachi first laid eyes on them. His pupils suddenly ablaze with the three tomo. I merely planted a suggestion. Once you attacked me, it would activate. Upon hearing this, despite a myriad of grievances, they can only resign to the truth. From the very beginning you never trusted us. System. Compilation complete. Uchiha Izuna. This is truly insufferable from the outset. Casting illusions upon your subordinates, child, you have become invincible. Uchiha Sasuke. Why? Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Makoto. Why did you willingly perish at the hands of that killer? Sarutobi Hiruzen. What truly transpired? What happened back then? Senju Tobirama. Must I even state the obvious? I can deduce it with a mere thought. The Uchiha were not favored by the villagers, and when they attempted to revolt, the village's higher-ups had no choice but to send Itachi to eradicate the entire Uchiha clan. Chapter 45. A new title, Senju Hashirama. Even after all these years, has Konoha still not embraced the Uchiha? Hyuga Hayashi. Rather than us failing to accept them, it is they who refuse to accept us. Those who have awakened their Sharingan look down upon us with arrogance, while the common folk who have not awakened it appear far more reasonable in comparison. Uchiha Shursui, you all wear tinted glasses when regarding us, and yet you expect us to accept you? Senju Hashirama. Enough arguing. I once believed that time would erode all grievances and alter your biases against the Uchiha. The village is a collective. It is wrong to view others through such a distorted lens. Senju Tobirama, brother. Anoki. It seems the massacre of the Uchiha runs deeper than we thought. The Third Hokage, the dark roots of the ninja world, even Obito, who instigated the Fourth Great Ninja War, is entangled in this. Even the renowned Shursui had no choice but to take his own life, and the strongest genjutsu vanished without a trace. Uchiha Sasuke, father, mother, what truly transpired back then? Uchiha Makoto, Sasuke. I am sorry, but I cannot tell you. I only hope that you do not harbor hatred towards your brother. Orochimaru. How delightfully intriguing. May Konoha meet its demise soon. Allow me to stoke the flames. Shimura Danzo. Nonsense. Silence yourself. Tobirama Senju. It appears we are on the brink of a shocking revelation. Orochimaru. Heh. Following the Nine Tails incident, the village leadership suspected the Uchiha were responsible, primarily because a pair of Sharingan was visible in the eyes of the Nine Tails at that time. The subsequent events are well known. The Uchiha were marginalized, resulting in growing discontent over the years. After Shursui's suicide, this discontent was fully ignited. Fearing a Uchiha rebellion, especially with the information provided by Itachi, the higher-ups decided to take decisive action and dispatched Itachi to annihilate his clan. Shimura Danzo. Damn it. Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke. Even so, I will kill Itachi. My father and mother did nothing wrong. Why did they have to die unjustly? Besides, is Itachi a fool? He simply follows whatever orders he is given. Uchiha Fugaku. Do not speak ill of your brother. If the Uchiha were to wage war against Konoha, regardless of the victor, both sides would suffer greatly. Other villages would take advantage of the chaos. Itachi's actions were a measure of necessity. I do not expect you to understand your brother, but I hope you do not hate him. Uchiha Sasuke. Impossible. No matter what. He is the murderer of our clan, and that Uchiha Obito as well. I will surely kill them both. I will not forget this hatred because of your mere words. The bonds between people are not so trivial. Nagato Uzumaki. A sense of powerlessness akin to having one's copyright infringed upon. Uchiha Obito. I await your arrival. System. A new round of assessments will commence tomorrow. As the system's voice faded, the images in everyone's minds vanished. In Konoha, after Jiraiya returned to the village, Danzo disappeared, knowing that engaging Jiraiya could lead to severe repercussions. So it was best to avoid confrontation. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha compound, upon learning the identity of his true enemies, Sasuke was filled with rage. Yet he understood he was currently ill-equipped to confront Konoha head-on. He could only bide his time until he grew stronger enough to avenge his parents. As dawn broke the night, the morning quietly arrived. System. Who is the one with the second title? Answer correctly to earn a chance to ask a question. Hints will be provided every 5 minutes. Senju Hashirama. The second title. The first pertains to the Fourth Great Ninja War. What could the second involve? Or perhaps it relates to the individual himself. Senju Tobirama. Just provide the hint. I doubt anyone would dare to guess blindly without any clues. If they guess wrong, they might be sent to pick cotton for an eternity. AI. I feel somewhat insulted. System. Then let us begin with the first hint. This individual was once a spy, traversing between various villages. After the war, he became an orphanage director. One day, he stumbled upon a child with a head injury and bestowed upon him a new name. Over many years of companionship, that child gradually accepted all within the orphanage. Yet eventually, due to circumstances, he had to leave the orphanage and return to being a spy. During a particular mission, An incident occurred that led to his complete descent into darkness. He then followed Orochimaru through the ninja world and succeeded him after Orochimaru's demise. It is said that the pupil surpasses the master. He became one of the key figures in the Fourth Great Ninja War. He resurrected countless powerful warriors through Edo Tensei, and his strength reached a level beyond that of the Kage. Without mentioning those few outliers, his power stands significantly above all others in the current ninja world. Inoki, a significant power gap? Just how strong must he be? System, what exactly is this beyond Kage level? System, such trivial inquiries do not require a deduction. Beyond Kage refers to the level of the legendary figures of the Warring States period. Although his individual strength may not reach such heights, when combined with his Edo Tensei army, his overall power is formidable. Senju Hashirama, hiss. Comparable to myself and Madara, and with that individual named Obito, how do you intend to combat this Fourth Great Ninja War? Konoha Jonin, such a formidable adversary. I cannot envision a future for the ninja world. Deidara, in a different sense, the future of the ninja world seems quite bleak indeed. AI, do not lose heart, children. Did you not see that several outliers were mentioned? They may very well be the primary force opposing them in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Karui, how do you know what outlier means, you cotton picker? AI, that was a stretch. Senju Tobarama, the phrase regarding individual strength, aside from those outliers, is rather straightforward. Jiraiya, I must admit, Orochimaru's ability to manipulate children is quite remarkable. I once pursued him for quite some time. Those abandoned laboratories were filled with children he had taken. Orochimaru, please do not misrepresent. I did not abduct them. I merely elucidated the meaning of life to them. Orochimaru, however, I believe I have deduced the answer. The second title belongs to Yakushi Nanyu. System, correct answer. As the names appeared in the minds of the crowd, a figure S name suddenly materialized at the center. Yakushi Nanyu, the beginning of corruption. Oh, I can speak now. 2. Director. Chapter 46, Brothers United. Pharmacist Nanoyu, the beginning of corruption. You are. Toby. Your avatar does not resemble you at all. Toby. Director. The photo Danzo gave you was a forgery. He gradually replaced me with another person. I am the real Toby. Pharmacist Nanoyu, the beginning of corruption, is that so? The name given to you by the system should not be fabricated. Changing identities and erasing individuals from existence. It certainly resembles the methods of the Akatsuki. Senju Tobarama, why is it that you are once again entangled with this? Danzo, Pain, Uchiha, and now another individual with power comparable to my elder brother. How do you manage to stir up so much trouble? Danzo, I am doing this for Konoha. Nagato, I see you are doing this for the position of Hokage. Danzo, System, initiating a new round of inventory. Your sage body truly requires those glasses. Orochimaru, because the venom of the snake is much more potent. System, in a dimly lit cavern, a mysterious figure clad in red robes turned his head aside, his voice calm and composed. Sasuke, you wish to defeat Itachi. Your Uchiha adversary, once more, it was I who resurrected him in this world. Thus, for both you and me, the current Itachi is an obstruction, is it not? Perhaps we should temporarily ally to eliminate Itachi? Sharing the same serpentine power and teacher. I do not intend to regard him as a mentor. Before Toby could finish his sentence, Sasuke waved his hand dismissively, interrupting him. Moreover, you seem to know nothing at all. Sasuke's tone deepened. I have pursued him here to seek clarity from Itachi. Toby, with a darkened expression, occasionally glanced at the two brothers. So now whose side are you on? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sasuke launched several shuriken, aimed directly at Toby, who was seated on the ground. Just as the shuriken struck, Itachi waved his hand, deflecting Sasuke's attack with even greater speed. Confounded by Itachi's assistance to Toby, Sasuke inquired, why? This guy is akin to Orochimaru. He is my enemy. His brows furrowed slightly. And now he is not also your enemy? Understood. We shall discuss our matters later. Itachi explained, let us first defeat this fellow, but do not kill him. If we were to slay the user of the impure world reincarnation, the technique could never be undone. I will first employ my Tsukuyami on him, extracting the method to halt that technique. Then, maintaining the state of Tsukuyami, I will manipulate him to unravel the impure world reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Sasuke could only turn his head back in resignation. Toby rose to his feet, staring at the two brothers, his voice laced with scorn. You articulate your method for defeating me quite fluently. I hope its implementation is as effortless as you claim. Regrettably, as I mentioned earlier, this technique has neither risks nor weaknesses. Every ninjutsu possesses its vulnerabilities, and this technique's weaknesses and risks. The scene shifted to Itachi's eyes under the impure world reincarnation, revealing a kaleidoscope pattern, his expression profoundly enigmatic. "It is I?" As Itachi stepped forward, ready to act. Sasuke's voice reached his ears. "Itachi, you always deceive me with excuses like next time and we'll talk later. In the end, you died." Sasuke approached Itachi step by step. "Therefore, this time, I expect you to honor our agreement. They say a person's character does not change even in death. But I have died once." As Itachi spoke, his tone suddenly grew serious. "I will keep my promise." Tobi, hidden beneath his hat, smirked slightly, half-jokingly stating, "Are the two brothers conspiring against me?" A tongue, half the length of an arm, suddenly slid out from Tobi's mouth, and countless long snakes emerged from behind him. How intriguing. Tobi adjusted his hat to obscure his entire face. "I am not accustomed to being scrutinized as a schemer. A strategy against genjutsu?" Sasuke mused thoughtfully. His the snakes behind Tobi fixated on the two, and Itachi began to ponder their movements. "Those snakes, they can keenly sense us. Snakes can detect body temperature and utilize their tongues to perceive scents. You have done your homework. You are quite the snake scholar," Itachi teased. "I have investigated. Aiming to defeat Orochimaru, but merely a snake scholar." Tobi clapped his hands together, producing a crisp sound in the vast cavern. "I am invincible." The enormous snake began to move slowly forward, Tobi's elongated voice echoing in the cave. "This is my domain. Nature is my ally." Following a writhing motion, the already large snake began to grow even larger. Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly. The snake has increased in size. "The terrain? Be cautious of the trap, Sasuke." "A trap?" Tobi scoffed. "Not at all." The massive snake suddenly lunged forward, colliding with the two, shattering large boulders along its path, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Itachi unleashed his Susanoo, firmly grasping four colossal snakes. With a swift flash of purple blades, two of the snakes' heads were severed as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. "This is Susanoo." Tobi retracted the decapitated, bloodied snakes. Itachi remarked with mild discontent. "You were too ruthless, Sasuke. I said we must not kill him. It appears he has acquired Orochimaru's power and will not perish so easily." Sasuke, enveloped in his purple Susanoo, charged toward Tobi. Itachi pulled back the remaining two snakes, dragging Tobi along. "Sasuke, are you going to lift the hat?" Sasuke used Susanoo to dislodge Tobi's hat, but what lay beneath startled both of them. There were merely 3 snakes inside, and the original Tobi had vanished without a trace. Whoosh! The 3 snakes quickly dispersed, retreating into the depths of darkness. Sasuke, quick on his feet, seized a long blade and hurled it at one of the snakes. Clang! The blade pierced the snake, pinning it against the rock, yet after writhing a few times, the snake slipped free as if it were liquid. "You are rather sinister, aren't you?" Sasuke released his Susanoo, taunting. "This time, you even managed to hide your entire self? You are merely a degraded remnant of Orochimaru's transplant." In the darkness, that elongated voice echoed once more, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Sasuke, do you underestimate me? But it is understandable. My threat level on the wanted list is still less than yours. Compared to Lord Orochimaru, I am utterly insignificant." Sasuke's pupils flickered, and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly manifested. Chapter 47. The Power of the Immortal Indeed. If you believe that this will allow you to conceal yourself. From Sasuke's perspective, a mass of chakra exposed in the darkness was all too evident. "Sasuke, be cautious." A voice cried out, prompting Sasuke to immediately scan his surroundings, only to discover traces of chakra lingering everywhere. The chakra was omnipresent, leaving him bewildered as to which one belonged to the true body. An unsettling sensation coursed through Susanoo, and Itachi's gaze fell upon the hand that grasped the 2 colossal serpents. To his astonishment, the serpents began to glide downward like flowing water. In the darkness, the voice echoed once more. "This is the ability of transforming flesh through fluidity, utilizing liquid to separate, creating an illusion akin to shedding skin." This technique was birthed from the research into the Kozuki clan's transformative abilities. The individual you recognize is none other than Mizukage, capable of transforming from human to water and back again. The scene abruptly shifted to the serpent that had just split its body to evade a long blade, now rapidly regenerating, coupled with my previously acquired overwhelming regenerative power. This technique was derived from my studies of the women of the Uzumaki clan, specifically the familiar Kanshiki. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I can sense it. This fellow is even more sinister than Orochimaru. Senju Tobirama, an exceptionally strong recovery ability, and it seems difficult to inflict effective harm upon him. Perhaps only Jinjutsu can contend with him. Uchiha Izuna. That is fortuitous. There are two Meijiki users present, and one possesses the eternal Meijiki. Battling this individual shall be akin to child's play. Orochimaru. Heh. Let us await the spectacle, though I did not foresee Sasuke-kun allying with Itachi. Uchiha Sasuke. Impossible. How could I ever collaborate with this foe? Absolutely out of the question. I once believed the Susanoo, renowned in the ninja world, to be immensely powerful, but it appears rather trivial, such a diminutive size. Could it not be shattered by a single strike from my Black Mamba elbow? Uchiha Madara, await the moment you can engage in my battles. And you shall see me as a mayfly beholds the vast sky. Merely a relic of a bygone era, yet your bravado is rather grand. Uchiha Madara, it was my folly not to invade your land of lightning, allowing one such as you to speak with such audacity. So you hold a grudge against Cotton, do you? Tobirama Senju, while I must admit the abilities he describes seem formidable, I fail to detect any semblance of an immortal. Could it be that he has ingested some potent poison? White Snake Sage, patience, observe closely. For I can sense the wild natural energy emanating from the imagery. Orochimaru. It appears that Kabuto will indeed become formidable in the future. Might he become my vessel? Note, Orochimaru's ideological shift occurred during the Fourth Great Ninja War. At this time, he was still in pursuit of the perfect vessel. Jiraiya, speaking so openly in front of him, do you truly believe he won't betray you? Orochimaru. Kabuto, as long as I can follow Lord Orochimaru, I have no qualms. Jiraiya. 6. Orochimaru's brainwashing is indeed quite potent. The video continued to unfold. In conclusion, your selection of these three individuals reflects astute judgment. In the darkness, a long serpent's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of intelligence. Its gaze as lively as that of a human. In this world of ninjas, the incapable shall be utterly repudiated. Yet, if one lacks capability, it matters not. It suffices to seize power from those who possess it. It appears you two have acquired the abilities of the Jagon, granted through Orochimaru's curse mark, is it not? Wrong. Bang. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated through the darkness, as several long serpents raised their heads high, emitting a chilling sound. This is merely a contingency. For this body is the result of my own training, within the Dragon Cave. Kabuto's excitement grew with each word, his voice brimming with fervor. Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Cave, Itachi's heart jolted, and he shouted with urgency. The Dragon Cave? Could it be? The serpents intertwined in the darkness, Kabuto's voice echoing persistently. Indeed, I have discovered it. A place of inheritance, renowned alongside my Bokuzen in the Wetbone Forest. Not only did Lord Orochimaru reach this place, but I too have arrived, training beside the White Snake Sage, mastering this power. I have finally surpassed Lord Orochimaru. The White Snake opened its mouth, spewing forth a torrent of liquid. Just by my own strength, a hand emerged from the White Snake's mouth. And in an instant, Sasuke perceived a great threat. Without a moment's hesitation, the Yata-mirror Susanoo manifested. His eyes fixated on the depths of the darkness. Arrows poised and ready to be unleashed. Boom. Sasuke released the arrow, which shot forth like a cannonball into the abyss. Sasuke, do not rush. Itachi called out in alarm. Yet Sasuke remained oblivious, his gaze locked onto the spot where the arrow had struck. The purple luminescence emitted by the arrow slightly dispelled the darkness. Within the depths, an arm emerged from the serpent's maw, a finger raised high, continuously wavering. The arrow that was meant for Kabuto had been evaded, leaving Sasuke in shock as he murmured. He actually dodged this arrow. My current perception abilities far surpass anything from the past. The natural energy stands firmly by my side, Kabuto's voice tinged with excitement. Natural energy? Itachi mused, releasing his Susanoo as he spoke to himself. This individual truly. Listen closely. The Jagon clan inherently possesses the unique ability to absorb natural energy into their bodies. This is the secret to their rampage. Hence, they can occasionally become powerful and frenzied. Lord Orochimaru did not focus on the transformation behaviors of the Jagon, but rather investigated the origins of their clan's abilities. Ultimately, he discovered the source of this power, which is none other than the Dragon Cave. Lord Orochimaru attempted to harness this power on the spot, but at that time, his body was incapable of withstanding it. Thus, with another hand, he pried open the serpent's jaws, extricating himself from its maw. Crawling across the ground along the saliva. Even he could not transform into the perfect sage mode as I have done. Itachi's expression grew grave as he sensed the oncoming natural energy in Kabuto's symbol of sage transformation. Indeed, it appears he has acquired the strength of sage mode. In contrast to Itachi's solemnity, Sasuke scoffed derisively. You are nothing more than a useless serpent, just like Orochimaru. Since you claim to be a serpent master, I hope you comprehend. I am no longer a serpent. The complete power of the sage has shed my serpent skin. Kabuto suddenly clapped his hands together, an immense and oppressive chakra sweeping through the entire cavern. I have transcended into a dragon. Chapter 48. Engaged in a bitter struggle suddenly. Do's pupils darkened, followed by a resounding shout. Celestial technique. White surge. The red serpent swiftly expelled a black sphere from Do's mouth, which spiraled around it after traveling a distance. A blinding white light pierced through the pitch-black cave, accompanied by an excruciatingly sharp sound that reverberated within. Ah! Sasuke clutched his ears, letting out a pained scream. Even under the protection of Susanoo, he could not withstand the onslaught. His ears felt as though the very bones were being crushed. Itachi, displaying visible distress, clasped his head and spoke with great effort. This technique obstructs vision and hearing with light and sound, using air vibrations to numb the senses and confine our movements. With great difficulty, Itachi managed to crack open his eyes, and in the harsh light, he discerned a figure hastening towards them. Do internally rejoiced, realizing that the serpent's cornea could obscure vision and ignore the effects of bright light, while its liquefied body could deftly counter sound and vibrations. Only I, in sage mode, can act under such conditions. Do opened his gaping maw, poised to swallow Sasuke, who was exposed to the air due to the inability to maintain Susanoo. However, a gigantic red hand suddenly appeared, enveloping Sasuke within. Do immediately reacted, leaping aside. Itachi, it seems you excel at detecting my position. Have you sensed my chakra? As the white light gradually dissipated, the piercing sound faded into the air. Yet, Do twisted his skeletal frame, retracting his gaping mouth. No, wait. Itachi's earlier words echoed in Do's mind. When you were manipulating me, I could clearly sense where your chakra was coming from. This is also a risk of the technique. You mentioned being manipulated, which implies that you cannot perceive my chakra now, correct? Attempting to deceive me with your favored lies again? Itachi, still covering his ears, clearly had not yet recovered from the recent sonic blast. The one who can sense your chakra is not necessarily me. In the scene, a gaunt, white-haired man appeared. Jiraiya, Nagato, how could you appear so frail after being reincarnated? Come quickly and fetch a bottle of my 1982 kidney essence, just one course, and you shall see results. Vortex Nagato. Only Nagato, who had previously acted alongside me, could accomplish this. I lack such strength. Moreover, even now, I am fully aware of where you intend to strike. Itachi's gaze fell upon Sasuke, ensconced within his Susanoo's arm. Thus, as long as I ensure that area is well protected, it shall suffice. If the cautious you wishes to capture Sasuke for your own gain, you would first seize him. The probability of success in capturing Sasuke before your technique is unraveled is at its peak. Thereafter, you could use him as a hostage to threaten me. The red Susanoo slowly dissipated, and upon finishing Itachi's explanation, Do smiled in response. Your uniqueness among the Uchiha clan lies in your genuine ocular prowess. You can see into the hearts of others, read their thoughts, and exploit these in battle. Thus, you excel at deception. Indeed, you are a thoroughly deceitful ninja, living a life entrenched in falsehood. Hearing his brother being described in such a manner caused Sasuke to grit his teeth, unable to contain his indignation. The white light flared anew, and the sharp, explosive sound erupted once more. Chidori manifested in Sasuke's hand, transforming into a streak of light that shot towards Do. Do merely leaped lightly, his feet adhering to the cave's ceiling, evading the attack, and then arrogantly proclaimed, "What can two individuals accomplish? A makeshift duo cannot surpass my perceptive abilities. Moreover, these are brothers who have been at odds due to your brother's web of lies." Sasuke furrowed his brow, wanting to retort, but finding himself at a loss for words. Listening to these words, Itachi appeared remarkably calm. Sasuke, do you remember the mission we undertook together concerning the wild boar? Sasuke's thoughts drifted back to his childhood, and after a bout of reminiscing, the scene returned to the battlefield. Do, am I being treated like a wild boar? White Snake Sage, it seems this child is well suited for training in our dragon cave. Such a perfect sage mode is rare indeed. Vortex Naruto, Jiraiya, is your sage mode a counterfeit? Why does it feel so inferior? Shima, what are you saying, you little brat? The dragon cave's master attacks. While the Wetbone Forest primarily focuses on sage chakra and recovery, our Mayaboka Mountain is simply more balanced, lacking any standout features. Moreover, if it weren't for that little brat Jiraiya's recommendation, many would be begging us, yet we still wouldn't teach them. Minato, Naruto is still young. Do not take offense. I apologize for his rudeness. Shima, that's more like it. Now, both opened their Yata mirror Susanoo, the purple Susanoo ready to bow, while the red Susanoo charged at Do. With a single sweeping motion, the red Susanoo unleashed 3 tomo that struck the cave's ceiling, causing violent tremors. Do, destabilized by this force, struggled to maintain his footing as Itachi shouted, "Now!" Sasuke released his grip, and the arrow shot forth like lightning, striking Do's tail. Do was suspended in midair, his body swaying as he reached for the long knife that had initially pierced the serpent's head. Sensing impending danger, Sasuke shouted, "He's trying to steal my knife to sever the tail and escape." Without hesitation, Itachi released Susanoo and propelled himself into the air. But Do was a step ahead, seizing the long knife and thrusting it towards Itachi's abdomen. Sasuke's mouth fell open in shock, a flicker of panic in his eyes, while Do's gaze narrowed, his voice hoarse. "I told you not to rush." The tail, pinned by the purple arrow, writhed free of its constraints, just as Do reveled in his triumph. Itachi slowly opened one eye, and a piercing, shrill sound echoed in everyone's minds. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, followed by countless crows soaring freely across the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku, Do has already lost. Do? When did I lose? Tobirama Senju, this white light and the crows seem rather suspicious. Uchiha Fugaku, this is one of the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, though it exacts a heavy toll. Once unleashed, the target is doomed to victory. Orochimaru, oh, I've been collecting Konoha's forbidden techniques for so long. Yet I've never heard of the Uchiha possessing such a move. Uchiha Izuna, this is the foundation of the Uchiha clan. Take a good look, progeny. Orochimaru, heh, I hope it does not disappoint me. Chapter 49, Izanami in the midst of a blinding light. Kabuto inadvertently dropped the long blade he was wielding. Seizing the opportunity, Itachi struck swiftly, aiming a lethal blow at Kabuto's head. Kabuto leaped aside, a single white horn falling at his feet. He raised his hand to touch the wound on his head, nonchalantly remarking, "Ah, I nearly forgot that there are no horns here, so I was caught off guard." The white light flickered across the lens, and Kabuto's expression turned grave as he observed the two brothers. "As long as I am the practitioner of the Edo Tensei technique, no one can kill me. Even if I am injured, the regenerative capabilities of this body render harm meaningless. Moreover, I have severed your vision, rendering your most proud ocular techniques utterly ineffective. You brothers stand no chance. It is precisely because I am the caster that Edo Tensei becomes invincible." A sinister grin spread across Kabuto's face, his arrogance palpable. Although his monologue was tiresome, it did possess a semblance of truth. "I know this already, so what now?" He remained oblivious to the true strength of the Uchiha clan. Itachi advanced step by step, aware that the Uchiha possessed ocular techniques that did not require visual input. The cost of such power was blindness. Sasuke listened intently, his mind recalling a man who wielded life-saving skills as if they were mere physical strikes. "Izanagi? You know Izanagi?" Itachi exclaimed, surprised that Sasuke was familiar with this technique. "He used it against me during my battle with Danzo." "I'm relieved you survived. Shimura Danzo, will I face Sasuke in the future? It seems I must train in the forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage. But what does that pixelated image in Sasuke's memory mean? Root member, it must be that Lord Danzo is too handsome. And the system doesn't want your elegance to be revealed to others. Shimura Danzo, haha. A valid point, indeed. System, the display of curious objects is prohibited at this stage. Shimura Danzo. Terumime, ha ha ha. You crack me up, kid. Anoki, he does indeed look rather peculiar, to be honest. Shimura Danzo. Enough of that, how can I utilize Izanagi? Sasuke stepped forward, impatience evident in his tone. What I need to use is not Izanagi, but its counterpart, another forbidden technique. Another one? Preparation was complete. Itachi's eyes glowed red as he faced the charging Kabuto, ready to wield the ultimate ocular technique that would determine his fate. With a swift motion, Kabuto struck with a chakra-infused palm, aiming a powerful blow at Itachi. The sound of clashing metals echoed as Itachi raised his long blade to block the attack. With unwavering resolve, he uttered the name of the technique. Izanami. Kabuto exerted slight pressure with both hands, his aura seemingly overpowering Itachi's. Yet, Itachi pushed back with all his might, creating a safe distance between them. If Izanagi can alter fate, then Izanami can dictate it. Itachi raised his blade once more, whispering, "Sasuke, do not stray too far from me." In midair, as Kabuto continued his grandiloquent speech, he landed confidently on the ground. "I do not know your intentions, but for me now, all attacks are futile." Kabuto swiftly formed hand seals, grinning as he proclaimed, "It seems you still do not comprehend the nature of my existence. Sage art, transmogrification of inorganic beings." In an instant, the entire cavern trembled violently as if brought to life. Stalactites struck Itachi with lethal speed, creating multiple gaping wounds on his body. Yet, Itachi was swifter still. In a moment of peril, he summoned Susanu's arm to shield Sasuke, who was vulnerable without Edo Tensei's body. "Itachi!" Sasuke cried out in alarm. "This ninjutsu can bestow life upon inanimate objects and control them. It fundamentally differs from chakra manipulation techniques." Kabuto exclaimed with glee. "Isn't it overwhelmingly powerful?" Itachi, weakened, opened his eyes, surrounded by a cloud of debris, while Sasuke observed his surroundings, deep in thought. "By using Susanu to protect Sasuke, I failed to evade the attack myself. Do not worry. I will not harm him. He is my important test subject." The massive serpent behind Kabuto leaned in close, delivering a shuriken inscribed with a cursed seal. "Now, I will alter your thoughts. You must understand what the outcome will be." Kabuto charged toward the bound Itachi with the shuriken in hand, prompting Sasuke to widen his eyes in alarm and shout, "Amaterasu!" Black flames encircled the brothers, creating a protective barrier, while the stone binding Itachi retracted in that very moment. Kabuto halted, eyeing the unquenchable flames with trepidation. Can the strongest offensive ocular technique also become the ultimate defense? The sound of contractions echoed as Kabuto gazed upward at the restored cavern. The temperature is too high. The stalactites are reverting. Itachi, having been released, spoke with an apologetic tone. "I'm sorry, Sasuke." Kabuto's overconfident voice rang out once more. "I'm afraid I have already secured victory. I am ever closer to realizing my goal of controlling everything. No matter how I imagine it, I cannot envision myself failing." The scene shifted into Kabuto's memories. The visage of Orochimaru appeared in everyone's minds. Lord Orochimaru has collected and thoroughly studied the laws and principles of the natural world. The image of Orochimaru gradually descended, revealing the seemingly flawless sage Kabuto. "All of that power now resides within me, from man to serpent, from serpent to dragon. I am the closest being to the sage of 6 paths in this world. What is the Uchiha clan compared to that?" Upon hearing Kabuto belittle the Uchiha, Sasuke retorted furiously, "You can say whatever you wish. You do not comprehend the Uchiha at all. Listen well." Itachi raised a hand, signaling Sasuke to refrain from further words, then spoke gravely, "Kabuto, seeing you is like looking at my former self. Therefore, you will surely lose." As the black flames blazed brighter, forming a wall of fire that obscured the view of the two combatants, Kabuto, instead of growing angry, raised his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. "Listen, I am no longer a mere side character. One could say, I am now the center of this battlefield. I have manipulated the Akatsuki to steer the war in my favor and force the Uchiha brothers into a corner." The scene shifted again. An Itachi's calm voice resonated in everyone's minds. "I harbor both opposition and understanding towards you, for I once stood in your position." Chapter 50. The Art of Illusion and Its Unraveling. Living as a spy in a world steeped in hypocrisy, I once struggled to comprehend my own identity. It is only now that I have come to realize that understanding oneself does not equate to achieving perfection, but rather entails discerning what one is capable of and what remains beyond one's reach. After enduring a lengthy discourse, my resolve remained unshaken. What I sought was not your lecture, but your prowess and intelligence. As a ninja of Konoha, hailing from the prestigious Uchiha clan, you possess the Manjiki Sharingan. You hold numerous secrets and have successfully averted wars, wielding an array of jutsu and formidable power. Itachi, you are endowed with an abundance of elements that could facilitate your own ascendancy. No one is more suited to my Edo Tensei than you. The more I spoke, the more fervent I became, my voice escalating in excitement. My pawn is the embodiment of my own strength. Flattery, I have already met with failure, Itachi retorted with self-deprecation. With a dismissive chuckle, I countered that I had merely belittled the Uchiha name in your presence, though I secretly harbored admiration for it. I drew closer to the two brothers, while Sasuke, with a grave expression, retrieved the long sword that had fallen to the ground. The Uchiha name is merely a nomenclature tied to bloodline and affiliation. Acquiring such a title holds no significance. At my words, I noticed a shadow of despair cross over me as I lowered my gaze. Is it truly meaningless to obtain a name? My pupils widened, the violet shadow around them taking on a menacing hue. No, it certainly holds significance. As I clapped my hands together to form seals, the flesh in my abdomen convulsed, morphing into the upper half of a body. Shimura Danzo. Now, this is true curiosity. Uchiha Izuna. This is absurd. This is genuine curiosity. Lord Orochimaru has also uttered such words. Dual demonic technique, I exclaimed, as that mass of flesh surged again, taking on a rotund form. Jur-B, Earth release, Earth return. The rocks, scorched by Amaterasu, were cleaved in two like a seesaw, revealing a chasm so dark it seemed to stretch into infinity. The brothers found themselves entirely within the scope of my assault. If one wishes to discern their true identity, one must gather all the material and information this world has to offer. On me ton, spider's nest, open. The flesh expelled substances that unleashed a torrent of webs toward the two brothers. Simultaneously, both their Manjiki Sharingan manifested. Amaterasu. Amaterasu. The black flames swiftly incinerated the webs that threatened to ensnare them, spreading toward my direction. I leaped aside as the flesh in my abdomen transformed once more. Kimimaro. Bone pulse. Dance of the early fern. Sharp bone spurs erupted from the ground, launching toward Sasuke and his brother. Sasuke glanced back, only to realize they were already enshrouded in webs, his expression turning grave. I'll handle the rear. Brother, confront the front. A surge of purple chakra erupted, encasing Sasuke entirely in a skeletal form as he waved his hand. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. The dispersing black flames quickly consumed the webs behind them. Itachi summoned a skeletal Susanoo, launching 3 shuriken that severed the bone spurs before them. I manipulated Kimimaro to fashion a flute from the bones. The flesh writhed once more, revealing a feminine figure before the assembly. As the black flames began to subside, they unveiled an empty expanse. Have they fled inside? I pressed my hands upon the head of that mass, though it proved futile. Magical flute, dream sound lock. The flute's melody wafted through the cave, a melodious tune that resonated throughout. The scene shifted, and the vanished brothers reappeared deep within the cavern. Are you all right, SAS? Itachi began. But the moment the music reached their ears, their consciousness was drawn into an illusion. Sasuke furrowed his brow, his countenance betraying unease. An illusion? Your proud Susanoo cannot block the sound. I knew it. I advanced step by step toward the two. Now your movements are ensnared. Next. The flesh transformed once more, revealing Orochimaru's sinister visage before them. Let Lord Orochimaru absorb you. Sasuke's pupils constricted in shock. Though ensnared by the illusion, he could still perceive the external scene. What do you say, Sasuke? Do you remember my current form? Thanks to you, who defeated Lord Orochimaru, I have finally fused him within me. Indeed, this is my true visage now. The scene shifted, showcasing the moment Orochimaru's attempt to seize Sasuke's body ended in his demise. I have stated that all of Lord Orochimaru's accumulated knowledge of the natural laws resides within me. What has been lacking is Orochimaru himself. Now even Lord Orochimaru dwells within me. I am eternally grateful to you, Sasuke. Itachi, observing my exuberance, interjected. Though you are not Orochimaru. While it is acceptable to emulate one you hold in esteem, do not conflate your identity with his. Most individuals begin their endeavors through imitation, just as Sasuke once mirrored you. Itachi turned to Sasuke, his gaze shifting. This behavior fosters personal growth and should not be misused as a mere fade. Binding one's self-worth to the accolades of others in search of personal significance leads only to futility. Allow me to reiterate, do not shroud yourself in falsehoods. Those unable to acknowledge their true selves are bound to fail. Senju Hashirama, even while ensnared in an illusion, one can still articulate clearly. Orochimaru, it seems that in the future, I have temporarily been bested by Sasuke-kun. Uchiha Izuna, if you wish to sway this dough, I suggest you seek out Naruto for guidance. Furthermore, why do I sense that the more you speak, the more agitated he becomes? Uchiha Itachi, I am merely expounding a principle. The video continues to unfold. I spread my arms wide, my emotions surging. You claim that I am destined for failure? My body twisted abruptly, Orochimaru's head launching like a missile toward the brothers. How can I fail? Itachi turned to Sasuke. Look into my eyes, Sasuke. Sasuke, momentarily bewildered, swiftly grasped the situation and locked eyes with Itachi. Genjutsu, Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Chapter 51. Completion within the realm of illusion, Sasuke invaded, wielding a long sword to sever the serpents that bound Itachi. Simultaneously, Itachi infiltrated the illusionary world. At a critical moment, Orochimaru opened his gaping maw, preparing to bite down fiercely. Yet, Itachi swiftly unleashed his Susanoo, cleaving the serpent's head in two, while Sasuke utilized his Susanoo to grasp a segment of its body. Kabuto silently observed this spectacle, the reflection in his glasses obscuring the emotions concealed within his eyes. Subsequently, a stream of tears cascaded down his cheek. I will activate Izanami next. You have already failed. As Itachi's words fell, Kabuto collapsed to the ground. AI, what just happened? How did we suddenly win? Anoki, I didn't even see any signs of the illusion being cast. Is this the power of the Uchiha? No, the power of the Meijiki Sharingan? Uchiha Izuna, do not underestimate the power of the Uchiha, young one. Anoki, I am already in my twilight years. I never expected to be called a young one. Senju Hashirama, regardless of this or that, we just need to defeat him. Let us hope we prevail in the fourth great ninja war. Itachi formed a hand seal with one hand, his gaze fixed intently on the prostrate Kabuto. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a new Kabuto emerged from the remnants of the former body. With a chakra-infused handblade, he sliced through Itachi, causing the brother's pupils to constrict in shock. Kabuto, tears streaming down his face, spoke with an unnerving calmness. A genius who possesses everything cannot fathom. I merely wish to become my true self. No one can impede me. Deidara, oh wow, this poet is simply explosive. Uchiha Fugaku, this shouldn't be. Has he already broken free from his restraints? Jiraiya, Orochimaru, what is he thinking? Why is he suddenly crying? Orochimaru, heh. Kabuto is also a pitiable child. Let us continue watching. The video continued to play. Itachi's voice, weakened, emerged as he addressed Sasuke, Kabuto. With a kunai bearing binding seals in hand, Kabuto prepared to stab Itachi in the head. Sasuke, quick to react, hurled his long sword at Kabuto. Utilizing his serpent tail, Kabuto caught the sword in his mouth. Sasuke summoned his Susanoo once more, clapping his palms to force the two apart. Due to the force of inertia, Itachi was propelled into the darkness. Kabuto adhered to the cave ceiling, and Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a scorching fireball. Fire style, great fireball technique. In response to the oncoming fireball, Kabuto clapped his hands, releasing a deluge of water. Water style, waterfall technique. At the moment of contact, the water extinguished Sasuke's flames with overwhelming force. Steam enveloped the cave, rendering it nearly indistinguishable between man and beast. Suddenly, sensing something, Kabuto seized the longsword caught in the serpent-esque grip and thrust it forward. This time, Itachi exhibited no signs of weakness. Instead, the Meijiki in his eyes gleamed with a sudden brightness. His body erupted, transforming into countless crows that soared freely within the cave. The crows coalesced into Itachi, who snatched the longsword from Kabuto's grasp and lunged forward. Fortunately, Kabuto reacted swiftly, leaping backward to create distance. Did you think I would not anticipate the same trick? A white horn fell to the ground, appearing alongside Itachi before Kabuto. I told you, as long as my body possesses such regenerative ability, no injury holds significance. For one who has severed their vision, all illusions become ineffective. Kabuto scowled, his tone arrogant. You have no chance of victory. Your fate is already in my hands, and what enables me to do this is another forbidden technique of the Uchiha, which is... Itachi paused, choosing not to elaborate further. A drop of water fell onto Kabuto's shoulder as he gathered a blue chakra blade in his hand. Then, let me witness the fate you speak of. With a sudden surge of power, he charged at Itachi, shouting, bang! Itachi blocked with the longsword. The clash of chakra and metal reverberating through the cave. Izanami! Itachi shouted, invoking the name of the technique, and with a forceful push, both were sent reeling backward. Itachi landed beside Sasuke, positioning the longsword protectively before him. Sasuke, do not stray too far from me. This scene felt eerily familiar. Kabuto rose, the head of Orochimaru reappearing from his abdomen as he slowly approached the brothers. I am weary of this. Let us conclude this battle. Kabuto spoke with a flat tone. The one who holds your fate is I, but the one who can decide it is you. Reflect on my words and ponder deeply. Listening to these enigmatic statements, Kabuto felt momentarily bewildered. I truly do not comprehend your words. Enough with the wordplay. I, who possess everything, am the true victor. This is the only truth I recognize. The head of Orochimaru lunged once more at the brothers. In the face of such an attack, Itachi displayed no alteration in expression, continuing to speak with calm resolve. To forgive oneself and acknowledge one's true self, that is the mark of a true champion. The red Susanoo materialized, seizing the head by the neck, as Kabuto emerged from Orochimaru's gaping maw. A mere cornered dog. Before Kabuto could mount an offensive, the purple Susanoo grasped his form. Cease your barking. A new body emerged from the prior one that had been seized. The Susanoo, which should have remained, suddenly vanished, and Kabuto bit through Itachi's arm. Seizing the longsword, he once more thrust it through Itachi's corporeal form. Boom! Itachi's body exploded, scattering into countless crows that flitted about the cave. This is... Kabuto's expression shifted to one of grave concern. What is happening? The longsword had fallen unnoticed as Itachi reappeared beneath it, catching it. With a single sweep, he swung the sword towards Kabuto, who quickly evaded, tilting his body aside. The longsword severed the white horn atop Kabuto's head. Sensing danger, Kabuto swiftly retreated, creating distance. The white horn tumbled to the ground, and Kabuto touched the recently severed area. A flicker of unease stirring within him. Why has my horn been severed? A few beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his pupils constricted like needles. What is happening? I have severed his vision. He cannot use any illusions against me. Yet this. Before Kabuto could ponder further, a massive fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Chapter 52. Do swiftly extricated himself from his state of panic, unleashing a torrent of water that surged forth like a flood. In the instant the two forces collided, water once again triumphed with overwhelming superiority. The cavern filled with vapor, and Do's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. A droplet fell from the stalactite above, landing on Do's shoulder as he gazed forward, addressing his surroundings. What have you done to me? You have fallen victim to my ocular technique. The voice of Itachi emerged slowly from the mist. Upon hearing this, Do's fury ignited, and he rapidly condensed his chakra into a blade, charging towards a specific direction. Impossible! The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the cavern, reminiscent of their previous encounter. It is Izanami. Itachi exerted force with both hands, and they instantly separated. The long knife in Itachi's grip slipped from his grasp and fell to the side of the battlefield. How did you accomplish that? Do pondered every detail of the recent exchange, murmuring to himself. No, it matters not. With a powerful thrust of his leg, Do lunged once more at Itachi. I cannot fail. There is nothing I cannot achieve. Do retrieved the fallen long knife, stepping upon the raven feathers scattered on the ground as he swung it towards Itachi. Itachi leaped gracefully into the air. Do propelled himself upward, aiming to pierce Itachi's abdomen with his blade. In an instant, Itachi's body exploded into countless crows. Seizing the long knife, Itachi swiftly slashed at Do's white horn. The two descended to the ground, creating distance between them. I told you, your fate lies in my hands. Uchiha Itachi, Do roared, wildly swinging his chakra blade at Itachi. After several exchanges, Itachi twisted his body and fled into the darkness. As Do pursued, a thought crossed his mind. If this is an illusion. Do halted, rapidly forming hand signs. Release. Do's pupils trembled violently, and once more, a droplet of water fell upon his shoulder. Feeling the sensation upon his shoulder, Do's expression shifted to one of terror, and he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Itachi charged at him again, and Do responded with his chakra blade. After several cycles of combat, the scene abruptly changed. He could not escape this cycle. The sight of Itachi's sightless eyes appeared within the scene, trapped within this loop. Then, Itachi employed Tsukuyomi to compel Do to release the impure world reincarnation, concluding with a poignant exchange before the vision faded. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Makoto, that's wonderful. Seeing you reconcile in the future puts my mind at ease. Anoki, Izanami. Truly a terrifying technique, capable of ensnaring one in an illusion without their awareness. Do. I never anticipated that my fate would conclude in such a manner. The waters of the ninja world are still too deep. I must tread carefully in the future. Uchiha Itachi. Those who cannot acknowledge their true selves are destined for failure. Yanoyu, the beginning of corruption. I recalled Do as a kind-hearted child. How did he become this way? Could it be because of that fateful day? Do, director. Shimura Danzo. I feel a chill creeping up my spine. An ominous premonition looms. Terumime, is the real catastrophe about to unfold? The video reappeared. A small boy with white hair, blood streaming down half of his face, gasped for breath against a tree. Isn't that the child from the village? The one from the recent battle? A nearby child speculated. What should we do, sister? A young boy crouched down, observing the injured Do. This guy's bleeding from his head. He won't last long. Should we take him with us? Yanoyu extended her hand, glowing with a soft green light, gently brushing against the bloodied head. Achi. This child is far less injured than you were at that time. Yanoyu smiled, her exceptionally gentle visage illuminating the scene. Do not worry. I possess some proficiency in medical ninjutsu. Senju Tobarama. That is the same brand of glasses Do wears. Could it be that he, like Uchiha Obito and Uzumaki Nagato, has also succumbed to darkness after personally slaying someone important? Senju Hashirama. I must be a prophet. Where are your parents? Yanoyu inquired softly. Jiraiya. Why does that question sound so familiar? Do lowered his head, his gaze evasive. Observing this, Yanoyu chose not to press further, continuing her healings. Her hands radiating a gentle green light as she asked, What is your name? The young doe turned his head away, the bleeding on his forehead now staunched. Do you know nothing at all? Really now, the boy craned his neck, expressing mild dissatisfaction. Achi, lend a hand. Yanoyu paused her treatment, addressing the young boy. Consider yourself fortunate. Achi's tone was somewhat impatient, yet he extended his arm. Come, grasp my shoulder. Do's expression remained vacant as he stiffly turned his head. The scene shifted to a blue house where Do, with his head bandaged, appeared in the frame. His wounds were healing. Yanoyu withdrew her hand, while Do stared blankly at his surroundings. Achi approached, cradling a helmet, grumbling, You can't even muster a thank you? Do you possess no manners? Hey, don't get into any trouble, wear this. Achi forcibly placed the helmet on Do's head, causing him to cry out in pain. That hurts. Achi appeared unfazed. Hands on his hips as he continued, lack of manners is one thing, but not even knowing who your parents are? He gently tapped the helmet resting on Do's head. I have never encountered someone who doesn't even know their own name. Do stared blankly at Achi, when a delicate white hand reached out, gently caressing Do's cheek. From this day forth, you shall reside here. Yanoyu's eyes narrowed, her face radiating warmth and kindness. In other words, from today onward, I shall be your mother. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. But this child has no name. That's rather inconvenient, Achi remarked, patting Do's helmet. Indeed. Yanoyu's voice was laden with contemplation, her fingers lightly adjusting the frame of the glasses. What shall we name you? A moment of indecision passed, when suddenly, something pointed caught her eye. Gazing at the helmet, inspiration struck her, and she smiled, raising her index finger. Do. How does that name sound? The surrounding children exchanged disdainful looks, voicing their complaints. Unremarkable. Too casual. Just because he wears a helmet? Facing their skepticism, Yanoyu merely narrowed her eyes and smiled. Simplicity is the essence of beauty. Chapter 53. The intent of Danzo, Uchiha Sasuke. Is this the origin of that guy's name? How utterly casual. Senju Hashirama. In this age of war, taking in so many orphans truly makes one a benevolent soul. Yamanaka Ino. The beginning of darkness, alas. If it were not for the war, these children might have lived wonderfully. Hiruzen Sarutobi. It seems I once supported them, perhaps redeeming a fraction of my sins in this ninja world. By the way, Yamanaka Ino, did you receive that money? Shimura Danzo. I believe we can skip this topic. Deara. What kind of mischief is that curious old man up to now? Shimura Danzo. Anoki. After 3 counts, each time you were involved. Playing a crucial role in the first 2, and likely in this one as well. I can only say, the darkness of the ninja world is indeed as notorious as they say. Yamanaka Ino, the beginning of darkness regardless, the children have grown now. And I have no further concerns. They once used your sponsorship as leverage to send me to another village as a spy. And it was then that Tobi was taken away by them. Senju Hashirama. Shimura Danzo, had I known, I would have sent you to cover the rear. Keeping you here not only failed to inherit the will of fire, but has only brought calamity to Konoha. Shimura Danzo. I have done all this for Konoha. Moreover, sending her as a spy is beneficial for Konoha. Senju Hashirama. Using funds meant for children as leverage, Shimura Danzo. No amount of pretty words will save you. Monkey. Quickly bring this guy out, lest someone else falls into darkness again. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yes. Shimura Danzo, come back. Otherwise, I will revoke your roots and strip you of all positions in Konoha. Shimura Danzo. You cannot treat me this way. I have devoted myself to Konoha for so many years. How can you turn against me over events that have yet to unfold? Hiruzen Sarutobi. Do not forget. I am the Hokage. What I wish to do is none of your concern. Jiraiya. Is this the pressure of the old man? What a troublesome situation. The video continues. Night descends. As nearly all the children drift into slumber, Tobi lies on his bed. His eyes fixated on the helmet beside his pillow, lost in thought. The scene shifts. Unable to sleep, Tobi paces the corridor. Approaching a wooden door, he hears the voice of a woman inside. What to do now? The support from the country and the village is no longer sufficient. The elderly grandfather with white hair says helplessly. They claim they will not provide a single coin more, the plump woman adds. But things are already difficult. And now there is an additional mouth to feed. Listening to these words, Yamanaka Ino's expression visibly darkens. I understand. I will find a way, so. Thud. Ouch. The sound of an object colliding abruptly interrupts their conversation. The plump woman opens the door and steps out, only to find Tobi sprawled on the floor. What are you doing up so late? You should be sleeping. She scolds, raising her hands. The young Tobi trembles in fear at her words. At that moment, Yamanaka Ino emerges, startled upon seeing the child on the ground. She quickly rushes over, shielding Toby and explaining, "This child just arrived and is unaware of the orphanage's schedule and rules. Please forgive him." Looking at the earnest headmistress, the plump woman softens, her expression turning helpless. Sigh. "Headmistress, you truly have a soft heart." The scene shifts again, clocks ticking resonate in everyone's minds. "Hey, come look at the clock. It's already 20 minutes past lights out." The plump woman points to the clock, asking, "What time is lights out? Remember it right now." Toby squints, staring at the moving clock, momentarily at a loss for words. Quickly answer, "What time is it? Be aware of yourself." Listening to the plump woman, Toby squints harder, trying to discern the clock above. Yamanaka Ino also focuses on Toby's face, surprised by the child's effort to squint, as if realizing something. This child is far too young. Noticing Toby's prolonged silence, the elderly grandfather comments, "It's normal not to understand the clock, let alone calculate. Today is 9 o'clock. A youthful voice suddenly chimes in, drawing their gaze downward. "Correct." Yamanaka Ino places her hands on Toby's shoulders, smiling in response. The elderly grandfather bursts into laughter upon seeing this. "Haha. It appears it's just poor eyesight for one so young. You were quite clever. Perhaps you need a pair of glasses." "Huh?" The plump woman, however, is displeased, raising her hand to voice a stark reality. "Where will we find the money for glasses?" Her gaze softens. "Really, if you can't see clearly, just say so." Just as Toby attempts to remove his glasses to return them to the headmistress, Yamanaka Ino gently presses her hand on Toby's small hand. Toby looks back in surprise, and Yamanaka Ino merely smiles, saying, "From now on, you must strictly adhere to the schedule. I hope the prescription suits you." Gazing at the headmistress's tender expression, Toby rubs his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. Senju Hashirama, such a pitiful child. Orochimaru, I never imagined that the reason you haven't changed glasses for all these years was this. Toby. The scene shifts again. Night gradually envelopes the surroundings, and a conversation is heard within a blue house. I never expected the so-called wandering priestess to become a caretaker now. Danzo rests his chin on his hand, the atmosphere in the room growing somber. Long time no see. It appears. Danzo pauses. You seem rather haggard, Yamanaka Ino. That name I have long discarded. Yamanaka Ino lifts her head, her expression grim as she faces these unwelcome guests. I have already settled the matter of the aid funds with Konoha. What do you seek now? Have you forgotten everything since leaving Root, once the elite of the intelligence division? Danzo's words are laden with implications. As the former top elite, how could Yamanaka Ino be unaware of the purpose of his visit? I have come not only concerning the aid funds. Chapter 54. The incident. We have received intelligence indicating that the Rock Hidden Village intends to launch a large-scale offensive in the current period. It is imperative that you infiltrate the Rock Hidden Village to ascertain the veracity of this information. Should it prove true, we request that you thoroughly investigate the specifics of the operation, including the time and location of the action, and report back to us. This is likely to be a prolonged mission. Yano-yu lowered his head after hearing this, his voice resolute as he stated, You have mistaken the person for this task. I have already. You truly do not understand. The elderly man erupted in anger, his words laced with reproach. The importance of the orphanage and the children cannot be overstated. The director has poured endless effort into securing funding, striving to preserve this sanctuary. On the other side, a plump woman echoed his sentiments. Why not send someone from your ranks to undertake such a perilous task? Why must it be the director? Danzo's gaze was frigid, his eyes locked onto the two individuals before him. Only the wandering priestess possesses the capability to undertake this long-term mission. There is no one more skilled than she. Mediocre individuals will ultimately succumb to despair and betray us, yet I know. Danzo's eyes shifted to Yano-yu. This individual will never betray Konoha. Your expression suggests you have come to realize this. Indeed. Danzo's tone shifted. If you refuse, the orphanage will no longer receive funding. This. The plump woman interjected. The third Hokage has already given his word. He would never allow such a travesty to occur. Upon hearing such naive remarks, the Root members spoke up. This orphanage seems to be vulnerable to thieves. I would advise you to hire a bodyguard to prevent your funds from being pilfered. However, that is contingent upon your having any money. Orochimaru, with a chilling demeanor, stood behind Danzo, issuing a threat. By the way, be cautious lest other children be stolen away. After all, unidentified children still possess some utility. The elderly man widened his eyes in disbelief. You are utterly despicable. What kind of ninja are you? Danzo, momentarily speechless, supported his forehead with his hand. It is you who are lacking understanding. He raised his head, his eyes gleaming with determination, his countenance exuding righteousness. To protect Konoha, this price is negligible. Nagato, it is not he who pays the price. To him, it is certainly trivial. Danzo Shimura, nonsense. If my sacrifice is required to procure benefits for Konoha, even my life, I would not hesitate to offer it. It is merely a matter of acting as a spy. What is so significant about that? Nagato, how easily you speak. Go ahead and take your own life, and I assure you Konoha will not be annihilated thereafter. AI, now is your moment to shine. Go forth and sacrifice for Konoha. Meitarumi, indeed, if your life can be exchanged for so many lives in Konoha, it is an absolute bargain. Danzo Shimura, I am not one to fear death. Who can guarantee that I will not be attacked after my demise? Orochimaru, then what is the point of installing so many Sharingan in your arm and learning Izanagi from the Uchiha? Izuna Uchiha? So many Sharingan in your arm? How many Uchihas has this bastard killed? Danzo Shimura, I advise you not to speak recklessly. It was not I who acted. I merely feared they would be wasted. Moreover, cultivating Izanagi is merely a precaution for my own safety. Only someone with my noble spirit can truly contribute to Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi, 666, Jiraiya. The old man remained silent, merely counting to 6. The video continued to play. After a considerable internal struggle, Yanoyu furrowed his brow. I understand now. Hearing his own satisfactory words, Danzo appeared somewhat melancholic. It is precisely because you lack ruthlessness that you will find this difficult. You are indeed unfit for root. The elderly man gazed at Yanoyu, astonished, but could only muster a reluctant retort. Shameless. In the face of the insult, Danzo first cast a sidelong glance at the window before continuing. Furthermore, in obtaining this intelligence, one of my subordinates lost his life. I must select a child from here to replace him. Upon hearing this, the three of them visibly trembled. Yanoyu shouted vehemently, no, do not overreach. I have already acquiesced to your demands. This is an entirely different matter. We will prepare future funding. However, this time, a life must be exchanged. After all, it is possible that the children may express a desire to become ninjas. You should inquire. Perhaps we could find one. As Danzo's words faded, the scene shifted to the window he had just glanced at, revealing Kabuto peering through the gap, clearly having overheard their conversation. The camera transitioned, showing Kabuto walking step by step towards the orphanage, under the watchful eyes of the others. Yanoyu clenched his fists, sorrow swelling within him, unable to comprehend why a child he had known for so many years would depart from him. Kabuto, why? Kabuto forced a semblance of a smile, turning to the director. I am suited to be a ninja, and I wish to earnestly study medical ninjutsu. Kabuto, are you willing to forsake the 3 years we have spent together? The child who had initially looked down upon Kabuto shouted. Yet, regardless of their pleas, Kabuto understood that the departure of one child was an unavoidable reality. Rather than allowing them to take the director away, he resolved to bear the burden alone. Kabuto ultimately walked away. The scene faded to black, only to reappear with flashes of Kabuto serving as a spy in various nations. Thunder, snow, water. Over the years, Kabuto had acted as a spy in numerous countries, and the final image settled in the land of Earth. Kabuto gazed at the moon hanging in the sky, panting heavily. Leaning slightly out from the rock wall, he observed the desolate entrance around him, his heart plummeting to despair. This is bad. I am surrounded. Kabuto retrieved a pocket watch from his belongings, the hands precisely indicating 9 o'clock. Memories of the orphanage flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Had it not been for that incident, it should have been bedtime. It had been 5 years since he left the orphanage. The scene shifted to Kabuto's recollections. The expressions of his companions pleading for him to stay that night vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. I truly wish to see the director and the others. As Kabuto was lost in his memories, the pocket watch suddenly emitted a glimmer of light. Shocked, he immediately reacted. Looking up, he saw a kunai hurtling towards him from above. Kabuto swiftly leapt aside to evade it, but a shadow followed closely behind. In a moment of panic, Kabuto wielded a chakra-infused hand blade, slashing backward. With a single stroke, he carved a substantial gash into the chest of the approaching figure. Chapter 55. Accidental killing. Under the weight of this force, the assailant's glasses shattered. As the turmoil subsided, the ominous clowns stealthily retreated, and moonlight cascaded upon the faces of the two individuals. Bathed in this ethereal glow, Do's pupils widened in shock as he finally recognized the identity of his attacker. The director. The bloodied figure of Yanoyu emerged before Do, who desperately crawled towards the gravely injured man. How could this happen? What are you doing here? A green light flickered as Do pressed his palm against the wound he had inflicted moments earlier. Tears welled in his eyes as memories of that fateful night flooded his mind. You need to infiltrate a Wagakure to gather intelligence. Only the wandering priestess possesses the capability for such a protracted mission. Could it be that she continues her assignment from that time? Do, flustered, felt his gaze tremble uncontrollably. Yanoyu stirred, awakening yet still extremely weak. Why, are you healing me? Who are you really? It's me, Director, Do exclaimed. His emotions surging as he looked into the director's half-closed eyes, suddenly recalling something. He removed the glasses that the director had once gifted him and placed them back onto their rightful owner. I am Do. Do not worry. I will ensure your recovery. As Do adjusted the glasses, the green light reemerged, enveloping Yanoyu in healing energy. Yet, as Yanoyu gazed at the man before him, confusion clouded his mind. The camera gradually pulled away, and Yanoyu's faint voice echoed, Who are you? Upon hearing this, Do's heart skipped a beat, his pupils constricting like a needle's eye. Sensing Yanoyu's fading heartbeat, the green glow from Do's hands slowly dissipated. The director ultimately succumbed. At that moment, Do's once fiery heart was engulfed by the darkness of the shinobi world along with the director's demise. System. Inventory complete. Uzumaki Nagato. I did not anticipate this from you. Do. Director, I am truly sorry. I thought you were the enemy at that moment. Yanoyu, the beginning of darkness, it's all right. Perhaps death is a form of liberation. As long as you all are well now. Uzumaki Naruto, to accidentally kill someone so dear must be an unbearable feeling. Minato Namikaze, indeed, the pain of losing a cherished one is universal. Therefore, you must train diligently, grow stronger, and protect those you wish to safeguard. Jiraiya, speaking of which, how did Orochimaru manage to abduct Do and brainwash him like this? Orochimaru. Haha, he willingly came along with me. Jiraiya, speechless. Announcing the third special title. System, initiating QA. Correct answers yield a question opportunity, while incorrect ones will incur severe punishment. First hint, this individual is a teacher from Konoha. Uchiha Azuna, the third title. Intriguing. Senju Tobarama, a teacher from Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi, how many schools are there in Konoha now? Hiruzen Sarutobi, quite a few. Konoha has seen a surge in births over the years, naturally leading to an increase in schools. Senju Tobarama, that complicates matters. Let us await the second hint. Anoki, I hope this title isn't another one that requires someone to fall into darkness, as the previous two did. Senju Tobarama, if you cannot predict, do not make wild guesses. I haven't sensed any echoes of darkness this time. Anoki. Uchiha Azuna, a dog's nose is indeed keen. Senju Tobarama, the insults of the defeated are akin to stray dogs barking aimlessly by the roadside. Uchiha Azuna. System, Hiruzen Sarutobi once recommended him as a teacher for Naruto's class. Shimura Danzo, I know. The answer is Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi Hitaki, could it be? I received this title because of Obito? Senju Tobarama, that remains uncertain, considering your Raikiri caused significant harm. Uchiha Obito, such a person, even in death, will not shake my resolve. Hinata, the spark of the fourth great ninja war Obito. System, incorrect answer. Punishment. Kunkin disappears. Shimura Danzo, what just happened? Jiraiya, ha ha ha. This old fool got his comeuppance. AI, go find a skilled doctor for cosmetic surgery. Shimura Danzo, it's quite difficult for a girl to bear such a face. Shimura Danzo, you speak nonsense. Roaring like a tiger. Senju Tobarama, enough. Stop embarrassing yourself. Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, understood, sensei. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I think. I know who it is. It should be Irika. System, correct answer. Reward, 1 question opportunity. Irika, the one who dispelled the darkness within the prophesied child? This title, when did I ever do that? Jiraiya, the prophesied child? Tsunade, I never imagined the prophesied child truly existed. Toadsage, what I said was genuine, and it seems the prophesied child has fully manifested. Senju Hashirama, darkness within the heart. Does he bear some troubling past? Jiraiya, let us hope not. I would not wish for any mishaps concerning the prophesied child. As the discussions unfolded, the imagery in their minds shifted once more. Please send the summoned individual to the adjacent classroom. Irika announced, standing at the podium with one hand behind his back. This time, the topic of examination was the shadow clone technique. Upon hearing this, Naruto buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed by despair. Ah, what terrible luck. To be tested on the very ninjutsu I struggle with the most. Yet, regardless of Naruto's internal complaints, the examination persisted. Minato Namake's Naruto was quite handsome as a child. He resembled my youthful self. Jiraiya, the scene shifts to Naruto. Could it be that he is the prophesied child? Uzumaki Naruto, what do you mean by that? Perverted sage. Am I not worthy of being the prophesied child? Jiraiya, you indeed do not resemble one. Uzumaki Naruto. The video continued to unfold. Naruto found himself in the examination room. Despite his uncertainty, he continually encouraged himself. But it's all right. I'll just give it a try. Chapter 56. The Book of Seals. Naruto, brimming with confidence, joined his hands to form a seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A tremendous surge of chakra radiated outward, enveloping his form, followed by a cloud of smoke. A Naruto, 1,000 times more insubstantial than the original, lay panting on the ground. His face and body were pallid, his garments appeared almost translucent, as if a mere breeze could extinguish him. Upon witnessing the outcome, Naruto nervously bit his nails, his heart racing with anxiety. Irika's eyelids twitched, his thoughts unutterable. He had never seen anyone conjure such a feeble clone. Failure. This word struck Naruto like a bolt from the blue, plunging his heart into an abyss. As he wallowed in despair, another proctor, Mizuki, remarked, Irika-sensei, his agility and endurance are commendable. At least he has managed to perform the Shadow Clone Jutsu, albeit imperfectly. Though Mizuki's words were not explicit, their meaning was unmistakable. Mizuki-sensei. In response to Mizuki's plea, Irika spread his hands in resignation. Every other student can conjure at least 3 clones, while Naruto can only summon one. The scene shifted to the solitary clone, panting, utterly insubstantial. This clone is more of a hindrance than a help. I cannot allow him to pass. Minato Namake's, that immense chakra should not have resulted in such a weak clone. Even if Naruto is inexperienced, a clone cannot be this frail. It appears that the Nine Tails is disrupting his chakra, causing nearly 90% of it to dissipate. Sasuke Uchiha. I can only suggest he practice more. With such results, I cannot fathom how he ever became a ninja. Naruto Uzumaki. Damn it. Sasuke. As the scene transitioned, the ninja exam concluded, and sounds of joy and encouragement echoed at the school gates. I can finally stand on my own. Well done. Truly, my son. Congratulations on your graduation. Tonight, Mother will prepare a feast for you. The view gradually widened, revealing Naruto alone on a swing, resting his head against the ropes in solitude. 2 gossipy villagers noticed the isolated Naruto. Hey, that's the kid, isn't it? It seems he is the only one who failed. One villager scoffed, he deserves it. Someone like him becoming a ninja would be disastrous. Before the second could finish, the first hurriedly interjected, hey, don't say that. Their voices, though not loud, pierced through the air like daggers aimed at Naruto's fragile heart. Embarrassed by their remarks, Naruto vigorously rubbed his headband to mask his sorrow. Kushina Uzumaki, how can those 2 scoundrels say such things? It truly infuriates me. Minato Namake's, Naruto. Sasuke Uchiha. Humph. Those who gossip like that will be left speechless when Naruto masters Sage Mode. A shadow approached, startling Naruto into looking back. He was surprised to see the kind teacher who had defended him earlier standing behind him. The scene shifted to the third Hokage basking in the sunlight, alongside Irika, watching Naruto who had just vacated the swing. Irika, I need to speak with you shortly. The swing continued to sway, while Naruto's whereabouts became uncertain. Time passed swiftly. And under the setting sun, Naruto sat with Mizuki atop a building in the village. Irika-sensei isn't trying to make things difficult for you. Then why does he always target me? I believe he wants you to truly grow stronger, Naruto. Listening to Mizuki's explanation, Naruto remained dissatisfied with this tenuous response, silently gazing into the distance. At such a tender age, he lacked the capacity for deep reflection, relying on intuition to discern who truly cared for him. After a moment of contemplation, determination flickered across Naruto's face. But I really want to graduate. Upon hearing this, Mizuki smiled wryly. There's no choice then. I'll reveal a tremendous secret to you. A secret? Naruto looked at Mizuki, puzzled. The scene shifted again. The sun had set, and darkness enveloped the ninja world. Irika lay in bed, reminiscing about the third's words from earlier that day. Irika, I understand your feelings, but Naruto, too, has grown up without the love of parents. Irika stared at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting back to that fateful night over a decade ago. Let me go? My parents are still fighting. Irika was forcibly taken away by a ninja, helplessly watching his parents rush into the battlefield that resembled a meat grinder. The terrifying visage of the Nine Tails and the helplessness of that night were etched into Irika's heart, haunting him relentlessly. Irika-sensei, get up. A frantic knocking and shouting broke Irika from his reverie. Without changing his clothes, he rushed to the door and opened it. Gather at the Hokage's office immediately. It seems Naruto has taken the Book of Seals. What? This news struck Irika like thunder. You said the Book of Seals. Sakura Haruno. Good grief. Naruto is something else. I thought something significant happened that night with all the noise. Sasuke Uchiha. What is that fool thinking? How did he manage to steal the sealing technique? Tobirama Senju. He must have been encouraged to do so by the monkey. If such a crucial item could be stolen by a child, then the Hokage might as well retire. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed. The Book of Seals was intentionally given to him. Aside from the Shadow Clone Jutsu, all other ninjutsu have been sealed. The scene shifted to a forest. Let's see, the first ninjutsu is Shadow Clone Jutsu? Naruto, upon discovering that the first technique was his weakest, began to scratch his head in frustration. What? Why does it have to be the jutsu I struggle with the most right off the bat? Meanwhile, the others had gathered. Lord Hokage, a ninja, raised his fist, filled with righteous indignation. This cannot be dismissed as a prank. The Book of Seals contains dangerous techniques sealed by the first Hokage. If misused, should it fall into the wrong hands outside the village, it would be catastrophic. The crowd buzzed with conversation as more and more people arrived. The third kept his head bowed, his Hokage hat casting a shadow over his face, speaking in a calm tone. Yes, hurry and bring Naruto back. Chapter 57. The truth of that year. Upon receiving orders, the crowd dispersed in all directions, searching for Naruto's whereabouts within the village. Mizuki approached a certain location in a straight line, excitement bubbling within him as he thought, if I spread this incident throughout the village and then deal with Naruto, the Book of Seals will be mine. The scene shifted to Naruto, who, panting heavily, sat on the ground with the sealing scroll on his back. A shadow gradually approached, casting itself over Naruto's drooping head. Lifting his gaze, Naruto felt a wave of embarrassment upon recognizing the figure. Irika's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and the fury in his eyes seemed ready to consume Naruto. With hands on his hips, Irika gasped for breath and spoke deliberately. Hey, Naruto. Naruto scratched his head and gave a sheepish grin. You found me, huh? Upon seeing Naruto's childish demeanor, Irika's anger dissipated significantly. I just learned a jutsu, Naruto said playfully, scratching his head. Practicing here, a jutsu? It has come to this. Irika was taken aback, initially believing Naruto's actions to be mere mischief. He never anticipated that Naruto had stolen the sealing scroll to practice a jutsu. I want to show you an amazing jutsu. Once I master it, you have to let me graduate, okay? If I learn the jutsu from this scroll, surely I can graduate. Irika's pupils constricted sharply as he recalled Naruto's age and words. Was he not being completely deceived by others? Who told you that? Irika asked, incredulity lacing his voice. In contrast to Irika's shock, Naruto spoke nonchalantly. Of course, it was Mizuki-sensei. He said this scroll was right here. Mizuki's sinister grin surfaced in Irika's mind. Suddenly, a series of sonic booms erupted from behind. Irika turned to see dozens of shuriken flying toward him and Naruto like arrows. Without hesitation, Irika pushed Naruto out of the way, shielding him from the impending attack. A sickening sound pierced the air as Irika was struck, shuriken penetrating his flesh. Blood streaming to the ground. Uzumaki Kushina. Irika, thank you for protecting Naruto. I am truly grateful. Irika, dispelling the darkness in the destined child's heart. It's nothing. This is what I must do. Senju Tobirama, to protect the tender shoots with one's life. You are truly a man who carries the will of fire passed down in Konoha. I never expected you could find this place. Mizuki appeared on a tree branch, a sinister smile on his face. Naruto, hand over the scroll. Naruto fell to the ground, confused by Mizuki's smug expression and Irika's grievous state. What was happening? Irika, enduring the pain, pulled the shuriken from his body and shouted, Naruto, you must not hand over that scroll. It contains forbidden jutsu, a dangerous object sealed away. Mizuki had manipulated you to obtain it. Naruto's heart sank at Irika's words. Even he, in his naivety, comprehended the truth. I have been used. Mizuki fears you obtaining it. Mizuki chuckled softly. What? Naruto shot a shocked glance at Irika. What did you say? Mizuki, don't listen to him. Naruto. Irika urgently explained. Haha. Mizuki laughed, continuing, let me reveal the truth. Fool, be silent. Irika shouted angrily at Mizuki, who simply leaned forward, ignoring Irika's outburst. After the incident 12 years ago, the village enacted a certain rule. A certain rule? What rule? Naruto looked at Mizuki in confusion. Silence. It is a rule that prohibits you, Uzumaki Naruto, from knowing a certain secret. Only me? What is this rule? Naruto questioned, bewildered. Be silent. The rule states that Naruto's true identity is that of the Nine-Tails Fox. In other words, you are the one who killed Iruka's parents and ravaged the village. Iruka's desperate cry and Mizuki's cold reality struck Naruto like a heavy hammer, plunging him into despair. Stunned, he stood frozen, the confusion he had harbored for years suddenly unraveling before him. No wonder the villagers despised him. No wonder no one wanted to play with him. You have been deceived by the villagers, Mizuki continued. Do you not find it strange? Why are you so detested? As the words sank in, tears streamed down Naruto's face, and he roared in fury, Bastard! 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 A surge of chakra erupted from him like a waterfall, his voice echoing repeatedly. No one will acknowledge you, not even Iruka, who hates you. As Mizuki stoked the flames of despair, Iruka, struggling against the pain in his leg, recalled the Third Hokage's words. Iruka. Naruto has never experienced love from his parents. The villagers have kept their distance due to that event, so to gain attention, he resorted to mischief. Images of the Hokage rock, defaced with graffiti, flashed through Iruka's mind. In any form, Naruto sought to affirm his own existence, to make others recognize his value. Though he tried so hard, it was ultimately Naruto who suffered. Before Iruka could dwell on this, the sound of whirling shuriken cut through the air. Die, Naruto. Mizuki shouted from the tree branch, hurling a massive shuriken toward him. Startled, the young Naruto collapsed to the ground. Yet, driven by survival instinct, he crawled desperately, attempting to evade the attack. Naruto, get down, Iruka yelled urgently. The scene faded to black as the sound of metal-piercing flesh echoed in every heart. When the darkness lifted, Iruka was atop Naruto, shielding him with his body, absorbing the blow. The giant shuriken launched itself in Iruka's back, blood spraying onto Naruto's terrified face. Iruka gritted his teeth, pain etched across his features, which reflected in Naruto's shocked eyes. Why? Naruto's voice trembled, laced with a hint of tears. Chapter 58. Iruka, we are the same. Iruka spoke softly, his voice barely audible. The scene transitioned into memories of Iruka's childhood. After the death of my parents, no one praised me, nor did anyone acknowledge my existence. As he traversed the rope, Iruka wobbled precariously, resembling a circus monkey. The crowd erupted in laughter, pointing at Iruka and mocking him. My talents were lacking, and I often resorted to foolish antics in class, seeking the attention of others. Even when I excelled, no one took notice of me. Thus, I perpetually engaged in various foolish acts. In the scene, Iruka sat alone beneath the window, bathed in sunlight, his solitary visage starkly illuminated. It was truly agonizing, wasn't it, Naruto? Iruka's voice trembled with sorrow, growing increasingly melancholic. A few tears fell onto Naruto's face. And as he gazed at Naruto, Iruka perceived the reflection of his younger self. You must feel so lonely, so tormented. I'm sorry, Naruto. If only I had been more dependable, you wouldn't have to bear such memories. Iruka found himself engulfed in endless self-reproach, contemplating that had he paid more attention to Naruto back then, perhaps he wouldn't have resorted to stealing the sealing scroll. Perhaps he wouldn't be ensnared in his current peril. Perhaps he wouldn't have uncovered the cruel truth from 12 years ago. Uchiha Azuna. This is incredible. What a great teacher. Naruto Uzumaki. If it weren't for Iruka-sensei, I might have truly succumbed to despair back then. Kushina Uzumaki. Thank you so much. I appreciate your kindness towards Naruto. Iruka, dispelling the darkness in the heart of the prophecy child. If we are revived in the future and you face difficulties, just let us know. We will definitely assist you wholeheartedly. Iruka, dispelling the darkness in the heart of the prophecy child. No need. No need. This is what a teacher ought to do. Jiraiya, what are you saying? Such humility. You deserve a proper reward. Where are you now? I'll personally sponsor you with a 1982 kidney treasure and allow you to accompany me to gather creative inspiration. Normally, even if someone begs me, I wouldn't take them along. Iruka, dispelling the darkness in the heart of the prophecy child. Perhaps that's best left aside. Gaara, Raza. You worthless fool. Look at them, and then look at yourself. You're simply a disgrace. Raza. The video continued to play. Haha. Mizuki's shoulders shook with laughter, and he exclaimed, how ridiculous. Iruka has always despised you for killing his parents. What he said was merely a ploy to retrieve the scroll from you. Confounded by Mizuki's words, Naruto could only dash away into the woods, desperately fleeing. Iruka. Naruto. The severely injured Iruka shouted, watching Naruto's receding figure with a tumult of emotions. Naruto is not the type to change his mind. Mizuki chuckled as he descended from the tree. He will use that scroll to take revenge on the village, You saw the look in his eyes just now. That was the gaze of the demon fox. With a swift motion, Iruka pulled the gigantic shuriken from his back. No. Iruka grimaced, hurling the shuriken with all his strength towards Mizuki. Naruto is not that kind of person. Mizuki sneered, evading the attack with a slight lean. Once I deal with Naruto, retrieving the scroll will be a breeze. I'll come back to settle with you afterward. Observing the gravely wounded Iruka, Mizuki resolved to pursue the frantic Naruto. If he let Naruto escape, wouldn't that be his undoing? With a nimble leap, Mizuki vanished from sight. Naruto Uzumaki. I'm sorry, Iruka-sensei. Back then, you treated me this way, and yet I ran off and left you behind. Iruka, dispelling the darkness in the heart of the prophecy child. It's all right. You were still young and had just learned about that incident. It's perfectly natural to be confused about who was good and who was bad. I hold no grudge against you. Naruto Uzumaki. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. The scene shifted to the Hokage building. Oh dear. Mizuki revealed everything. The third Hokage gazed intently at the crystal ball, which displayed Naruto's frantic escape. Naruto must have never felt such instability. He might unleash the powers suppressed by ninjutsu. Furthermore, he had obtained the sealing scroll, if he were to unseal it himself. The possibility of the Ninetales reappearing, even if minuscule, could not be dismissed. At that thought, the third Hokage felt a profound weight in his heart. Tsunade, what are you doing just sitting there? Aren't you going to send someone to help? You old fool. Hiruzen Sarutobi, cough. Cough. I said my second personality took over, and I didn't call anyone for help. Do you believe me? Anoki, this is troublesome. Jiraiya, speaking of which, old man, have you ever used this crystal ball to spy on women's baths? I've noticed you looking so gaunt. Spending all day in the Hokage building, not knowing what you were up to. You wouldn't be using this thing every day. The female ninjas of Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the prejudices of the human heart are like a mountain within. Does possessing this mean I would engage in such acts? A person's heart can make everything appear tainted. Jiraiya. The video continued to unfold. He found him. Iruka, seemingly oblivious to the pain, dashed through the woods, finally spotting Naruto ahead, fleeing. Naruto. Iruka bellowed, quickening his pace until he was just behind Naruto. What Mizuki said was all nonsense. Quickly hand over the scroll. Iruka ran in front of Naruto, attempting to halt his rapid escape. But an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto collided with Iruka. Bang! With a resounding crash. Iruka was sent flying by the force of the impact. Naruto came to a halt, panting heavily as he gazed at Iruka sprawled on the ground. Why? Naruto. Iruka strained to turn his head, his voice chillingly transformed. How do you know I'm not Iruka? Chapter 59. Overcoming Mizuki. Suddenly, a white mist enveloped the scene, and Iruka transformed back into Mizuki before the crowd. He chuckled softly, hee hee. Naruto, with a cold sneer, dispelled the transformation technique, reverting to Iruka, declaring, I am Iruka. I see. Mizuki stood up, unfazed by his temporary setback, and calmly remarked, what do you gain by shielding that man? Ignoring the hatred towards your parents? I will not allow that scroll to fall into your filthy hands. The scene gradually zoomed out, revealing Naruto hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping on their conversation. Foolish you. Naruto is just like me. Just like? Iruka interjected, with the ninjutsu from that scroll, you could wield power at will. That demon fox within Naruto cannot possibly refrain from utilizing the scroll's strength. Indeed, Iruka affirmed, hiding behind the tree. Naruto's heart trembled fiercely as he buried his head into the scroll, drowning in sorrow. So it is true. Look, even teacher Iruka does not acknowledge me. As these thoughts consumed him, Naruto's anguish deepened. If he is the demon fox. At this, Naruto's pupils widened in shock. Iruka leaned against the tree, casting a disdainful gaze at Mizuki. But Naruto is different, that boy. He is my recognized, outstanding student. He is diligent and focused, yet not clever enough, as no one acknowledges him. He understands the suffering within people's hearts. He is not a demon fox, but rather Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village. The scene shifted, revealing Naruto, tears trembling in his eyes, cascading down to the ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Iruka. I never expected you to possess such resolve. Naruto Uzumaki, teacher Iruka. Iruka, dispelling the darkness within the prophesied child. This is what a teacher ought to do. It is no great matter. Moreover, seeing you reminds me of my former self, Naruto. I too once wished to draw attention through pranks, so I understand you. Tobirama Senju. That said, I hope you can show some respect for this Hokage rock. Naruto Uzumaki. Understood? Second Hokage. I want to paint it next time. Tobirama Senju. A promising student indeed. Izuna Uchiha. Kid, don't listen to that old white-haired guy. Go ahead and paint it hard. Make him look like a clown. Tobirama Senju, evil Uchiha. Are you looking to be struck by the flying thunder god again? Izuna Uchiha. Don't make me laugh. My brother, we are in the Pure Land now. When can I see you again? Tobirama Senju. Foolhardy fool. Mizuki sneered as he drew the gigantic shuriken from his back. Irika, I've decided to finish you off. Buzzing. The shuriken whirled rapidly as Mizuki lunged towards Irika, who was leaning against the tree. Crash. A yellow figure suddenly dashed out, colliding with Mizuki and sending him flying. The spinning shuriken lost control, slicing through countless trees in its path. Hearing the commotion, Irika, who had been waiting for death with his eyes closed, opened them. Upon seeing the unfolding scene, his pupils contracted in shock, instinctively shouting, Naruto. Mizuki, who had fallen to the ground, propped himself up. Not bad. Do not lay a hand on teacher Irika. Naruto declared darkly, placing his hand on the sealing scroll. I will kill you. Naruto's tone shifted. An invisible aura of murderous intent enveloping the crowd. Do not be arrogant. Mizuki roared, rising to his feet, feeling a wave of displeasure at Naruto's bravado. You little brat. Watch how I deal with you in one move. Then go ahead and try, scum. I will return the favor 1,000-fold. You're the one who should try. If you can, that is, Demon Fox. Shadow clone technique. Naruto shouted. Boom. Boom. Under Irika's astonished gaze, countless Narutos filled the entire forest, completely sealing off Mizuki's escape. How is this possible? Mizuki stared in disbelief at the endless sea of Narutos, retreating in shock. What's wrong? Didn't you say you would finish me off in one move? All clones. The deafening shout startled Mizuki, causing him to collapse onto the ground in fear. Now, I shall strike. The scene gradually elevated, the sound of fists striking flesh mingling with Mizuki's wails echoing in everyone's minds. When the image reappeared, Mizuki was bloodied and battered, barely resembling a human. Sasuke Uchiha, so many. Is Naruto really this strong? Naruto Uzumaki. This is the true power of Naruto Uzumaki, how about that? Astonishing, isn't it? Sasuke Uchiha. It's hard to believe, if I compliment you a bit. Wouldn't you ascend to the heavens? Naruto Uzumaki. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki. Confidence is a good thing, Naruto. And you are the prophesied child. Your future achievements are immeasurable. Naruto Uzumaki. I knew it. I will definitely become Hokage in the future, making everyone recognize my existence. System, commencing tally. As the crowd conversed, a phrase echoed in everyone's minds. Everyone doubts you. Yet you strive the hardest. Naruto Uzumaki. Could it be referring to me? Sasuke Uchiha. It's very likely. As it seems not many in the entire Leaf Village have faith in him. Tobirama Senju. System, is this a question? Is there a reward? System, not a question. Tally will commence shortly. Tobirama Senju. If it's not a question, then let the younger generation guess. Mei Terumi. I suspect it's that Naruto from the hidden Leaf Village, as it seems from the video, not many believed in him during his childhood. And he is the prophesied child. Coupled with his victory over pain, he is likely the focal point of this tally. Inoki. I concur. Minato Namikaze. System, may I inquire if the tally will cover my son? System, no. Upon the system's declaration, a series of images flickered in everyone's minds, accompanied by a tender voice resonating in their hearts. No. Chapter 60. The Diligent Genius. The image of a gleaming watermelon had appeared in everyone's minds. Young Might Guy sat on Might Dewey's shoulders, continuously searching for his name on the board of those who passed the ninja school entrance exam. No. After examining the board several times, I still could not find his name, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. Son, look closely. Just as he finished speaking, a few tears fell onto Dewey's face. Drip. Guy pressed his hands against the board, his nose and eyes streaming as he cried. It's not there. My name isn't on it, Dad. Keep looking, Guy. You've done your utmost. Your efforts cannot go unrewarded. Dewey encouraged, facing his son's sorrowful tears, on this tear-soaked path. You will eventually find your name. Touched by his father's words, Guy wiped away his tears and boisterously exclaimed, Yes. He then leaned over the board, continuing to search while muttering, Might Guy. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at this peculiar father-son duo. It's unbearable to watch. Hearing the laughter around him, Guy felt even more disheartened, tears streaming down his face once again as he sobbed, Dad, I'm sorry. Dewey, noticing the sound, looked up curiously and saw the tears on Guy's cheeks, like yellow beans falling like raindrops onto his face. I'm sorry. Seeing his son continuously apologizing, Due grew anxious and shouted, "Don't give up. Guy, keep your eyes on the prize. You will surely find it." "You will." Time passed, and a chilly breeze swept through as the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving this father and son to search for hours on a board the size of a cutting board. Uchiha Izuna, that watermelon head of his is excessively shiny, isn't it? And that outfit, honestly, isn't it embarrassing to wear that out? My Due, no, no, no. What is embarrassing about it? This is youth. My guy, I never expected today to be about me. I'm just too thrilled. I've decided to run 1,000 laps upside down around Konoha. Rock Lee, teacher guy, I'll join you for 500 laps upside down. My guy, this is the essence of youth. Rock Lee, teacher guy. Mike Guy Lee, Sakura Haruno. Listening to them, I can feel awkward enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Senju Hashirama, huh? This is indeed a vibrant display of our Konoha youth. I acknowledge the 3 of you. Might Due, did you see that, Guy? The first Hokage acknowledged us. Might Guy, is this the charm of youth? With tears, I've decided to add another 500 laps. Rock Lee, teacher Guy, I've decided to add another 500 laps too. Let us do it together. Uchiha Sasuke, I don't know them. Don't ever say I'm from the same village as them. Terumi Mei, speaking of which, you Konoha people spend every day with them. Hasn't anyone caught their madness? Naruto Uzumaki, you wouldn't believe it. Lee made me wear that outfit once, and I almost couldn't escape. Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto, keep your distance from them. They seem too energetic, and I'm afraid you'll end up like them. Flirtatious Lee, what does energetic youth even mean? Naruto Uzumaki, got it. The video continued. The scene shifted to a small figure with a green watermelon head running on the playground. A white banner strapped to his back. The banner boldly proclaimed that if he could run 500 laps around the playground, he would be admitted. The surrounding children couldn't help but mock him. Isn't he the one who made a scene after failing the exam? Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Guy motivated himself. For the sake of my father, I must do this. The onlookers erupted in ridicule once more. What self-restraint? Nonsense. Ha. What arbitrary rules is he making up? I know. His ninjutsu and jinjutsu are utterly lacking. He has nothing to showcase aside from moving his body. A child, holding a toothpick-like object, expressed disdain. There is no need to tire yourself out like this. Nonetheless, Guy continued to run with all his might. The camera gradually pulling back to reveal Might Due behind a wooden wall. Come on, Guy. You can do it. Due shed exaggerated tears that flowed freely to the ground. But he was mistaken. 235 laps. After shouting this, Guy, having exhausted too much energy, merely brushed his ankle and collapsed to the ground. Ha ha. You haven't even completed half of it. Laughter erupted from all directions. And Guy resembled a clown in a circus, entertaining the crowd. The camera panned back to reveal the third Hokage observing from a window. His gaze fixed on the diligent youth. The scene returned to Guy, kneeling on the ground, his eyes vacant, murmuring, "Dad." After uttering this, he succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Senju Tobarama, to be honest, I am genuinely astonished by such a hard-working child. Even during our Warring States period, I rarely encountered children this young who trained so diligently. Naruto Uzumaki, those kids are despicable. How could they mock such a hard-working Uncle Guy? Chio, such small children speak without filter. What do they understand? Besides, he is just a child. Naruto Uzumaki, unbelievable. Terumi Mei, speaking of which, why is he working so hard if he can't get into school? Is it true that his ninjutsu and jinjutsu are so inadequate that no amount of effort can compensate? Hiruzen Sarutobi, indeed, no matter how hard Guy tries, he cannot properly utilize ninjutsu and jinjutsu. I allowed him into the ninja school as an exception because I saw his determination. Senju Hashirama, alas. Perhaps this is the tragedy. If only his talent in ninjutsu and jinjutsu were at a normal level. With his diligent nature, he might have already become a Hokage. The video continued. The scene shifted to a path. Guy, you fool. Might Due shouted, delivering a powerful punch to Guy's face. Chapter 61. The attitude towards challenges. Kai let out a cry as he was struck down to the ground. He lifted his head, casting an apologetic glance at his father. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm already 5 years old. Yet I can't even manage to run around the playground 500 times. Might Due, with tears streaming down his face, choked back his emotions and said, Do not apologize. My reprimand is not for this. Do not apologize for your efforts. That would be an affront to your own diligence, Kai. Then why? Kai propped himself up, still somewhat bewildered. You have misunderstood the essence of self-discipline, Dai said through his tears. Running 500 laps around the playground to make up for a lack of preparation for school? That is not self-discipline. It is merely wishful thinking. It is akin to invoking the divine for aid. Upon hearing this, a spark of enlightenment flickered in Kai's mind. Listen to me. Self-discipline is the deliberate imposition of constraints upon oneself when facing certain challenges. It is about pushing oneself to the brink, establishing rules that are uniquely yours. It is precisely because of those constraints that you will confront challenges with sincerity. And upon failure, you can rigorously practice those rules to achieve improvement. That is true self-discipline. Kai closed his eyes and, at that moment, recognized his own missteps. I'm sorry, Dad, but your efforts are not in vain. Even if you only completed half, you truly tried. Might Dai exclaimed, using words to mend his son's bruised spirit. For your effort, you deserve a hug, Dad. Kai instantly felt a surge of excitement as Dai opened his arms, enveloping Kai in an embrace. Kai. The bystanders couldn't help but snicker at the sight. There they go again. Isn't that abuse? And why are they wearing tight clothes? How repugnant. Though their voices were barely audible, they did not escape the ears of the father and son. Might Dai gave a thumbs up to the two who had just mocked them and shouted, "Thank you for your support." AI, do the villagers of Konoha take such delight in mocking others? Senju Hashirama, thankfully. That father and son seemed to possess a strong resilience, transforming the mockery of others into motivation for themselves. Such a rare and commendable spirit. It is already commendable for ordinary people not to retaliate against ridicule, let alone vocalize support. Terumi Mei, are you sure this isn't a form of mental illness? I suggest they get checked for any hereditary conditions. Might Dai, thank you for the support. Might Guy, Yoshi, thank you for the support. Rockley, is this what youth is about? Thank you for the support. Terumi Mei. The video continued. Observing the scene, the two villagers quickly concluded that the individual was indeed deranged and hurriedly left the area. Kai appeared quite dejected. Dad, that's not support. That's merely a show of solidarity. Might Dai remain composed. Listen to me, Kai. Your youth has only just begun. It should not be marked by retreat. Just as I have not. Dai raised his thumb, winking in encouragement. You may not excel in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but to your father, that is, in fact, something to celebrate. Kai paused, gazing blankly at his father's face, bewildered. Could that truly be considered a cause for celebration? Might Dai raised his hand, exclaiming with fervor. Recognizing one's shortcomings allows one's strengths to shine. Your physical prowess is already beginning to illuminate. I am so pleased to see your strengths emerging at such a young age. Listening to these words filled Kai with joy, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. However, a few seconds later, he quickly reverted to a look of disappointment. Dad, you're just putting on a brave face, aren't you? Shortcomings can also transform into strengths. Being talkative signifies thoughtfulness. Being verbose indicates liveliness. And stubbornness reflects focus. The headstrong are akin to cats. Senju Hashirama, truly, he is a wonderful father. His efforts to encourage his son are commendable. Senju Tobarama. Indeed, if one were to choose to diligently train in either taijutsu, jinjutsu, or ninjutsu, the most advantageous would undoubtedly be ninjutsu, given its vast array of powerful techniques, despite any chakra affinity limitations. Anoki, taijutsu, regardless of training, ultimately relies on the physical body, necessitating proximity to the enemy. Nowadays, any ninja can perform ranged attacks. Moreover, they probably lack even the substitution technique. In combat, a single hit could spell disaster. AI. What? Do you look down upon us taijutsu ninjas? Have you forgotten the might of the Black Mamba elbow strike? Anoki, yet you possess the lightning release chakra mode and the legacy of past rakeage. They have nothing. How can they compete with you? For an ordinary person to reach the level of an elite Jainin is already remarkable, let alone this ordinary father-son duo. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Are you certain that the one radiating red light is truly at the elite Jainin level? He kicked us around like we were mere playthings. Observing his father's eloquence, Kai couldn't help but inquire. What about those with thick hair? Like cats? Might Dai scratched his head, pondering for a moment before recalling an analogy. What about those with long torsos? Like cats? Just as Might Dai struggled to conjure an apt comparison, a voice interjected. Hey, Might Dai, are you playing training games with your son again? Two ninjas wore mocking expressions. Being a perennial genin is no easy feat. Ha! In the face of ridicule, Might Dai raised his thumb and winked. Oh, thank you for your support. Ha ha, ha ha. Taunted by such absurd remarks, the two ninjas laughed heartily as they departed. Young Kai, lacking his father's fortitude, narrowed his eyes and glared at the retreating figures with indignation. As the scene shifted, the two ninjas from earlier reappeared. What a sight! Not quite grown up yet still youthful. It's laughable, one ninja mocked. Swish. Ouch. A pebble suddenly soared through the air, striking one of the ninjas on the head. The ninja, clutching the impacted area, turned to find Kai had silently approached. His companion, seething with anger, clenched his fists and glared fiercely at the young boy. What is the matter? Oh, isn't that the little brat from the Dai family? What do you want? Chapter 62. Self-restraint. Do not mock my father. Kai exclaimed, raising his fist in indignation. Was it truly a fault to speak the truth about a fool? Two ninjas stepped forward. Compared to the youthful Kai, their towering figures loomed like insurmountable barriers. Yet, in the face of these two behemoths, Kai displayed no hint of fear, his fierce gaze fixed upon them. Utter one disparaging word about my father, and I shall deliver 5 punches, he declared, a rule he had set for himself. With a furious roar, Kai charged forward, only to have one ninja effortlessly place a hand upon his head. No matter how hard he tried, his fists could not reach the ninja. The other ninja smirked, taunting. Your self-imposed rules? How amusing. Listen well. Your father is a waste, utterly inept at ninjutsu, illusion, and physical techniques. Everyone says he isn't even a lowly ninja, but merely a performer. Haha. The ninja holding Kai's head leaned in closer, continuing his mockery. He is just a jester who can only play at youthful antics. Kai's face flushed with visible rage as he shouted, You've spoken ill of my father. So I shall strike you 10 times. With a furious cry, he flailed his arms and legs in a desperate attempt to land a blow on the ninja holding him down. Yet, no matter his effort, he could not touch the fabric of the ninja's attire. The other ninja grinned maliciously. Then let us double that. I shall strike you 20 times. He then delivered a punch that sent the scene into darkness, punctuated only by the sounds of fists and feet striking. When the light returned, Kai lay battered and bruised upon the ground. Despite his injuries, he summoned all his strength to push himself up. You bastards, he gasped, raising his scarred face to glare at the so-called ninjas, filled with unprecedented indignation and fury. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, growing ever closer. Bang, bang. Kakashi suddenly appeared, toppling the two ninjas with a couple of swift kicks before advancing further. Bam, bam. His fists connected solidly with one ninja's face, following up with a kick that left the ninja disoriented. He then turned his attention to the other ninja, who was just about to lift his head. Kakashi delivered a swift kick, and with a resounding thud, the ninja collapsed, rendered unconscious. Kai, on his knees, supported himself with trembling hands, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld Kakashi appear in age. Kakashi cast a disdainful glance, saying, Your father is ridiculed like this, and you can't even fight back. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. Kai looked back at the silver-haired man and then at his father, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. Senju Hashirama. These two are pure CS. Senju Tobarama. Brother, while I know your vocabulary is limited, must you exaggerate? To call them CS is to demean CS itself. They bully a child simply because of their age, proving themselves inferior even to CS. To label them CS is a compliment. Might die, Kai. Might guy. It's all right, father. This is an essential struggle on the path of youth. Tsunade. Truly, a pair of lively treasures. Naruto Uzumaki. Amazing. So Kakashi-sensei was this formidable even in his youth. Kakashi Hitaki. Haha. It was nothing extraordinary. The video continued. The scene shifted to the third Hokage standing on a balcony, gazing pensively at the setting sun, the weight of determining another's fate. His voice grew somber as he looked into the distance, realizing that no matter how many times he experienced it, he could never grow accustomed to such moments. He turned his gaze aside, spotting Kai at the rooftop, the banner he had hung fluttering wildly in the wind. A gentle smile graced the third's face as he observed the banner. The scene shifted again to a notice board, where Kai's name appeared prominently. Father. Kai. The father and son embraced, tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed with emotion. Their bond rekindled. Observing this odd display, the villagers remarked, If this continues, I shall call the authorities. At that moment, Might Dai turned his head upon hearing their words, noticing the villagers discussing his son's exuberance. He raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, His efforts have borne fruit. Kai, mirroring his father, excitedly raised his thumb, celebrating his admission to school. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. This peculiar exchange rendered the villagers speechless, unsure of how to respond to this endearing duo. Time sped by, and soon, Might Guy enrolled Kai in school. However, during his first lesson on the shadow clone technique, Kai faltered where others succeeded effortlessly, yielding only a disheveled outfit in his attempts. He noticed the silver-haired boy from before, who had already mastered the advanced multiple shadow clone technique. This revelation struck Kai with the realization that true genius existed in the world. On the playground, Kai muttered to himself, just as my father said, "I possess a unique brilliance." He raised his hand, invigorating himself. "Indeed, my physical prowess shines brightly." The scene shifted to him sprinting across the playground, chanting to himself, "If I cannot run 500 laps, I shall walk 500 laps upside down." The scene turned once more, revealing Kai walking on his hands across the playground. "If I cannot complete 500 laps upside down, I shall perform 500 push-ups." The scene transitioned again, showcasing Kai struggling through push-ups. His clothes drenched in sweat as he gasped, "If I cannot finish the push-ups, I will resort to finger push-ups. 500. 10. 5. As the sun set, Kai gritted his teeth, sweat dripping steadily to the ground. His body strained under the exertion, all his weight supported on his fingertips. Sweat poured freely as he persevered, training from dawn until dusk. Exhaustion enveloped him, rendering even 15-finger push-ups a monumental task. "Ah!" Kai cried out, his body finally succumbing to fatigue as he collapsed. Laughter erupted around him like thunder, the children who had witnessed the entire ordeal jeering. "You couldn't do it at all. Your physical skills are lacking." With his head drooped to the ground, Kai clenched his glimmering teeth, the ridicule of those around him festering a deep-seated resentment within his heart. Chapter 63. Mindset. Suddenly, a pair of familiar feet came into view. As Kai looked up, he saw Kakashi casually passing by, engrossed in a book. Reminded of their previous conversation, Kai, wishing to avoid embarrassment in front of this individual, hastily sprang to his feet, bowing his head in contemplation. It was only after Kakashi had gradually distanced himself that Kai resumed his one-legged hopping exercise. Thus, in the days that followed, Kai spared no effort in his training. He struck the adult-sized tree stumps repeatedly, leaving unique imprints of his fists. Challenges that once seemed insurmountable gradually became manageable. During a run, Kai recited to himself, "My father said hard work will yield rewards." Just then, a silver-haired youth caught his eye, causing Kai to halt, anxiety washing over him. After glancing around, he quickly concealed himself beneath a large tree. Watching Kakashi disappear in the distance, a hint of self-doubt crossed Kai's face. At that moment, Might Guy peered out from behind the tree where Kai was hiding, his expression serious for the first time as he regarded his son. The scene shifted back to Konoha village. "Fool!" Might Guy bellowed, delivering a punch that sent Kai soaring into the air, spinning 360 degrees before crashing to the ground. "That child is undoubtedly a lifelong rival for you. If so, why not challenge him?" Lying on the ground, Kai adjusted his position and stammered, "But he is a genius. I'm sure I can't defeat him. That's not the issue at all. I will accompany you. Let us seek out that boy named Kakashi." "Wait, but..." Kai's anxiety spiked as a sudden idea struck him. "I will adhere to my own rules." Upon hearing Kai's response, Might Guy's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, your rules? Run 500 laps around the playground. And if I can't do it, I will challenge Kakashi," Kai exclaimed, raising his fist in exhilaration. "Well said, Kai. That is my son," Might Guy cheered, suddenly giving a thumbs up to a nearby villager. "Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. Terumi May, I wonder about the psychological shadow area of those two women. Uchiha Izuna, quite the character. Thumbs up. Senju Hashirama, what Might Guy said is true. Hard work will certainly bear fruit. Never give up. Naruto Uzumaki, you must persevere, Uncle Bushy Brows. Uchiha Izuna, if perseverance leads to success, what need is there for geniuses? Rockley, no. I believe that hard work can indeed surpass genius. If I haven't surpassed, it simply means I haven't worked hard enough. Jiraiya, that is not entirely accurate. If a genius and an ordinary person both strive, it is indeed difficult to surpass. However, at least effort yields some rewards, which is certainly better than doing nothing. Senju Tobarama, precisely. Otsutsuki Kagaya, child. Do you need to cheat? No matter how hard a genius works, they cannot compete with a child who has an unfair advantage. Naruto Uzumaki, what is cheating? And why does that Uncle's surname sound like a noodle shop? Otsutsuki Kagaya, ha ha ha. Cheating refers to gaining immense power. Those with connections don't need to face penalties, while those without will be eternally sealed. Naruto Uzumaki, I hope I never cheat in my life. As I seem to lack any connections, Jiraiya, Naruto's strength is best acquired through perseverance and hard work. Moreover, as the child of prophecy, you should lead by example. Naruto Uzumaki. Understood, perverted sage. The video continued to roll. Kai was running on the school playground. Though somewhat fatigued, he did not perspire profusely. For 196, as he felt the surge of power within him, Kai was somewhat dazed. Doesn't he seem so unbearable? He suddenly brightened, realizing he wasn't as exhausted as before. Accelerating his pace, he quickly completed the 500 laps. Upon reaching the finish line, Kai raised his arms triumphantly and shouted, "Fantastic." No need to challenge him. The scene shifted again. If I can't finish 500 laps, then I will challenge Kakashi. Kai positioned himself to perform a handstand and began to walk 500 laps on the playground. Sweat dripped from him like raindrops, but he persevered. In the days that followed, Kai gradually surpassed the limit of 500, striving towards greater heights. The camera panned, revealing Kai running up a mountain. This time, he aimed to ascend and descend the mountain 500 times. As Kai joyfully sprinted, a drop of water unexpectedly landed on his head. So cool. He halted, looking up to see a sight that left him awestruck. Kakashi was clinging to the cliff with one hand, beads of sweat dripping onto Kai's astonished face. Even geniuses work so hard. Kai's head drooped, a wave of helplessness washing over him. How can I ever surpass him? In the subsequent training sessions, every time Kai passed beneath the cliff, he would see Kakashi diligently training. Each sight of Kakashi's dedication intensified Kai's feelings of inadequacy. That child is Kakashi? Might Guy approached, placing a hand on Kai's shoulder. I was mistaken. After a long silence, Might Guy continued. Wishing and praying to the gods is also valid, but self-discipline. Guy crouched down to meet his son's gaze. You care greatly about his performance, don't you? Kai lowered his head, recalling his father's words, murmuring, "If only I could run 5,000 laps around the playground." Kai's eyes filled with determination as he met his father's gaze. I will challenge Kakashi. Well said, my son. Might Guy embraced Might Kai, who now exuded an unprecedented resolve. The scene shifted once more, showing Kai sprinting frantically on the playground, with Guy behind him, encouraging him through a megaphone. Go, my son. The road of youth is unfolding straight ahead of you. Charge on, keep running. 500 laps. Kai, you still have a long way to go. 1507 laps. Might Guy lay on a bench, weakly holding the megaphone. Youth is still chasing after you. 2,849 laps. As Kai grew more fatigued, just as he felt his strength waning, the figure of Kakashi appeared vividly in his mind. Gazing at that seemingly unattainable silhouette felt akin to standing before an insurmountable mountain. Chapter 64. The Showdown. Kai pondered within himself. I truly desire to engage in a contest with you. With this thought consuming him, he clenched his teeth, shut his eyes tightly, and dashed forward with reckless abandon. I cannot afford to lose. Time seemed to slip away as Kai continued to run, eventually throwing his arms wide and shouting at the top of his lungs. 5,000 laps. Before the finish line, Might Guy awaited, embracing Kai with warmth. Congratulations, Kai. Uchiha Obito. Although this playground is small, managing to run 5,000 laps in such a confined space is indeed no small feat. Naruto Uzumaki. Was Kakashi's pressure truly so intense that it instilled a sense of inferiority in such a self-assured man like the bushy-browed uncle? Hatake Kakashi. Haha. Such flattery is unwarranted. Uchiha Sasuke. You've exhibited half of my former grace. I recall how my genius in the Ninja Academy captivated so many young ladies. Inoki. Please spare my life. Uchiha Sasuke. They said there was no tangible feeling after school. Naruto Uzumaki. Ha ha ha. Even with that feeling, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Uchiha Sasuke. The video continued to unfold. The scene shifted, and Kai, filled with excitement, gestured animatedly towards Kakashi, issuing a challenge. Come, let us engage in a passionate contest, wagering our youth. Without excessive words, Kakashi unleashed 3 shuriken. Bang, bang, bang. The shuriken struck their target with precision, causing Kai's lips to quiver at this exaggerated display. The scene transitioned, and the two found themselves in a desolate field, launching attacks at one another. The collision of fists and feet stirred gusts of wind, sending dust swirling around the battlefield. In terms of taijutsu, I shall not concede to you. Kai executed a lateral kick, and Kakashi swiftly raised his arm to block. Yet, the force behind that kick sent a shiver through Kakashi's heart. How heavy! Kai unleashed several more kicks, and after successfully blocking a few, he spun around, roaring. Leaf whirlwind. Kakashi hastily evaded, but Kai's foot struck a rock, causing the ground to crack and extend over 10 meters. The two continued their battle, oblivious to the passage of time, as dusk gradually enveloped the land. Here I come. Kai raised his fist, roaring, "Bring it on." Kakashi mirrored the gesture, raising his fist in response. Naruto Uzumaki, this is exhilarating. To fight from noon until dusk, what a remarkable battle. Are they about to determine the victor with this punch? Uchiha Izuna, judging by their fierce roars, this may very well be the final blow. Senju Tobarama, Kai's roar embodies not only his unwillingness to yield, but also his determination to prove himself. This punch seeks to release all the pent-up frustration and resolve he has harbored for so many days. Hatake Kakashi, their essay saying I'm unsure whether to share, but you might be overthinking this. Rock, paper, scissors. The two threw their fists simultaneously. A tie. Let us try again. They both presented paper. Again. Senju Tobarama, perhaps I have overestimated you. Uchiha Izuna, to roar so loudly only to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Terumi, astonishing. These two young men are unleashing heartfelt roars atop a mountain for such triviality. Is this a distortion of morality or a degradation of humanity? To foresee what follows, please click to view the explanation. Hatake Kakashi. The video continued. In an open area, Dai patted Kai's shoulder. Kai, congratulations on graduating from the Ninja Academy, but your youth cannot simply graduate here. Of course, even if I remain the tail end of youth until death, I am unperturbed. Kai responded with a smile, expressing his desire to dwell in the school of youth for a lifetime. The two turned simultaneously, excitedly giving a thumbs up. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support. The air fell silent for a moment, leaving two villagers at a loss, standing quietly in place. The scene shifted again, revealing Dingzhua and Kai alongside their teammates. In light of the circumstances stemming from the Third Shinobi World War, team compositions may undergo changes in the future. However, for now, I am your captain, Akimichi Dingzhua, given our serendipitous pairing. I apologize. I shall not err again. As Dingzhua introduced himself, an untimely voice called out from a distance. Hearing that familiar voice, Kai lowered his head for reasons unknown. The camera panned to the source of the voice, where Might Dai, head bowed, repeatedly apologized to the ninja before him. Yet, the ninja, equally exasperated, could only respond that this repeated behavior left no choice but to expel him from the team. Upon hearing this, Dai raised his head in agitation, pleading earnestly. Please don't. He knelt, placing his head at the ninja's feet. I implore you to forgive me one more time. I will exert myself more than ever on any task. I beg you. Please reconsider, I implore you. Kai observed his father's humble demeanor, his heart heavy with mixed emotions, feeling a profound discomfort. Senju Tobarama, this may well encapsulate the helplessness of ordinary individuals. Lacking a worthy legacy to pass on to his son, devoid of substantial wealth, and even lacking in strength, he is left to humbly beseech his teammates not to abandon him. Senju Hashirama, moreover, his son possesses no innate talent in ninjutsu or jinjutsu. He must exert efforts dozens of times greater than others to achieve comparable results. Uchiha Obito, the world is often less than satisfactory. Fate does not treat everyone fairly. The father's talent is already lacking, having labored a lifetime only to bear such a son, whose talents regrettably mirror his own. Though his taijutsu appears to have reached the Chunin level from the video, it is still inadequate compared to others. The 7 ninja swordsmen. We are uncertain about the smaller one, but that glowing red fellow seems quite formidable. The video continued. Under the night sky, Kai walked the path home when Might Dai suddenly appeared before him. Father, Kai, you have become an exceptional ninja. Might Dai spoke with significant weight, his words devoid of the usual fervor. The only thing left for me to do for you is one final thing. Listen closely. You must observe carefully, Kai. Kai regarded his father with confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind these enigmatic words. Drink, Might Dai exclaimed, an overwhelming aura erupting forth like a volcanic explosion. Chapter 65. The death gate of verdant radiance illuminated the inky night, hair billowing as if transformed into a super saiyan. Father, what is this? Kai gazed in astonishment at his father, who appeared remarkably different from his usual self. The 8 gates, one of the forbidden techniques. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kai's cheek as he felt the oncoming wave of energy, his heart brimming with wonder. When did father learn such a formidable technique? As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden epiphany struck him. He recalled how his father would rise before dawn to train alone. I, Amir Genin, have persevered in my practice for 2 decades to finally master this singular technique. 2 decades. This meant that it was the only technique father could impart to me. And for you, it is the most exceptional technique. You have become an outstanding ninja, yet when employing this technique, a stringent condition must be met. Might Guy's voice grew solemn, that being self-restraint. Kai's pupils constricted slightly. Self-restraint? The scene began to fade, replaced by a new image. On the battlefield, during the Fourth Shinobi World War, Kai lifted his gaze to the white figure in the sky, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. After a considerable time, a fierce green light erupted from Kai, his imposing aura akin to a volcanic eruption. He dashed forward, resolutely thrusting his thumb towards his heart's chakra point. Kai, no? What am I doing here? Is this still the Hidden Leaf Village? Hashirama, Madara Uchiha. What is happening? Why is there a figure of you above? Is this what you refer to as your distant dream? Madara, ha ha ha. It seems I have succeeded in the future. Ha ha. Tobarama, the patterns on Madara's body do not resemble those of the reanimation technique. Could someone have taken the Rinnegan after Nagato's death and performed the heavenly birth of the Rinnegan? Anoki, judging by Kai's demeanor. He is likely preparing to engage Madara in a decisive battle using the technique taught by his father. Madara, his 8 gates indeed possesses great strength. Yet it demands immense endurance. To defeat me in my 6 paths state with this technique is utterly impossible. Tobarama, 6 paths. No way. Izuna, brother is formidable. Anoki, but how did Might Guy, a mere commoner, acquire such a powerful forbidden technique? Hashirama, observing the green radiance emanating from his father. It appears he has already opened the 5th gate. To possess such formidable power, yet remain so humble, I cannot fathom his thoughts. Jiraiya, could he be the unsung hero exclusive to our Hidden Leaf Village? Might Guy. The video continued to play. Chakra was converging towards the Death Gate's chakra point. The 6 paths Madara, with piercing eyes, saw through Kai's body and discerned the flow of chakra. Father. Kai silently whispered, as red steam emerged, gradually obscuring the green radiance. The 8th Death Gate. The scene drifted back to a memory of Kai on a mission. This is bad. We are surrounded. There is no escape now. The 3 children gazed gravely at the 7 bizarre figures before them. They were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. It is unexpected that even the little brats from other villages know about us. Pibao Shirzong's eyes gleamed with menace. We have become famous. With a swift motion, the executioner's blade was drawn, emitting a sharp sound. Oh dear, the blade has a small nick. I need to let it taste some blood to regenerate the iron. The 3 children wore solemn expressions as they regarded the ninjas. What should we do? We cannot match them. A sense of despair permeated the air, just as hopelessness filled their hearts. A green light sliced through the sky, landing before them. At least we made it in time. Father? Kai's 2 teammates exchanged glances. Isn't his father just a genin? How can he exude such a powerful presence? Father, what are you doing here? Enough talk. You all run. I'll buy you some time. We are to run. Father, the opponents are all jonin, and they are the 7 ninja swordsmen. There's no way you can take them on alone. Might Guy merely presented his back, concealing the determination within his eyes. I possess the 8 gates formation, but that technique. Kai's expression turned sorrowful, clearly finding it difficult to bear the thought of losing a family member. Self-restraint. Kai's pupils slightly contracted. The moment is now. Might Guy smiled, turning his head, and raised his thumb. The 7 ninja swordsmen. That's him. He is the one who turned us into a trio of misfits. Deidara. Before using that technique, he might not even be a genin. Can he truly gain such immense power in an instant with its enhancement? The scene returned to the battlefield of the 4th Shinobi World War. Open. The 8 gates formation. The crimson steam flowed like blood. An overwhelming force fracturing the ground beneath. An unparalleled pressure enveloping the battlefield. When one vows to protect what is most precious, Kai thought to himself. Lee wiped away his tears, while Kakashi's gaze narrowed. Kai, do you truly? In midair, Madara observed below. As the aura erupting from Kai sent dust swirling across the battlefield. The swirling dust enveloped the surroundings like dark smoke, yet within a meter of Kai. There was no trace of it, only the oppressive force brought by the red steam. Red steam? Madara remained composed. This is unique to the full opening of the 8 gates. Blood steam? However, it hardly seems impressive, akin to leaves falling in autumn. You are correct, but my story does not end with mere decay. Kai relaxed his brow, and his voice lightened. I will transform into the nutrients for new green leaves, and when the green leaves sprout, as spring arrives, it shall be the pinnacle of youth, the moment of fiery brilliance. With a swift motion, Kai propelled himself into the air, appearing before Madara as if he had teleported. 100 years of solitude. Kai struck the air with a fist, unleashing a massive force that compressed the air, creating an air cannon. Madara reacted swiftly, raising the object in his hand to block against his chest. Bang! Boom! The air cannon collided with the six-path staff, erupting in a brilliant flash, akin to dawn breaking through the night. Kai roared, his strength intensifying. Madara's brows knitted tighter, his expression growing increasingly grim, until he could no longer withstand it, his body being pressed toward the ground by the air cannon. Chapter 66, The Legendary Resilient King Boom. Buzz. The air cannon crushed Ban to the ground, the deafening sound ringing in the air. The air cannon stood tall like a colossal pillar, pinning Ban down. Seizing the moment while the force still lingered, Kai intended to unleash a second punch, but a sharp crack echoed from his arm. With a muffled grunt, Kai instantly realized that a bone in his hand had fractured. Gritting his teeth, he began to descend slowly through the air. So this is it. It truly hurts. Nevertheless, I have grown accustomed to it. What follows will be relentless. No respite shall be granted. Having failed to deliver his second punch in time, the residual force of the air cannon dissipated. Ban lay on the ground, disheveled. Striking the air, is it a technique that generates shockwaves? Indeed. It is the air cannon. Crack. A sharp noise rang out as the horn on Ban's head shattered, feeling the state of his body. If he were to be hit 4 or 5 times by that, it would certainly become troublesome. In any case, avoiding those fists is imperative. Ban sat up, soaring through the dust into the sky. It is rare to engage in combat with the 8 gates of might. A look of excitement crossed Ban's face. Perhaps due to his formidable recovery abilities, he bore little damage. Such a rarity. I shall be your opponent. Noki. What? To be struck head-on by such a powerful air cannon yet remain unfazed. Hashirama Senju. No. It is Ban's recovery ability that is extraordinary. The damage from that punch was swiftly restored. Uchiha Ban. I have attained power comparable to that of the Sage of Six Paths. No one can defeat me in this state. Not even you, Hashirama. Karatsuchi. System. Could this be the 4th Great Ninja War? Such a simple question should not require a query opportunity. If it does, so be it. System. No need. This is indeed the 4th Great Ninja War. Uchiha Shursui. Allow me to observe. The Uchiha Obito at war, the strength of the super shadows, and our ancestor. Even if one has been defeated on the surface. That Obito previously displayed a form akin to Lord Ban. This indicates his strength is roughly equivalent. I truly cannot fathom how to win against such formidable opponents. Kagaya Otsutsuki. You must believe in perseverance and effort, my child. The video continued to unfold. With a powerful step, Kai propelled himself towards Ban, seemingly running on air. Caught off guard, Ban found this feat astonishing. Who would have thought this individual could be so terrifying? Whoosh. Kai ran wildly around Ban. His speed so great he was barely visible, a crimson blur amidst the smoke. Ban focused intently, suddenly sensing something, his gaze sharpening. With a swift motion, Kai unleashed a punch, the massive air cannon surging forward, startling Ban. Indeed, it comes swiftly. The truth-seeking ball transformed into a black shield to deflect the oncoming assault. Boom. The air cannon collided with the black shield, a tremendous force pressing down upon it, covering all possible escape routes. Just as Ban believed he was safe, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind approaching from behind, quickly turning to look. Yet it was too late. Kai delivered a heavy punch, and the air cannon struck Ban's face, distorting it grotesquely. With another punch, a second air cannon followed, and after being struck once, Ban had no time to react. Absorbing both assaults, the intense pressure twisted Ban's features, his body pinned against the black shield he had created, rendering him immobile. With yet another punch, just as Kai prepared to strike again, Minato shouted from below. No matter what happens, go all out, Kai. The air cannons pressing down on Ban dissipated, and he gazed gravely at the red figure charging towards him. Here it comes. The black shield expanded automatically, enveloping Ban within a spherical barrier. The exposed truth-seeking ball shot forth towards Kai. Lee shouted fiercely, putting forth all his strength to hurl a specially crafted kunai. Just as the truth-seeking ball was about to strike Kai, the kunai arrived in the nick of time. Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to intercept all the truth-seeking balls, vanishing just as the impact occurred. Gaara clenched his hand, sending sand to lift Kakashi into the air. Kakashi's Sharingan spun wildly, revealing its kaleidoscopic form. Kamui. Space twisted, exposing a gap in the sphere that surrounded Ban, leaving him completely vulnerable to Kai's assault. Gazing at the red figure behind him, Ben felt a surge of astonishment. Yet, there was little time to react. Kai's fist struck Ban's abdomen with tremendous force. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the seemingly indestructible truth-seeking ball shattered under Kai's blow. Ban suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as Kai continued to exert his strength, slamming Ban into the ground. In that moment of impact, Ban was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing through the earth until he finally came to a halt, his momentum exhausted. Kai panted heavily, glancing nervously at the white figure lying on the ground. Ban rose, smiling as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This exhilarating feeling. It has been a long time since Hashirama. Shall we continue? Are there more skills to unveil? Grant me further delight. Senju Tobarama. To be thrilled by blows and desire even fiercer attacks. Is he perhaps a masochist? Uchiha Ban. Senju Hashirama. This fellow is remarkably resilient. To withstand such terrifying attacks with so little damage is astonishing. Senju Tobarama, a legendary resilient king. Uchiha Ban. Does anyone know where I can find this thing? Whoever tells me, I shall spare you when executing my plans in the future. Senju Tobarama. Ha. You little Uchiha. I have been dead for countless years. Even my corpse has likely turned to dust. What good would it do for you to find me? You can only rage impotently. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Ban. The video continued. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kai's forehead as he stared intently at Ban. This fellow. He is delivering a relentless onslaught. The screen went black, accompanied by a series of violent explosions. When the scene illuminated once more, Kai was seen propping himself up against a rock, panting heavily. His body was evidently strained to its limits. In contrast, Ban bore a completely shattered horn atop his head, blood trickling from his lips. Despite this, Ban remained utterly exhilarated. Excellent. Continue to dance. Chapter 67. Night Kai. As Kai faced this seemingly monstrous adversary, beads of perspiration, whether from exertion or trepidation, trickled down his brow. There was no choice but to invoke Night Kai. With this thought, he pressed his hands against the ground, assuming a running stance. The crimson steam emanating from his body intensified, becoming a vivid scarlet. Obito's gaze pierced through Kai's form, observing the chakra within him dwindling. From the perspective of his heart's chakra point, the next strike would undoubtedly be the final one. The red steam radiated an unparalleled pressure akin to the sun, causing Kai's aura to quiver. Boom! The immense force bore down like a mountain, collapsing the terrain within several meters. The crimson steam surged skyward, its overwhelming pressure generating a current that spread across the battlefield. His posture was not merely a facade. Lee raised his arm, struggling against the onslaught of this tempest. Could there be a technique more formidable than that of the evening symbol? Gaara braced himself against the gale. Kai. Kakashi, gazing at the red figure before him, found his thoughts drifting back to the past. You must be Kakashi Hitaki, right? The young Kai, still untested by the Ninja Academy, confidently proclaimed his name. Thank you for the support, he said, giving a thumbs up to Kakashi. Kakashi, taken aback by this display, was left without explanation as the duo turned and departed. Kakashi. Tsukumo Hitaki wore a grave expression, devoid of any condescension towards the father-son duo. Gaining admission to the Ninja Academy is no reason for pride. At this rate, that child will surpass you. The image of the boy giving a thumbs up flashed in his mind. Him? The supplementary list has even been announced yet. Tsukumo crouched down, leaning towards Kakashi. The academy is not foolish. As for his name, remember it. Kakashi rolled his eyes, expressing disbelief with a simple hum. Tsukumo ruffled Kakashi's hair, assuring him he would become a worthy rival. Heeding his father's words, Kakashi called out to the departing figures, ultimately speaking up. Hey kid, what's your name? Kai turned around, a smile gracing his lips, his arm bent as he pointed to himself with a thumb. My guy, I shall become a man stronger than anyone else. Kakashi could only stare at Kai, utterly unconvinced that this boy, who hadn't even passed the ninja school entrance exam, could realize such aspirations. The scene gradually faded. Returning to the battlefield, the overwhelming shockwave pressed down upon Kakashi, the residual force proving difficult to withstand. Father was right, Kai. The spiraling blood steam solidified, low growls emanating from an unknown source. The tremendous pressure seemed ready to rend the very fabric of reality as the blood vapor coalesced into a dragon's head, roaring defiantly into the sky. Such chakra. I acknowledge you. The white hair danced madly in the turbulent winds, forcing Obito to adopt a stance to resist the oncoming pressure waves. In terms of physical prowess, none who have fought me can rival you. I, Obito, shall deem you the strongest. Kai's eyes transformed entirely to white, his body marred with countless crimson fissures. The dragon's head fully formed, Kai unleashed his might, charging forth with the dragon's visage. Boom. Wherever the dragon's head passed, all in its path reduced to ash. Swift. Obito brandished his staff, barely preparing to defend when the dragon's head was upon him. Suddenly, Obito sensed something amiss, his gaze shifting downward, only to discover his staff beginning to warp. A jolt coursed through him, his pupils dilating in shock. What? The space is warped. Night Kai. Kai delivered a powerful kick to Obito, the dragon's head consuming him whole, as if the embodiment of a devouring deity. A tremendous force struck Obito, causing him to spew forth a torrent of blood, his ribs and Kai's leg bones shattering simultaneously. Boom. The dragon's head expanded hundreds of meters before crashing into a towering tree, gradually dissipating into smoke. Uchiha sure sway. Incredible. It's explosive. Uchiha Izuna? My brother was kicked like that and still exploded. Kakashi Hitaki. This. Such a powerful strike. Obito is surely doomed. Senju Hashirama. What kind of perseverance? What effort must one exert to attain such formidable taijutsu? I must admit, I would not withstand that kick. Senju Tobarama. Not just you. Even at my peak, receiving that kick would be fatal. Yet, I have a feeling Obito is not so easily vanquished. Naruto Uzumaki, the first Hokage, is overthinking it. How could a life-burning strike from Guy not finish him off? Uchiha Obito. Heh. Anoki, have you all noticed that tree that was struck? It appears rather large. The top is entirely out of view. Senju Hashirama. You're right. I find it quite peculiar. What tree grows to such heights? Moreover, it exudes a strong chakra and vitality. Uchiha Obito. Because that is the incubator for my distant dream. The ideal world shall inevitably arrive. Senju Hashirama. What do you mean? Madara. Uchiha Obito. Just keep watching, Hashirama. The video continued to unfold. Kai's body bore extensive cracks, darkened skin adorned with intricate, magma-like patterns. Obito leaned against the colossal tree, half his form obliterated, clearly suffering severe injuries. Ha ha ha. After gasping for breath for several seconds, Obito suddenly laughed. You nearly killed me, you rascal. Obito's gaze pierced through Kai's battered form, perceiving the chakra within his heart as a mere flicker, on the brink of extinguishment. Though you are but a candle in the wind, you have entertained me. Obito's half-destroyed body began to writhe, rapidly regaining composure within mere moments. This is my token of gratitude, before you turn to ash. The truth-seeking orb shot forth from behind him, hovering before Obito. I have come to end your life. Whoosh. The orb launched towards Kai. Just as it was about to strike him. Bang. Naruto appeared just in time, kicking the dark sphere away. Gai-sensei. Naruto gazed at the dying figure with a complex expression, before crouching down to place his hand over Kai's heart. A voice surged forth, piercing through to his soul, illuminating the magma-like patterns on Kai's body. Chapter 68. The Chaos of the Ninetales Might Guy. Naruto, what have you done to my son? Kagaya Otsutsuki. It seems my account has been credited. Hashirama Senju. I can sense a powerful surge of yang energy infused within Guy, revitalizing him. Might Guy. So? I was saved by Naruto. Jiraiya. Indeed, it appears so. He truly is the child of prophecy, capable of altering the fate of death that follows the opening of the 8 gates. However, I observe that Naruto's current state seems no different from when he battled pain. Could it be that the 4th Great Ninja War will extend over these years? Anoki, it is quite possible. I suppose we must prepare ourselves further. Kisame Hashigaki, what if we were to eliminate Guy and then resurrect him using the reanimation jutsu devised by the 2nd Hokage? Would he then be able to open the 8 gates indefinitely? Tobarama Senju, that would not be feasible. Opening the 8 gates requires the complete consumption of one's life, force, and vitality. A person only achieves such robustness through years of rigorous training. The body resurrected by reanimation is merely a mass of earth and paper, devoid of any life force. Tobarama Senju. However, I must admit, Madara possesses an impressive resilience. He is indeed tough. Madara Uchiha, do you wish to join the dance? System, shall I provide a musical accompaniment? Remembering the tears of yesteryears. As the embroidered ballad matches the destined union. Tobarama Senju, what is happening? Why do I feel an overwhelming dread upon hearing this melody? It is as if invisible hands are tightening around my throat, suffocating me like a constricting serpent. Coke? A kitten? System, initiating a new round of inventory. The chaos of the Ninetales Obito Uchiha. Minato Namikaze, could it be this? Kurama, damned Obito Uchiha. How dare you control me? Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Ninetales Chaos, a shadow that haunts countless souls. Raza, you and Konoha have only experienced a single beast rampage in all these years. while our village has endured several. Each incident has brought devastation, leaving indelible scars upon our people. Naruto Uzumaki. Is the great fox within me as malevolent as you claim? Kurama. Imagine living peacefully, only to be ensnared by a rogue using his eyes to control you. Forced into battle, and upon defeat, that person strokes my head, declaring me too dangerous to remain free, sealing me away for decades. If you were in my position, would you not break? Naruto Uzumaki, but the ordinary villagers are innocent. Kurama, and am I not innocent? Naruto Uzumaki, what has transpired cannot be altered. Dwelling in the past only invites further turmoil. It is far better to cherish the future. I believe that a time will come when mutual understanding prevails, and I shall one day dissolve your hatred. Kurama, let us not forget that I am not human. How could you empathize with me when you have not endured my plight? As the conversation unfolded, the scene in their minds abruptly shifted. Two screams echoed through the delivery room. Minato, who had just attempted to reinforce the seal, raised his head, his pupils constricting in alarm. Lord Biwa, Taku, the mysterious masked man, held the newborn Naruto in one arm, while his other hand, claw-like, hovered above the infant's head. With the bodies of the two men lying at his feet, the fourth Hokage, Minato, had to leave the Jinchuriki's side, for otherwise, the child's lifespan would be but a fleeting moment. The cries of the infant resonated throughout the room as Minato gazed gravely at the masked man. How had this individual breached the barrier? Who could he possibly be? Kushina screamed as her abdomen suddenly swelled into a round bulge, sealing symbols spreading across her face. Kushina. Minato anxiously turned, flailing like an ant on a hot pan. The nine-tailed sealing was not yet complete. Quickly, we must evacuate the Jinchuriki. The masked man drew a kunai from his sleeve, pointing it menacingly at the newborn. Do you not care what will happen to the child? Witnessing the two corpses on the floor and the masked man with his son, Minato disregarded the ceiling and shouted urgently. Wait, please, calm yourself. That advice should be directed at you, Minato. I am utterly composed, the masked man declared, tossing Naruto toward the ceiling. Naruto. Kushina's eyes brimmed with urgency. Yet her post-delivery body lacked strength, leaving her helpless as she watched her child ascend. The infant's cries reverberated in the room, and Minato's gaze sharpened. As if he had resolved upon a course of action, the masked man leapt, kunai poised to strike Naruto. In a flash, Minato appeared on the roof, swiftly catching Naruto in his embrace. Yet the masked man remained unfazed, as though everything was proceeding according to his design. Truly the yellow flash. But what will happen next? A sharp hissing sound filled the air as something ignited violently. Hearing the commotion, Minato looked down, his heart racing at the sight before him. The infant's blanket was covered in explosive tags, rapidly igniting. Minato. Naruto. Kushina cried out in desperation. At the moment of explosion, Minato tore the blanket away and leapt to safety. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted within the house, flames illuminating the night sky, and in an instant, the structure was reduced to countless fragments. Minato, cradling Naruto, slid along the ground for several meters before coming to a halt, unscathed. Rin, the catalyst of the fourth great ninja war, Obito. Hashirama Senju. Naruto, look how considerate Uncle Obito is. Worried that you might catch a chill, so he adorned you with explosive tags for warmth. Obito Uchiha. Naruto Uzumaki. Minato held Naruto, exhaling a sigh of relief upon seeing his son unharmed. Thank goodness, Naruto is safe. Hiss. Minato inhaled sharply as a sudden pain shot through his leg. Looking down, he discovered a shard embedded in his flesh, a remnant of the explosion shockwave. Forced to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato extracted the fragment, his expression grave as he regarded the piece of wood. He realized he had been lured away. Chapter 69. Unsealing the seal. We must return at once. With a swift motion, Minato vanished along with the infant. The scene shifted, revealing Kushina as the seal within her gradually unraveled. The sigils formed chains that traced the stone pillar, binding Kushina in midair, her condition utterly weakened. Gazing at the mysterious figure before her, she whispered, "What do you intend to do?" "To extract the nine tails from your body and obliterate Konoha," the masked man replied, his voice chilling. Upon hearing this, Kushina's expression tightened, her pupils quivering slightly. "What did you just say?" In an instant, the masked man shifted from the space marked by the sealing technique to another dimension. His one eye darkened, revealing Minato's Flying Thunder God technique at play. "That mark," he remarked, directing his gaze toward the sealing array, which appeared to be inscribed within your seal as well. Usually, Minato would be there to protect you, but now he has been lured away. Moreover, due to childbirth, the seal on the nine tails has weakened. The masked man's tone darkened, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I have awaited this moment for a long time. Cold sweat trickled down Kushina's forehead as she absorbed the meticulous analysis, her pupils contracting violently. Within the ceiling space, the Ninetales bared its fangs, a deep roar resonating throughout the void. You are. Before the Ninetales could finish, the Sharingan in the masked man's eye flared, instantly subduing the beast. The molten sphere that sealed the Ninetales began to drip lava, causing the wooden pillars and chains to slacken. With a sudden surge of strength, the Ninetales roared, tearing the wooden stake from its body before letting out a thunderous howl. Outside the ceiling space, Kushina's face contorted in agony as the ceiling runes coalesced into a dark circular pattern, the chakra of the Ninetales surging outward. The black circle deepened, transforming into a shade of purple. Now, emerge. The masked man formed a single hand seal, his Sharingan blazing open, and shouted, Ninetales. A surge of negative chakra erupted from the seal, morphing into a red fox head that let out a furious roar before shattering the seal. As the chakra sprouted fur, the crimson essence gradually receded to reveal the form of the Ninetales. At the moment the Ninetales detached, Kushina collapsed entirely against the ceiling stone pillar. Excellent. The masked man fixed his gaze on the Ninetales, directing it toward Konoha. Just as he turned to leave, Kushina, having been stripped of the Ninetales, struggled to lift her head. Stop. The masked man paused at the sound of her voice. The Uzumaki clan is indeed formidable. Even when the tailed beast is extracted, they do not perish immediately. Since you are the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, the masked man turned his head, and the subdued Ninetales mimicked his actions. Then let this creature end your life. As his words fell, the colossal paw of the Ninetales descended, striking toward Kushina. The force of the blow shattered the ground, causing the mountains to tremble violently. Just when everyone believed Kushina was doomed, Minato appeared, cradling the near-lifeless Kushina atop a tree. Truly deserving of the title of the Yellow Flash, the masked man looked up, a hint of melancholy in his tone, but it was too late. Terumime, wow. The fourth Hokage, Minato, is incredibly handsome, and so powerful, an ideal choice for a husband. Uzumaki Kushina. Kakashi Hitaki, Obito. How could you treat your sensei's wife this way? She has been so kind to you, yet you repay her like this. Sasuke Uchiha. Exactly, a master is like half a father. How can you treat your sensei's family like this? You lack even the most basic moral decency. If it were me, I would never lay a hand on my sensei. Obito Uchiha. I apologize for my previous actions, but in that world, everyone must exist, and I will create a new, beautiful world. Tobarama Senju. That's quite delusional. Minato Namikaze. Obito. I never expected the once kind-hearted you to descend to this level. Obito Uchiha. People change, do they not? Anoki. Sigh. That statement bears truth. After witnessing the darkness of the ninja world, who can retain their innocence? The video continued. Minato executed the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing with Kushina from the treetop. He has fled again. The masked man gazed at the empty treetop, murmuring, no matter, let us proceed to Konoha. The scene shifted again. The masked man landing within Konoha, surveying the familiar streets with a pang of nostalgia. Yet, his resolve quickly solidified as he slapped his palm downward. Summoning technique. A vast array materialized, an overwhelming wave of energy sweeping across Konoha. As the smoke cleared, the red-eyed Ninetales roared into existence within the village. Ninetales, attack. At the masked man's command, the Ninetales unleashed its claws, wreaking havoc upon Konoha. Each strike demolished buildings and claimed the lives of numerous civilians. After a furious rampage, Minato arrived late, landing atop his Hokage monument. Bearing the name of the Hokage, I must protect my family within the village. A firm resolve graced Minato's face. This is my duty. I cannot allow them to act with impunity. The Ninetales seemed to sense something, turning its head toward Minato. Have you noticed me? The Ninetales opened its mouth wide, dark blue energy rapidly converging within. You shall not destroy this place. Minato's gaze hardened as he swiftly formed hand seals. With a thunderous sound, a tailed beast ball shot toward Minato like lightning, the immense chakra obliterating everything in its path. In an instant, the tailed beast ball was upon Minato. Just as it was about to strike, intricate runes materialized, and the colossal orb was swiftly absorbed. In the distance, a blinding white light illuminated the night, and the explosive sound echoed in everyone's hearts. I must report the current situation to the third Hokage. As Minato pondered, a shadow stealthily approached, a hand slowly reaching for his head. Startled, Minato instinctively thrust his kunai backward. Yet the scene before him sent a jolt of alarm through him. his hand and kunai passed right through. The masked man seized Minato's hand, crouching down. Your opponent is me, and, as the space twisted, this ends here. Minato's body elongated rapidly, just as he was about to be consumed by the spatial distortion. Chapter 70, the second stage of Flying Thunder God Whoosh. The fourth Hokage utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, instantaneously evading the range of attack, swiftly departing. He displayed remarkable agility. The masked man fixated on the spot where the Hokage had vanished, contemplating how he must hasten to absorb him next time. Lowering his head, the masked man's voice grew somber, declaring, "The moment I touch you, it will be your end." Senju Hashirama, he possesses the ability to absorb others. Perhaps his Manjiki Sharingan grants him a unique space of his own. If that is the case, his power could prove perilous. Naruto Uzumaki, isn't it merely a change of location? What is so dangerous about that? Inoki, though you are the child of prophecy, you are still rather young. Setting aside whether his realm contains sustenance or water, merely placing you there and summoning a multitude to besiege you is enough. Should anyone falter, they can be transported out, and the cycle will continue until you are exhausted. Senju Hashirama. Furthermore, such self-contained spaces typically lack provisions. He would likely succumb to hunger within a few days. The video continued to unfold. The scene shifted, revealing the fourth Hokage sprawled outside the destroyed delivery room, battered and beleaguered. My attack pierced through him, yet he could manifest his form again, intending to draw me in at once. Watergate's expression grew grave as he pondered the recent battle. Suddenly, the space distorted, and the masked man materialized before him with a cold snort. Where do you think you're running? This individual can also wield space-time ninjutsu? Watergate crouched low, initially believing that this adversary's ability to phase through bodies was already extraordinary. To his astonishment, this foe possessed a technique akin to his own Flying Thunder God. The fact that he could instantaneously transport Kushina must stem from this very power. Grasping the specially crafted kunai at his feet, Watergate rose, his gaze intensely fixed on the masked man. He was capable of obliterating the third Hokage's direct umbu, penetrating the highest security barriers. Aware that the sealing of the Nine Tails would weaken its power, Watergate's mind conjured images of Uchiha Madara commanding the Nine Tails against the first Hokage. He had even unraveled the Nine Tails seal and tamed it. Moreover, Watergate furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening. A ninja who can enter and exit the Leaf Village without obstruction. To my knowledge, there is only one individual. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Watergate's eyes bore into the masked man before him. Are you Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Izuna, my brother has been dead for quite some time, long before your understanding of events. How can you blame this on him? Senju Hashirama, who can blame your brother for his past? Still, for the fourth to suspect Madara is somewhat astounding. After all, he has been deceased for so long. Uchiha Obito, as my mentor, yet you failed to recognize me as your student. How unimpressive. Minato Namikaze. Kushina Uzumaki, you mean to tell me that this individual, capable of manipulating the Nine Tails, possessing strength akin to that of a Kage, and ruthless in nature, is the same pupil who died 1 or 2 years ago, a mere nin with a kind heart who loved helping the elderly? Uchiha Obito. The video persisted. The masked man removed his hood, revealing short hair, prompting Watergate to quickly realize the impossibility of the situation. No, this cannot be. He was long dead. Who knows? The masked man tilted his head, suggesting it may not be so. At this juncture, who you are matters not. Watergate frowned, yet questioned, why do you target the Leaf Village? The masked man raised his head, his expression one of profound sorrow, shrouded in the night. If I must articulate it, it is a whim of my heart. A fleeting scheme, both for war and peace. A chain clattered to the ground from the masked man's sleeve, echoing the sound of metal striking metal. Listening to such nonsensical words, Watergate tightened his grip on the kunai, positioning it defensively across his chest. Regardless of the circumstances, he was no mere foe. Possessing the ability to control the Nine Tails, and wielding time-space ninjutsu that surpassed even that of the second Hokage, combined with such perilous intentions. If I do not conclude this here, the situation may escalate beyond the chaos of the Nine Tails rampage. The sound of clashing metal reverberated in Watergate's ears as he observed the fully armed masked man. Should I leap back to the village, this foe would undoubtedly follow, only serving to further complicate the battlefield. Madara cannot control the Nine Tails for extended periods. Matters within the village can only be entrusted to the third Hokage. I must confine this adversary here. Whoosh. Both combatants surged toward each other, Watergate thrusting the kunai at the masked man, only for his body to be pierced in return. The masked man pulled his hands forward, ensnaring Watergate with chains. A tremor coursed through Watergate's heart. Instinctively, he activated the Flying Thunder God, reappearing at the location marked by his kunai. This adversary's physical form. My physical attacks are ineffective. His body only materializes upon being attacked, meaning I can only target him at the moment of our mutual assault. Watergate turned his gaze to the swaying masked man, pondering. This is not right. For him, an attack signifies risk. Moreover, considering the duration he can control the Nine Tails, he likely does not intend to engage in a protracted struggle with me. Grasping the kunai again under the moonlight, a glimmer of cold steel flashed. The one with the swifter attack speed shall dictate the outcome. Watergate pivoted, charging at the masked man, who spread his arms, attempting to replicate his previous maneuver. With a swift motion, Watergate hurled the kunai at the masked man, piercing through his head, causing him to enter a phasing state. A blue light flickered just as the masked man was about to disengage from his phase upon reaching Watergate. Whoosh! Watergate employed the Flying Thunder God, teleporting to the spot where he had just attacked the masked man with the kunai, forcefully thrusting a Sharingan down upon him. A searing pain surged through the masked man's back as he was pinned to the ground by the Sharingan. Caught off guard, he had followed the kunai's teleportation. This is the second stage of the Flying Thunder God. A vast amount of chakra pressed down upon the masked man, as Watergate exerted his strength once more. Boom! The ground fractured in layers, a violent explosion of energy erupted, sending powerful gusts slicing outward. Dust and debris filled the battlefield, and the masked man hastily activated his phasing ability to escape, landing atop a rock while clutching his arm. Suddenly, the masked man's hand appeared to liquefy, detaching from his arm as if it would fall to the ground with the slightest touch. You turn the tables on me. This is what they call elusive. Truly, one must not be careless. Just as the masked man spoke, Watergate appeared before him like a bolt of lightning, pressing his hand against the masked man's abdomen. Chapter 71. Repelling the Masked Man, the Flying Thunder God Technique. As the masked man was struck, he reacted swiftly, his trembling hand flung away by the force of the impact. So it was, you have marked me. Minato placed his hand upon the chest of the masked man, and a mystical array materialized, intricate runes appearing on the black robe. The contract seal. Sensing this surge of power, the masked man quickly realized your intention to separate the Nine Tails from me. Thus, the Nine Tails would no longer belong to you. Minato's gaze was resolute as he declared with authority. Hashirama Senju, thankfully, we have separated this fellow from the Nine Tails. Now that Obito is injured, you should refrain from further assaults. If we seal the Nine Tails that are rampaging through Konoha, this crisis will indeed be averted. I recall that Konoha possesses numerous Uzumaki sealing techniques. With those, alongside the monkey, sealing the Nine Tails will be a simple affair. Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru. It appears that Obito's liquid-like hand is a new form of life. Would you be interested in striking a deal with me? Zetsu. Obito has inherited Madara's lifelong research, and I am well acquainted with everything within. If you can enlighten me on the sensation of urgency, I shall divulge these principles to you. Madara Uchiha. Obito Uchiha. Orochimaru. Very well. Let us arrange a private meeting to discuss further. Obito Uchiha. Zetsu, if you dare to divulge this information, I assure you that I will reduce you to mere refuse. Zetsu. While the sensation of urgency is indeed significant to me, I believe that as long as I am alive, there will always be opportunities. Let us await a more opportune moment to reconnect. Obito Uchiha. Speechless expression. Truly, there is not a shred of loyalty in you. The video continued. Far away in Konoha, the Nine Tails suddenly let out a thunderous roar, its howl echoing throughout the village. The three tomo in its pupils faded, revealing its original crimson vertical slit. Ninja art, summoning technique. The third Hokage bit his finger, swiftly forming hand seals before slamming his hands onto the ground. Arise, King of the Monkeys, Enma. A plume of white smoke erupted, and an elder monkey with flowing white hair appeared on the battlefield. Is that the Nine Tails? Enma gazed at the colossal figure wreaking havoc in Konoha, questioning whether the seal had been broken. Drive it away from the village with the adamantine staff. Understood. Transformation. Another puff of white smoke enveloped the monkey as it transformed into the golden staff, landing in the third's hands. Go forth, Enma. The third pointed the staff at the Nine Tails and shouted, Extend. At the third's command, the staff rapidly elongated, pressing against the Nine Tails' abdomen. In mere moments, the staff had propelled the Nine Tails out of Konoha. The scene shifted to the masked man perched upon a branch, a strange liquid continuously oozing from his severed arm. Truly, the fourth Hokage. I never anticipated you could injure my hand, and separate the nine tails. However, the nine tails shall eventually be mine. As the space began to warp, the masked man's figure slowly vanished. I am destined to unify the world. I possess ample means. Minato gazed solemnly at the spot where the masked man had disappeared. That feeling, it does not seem to be a lie. But there was no time for contemplation. In Minato's mind, the nine tails continued to wreak havoc in Konoha, and he had to return immediately. The scene transitioned as Minato used the flying thunder god to appear atop Hokage Rock. Gazing at the devastated buildings and the nine tails gathering tailed beast bombs, Minato's heart sank. It was a sight too horrific to bear. The third knelt on the ground, leaning on the golden staff, gasping for breath. That beast shows no signs of relenting. Clearly, the third had been entangled with the nine tails for an extended period, his stamina nearly depleted. The focus returned to Minato, who quickly formed hand seals, shouting, summoning technique. A colossal toad descended from the moonlight, landing heavily upon the nine tails' back. What is this? The third looked on in astonishment at the figure upon the toad's head. It is the fourth Hokage. A mighty gust of wind surged outward, causing Minato's cloak to flutter slightly. I am destined to unify the world. The masked man's parting words echoed in Minato's ears. After a moment of reflection, Minato closed his eyes, revealing a hint of remorse. Kushina, I am sorry. With that, his expression hardened, and he shouted down to the toad. Please, restrain the nine tails for a time. Red and blue energy converged within the nine tails' maw. Despite being pinned beneath the weight of the toad, the tailed beast bomb continued to expand. The toad, Winta, recognized the monstrous entity before him and instantly understood the vast disparity between them. Even I cannot suppress this beast. Winta? Me? Suppress the nine tails? Minato Namikaze, you must believe in your potential, my friend. Winta. Sakura Haruno, by the way. Why does the fourth Hokage apologize to his wife? Sasuke Uchiha. Indeed, given the current circumstances, the fourth Hokage is powerless. This is hardly his fault. Jiraiya, alas. It is indeed a regrettable situation. Minato Namikaze, to preempt the masked man, this was the best solution I could conceive at the time. The video continued. Despite this, Winta was exerting every ounce of strength to hold down the nine tails. To redirect such a massive attack would undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of chakra. Minato's calm words reverberated in the ears of those watching as the tailed beast bomb fully coalesced and the nine tails took a bite. This action sent shivers down the spine of the third, who was closest. In the midst of their collective fear, Winta suddenly collapsed, slumping to the ground. The nine tails, having consumed the tailed beast bomb, vanished without a trace before their eyes. The third immediately realized the implications of this and turned his gaze to a distant location far from the village. Minato, he has flown away with the nine tails? A blinding flash of white light illuminated another mountain peak, casting brilliance across the night, yet it was too distant to hear any sound. The nine tails roared within a dense forest, clearly having sustained significant damage from the previous tailed beast bomb. Minato appeared on the battlefield, holding the extracted Kushina and the newborn Naruto. I must quickly establish the barrier. Minato furrowed his brow, gasping for breath, chakra dwindling. I can hold on a little longer. Kushina's face was pale as she turned to her husband, Minato. Chapter 72. The Reaper's sealing technique. As the words left her lips, several golden chains erupted from Kushina's body, binding the nine tails in an unusual posture, securing it tightly. Cough, cough, cough. Kushina. Minato shouted anxiously upon witnessing his wife's violent coughing. The cacophony stirred the previously slumbering Naruto, instinctively causing the infant to wail. I've woken you. Blood trickled from the corners of Kushina's mouth, her eyes filled with love and guilt for Naruto. If I can restrain the nine tails like this. Kushina's gaze turned toward Minato. I will face death. This way, I can delay the resurrection of the nine tails, just a little longer. The chains grew increasingly tighter, Kushina's voice growing fainter. I will use the last of my chakra to assist you. It is the only way. She mustered a smile, striving to appear at ease. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Seeing her in such a state, Minato felt a sharp pang in his heart. It seemed even Naruto sensed something amiss, a tear escaping from the corner of his eye. Kushina, you made me the fourth Hokage. You made me your husband, and you made me the father of this child. Yet, Minato's voice trembled as he lowered his head. Minato, do not wear such an expression. Kushina forced a faint smile. I am very happy to have your love. Moreover, she glanced at the swaddled infant. Today is this child's birthday. More importantly, if I were to survive, aside from imagining our family's future happiness, what else could I envision? Uchiha Shirsui, on the day of my mother's death, how sorrowful it is to recall. but thankfully, I still have a father. Obito. Ironically, his father also perished on this day, which means Naruto's birthday is also the anniversary of his parents' deaths. Uchiha shares way. That truly is tragic. Naruto Uzumaki. Dad, Mom. You both. Kazekage Minato. I apologize, Naruto, for leaving you with such memories. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto. Minato's face reflected a deep sorrow, tears trickling from his eyes. Kushina turned her head stiffly, as if every movement required immense effort. I have but one final wish. I long to see the grown-up Naruto. Kushina, you need not perish alongside the Nine Tails. Minato wept, his eyes shrouded in shadows, obscuring their clarity. I will use your remaining chakra to allow you to see Naruto. Minato raised his hand, wiping away his tears. I will seal your remaining chakra within Naruto, combining it with the 8 trigram seal. Furthermore, I will handle the Nine Tails. Minato's gaze sharpened, determination coursing through him. As one who is not a Jinchuriki, I can only employ the Reaper's sealing technique. However, that technique will. Kushina stared at Minato in shock, unable to fathom his decision. Moreover, the Nine Tails sealed within me is only half. Minato continued, speaking to himself. Such immense power cannot be subdued through mere physical means. Strategically, it is unfeasible. The sealing of the Nine Tails involves your participation. If the Jinchuriki is absent before the Nine Tails resurrects, the balance of tailed beasts will collapse. Listening to his words, Kushina's shoulders trembled involuntarily. As someone who had survived many years in the ninja world, she understood the implications of Minato's statement. Using the Reaper's sealing technique would mean I would be sealed alongside the Nine Tails forever. Minato's gaze shifted toward Naruto in his arms. The other half will be sealed within Naruto, using the 8 trigram seal. I know what you wish to convey, but as Jiraiya-sensei spoke of world change and the calamities that accompany it, today I have confirmed 2 truths. The masked man who attacked you. The image of the masked man flashed in Minato's mind. He will surely bring carnage. And the one who will stop him is this child. With that, Minato placed Naruto on the ground, his hands swiftly forming seals. Reaper sealing technique. A white spirit emerged from behind Minato, materializing into the form of the Shinigami. Trust in this child. He is our son. The third Hokage, rushing from a distance, was taken aback at the sight of Minato's seals. That seal. Could it be? It is the Reaper's sealing technique. Upon completion of the technique, I will seal your chakra within Naruto. I hope that when he becomes the Jinchuriki, you can lend him your strength. Kushina trembled, her heart a tumult of anger and sorrow, her gaze fixed on Minato. He is our son. A wave of pain surged through her, and after a moment, she turned her attention back to her son. That is precisely why. I do not wish for Naruto to bear such a heavy burden. Moreover, why resort to the Reaper sealing technique? Just to see the grown-up Naruto? Only for such a fleeting moment. Her voice quivered with a sob, overwhelmed by grief. Why must you sacrifice yourself for this? I wish for you to stay by Naruto's side, to protect him as he grows. Why? For the balance of tailed beasts for the nation. For the village. Must Naruto become a sacrifice? Must you become a sacrifice for me? As Kushina spoke, blood continued to seep from her mouth, and she occasionally broke into quiet sobs. Minato listened in silence, then replied, to abandon the nation, to forsake the village, is akin to abandoning our child. You, who have witnessed the fall of our homeland, should understand the cruelty of such a life, especially for our family. Minato's eyes glimmered with unprecedented resolve. We are all ninjas. Additionally, Minato spread his arms and crouched down, feigning ease as he said, I cannot triumph over you while I live. Though my time as a mother is brief, the lessons I impart to Naruto are beyond my reach. This is a mother's duty. This decision is not only for you, but also for Naruto. Minato extended his arms, cradling Naruto gently, his gaze softening as he looked at the infant swaddled in his embrace. To willingly face death for our son, this is the duty of a father. Chapter 73. Last words. Minato gazed at Kushina, and the two shared a silent exchange. Kushina, staring at Minato, found herself at a loss for words. I love you. Gaara, Rasha, you are purely a CS. Rasha, Hashirama Senju, one death would have sufficed, yet the fourth, to ensure the future. You would make such a decision. Minato Namikaze. This is a necessary course of action. I can only place my faith in my son. System, Obito at 14. Single-handedly facing the Hokage, what were you doing at 14? Itachi Uchiha, engaging in fierce battles with the Senju clan. Might Guy, diligently training every day. Embodying the essence of youth. Hashirama, ignoring risks to install. Naruto Uzumaki, what does ignoring risks mean? Minato, Naruto, refrain from asking aimlessly, though I too am uncertain. Yet, I have an unsettling feeling that this is something harmful to youth, ensnaring them in an inescapable web. Naruto. All right then. The video continued. Meanwhile, the third Hokage struck the barrier with his staff, nearly being rebuffed by the impact. As he reached out to touch the barrier before him, he discovered its formidable strength. No. In order to prevent the Ninetales from emerging, we cannot breach this barrier. They intend to handle the Ninetales themselves. The scene shifted back to Minato. The Shinigami's eyes glinted, its rune-laden arm piercing through Minato's form and extending indefinitely until it grasped the Ninetales. Cursed fourth Hokage. The Ninetales seethed inwardly. Sealing. The arm, adorned with intricate symbols, gently tugged, extracting the Ninetales' essence and sealing it within Minato's abdomen. As the spirit entered, a cloud of white smoke rose, accompanied by a sizzling sound at the sealing point. Curse you. The Ninetales glared fiercely at Minato, its claws loosening the adamantine restraints. Minato swiftly summoned an altar with a single hand. Now, the 8 trigram seal, to bind the Ninetales within Naruto. A ceremonial altar? You intend to seal me once again? The Ninetales could no longer contain its fury, glaring at Minato with gritted teeth, and into the body of that little brat. Minato placed the infant upon the altar, and Kushina watched as her son began to cough violently. Are you all right, Kushina? Minato rushed over, but the Ninetales seized the opportunity. Raising its claw and roaring, now is the time. The couple's pupils dilated in unison, and the scene abruptly darkened. A piercing sound echoed in the ears of those present as the image brightened once more. Minato and Kushina shielded Naruto with their own bodies, the Ninetales' deadly claws nearly penetrating Naruto's form. If only my claws had been a tad longer. If they had been, the child of prophecy would have truly perished. This is the love of parents, shielding their child with their flesh and blood. Thank you, Dad and Mom. It's my fault. I let you down. Perhaps I should not have sealed the Ninetales within you, allowing you to endure years of solitude and sorrow, leaving behind such painful memories. I understand all this. After all, I am the child of the Hokage. The video continued. A drop of blood fell onto Naruto's belly as Minato's voice grew faint. I have said before, this is a father's obligation within my means. Thus, a mother should fulfill her duty as well. Kushina turned her gaze to Minato. In our quarrel, I have lost to you for the first time. I understand. How honest you are. Thank you, Kushina. Minato expressed his gratitude upon hearing Kushina's understanding. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his hands slowly forming seals. Summoning jutsu. A bizarre toad materialized before them. Ninetales. The toad, startled by the immense creature beside it, cried out, Fourth Hokage. What is happening? Seeing the two pierced figures, the toad was momentarily at a loss. Toadino, I entrust you with the key to the sealing technique. Ensure Jiraiya-sensei safeguards it. As the scene shifted, the toad's midsection transformed into a scroll. I have received the key. I shall take my leave now. The toad clapped its palms together, a plume of white smoke enveloping it, and it vanished from sight. Now I can rest easy. Minato closed his eyes, his tone noticeably lighter. Behind him, the Shinigami opened its mouth wide, licking the small blade with its long tongue. Minato sensed the disturbance behind him. The essence of his soul began to stir anxiously. Kushina, it seems we cannot hold on much longer. It is time to activate the 8 trigram seal. I wish to seal as much chakra as possible within Naruto. We must separate for a while. If there is anything you wish to tell him, now is the moment. Kushina gazed at Naruto, her eyes filled with a mother-esque affection. Naruto, do not be picky. Eat well every day. Grow strong. Remember to take warm baths daily, and do not stay up late. Ensure you get plenty of sleep. Also, make friends. It is all right if you do not have many, just a few trustworthy companions will suffice. Kushina's breath grew faint. Each word seemed to drain her of strength. Even though I am not very skilled at this, you must strive to learn and master ninjutsu. However, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, even if learning becomes difficult. As Kushina spoke, her voice involuntarily quivered with emotion. There is no need to feel disheartened. Outside the barrier, the third Hokage observed the couple. Although the barrier muffled their words, he was astonished by their willingness to shield their child from harm. A sorrowful melody echoed repeatedly in their minds. You must respect your instructors and seniors in the training class. And one more crucial matter regarding the 3 prohibitions for ninjas. First, do not lend money frivolously. Remember to save your mission rewards diligently. You must wait until you are 20 to drink alcohol. Excessive drinking is harmful to your health. Moderation is key. Drops of sweat trickled down Kushina's face, her weary expression betraying her struggle. And regarding the 3rd prohibition concerning women, Chapter 74. The Licentious Sage. Mother is a woman, so she may not fully comprehend this. In summary, the world is divided into male and female, and eventually you will find yourself attracted to women. However, be wary of strange women. Seek out exceptional women like your mother. Furthermore, regarding the 3 prohibitions, you must be cautious of Master Jiraiya. Kushina grasped the claw of the Ninetales with both hands, the intense pain in her abdomen resonating in her mind. Naruto, in the future, whether sweet or bitter, you will face many trials. You must adhere to your own pace and harbor your dreams. A tear slipped from her eye. As Kushina seemed to sense that time was slipping away, her tone quickening. Then, bring your dreams to fruition. Have faith in yourself. I still have so much more to say. Tears swirled in Kushina's eyes, her heartache reaching a crescendo. There are so many things I wish to tell you. I want to live alongside you. I love you. I'm sorry, Minato. I got carried away. Minato's gaze softened as he shook his head. No, it's all right. He leaned forward slightly, looking at the infant on the ceiling altar. Naruto, what your father wishes to convey is akin to what your nagging mother would say. Minato closed his eyes, silently reciting the 8-trigram sealing technique. The scene gradually faded to white until it disappeared. Naruto Uzumaki. Wa. Dad. Mom. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto. Do not be sad. Now we can speak freely. Regrettably, due to circumstances, your childhood seems to have been less than ideal. Yet, you have become a ninja. Someone capable of standing on your own. Remember to fulfill your mother's wishes. Naruto Uzumaki. Understood. Wa. Jiraiya. Rest assured, Kushina. I have returned to Konoha, and I will treat him as my own son. Kushina. Could you refrain from taking my son to those establishments? Jiraiya. Rest assured, how could I behave so irresponsibly? Kushina. Is that so? Then why does Naruto call you the licentious sage? Jiraiya. Well, that is, system. Commencing playback of the technique that made Naruto draw blood from the Third Hokage and Jiraiya. Sasuke Uchiha. In the future, has Naruto really become this strong? System. No. Naruto has already achieved this level at his current stage. AI Nanny? Is this the child of prophecy? To possess such power at such a young age that it can make even shadow-level ninjas bleed. Sasuke Uchiha. Unbelievable. He was once at the bottom. And now he has become this powerful. Hashirama Senju? Could it be the Ninetales chakra leaking out? AI. I think that's quite possible, after all. It's absurd for someone so young to make shadow-level ninjas bleed. Naruto Uzumaki. Don't underestimate me. I conquered the licentious sage with that very technique. Compelling him to teach me ninjutsu. Kakashi Hitaki. With that technique. As your teacher, I must admit I have never even heard of it. I feel utterly ashamed. Jiraiya. What are you saying? The moment I first laid eyes on Naruto, his golden hair reminded me of my student Minato. And the emblem representing the Uzumaki clan on him was unmistakable. I instantly realized he was Minato's son. It is only natural for me to teach the son of my student who sacrificed himself to save Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki. Hehe. Then I too conquered you with my extraordinary ninjutsu. Kushina Uzumaki. Wonderful. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. Hehe. Jiraiya. Why do I have an ominous premonition? Hiruzen Sarutobi. I feel the same. It seems something unfortunate is about to occur. The video begins. Sage. Sage? Naruto blinked, looking bewildered at the lecherous old man with white hair before him. It is I. Jiraiya smiled confidently, gazing at Naruto. Hey, licentious sage, what should we do now? The scene shifted to the sprawled-out Ebisu, the very person who was supposed to teach me, and now you've reduced him to this state. That is because he hindered my research. Research? I am a writer. Jiraiya reached into his chest and pulled out a book with a rather embarrassing cover. Intending to write a novel. This one. Upon seeing the book, Naruto's mind flashed back to the scene of Kakashi-sensei, chuckling while holding a similar book every day. Kakashi Hitaki. No. Can this be deleted? My friend is quite upset looking at this. Mei Terumi. There are constant rumors in the ninja world that Kakashi is a cold, handsome man, wearing a mask like an iceberg, rejecting people from afar. I never expected today to shatter my perception. Kakashi Hitaki, you actually read this kind of book. You must be a repressed lecher. Kakashi Hitaki, my image. It's ruined, it's all ruined. Huh, what is that book? Naruto pointed at the book in Jiraiya's hand. Hey, Jiraiya exclaimed with delight, holding the book excitedly. Do you know this book? Huh. Jiraiya felt a rush of excitement, realizing that this book had become quite famous. Isn't that just an indecent novel? Naruto rolled his eyes and shouted. What do you mean by research? You just came to peep on women bathing. The scene shifted to a hot spring, where a group of women, pixelated for modesty, screamed and fled upon realizing they were being spied on. Seeing his material slip away, Jiraiya began to shout like a child at Naruto. Fool! 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 His loud commotion exposed the peeping incident. This pervert. Naruto looked at Jiraiya with a face full of disbelief. Fool! Fool! I am not merely a pervert. Jiraiya shouted, raising his fist before Naruto. Through peeping, I draw inspiration and produce great works. You're lying. Don't make excuses. Naruto glared at the frenzied Jiraiya. And what about my training? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya immediately regained his seriousness. Training? Are you referring to your practice of walking on water? You know about that? Naruto pointed at Jiraiya, declaring. Then you are responsible for accompanying me in my training. Humph. Jiraiya snorted and walked away. Chapter 75, The First Encounter. I couldn't care less about you. As Jiraiya gradually distanced himself, Naruto shouted and chased after him. Hey, wait a minute, you perverted sage. Come train with me. Enough with the chatter. Jiraiya turned his head in anger. I absolutely detest impolite individuals. Upon hearing this, Naruto recalled his recent act of peeping at others in a hot spring. And a look of exasperation crossed his face. And I don't fancy men. Naruto's mind raced as he gazed sincerely at Jiraiya. That book, Ika Paradise, is truly captivating and particularly intriguing. That book is restricted to those over 18. Do not deceive me. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, as if the words I don't believe you were written plainly on his face. It has garnered widespread acclaim. Flattery will get you nowhere. I am a sage. I shall not be deceived by a mere child. Speaking thus, Jiraiya leaped towards a nearby wooden post, performed a hand seal, and summoned a gust of wind. Ha! Farewell, kid. After a few jumps along the wind, Jiraiya vanished from sight. Naruto gazed excitedly in the direction Jiraiya had departed. So impressive. Even if he is a pervert, he is still quite handsome. Kushina Izumaki. I feel allowing Naruto to train with Jiraiya is a mistake. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Perhaps Kakashi should properly instruct Naruto instead. Jiraiya. Yar. Naruto is the child of prophecy, and I am meant to guide him. Kushina Izumaki. But Naruto is only 12 or 13. I fear he might learn bad habits from you. Jiraiya, I assure you. When I go out to gather inspiration in the future, I want to bring Naruto along. Having trained with me for this long, I treat him as if he were my own son. I cannot bear for him to suffer even a little. Kushina Izumaki. Very well. But you must ensure he does not see the contents of that Ika Paradise book. Jiraiya. Okay. Hey, perverted sage. Naruto called out loudly as he strolled down the street, shouting the title. A sharp scream erupted from a tavern, followed by a thud as a figure with spiky hair collapsed. What are you doing, you lecherous old man? Intrigued by the commotion, Naruto turned his gaze towards the tavern. A voluptuous woman stormed out angrily, followed closely by the very same perverted sage. My apologies, miss. Jiraiya exclaimed, his face awash with regret as he trailed behind her. But his voice abruptly halted, and he leered, what truly magnificent curves you possess. The lady nearly exploded with rage, cursing the shameless white-haired old man. Pervert. With that, she slapped Jiraiya twice across the face before storming off. Ouch, that hurts. Jiraiya rubbed the marks on his face, watching the woman leave. Naruto looked at the old man, feeling a mix of disbelief and embarrassment. How can he still be so disgraceful at his age? Though perhaps it isn't that remarkable, but I have no one else to teach me. After weighing the pros and cons, Naruto reluctantly approached. Seriously. The women in this village are still so assertive. Jiraiya suddenly chuckled, but that's precisely what I enjoy. Still unchanged. Naruto inquired, moving closer to Jiraiya. So, you've been here before? You? Jiraiya turned to face Naruto, who boldly continued. You must be peeking everywhere, right? Perverted sage. In the midst of a bustling crowd, Jiraiya felt the tension rise. He glanced around nervously, then lowered his voice. Shoo. Could you refrain from shouting pervert all the time? Stop whining. Was your single strike that defeated the brooding lecher merely a stroke of luck? Naruto rolled his eyes and shouted. In any case, you must take responsibility for ruining my training. Jiraiya lifted Naruto by the waist, exasperated by the annoying boy. He then tossed Naruto into a water tank, trapping him inside with a wooden board and some stones. Just stay quiet here for a while. Ha. With that, Jiraiya laughed heartily and swaggered away. Kushina Izumaki. Oh? Is this how you treat Naruto? Jiraiya. Well, Kakashi Hitaki, truly unreliable. Ebisu. By the way, that brooding lecherous man isn't referring to me, is he? though I was defeated Naruto. How can you say that about me? Naruto Uzumaki, shut up. You were beaten by my move. Are you not a brooding lecher? Ebisu. Jiraiya, that move? No way. Hiruzen Sarutobi, is it that move? Smoking emoji, how terrifying indeed. Anoki, can you all just say it directly? Which move are you referring to? Jiraiya, I believe someone as old as you could withstand it, but generally. Middle-aged men cannot resist that move. Minato Namikaze, incredible. No wonder he is my and Kushina's child. Even at such a young age, he can create such powerful ninjutsu. Kushina Uzumaki, haha, he is truly my son, a genuine genius. Naruto Uzumaki, he. In a dense forest. Jiraiya held his pipe and exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his face marked with a faint melancholy. How I long for a heart-stirring encounter with a voluptuous lady. Gazing at the clouds above, he fancied the shapes resembled beautiful women, his expression turning lewd as he chuckled to himself. Just then, several shuriken were hurled towards him. In a panic, Jiraiya quickly ducked behind a tree. You just did that to me. Naruto, fuming, dashed towards the tree, only to find a mere all plushie. A substitution jutsu? It seems that old man is no ordinary fellow. With that thought, Naruto jogged away. In the moment Naruto left, the owl transformed back into Jiraiya. Humph, that little brat thinks he can take me on, perhaps 100 years from now. As Jiraiya reveled in his own cleverness, Naruto suddenly emerged like a specter beside him. You underestimate me too much. This unexpected move startled Jiraiya, causing him to stick out his tongue and bulge his eyes in shock. Chapter 76. The Art of Seduction. It seems you still possess some allure. The scene transitions to Jiraiya and Naruto seated on a small slope. Are you willing to teach me training then? An equivalent exchange. If you agree to my request, I will consider yours. So, will you agree to my request or not? Jiraiya rises, unable to suppress a smile, gesturing in the air as if illustrating something. Listen closely. Like this, like this, like this. If you can bring me such curvaceous, mature fruit, I will teach you. Really? Naruto exclaims, springing to his feet. The Sage of Toads does not deceive. All right, wait for me. Naruto dashes off. Just then, two elegantly dressed women stroll past Jiraiya. His eyes widen with interest at their ample figures. Wow, he exclaims, revealing a rather lecherous grin. Haha, plans never quite go as expected. Excuse me. Jiraiya calls out to the two ladies, hey there. The scene shifts, and we find Jiraiya laughing heartily alongside the two women on a bench. What a character, old man. No, this is entirely truthful. Haha. And then, just as Jiraiya engages in light-hearted banter, Naruto approaches at a brisk pace. Hey, perverted sage. The shout catches the attention of the two ladies, who giggle behind their hands. How rude, perverted sage. Haha. Jiraiya rolls his eyes and retorts in a low voice, you fool. Who is the perverted sage here? Ignoring him, Naruto beams as he presents a ripe fruit. As promised, I've brought you the mature fruit you wanted. Jiraiya squints at the curvaceous watermelon, his eyes narrowing like slits. He raises his hand high and, with a fierce shout, brings down the knife with vigor. You fool. You fool. You fool. The watermelon splits in two, swiftly severed into pieces. Wrong. Naruto gazes at the fragrant watermelon on the table, raising his fists in excitement, nearly drooling. Wow, it looks so sweet. Don't be shy, help yourself, Jiraiya says, grabbing a slice and turning towards where the two ladies had been sitting. Oh no, when did those ladies leave? Minato Namikaze. Lord System is quite adept at editing. I almost thought Jiraiya was going to chop Naruto up. Jiraiya, how could I possibly harm someone for such a trivial matter? Tsunade, Jiraiya, you fool. You actually let such a young child go fetch what you so callously desire. Jiraiya, I merely wanted to shake him off. Kushina Uzumaki, didn't you say you recognized Naruto at first sight? Why would you want to shake him off? Jiraiya, because. The story. Yes, because the story is not yet complete. I need to seek creative inspiration, and to avoid leading Naruto astray. I must find a way to distance myself from him. Kushina Uzumaki, that sounds quite unconvincing. Tsunade, Jiraiya, after all these years. You remain as lecherous as ever. Jiraiya, what are you talking about? This is for the sake of the broader readership. For the observation of women's health. I labor daily to monitor their well-being, and yet you misconstrue my intentions with such malice? Tsunade, peeping is peeping, and you manage to justify it with such righteousness. AI, the legendary three of Konoha, one lecherous, one gambling, and the last fond of snakes, quite toxic. Perhaps we should rename them the Konoha Yellow, gambling. And drugs. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru. The video continues. Burp. Naruto clutches his stomach, letting out a hearty belch, a look of satisfaction on his face. I'm full, I'm full. Jiraiya appears crestfallen, his face drooping as he mutters to himself, the ladies. He then stands up like a zombie and wanders off. Sigh, what a waste of time. Seeing Jiraiya about to leave, Naruto rushes after him, positioning himself in front of Jiraiya. Wait, where are you going? What about my training? Jiraiya, upon hearing this, becomes enraged, flailing his arms and shouting, who cares about you? It's your fault I lost the perfect subjects for inspiration. Humph. Naruto, unimpressed, points at Jiraiya. What subjects? This is neither the time nor place for your procrastination. You need to train hard, become stronger than anyone, pass the Chunin exams, and become Hokage. As Naruto's motivational words resonate, Jiraiya's expression turns serious. But soon he scoffs dismissively, that has nothing to do with me. You're just a mischievous brat causing trouble. Jiraiya stretches out his hands, grasping at the air. For my creative work, those voluptuous ladies were indispensable. Naruto, looking dazed, murmurs. Is that so? Then all I need to do is bring some voluptuous ladies? With newfound determination, Naruto rolls up his sleeves, exuding confidence. All right. Change. A golden-haired, voluptuous beauty appears before him, draped only by clouds in all the right places. Upon seeing her, Jiraiya's disdain instantly transforms into awe, his mouth agape. From afar, Ebisu observes the spectacle, blood gushing from his nose as he falls into a well. The golden-haired beauty closes her eyes, presenting herself invitingly. Jiraiya's eyes bulge, his finger extended, his mouth wide enough to fit a fist. Wow, wow, wow. What is happening? To be gazed at so directly. How embarrassing. The golden-haired beauty speaks softly, blushing with shyness. A surge of fervor ignites within Jiraiya, his hands unconsciously reaching toward the sky. How can there be such a lovely girl? Suddenly, the sound of judging bells rings out. Jiraiya raises both thumbs and exclaims, I like it. Pass. He then inexplicably produces two signs, one marked full and the other point. Chapter 77. Couple space. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiraiya felt a profound sense of disbelief. Foolishness. As the mist dissipated completely, Jiraiya stood beside Naruto, observing intently. This is precisely the type of girl I adore. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Jiraiya, salivating, inquired eagerly. Naruto placed a finger to his lips, whispering, This is the seduction technique. Wow. Jiraiya's eyes glazed over as he pointed at Naruto, overwhelmed. How did you come up with this? You are truly a genius. Would you be willing to teach me? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Jiraiya. But there is a condition. What condition? Hearing there was a stipulation, Naruto bit his index finger, looking at Jiraiya with the innocence of a neighbor girl. Well, Jiraiya's mind went blank, a trickle of blood escaping from his nose. It is. You must maintain this appearance in front of me, frequently. Uzumaki Kushina. What on earth? Uzumaki Naruto. How is it? Isn't this an incredible ninjutsu? Even the third Hokage was defeated by this move. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Jiraiya. This is not something I taught him, but Naruto is indeed a prodigy. Senju Tobarama. Monkey. After all these years. How can you lack such composure? Uchiha Obito. Truly terrifying. Even I, a veteran of the warring states, barely managed to hold back. Uzumaki Nagato. So. This is my junior brother. He possesses some strength. Senju Hashirama. Your seduction technique is indeed formidable, but it pales in comparison to the springtime of youth. Uchiha Obito. No way. Could this be an ancient artifact of the lewd world? The springtime of youth. Senju Hashirama. Who would have thought that after thousands of years, someone would still know of its legendary status? Uchiha Obito. It is said that possessing such an artifact allows even an elderly man confined to bed to wield a staff of iron. Once utilized, one becomes ensnared, unable to escape. Uzumaki Kushina. Enough with the nonsense. Jiraiya, leave Naruto immediately. I am genuinely concerned that your last comment about maintaining that form might lead to Naruto's orientation becoming abnormal. And how could Naruto, at such a young age, develop such difficult to discuss techniques? It wouldn't be because of Kakashi's influence, would it? Kakashi Hitaki, don't slander me. I have never shown him this book. Jiraiya, yar. Naruto is the child of prophecy. I fear he may stray from the right path without my guidance. Uzumaki Kushina, with disdain, I fear that under your tutelage, his orientation will indeed go astray. Jiraiya, no. I will treat Naruto well, diligently teaching him to cultivate ensuring he is not influenced negatively. Uzumaki Naruto. Previously, the perverted sage threw me off a cliff to teach me summoning techniques. Jiraiya. Uzumaki Kushina. Namikaze Minato. The countdown is about to begin. Obito's transformation, the second sage of six paths. Karatsuchi, the second sage of six paths. Gulp. Surely he cannot be stronger than Lord Hashirama. It seems so, according to the previous system statement. The first Hokage's combat power was merely that of a Kage, while the second sage of six paths has been clearly defined. Uchiha Obito, haha. With the power of six paths and the ability of Kemui in the future, I truly cannot fathom a way to lose. Lin, the catalyst of the fourth shinobi world war. Obito, turn back. Do not go down this path. Kakashi Hitaki, Obito. Namikaze Minato, Obito, as long as you can turn back, your sensei will not hold it against you. Uchiha Obito, a bird perched on a branch never worries about the branch breaking. It believes not in the branch, but in its own flying abilities honed day and night. I have strived for decades. The world of my dreams is imminent. How could I turn back from your words? The video begins to play. Raikiri. The sound of thunder erupted in the alternate dimension as Kakashi charged at the fallen Obito. Yet, just as he was about to strike his head, he halted. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Humph. Obito let out a scoff, a knowing smile playing on his lips. You were clearly hesitating. You had the chance to kill me before, yet you held back. The cold-hearted you would actually show mercy on the battlefield. Is it out of guilt? Because you failed to protect Lin and broke our promise, do you feel remorse? The lightning illuminated Kakashi's face, who merely gazed at Obito with indifference. Do you wish for me to repent? Obito, stop this. Your former dream was to become Hokage. Naruto shares that same aspiration now. The young Obito and Naruto appeared side by side in the video, their innocent faces adorned with bright smiles. He echoed the words you once spoke. Unbeknownst to you, you have merged your past self with Naruto's present. Involuntarily, you have taken Naruto's words as your own. Kakashi's voice grew heavy, tinged with sorrow. You long to be negated by your former self, do you not? You cannot possibly be oblivious to Naruto's feelings. You can still turn back. Return to who you once were. Haha. Obito suddenly erupted into laughter, startling Kakashi, whose pupils dilated in shock. It is precisely because I understand Naruto's thoughts so well that I wish to hear everything he has to say, and then deny it all. And allow me to reiterate, your feeling of guilt towards me is utterly ridiculous. If you believe my reasons for waging war stem solely from your Lin, then you are gravely mistaken. Obito's Sharingan trembled, mirroring the quiver in Kakashi's eye. Swish. Obito lunged towards Raikiri, as if piercing through tofu. His chest was completely penetrated, and he stared expressionlessly at Kakashi. I know everything. Gazing at Obito, Kakashi was reminded of the moment Lin perished beneath his Raikiri. Chapter 78. The truth of the matter. Memories surged like a tidal wave, as if the events of decades past had transpired just yesterday. Rin leapt towards your Raikiri, choosing death for herself. At that time, Rin had been abducted by the Hidden Mist Village, forced to become the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. Although you successfully rescued Rin, this was merely a part of the Hidden Mist Village's scheme. They feigned relentless pursuit to drive you towards the Leaf Village. Listening to Obito's words, Kakashi's pupils trembled, his speech faltering. How do you know? The recollection returned to that fateful night. The Mist Ninjas had performed some sort of ritual on me, a peculiar ceremony. Yet, I was stripped of my consciousness. As Rin fled, the image of a colossal turtle surfaced in her mind. Being an outstanding student from a young age, she instantly recognized what it was. Understanding the consequences of returning to the village. After deep contemplation, Rin resolutely stated, I cannot return to Konoha. Kakashi, kill me at once. What are you saying, Rin? I have been manipulated. If I go back, I may very well attack Konoha. I promised Obito to protect you. And I absolutely cannot allow that. Surely, there must be another way. For now, we must hasten back to Konoha. No, Kakashi. Kakashi disregarded Rin's pleas. His gaze fixed on the approaching pursuers as he spoke in a low voice. I will hold them off. Memories long sealed away surged forth at that moment. The confusion and misunderstanding of the past dissipating. The plan of the Hidden Mist Village was to unleash the Three Tails within Rin upon her return to Konoha, thereby launching an assault on the village. Rin was fully aware of this, and thus she used her Raikiri against the enemy, to take her own life. She resolved to die at the hands of her beloved, to protect Konoha. Obito lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Kakashi. No matter what you say, to me, you are a fraud for failing to protect Rin. To me, Rin's life was not meant to end. Thus the deceased Rin is merely an imposter. Rin can only be truly herself if she lives. The true architect of this predicament is the ninja system. Obito's words were laced with hatred. Years of anger seemingly finding release in that moment. The village. And the ninjas. What truly fills me with despair is the world itself. I have lost all hope in this false reality. Kakashi, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, placing a hand over his heart, still attempting to persuade Obito. Naruto once said, "The most painful thing is to be without true companions." I relay your past words to him verbatim. The old you would surely resonate with Naruto and echo similar sentiments. Yet now I still look clearly. Obito roared, pointing to his hollow heart. There is nothing left inside me. I cannot even feel pain anymore. Kakashi fell silent at this proclamation, gazing at the heart he had pierced. It felt like a replay of that scene from over a decade ago when he had killed Rin. You need not feel guilt, Kakashi. This wound was torn open by this hellish world. Once, my heart held nothing but pain. What significance does that hold? Hence, I abandoned everything. Do you not also live in suffering? The countless times Kakashi stood before graves flashed in his mind. Before Rin's tomb, before my own tomb. Kakashi. Enough. You need not continue to suffer. Rin is right here. Kakashi turned, and it was as if Rin appeared before him. Alongside the Obito of the past. And the idealized version of me is also here. You can pursue what you love. In this illusory world, you can attain all that you desire. The void within your heart can be filled instantly. Kakashi raised his Raikiri, angrily dispelling these phantoms. Rin is no longer here. Yet, are you not still alive? Do you truly believe that this can genuinely fill the void within your heart? Do not erase the memories of Rin's life. They are the remnants of her sacrifice to protect the village. Even if you try to fill it with delusions alone, the emptiness within cannot be filled. Uchiha Obito. Just a man of empty words. Kakashi Hitaki. Turn back. Obito. Rin, the catalyst of the fourth great ninja war. Obito. Ino Yamanaka. I recall Kakashi's chakra was quite limited. Yet he still holds Raikiri while conversing with others. Kakashi Hitaki. The video footage continued. Whoosh. Bang. Several streaks of lightning sliced through the alternate space, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. After a brief exchange, Raikiri pierced through Obito's chest, while a massive shuriken impaled Kakashi's heart. Drip. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, as both individuals, gravely injured, came to a halt simultaneously. Obito. Kakashi spoke calmly, his words devoid of anguish despite the gaping wound in his chest. Let us cease this charade, shall we? I have grown weary of it. Chapter 79. The curtain falls as Kakashi uttered these words. The two transformed into a flash of lightning, gradually dissipating. The illusion had come to an end. It seems I truly cannot change you. Now, the only thing I can do for you. Kakashi formed a hand seal near his mouth. Casting a piercing gaze at Obito is to send you to your demise. Very well then. Obito mirrored the same gesture. I shall do the same. The two simultaneously executed the seal of reconciliation, and the childhood rivalry seemed to resurface in that instant. Their pupils widened as they charged toward each other. After an intense exchange, Obito unleashed a powerful kick, sending Kakashi crashing to the ground. Unrelenting, Obito leapt high, delivering a downward strike. Boom. Kakashi rolled aside just in time, the kick shattering the square stone beneath them. Rising to his feet, Kakashi drew a kunai, crafting a beautiful foxflower in the air. Obito brandished his weapon. And after a clamor of clashing metal, Kakashi hurled his kunai, leaving a cut across Obito's cheek. Undeterred, Obito retaliated with a punch that sent Kakashi sprawling several meters away. Obito's face contorted with rage, a black staff materializing in his grasp. Kakashi retrieved two kunai, his expression focused on Obito. With a swift motion, Obito charged at Kakashi, bringing down the black staff. Kakashi raised his kunai to parry, the white light mingling with sparks echoing through the air. Every strike was executed with utmost effort, each aimed at the opponent's vital points. Obito landed a blow to Kakashi's abdomen, causing the kunai in Kakashi's grip to fall. Seizing the moment, Obito swung the black staff toward Kakashi's head, and just as it was about to connect, bang, Kakashi raised his left kunai to block. While with his right hand, he restrained Obito's left. Obito strained against the hold, attempting to break free, but each effort met with failure. Suddenly, a mocking smile spread across Obito's face. Let me borrow your hand for a moment. Kakashi glanced at his right hand, realizing Obito had formed 3 seals with his palm. Just as Kakashi was distracted, Obito delivered a kick to his chin, sending him flying. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from Obito's mouth, its scorching energy overwhelming. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. The fireball collided with the earthen wall, obliterating it in an instant. Thick black smoke engulfing the battlefield. Obito picked up a kunai, the sharp sound ringing alarm bells in Kakashi's mind. Suddenly, something surged through the smoke. And Kakashi turned swiftly. Swish. He realized it was a kunai tethered to a piece of clothing. Kakashi hurriedly turned back, only to find Obito behind him, delivering a kick that smashed Kakashi against the stone wall with a resounding crash. A searing pain shot through Kakashi's mind as he was struck hard, his thoughts momentarily blank. Just as Obito prepared to deliver another blow, a new Kakashi emerged from below, seizing Obito. Swish. Obito's gaze sharpened at the sight of this fresh Kakashi. His black staff appearing with a whoosh, this is the real one. Lightning crackled, enveloping Kakashi, who then lashed out at Obito. Obito was momentarily paralyzed by the electric shock, and Kakashi kicked him, sending Obito flying several dozen meters away. As Obito struggled to rise, memories flooded back to his childhood. Young Kakashi had pressed a kunai to Obito's forehead. The exercise concluded, Kakashi emerged victorious. All right, let us seal the reconciliation. Kakashi sheathed his kunai. But just as the young Obito attempted to rise, a dark hand pressed down upon him. The scene returned to the battlefield, where it appeared Obito had suppressed his younger self, along with the memories of the past. He charged at Kakashi, who also advanced with his kunai. Many years ago, their teacher Minato had halted this match. But now, this was no longer a contest. There were no instructors to stop this life-and-death struggle. Lightning surged forth, enchanting the kunai in Kakashi's hand. Neither party executed any defense, both being pierced by the other's attack. Obito's complexion darkened as he spat a mouthful of blood. Kakashi's expression turned grim as he trembled, withdrawing his hand from Obito's chest. Kakashi knelt on the ground, clearly. The damage inflicted by the kunai imbued with lightning was far greater than that of the black staff. Obito slumped to the ground, his heart pierced with a gaping hole. It is over. Obito. Uchiha Obito, Anoki. From the injuries, it appears that this Obito has no chance of survival. But why was there a video of him in that form earlier? The immense pressure he exuded then cannot compare to the present him. Naruto Uzumaki. Could it be that someone, like Nagato, extracted Obito's Rinnegan and used the Rinne rebirth to resurrect him? Tobirama Senju. That is a possibility. After all, there seemed to be many of those white beings at that time, and the system mentioned Obito commanding an army of 100,000. It wouldn't be surprising if a loyal follower used Rinne rebirth to revive him. However, I cannot fathom why Obito did not simply use that spatial ability to escape, but instead chose to engage in this death struggle with Kakashi. Izuna Uchiha. Indeed. I find it hard to believe that someone with such thoughts would act so irrationally. After all, if he dies here, he loses everything. Madara Uchiha. It appears you have seen through him, Obito. Uchiha Obito. Likewise. Yeah. Why do you keep being so cryptic? Tobirama Senju. If my guess is correct, Madara must have placed something in Obito's heart. But Obito himself cannot destroy it. He can only rely on external forces to obliterate his heart to eradicate it. Lin. Trigger of the Fourth Shinobi World War exactly. I initially contemplated suicide as well, but for some reason, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Hence, I crashed into Kakashi's Raikiri, choosing to end my life in that manner. Uchiha Obito, it must have been something the Mist Village administered to you. After all, a village that could conceive such policies would find it surprising to have such means. Terumi-me, why was I not aware that our village possessed such things? Moreover, wasn't the fourth Mizukage under your control? ISNT that graduation system you're doing? Uchiha Obito, that system existed before I took control. I merely continued its legacy. Terumi-me, Yagura, fourth Mizukage, is what he said true. Yagura, ever since I was controlled by the illusion. My memories have become too chaotic. I cannot ascertain whether that policy was indeed my creation. Chapter 80. So it was you. Naruto Uzumaki, is the policy you speak of the one proposed by the elder Zabuza, which advocates for the extermination of all children in order to survive? Yagura, indeed. In hindsight, I perceive this policy as excessively extreme. Obito Uchiha. It wouldn't be you, would it? Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha. Humph, I disdain such methods. The video continues to play. Obito, leaning on the ground with one hand, coughs blood while casting a derisive glance at Kakashi. This battle, even if you win, cold sweat beads on Obito's forehead, betraying the immense agony his body endures. Yet, the victory of war. I shall not concede. The space warps, and Obito reappears atop the Ten-Tails. That fellow is already incapacitated. Madara, enveloped in a blue aura, gazes at the beleaguered Obito. I still wish to contend with Hashirama before becoming a Jinchuriki. There is no other way. Madara forms a single-handed seal at his chest, and suddenly, several black rods emerge from Obito's body in the distance. Ah! Obito screams. Immense pain radiating throughout his being as the black substance spreads. It is time for my reincarnation. Madara smirks sinisterly at Obito. Ah! Half of Obito's body is consumed by the black substance, and overwhelming suffering flooding his mind. In his final moments, Obito subconsciously reflects on Rin's gentle visage. At this instant, his boundless resentment erupts. Ah! 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 A roar, imbued with rage and defiance, reverberates across the battlefield as Obito struggles against the dark force. Far beyond the barrier, Minato feels a tremor at the sound of that familiar voice. Obito. Madara radiates golden light, declaring, I save you to resurrect myself. A wicked smile curls upon Madara's lips. The time for my repayment has come. Ah. Hashirama maintains the barrier, his expression grave as he watches Obito. He is being controlled by Madara's chakra. He shifts his gaze to the glowing Madara, pondering. Is this the Six Paths technique? The rebirth? Madara, you must not be allowed to resurrect completely. Hashirama shouts to those within the barrier. Young ones, you are nearby. Go now and stop the one atop the Ten Tails. Upon hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke do not hesitate, directing their summoned beasts toward Obito on the Ten Tails. Is that so? So it is. Minato lowers his head, his voice heavy with disappointment. The sound of wood splintering fills the air as the first Hokage uses wood clone technique to create several bodies. Is it not possible to create more clones within this barrier? Tobirama. Responding to his brother's call, the second Hokage forms Seal's shadow clone technique. A cloud of smoke billows, and two clones appear on the battlefield. The second Hokage turns, regarding his two clones with a hint of disappointment. Only two. I am indeed not formidable. Even with fewer numbers, I must press on. Hashirama directs his wood clones toward Madara Uchiha. Seeing that I cannot reach Obito in time, you come to attack me? Madara casts a disdainful glance at the feeble clones. You should understand. Relying on clones cannot thwart me. Elsewhere, Obito's hair gradually turns white, accompanied by low growls. Green Serpent, enough. Disappear. Witnessing his summoned beast ensnared, Sasuke leaps, imploring Susanoo to launch an arrow of black flame. The black rods on Obito's right arm shake before detaching from his flesh, soaring toward the arrow. Bang! 3 black rods successfully intercept the arrow forged from black stone, a smug smile gracing Madara's lips. Rin, the catalyst of the 4th Shinobi World War. Obito Uchiha, come back. I do not wish to see you harmed. Obito Uchiha. Rin. Madara Uchiha. I shall succeed. Though I am unaware of when you became a Six Paths individual, in the visions of the future, I have successfully resurrected and acquired the powers of the Six Paths. Obito Uchiha, bastard. You have not only placed a seal upon my heart, Naruto Uzumaki. I hope that the golden figure of myself can thwart this man. Sasuke Uchiha. It is already too late. Based on the distance, it will take us at least 10 seconds to reach, not to mention the obstacles in our way. Tobirama Senju, do not worry. Madara will not succeed. I have never disclosed the properties of the Flying Thunder God Mark to anyone. Minato Namikaze, neither have I. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Obito Uchiha, my child, the world of shinobi is too treacherous, you cannot grasp it. Return to Konoha. Anoki, truly astute. Leaving no opportunity to recruit powerful allies unexploited. Tobirama Senju, while watching the video earlier. I suddenly recalled that it was said the 4th soul was consumed by the Shinigami? How could he still be resurrected by impure world reincarnation? Could someone possess the same power as Lord System, capable of forcibly extracting souls from the Shinigami? Orochimaru. Heh. It is merely a matter of shedding a snake's skin. Shinigami. The scene shifts, and several groups appear simultaneously. Naruto, glowing with golden light. Sasuke, adorned with Raikiri, and the 1st and 2nd Hokage controlling wood clones. Obito's hair has completely turned white, no longer emitting those anguished roars. In his mind's eye, Rin smiles at him, along with Kakashi's smug gaze and Minato-sensei's presence. A melancholic melody plays as Rin and Kakashi turn away, leaving only Minato-sensei standing beside him. Observing their retreating figures, the young Obito stands momentarily frozen. You will not always remain as you are now. Minato kneels, gazing gently at Obito, urging, do not give up. You loved Rin the most, did you not? We shall become Hokage. Swish. The sound of a blade slicing flesh erupts. Blood splattering in all directions. Is that not so, Obito? Minato, in his impure world reincarnation form, stares at Obito with disbelief. This kind-hearted, Navi student, imbued with a spirit of selflessness, is the very masked man who wrought havoc upon his family over a decade ago. Obito's eyes glaze over. In his fading moments, he recognizes the figure before him. Teacher. Obito. Minato recalls the night he used Rasengan against the masked man, leaving behind the flying thunder god mark. So it was you. As Minato utters these words with profound sorrow, Obito collapses, falling onto the path toward his envisioned world. Chapter 81. The Second Sage of Six Paths. Lin, the catalyst of the Fourth Shinobi World War. Obito. Uchiha Shursui, pierced through the heart by a dear friend, killed by his own teacher. Obito. You wretched soul, tears streaming down. Senju Hashirama. You failed to mention what he did before, face concealed with laughter. Uchiha Shursui. Senju Tobarama. This is the consequence of popping champagne midway. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. If it weren't for Obito reviving me, who else could have brought me back to life? Uchiha Shursui. A mark lasting over a decade. Truly sinister. Senju Hashirama. Is that so? Isn't the flying thunder god also devious? It requires skill, talent, and is difficult to master. In the entire shinobi world, only two can use it. What's wrong with a longer mark duration? Karatsuchi. The Fourth War is not a sanctuary. If you're afraid of deception, do not step onto this battlefield. Namikaze Minato. The video continues. Blood drips from the kunai onto the ground as Minato gazes down at Obito's fallen form. The mark of the flying thunder god will never fade. I never told you this, Obito. Minato's expression shifts as he looks at the corpse beneath him, realizing you were still alive. How wonderful it would be if you could become Hokage. Why? It feels too easy. Sasuke strides forward, his words lighthearted, stating that sealing that failed resurrection of Madara will end the war, and that behemoth as well. What makes you think the war will end? My traitorous kin. The supposedly dead Obito suddenly speaks, startling both. Boom. A deafening roar erupts as the Ten Tails rapidly contracts around Obito. Minato and Sasuke, sensing the ominous turn, leap into the air to escape. Yet the tremendous pull ensnares them, drawing them back toward Obito. Dad. Sasuke. Naruto extends his chakra arm, pulling them both back. Frog Gigi, heeding the command. Frog Gigi leaps to the top of the Myojin gate, and the group watches the Ten Tails contract with growing apprehension. What is happening? What occurred? Minato stares in shock at the ever-shrinking Ten Tails. Has it transformed again? As it compresses, the colossal form condenses into a small sphere. No. Naruto's eyes widen in horror as he watches the sphere. It has broken free from Madara's control. From the very beginning, it was forming this shape. Crack. A fissure appears on the white sphere, swiftly spreading across its surface. With a resounding crash, the sphere shatters, revealing a white silhouette. That is, the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The remnants of the Ten Tails attached to Obito fall away, scattering into the air. That is the Ten Tails. Sasuke glances at Naruto. Jinchuriki? It's become even more repulsive. Naruto, how do you know that fellow is the Jinchuriki? Uchiha Shursui. Isn't that evident? Uchiha Sasuke. Because I have befriended the tailed beasts, they bestowed chakra upon me, allowing me to discern it clearly. I can sense the chakra of the tailed beast flowing into Obito. Moreover, I witnessed Nagato perform the Six Paths resurrection technique. The hand seals for both techniques are entirely different. In summary, that fellow was forming seals for the Jinchuriki from the very beginning. After Naruto explains, Obito gazes at the battlefield with an eerie expression, devoid of color in his eyes. Humph. Hashirama grunts, as several Myojin gates descend from the sky, pressing down on Obito. Even as the Jinchuriki, the Myojin gates can still suppress. Yet within mere seconds, the Myojin gates crack, a crisp sound echoing in everyone's hearts. The fissures rapidly spread, engulfing all the Myojin gates. Bang! The Myojin gates are shattered, sent flying in pieces. As the three on the frog's head watch Obito with grave expressions. Senju Hashirama. To think it took so little time to shatter the Myojin gates. Senju Tobarama. The Myojin gates that can suppress the Nine Tails couldn't withstand even half a minute against the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Anoki. So this is the Ten Tails. I never imagined the legends were true. Obito's back ignites with flame-like energy, his gaze sweeping across the allied ninja forces. The four Hokage's expressions turned serious. To have escaped from a seal capable of suppressing the Ten Tails. A drop of cold sweat trickles down the forehead of the reanimated second Hokage. To be this powerful, the chakra, burning like fire, transforms shape. Reaching out toward the barrier. At the moment of contact, the barrier maintained by the four Hokage trembles slightly. As Obito exerts his strength, the entire barrier stretches like rubber, until it can bear no more, crashing down in fragments. Namikaze Minato, to destroy the four Crimson Suns array forged by the combined efforts of four Hokage with just his own power. Senju Tobarama, and this is likely not even his full strength. Truly, the fourth's words ring true. The shinobi world is facing an imminent catastrophe. Senju Hashirama, no jesting. Even at my peak, I fear I would not stand a chance against the Obito in that video. Uchiha Shursui, AI. Didn't you say a single elbow strike from a black mamba would obliterate him? Hurry up and strike him, buddy. AI. Boom. Obito bursts through the ground, darting towards Naruto with blinding speed, yet suddenly halts at a distance. Stop. Obito. Please, halt. Hearing Minato's cries, Obito appears dazed. Standing there in a stupor. Obito? The three stare at the motionless Obito, perplexed, while the other three Hokage descend. Let me put it plainly. This guy is stronger than me. Hashirama gazes at Obito with a serious expression. I regret to say, it seems to be true. Your nearly vanishing clone appears not to be his match, brother. I know, but just as they converse, Obito regains his senses. The god tree's fruit morphing in his palm. Whoosh. Obito instantly appears behind the first and second Hokage, and in an instant, half of their bodies explode. Their attack motions barely visible. Hashirama's half body reverts to wood, while Tobarama's remaining half cries out. Monkey fourth. Jump. In the blink of an eye. Numerous explosive tags adhere to Obito, yet he stands there as if in a daze, motionless. Chapter 82. The power of the six paths. The remaining half of the wooden body of Hashirama transformed into a pillar, binding Obito. A sudden explosion erupted, releasing thick clouds of smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen anxiously shouted at the indifferent Minato, Minato, run. The second Hokage moved with remarkable speed. Minato wore a relaxed smile, exclaiming, Flying Thunder God technique. As Minato whisked Naruto and the toad away, Tobarama leaped down, observing the unscathed Obito. Such trivial skirmishes will indeed not be fatal to him. The Edo Tensei technique is my own invention, and the corresponding strategies are as well, he proclaimed, inserting his hand into his chest. The sound of paper rustling emanating from within. However, this is my first time putting it to practical use. Mutual explosive tag technique. The paper extracted from Tobarama's body transformed into explosive tags, scattering around Obito. Taste this. He continuously summoned tags, causing a series of explosions. A concentrated barrage of detonations ensued. Boom, boom. Fiery flames shot into the sky, thick smoke billowing upwards, and the thunderous sounds of explosions reverberated across the battlefield. Minato had just returned with several people using the Flying Thunder God when the shockwave from the explosions nearly knocked him off balance. Uchiha Shursui, Naruto. Remember when Uncle Obito feared you would be cold and placed explosive tags on you? Now your second uncle has returned the favor. Isn't that touching? Naruto Uzumaki. Tobarama Senju, brother, this Obito is rather peculiar. Hashirama Senju, indeed, with his speed so swift that even we struggle to perceive it. The wooden binding just now was utterly futile. Moreover, he possesses space-time techniques that can render him intangible, yet he did not employ them at all. Kurama, does it need to be said? It's obvious that the Tin Tails within him is battling Obito. Lin, trigger of the Fourth Great Ninja War, what would happen if they had never fought? Kurama, his consciousness would be completely consumed by the Tin Tails. And from what I see, Obito is effectively doomed. The Tin Tails has existed for millennia, its will is immensely fortified. Although it may have just awakened, it is not something Obito can contend with. Uchiha Shursui, the cunning frog has been probing your belly. I understand now. Obito's consciousness must have been devoured by the Tin Tails, and by sheer coincidence, he was entirely revived or possessed by Madara. Otherwise, how could we explain Madara's later emergence in the Six Paths mode? Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, for safety's sake, I cannot allow your resurrection. I must retrieve your corpse and place it in the Kamui dimension. Uchiha Madara. The video footage continued. The explosions persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. Thick black smoke ascended into the sky, an acrid odor permeating the battlefield. A figure slowly emerged from the smoke. Unharmed Obito appearing before everyone. The black material surrounding him gradually shifted, reverting to a truth-seeking ball. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was intense, revealing no trace of fear towards this formidable foe. Swift and unyielding, capable of reducing enemies to mere dust in an instant. Bang! A massive shuriken appeared behind the third Hokage, hurled forcefully towards Obito. Mid-flight, the third roared, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The giant shuriken split into several identical shurikens racing towards Obito. The truth-seeking ball in Obito's hand underwent another transformation, morphing into a shield that shielded him. Crash! At the moment of collision, without exception, every shuriken shattered into two. It resembles Inoki's dust release, the third analyzed, focusing on the shield conjured from the truth-seeking ball. But it is fluid, capable of changing form and maintaining shape to adapt to offense and defense. Obito used the shield to guard against another hand, the truth-seeking ball morphing again behind him. Swish. In an instant, the truth-seeking ball shattered the third's entire arm. Its speed so rapid that by the time the third perceived the attack, the ball had already obliterated his body. It seemed to possess 4 combinations of attribute changes, surpassing even the limits of bloodline techniques. The truth-seeking ball reverted to its original state, and Obito pressed a hand upon the third's head. Yet, the third was powerless to retaliate, confined to analyzing in his mind. However, it appeared that the duration of these form changes was limited. As the truth-seeking ball transformed, with a resounding bang, the third's upper body was completely obliterated. Grandfather. Naruto lamented upon witnessing the third's dire state, reproaching Minato, "Father, couldn't you use a jutsu to transfer grandfather away as well?" "Impossible. At least there must be some indirect contact with either me or my chakra. Otherwise, it cannot be done." "Enough chatter, Naruto." Sasuke turned to Naruto atop the toad. "The Hokage is a product of Edo Tensei. They understand they cannot die, which is why they boldly analyze the enemy's moves and abilities. Rather than worrying about their battle, focus on analysis." Listening to Sasuke's insights, Minato felt a surge of emotion. Sasuke, truly an exceptional child. The third's remaining lower half lay on the ground, and Obito's head turned stiffly. Minato radiated an even more intense golden light. "I will go first to provoke him into revealing a flaw. If that is the case, it seems I too must make my entrance." Hashirama sprinted toward Minato's direction. "Do not make me wait any longer." "Hashirama." Madara leaped down, blocking Hashirama's path. Uchiha Shursui, 666, a single person suppressing 3 Hokages. Although the god of shinobi is merely a clone, I sense that even if his true form were present, he would still be swiftly defeated. Moreover, this legendary resilient king title, Uchiha Madara, you should step aside and let Obito take the lead. Orochimaru, only now do I realize how terrifying the underdogs of Konoha truly are. 3 underdogs, Guy, Obito, and Naruto. In the future, they could easily overpower several Kage-level strongholds. Terumi-me, Rai smile, is that so? Have we Kage-level powers truly fallen to such a state? Inoki, that black sphere. I can sense the terror within it. Great Toad Sage, that is the truth-seeking ball, capable of dismantling all ninjutsu and inflicting extreme damage through form transformation. Uchiha Izuna, this. The immunity to any penetrating attacks combined with the ability to dismantle ninjutsu from the truth-seeking ball, comparable to the speed of flying thunder god and unparalleled destructive power. If the Ten-Tails had not been wreaking havoc within him, just the thought of such a combination leaves me breathless. Chapter 83. A contest of will. The video continued to unfold. Obito's form flickered, and, in the blink of an eye, he appeared suspended in midair. Suddenly, his body expanded, crashing to the ground like a malignant tumor. What is happening? Naruto stared in bewilderment at the dust that had been kicked up. As the dust settled, revealing Obito's grotesque form, realization dawned on the spectators. I understand now. The Ten-Tails does not submit to the will of the Jinchuriki. Minato seized his kunai, seizing the moment to eliminate him. I possess my own original ninjutsu. Minato rushed towards the collapsed Obito, summoning a shadow clone. Here comes a long-awaited spiraling, flash super round dance of 3. Gamakichi below. Naruto sensed something and shouted urgently. Without a moment's hesitation, Gamakichi lunged forward with his short blade. Bang! A tremendous force sent both Naruto and Gamakichi flying. As Minato turned back in shock, exclaiming, it penetrated the ground, just the upper half. Obito's upper body appeared behind them, sending Naruto hurtling away. His upper body slithered forward like a serpent, the truth-seeking ball transforming as it sped toward the falling Naruto. Realizing the impending danger, Minato tensed, preparing to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. But then bang! A purple skeletal frame materialized, intercepting the truth-seeking ball aimed at Naruto. Just as the group breathed a sigh of relief, 2 feet appeared from nowhere, sending Minato and his clone flying. Sasuke, clad in his Susanoo, gazed coldly at Obito. A photograph of Team 7 flashing in his mind. It's not you. Sasuke scoffed at Obito, and at that moment, the figure reflecting Naruto was split in 2. It was I who severed the past. No sooner had Sasuke uttered these words than Obito's gaze sharpened, instantly appearing before Sasuke and Naruto, placing his hands upon their heads as the truth-seeking ball began to transform. I must catch up. Minato struggled to rise from the ground, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, upon activation, it proved ineffective, causing Minato to gasp in shock. Obito's mark has vanished. Inoki, though I want to laugh at how Sasuke just delivered a fierce retort only to be subdued in less than a second, given the current situation. I cannot muster a smile. Sasuke Uchiha. Humph. Perhaps the weather was too humid then. I should have had a better grip. Otherwise, capturing Obito back then would have been a simple task for me. Tobirama Senju. If I had heard Minato's technique name in the past, I would have laughed at him. Yet, in the face of such an adversary, I find no amusement. Hashirama Senju, Minato Namikaze. Your naming prowess is nearly rivaling my own. Minato Namikaze. I'm not in the mood for chit-chat right now. I just hope Naruto is alright. Tobirama Senju. Even while watching from the screen, I find it difficult to discern Obito's movements. Obito Uchiha. There is no hope left in this world. A new world is on the horizon. Kage Otsutsuki, being engulfed by the Ten Tails, has rendered him docile. The video continued. Just as the truth-seeking ball was about to pierce through the heads of both Sasuke and Naruto, in a moment of desperation, Naruto's mind raced, conjuring two golden arms that simultaneously grasped Minato and Sasuke. Whoosh. Boom. Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God, whisking Naruto and Sasuke away just as the truth-seeking ball struck the ground with a deafening explosion. It hurts, it hurts. Displaced, Naruto collapsed, thinking he was surely doomed. My son is no less than Sasuke. Minato gazed at Naruto with relief, then turned his attention to the grotesque form of Obito. His body resembled that of a serpent, yet was filled with an overwhelming power, each movement causing the ground to tremble. Large masses of flesh resembling tumors bulged on one side of Obito's face, the excruciating pain eliciting low growls from him. What is that? Naruto stared in shock at the tumor-like masses. He could not control his own body. He had to seize this opportunity. The agonizing screams echoed in everyone's hearts, a visceral pain that was palpable to all. Obito raised his swollen arm, the truth-seeking ball levitating upon his palm. Whoosh. The truth-seeking ball shot forth, crashing into the ground behind the three. Boom. A blinding white light erupted, the deafening sonic boom reverberating across the battlefield. Was his target Minato's clone? No. It doesn't seem like it. As the smoke gradually cleared, a smooth wall of flesh was revealed. The previously irregular tumors now flattened to a perfect disc by the force of the blow. Naruto furrowed his brow, bewildered as he beheld Obito's remaining half. What is going on? What is this situation? He struck himself. He missed. The power of the Ten Tails is too immense, and Obito's consciousness can only cling on, utterly unable to control it. Listening to Minato's analysis, Gamakichi watched in cold sweat as the destructive power unleashed by that single strike became apparent. A sense of dread creeping over him. It's fortunate he missed. Had he hit, there would be no escape. It's best not to approach recklessly. Next, I shall use the spiraling flash super round dance of 3. Minato's expression turned grave as he withdrew 6 specially crafted kunai. I will create an opportunity for you. Remember to unleash your combined attack immediately. Lin. Obito's pupils dilated, devoid of color. An endless agony invaded his limbs, a pain that felt like his very soul was being torn apart. The tumors continued to grow, invading Obito's entire being. I want to be Hokage. In his final moments, childhood dreams flickered through his mind like a lantern-esque glow. Lin. The tumors completely consumed Obito, leaving only a single Rinnegan exposed, from which a tear of sorrow fell. So, of course, there is no time to attend to girls. Right, sensei? The scene delved into the innermost depths of Obito's heart, where a cherished photograph had been partially torn. Obito's will was being dragged by the Ten Tails, each tug feeling as though his very essence was being ripped apart. As another arm was severed, Kakashi was also pulled away from the photograph. The Ten Tails summoned its strength once more, dragging Obito's lower half away, and as his lower half was torn away, Minato vanished from the image. Only Lin, smiling and making a peace sign, remained in the frame. Chapter 84. The Contest of Willpower, Senju Hashirama. Such indomitable will, even in the face of soul-rending agony. One refuses to yield. Is it obsession? Or an unwillingness to relinquish the memories of the past with her? Otsutsuki Kinshiki, to withstand the Ten Tails for so long, such willpower. Uchiha Obito, I acknowledge you. Rin, the catalyst of the 4th great ninja war, go back, Obito. Join everyone. You will surely find a better way. Uchiha Obito, Rin. There's no need to say more. My resolve is unshakable. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. This kind of willpower directly confronts the Ten Tails, a user of the Mangeki Sharingan. Once plunged into a certain extremity, that kind of obsession is beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. He will never abandon his conviction due to mere words. Anoki, from the visuals, it seems there was no initial indication of Obito's segment. Could it be that his willpower has surpassed the Ten Tails? Otsutsuki Kenshiki, impossible. The power of the Ten Tails is beyond your comprehension. Perhaps that segment was edited out by the system. Terumi Mei, when will a handsome man love me so dearly? The video continues. I have arrived, Obito. Minato hurled a specially crafted kunai, embedding it around Obito. With only one eye visible, Obito gazed vacantly at Minato rushing toward him. Who are you? Ah. A small tear appeared on Obito's face, and Rin's smiling picture was also torn open, just as his will was on the verge of being stripped away. Past memories surged in his mind, and a fierce unwillingness caused Obito to roar. Ahe! The deprived will and memory swiftly returned. His arms and lower body reassembling into a human form. The torn portions of the photograph also reverted to their original state. The scene shifts back to the battlefield. Floating behind Obito were several truth-seeking balls, and in his hand, he wielded the six-paths scepter, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. I have finally completed it, teacher. Otsutsuki Kenshiki, impressive. This is truly remarkable. Senju Hashirama, this guy, Obito, has truly suppressed the Ten Tails with sheer willpower. Terumi Mei, how deeply must one love that girl to reach such lengths? Uchiha Shursui, this could be considered a confession to that girl in front of the entire ninja world. Uchiha Obito, blushing. Minato slashed at Obito with the kunai, which Obito defended against with the six-path scepter. At the moment of collision, the specially crafted kunai shattered in an instant. Obito struck out a hand, and Minato's heart raced with alarm. This is bad. Bang. A severed arm flew into the air as Minato returned to Naruto's side. Although injured, he thought, it's all right. I used the flying thunder god to escape. Just as Minato sighed in relief, Obito pointed to the side, which was not a good sign. A truth-seeking ball had followed Minato to Naruto and Sasuke. A blinding white light erupted from the truth-seeking ball. It can only take me along. Minato decisively reached out to touch the truth-seeking ball. Sasuke activated his Susanoo, extending his left hand to shield Naruto behind him. Faced with this terrifying object, Sasuke felt a sense of uncertainty. Whoosh! A blue silhouette suddenly appeared, whisking away the truth-seeking ball with it. I'll return it immediately. The second Hokage placed his hand on Obito's shoulder, using the flying thunder god to teleport them elsewhere. Boom! The immense energy of the truth-seeking ball detonated in the distance. The blinding white light illuminating the night sky. The second Hokage returned, kneeling on the ground. Rest assured, what I sent was merely a clone. During our last encounter, I had already marked him. The scene shifts back to when Obito shattered the first and second Hokage. It turns out the second Hokage had marked him back then. Uchiha Izuna, that's incredibly sneaky. In such a short time, he managed to mark him. Hey, such speed. It appears I need to step up my game and practice several times every night. Uchiha Shursui, are you serious about that practice? Hey, absolutely. No joking around, little brother. So powerful. Naruto gazed excitedly at the second Hokage, realizing that even my father's techniques are within your grasp. Second Hokage, Uncle Tobirama. It should be the fourth Hokage who learned from me. Tobirama replied solemnly, and you should call me the second Hokage, great man. Minato stood behind, watching the two share an awkward smile. The scene shifted to the crater created by the explosion of the truth-seeking ball, shrouded in dust. Did we defeat him? The Toad Sage's expression was grave as the four anxiously gazed at the entrance of the crater. A black sphere suddenly flew out from the dust, slowly opening in midair. Unscathed, Obito landed before them. Did he block it? His speed is truly incredible. Merely attacking won't hit him. The second Hokage stated. It seems I must rely on my spiral flash super wheel dance to create an opening. You are a bit airhead. Under normal circumstances, I would surely be amused by your technique's name. But before that guy, I cannot afford to laugh. As the two conversed, Sasuke and Naruto charged ahead. Amaterasu. Obito swung his staff, the ferocious rotation acting as a shield against the black flames. Sasuke. Naruto. I'm creating the opportunity. With urgency. Minato shouted at the two rushing forward. I'm coming. Sasuke confidently declared. No. We will do this together. The main assault will be left to the second Hokage and my father. As the black flames gradually dissipated, Obito planted his staff into the ground. I can see you gathering chakra in your right eye. Attempting to catch me off guard is futile. How can this be? Minato anxiously watched his reckless son. A hand suddenly rested on Minato's shoulder. "We'll go, Fourth Hokage." The clone's use of the Flying Thunder God was indeed too slow. The second Hokage loosened his hand, revealing a mark from the Flying Thunder God. "Let us alternate using the Flying Thunder God. You also place your mark on me." Minato looked at the second Hokage, placing his hand on his shoulder. "With this body, even if struck, I can still move. Naruto, this time, I'll coordinate with your chakra ratio using my Sharingan." All right. This guy is truly unyielding. A mass of white energy coalesced, forming a sharp chakra shuriken. Sasuke extended his hand, a large mass of black flames materializing in his palm. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Chapter 85. Not a drop left. The two forces merged, forming a shuriken of chakra resembling a black hurricane. With an expression of indifference, Obito observed the scene as the second Hokage soared toward him. Were they attempting a pincer attack? At that moment, Minato appeared before Naruto and Sasuke using the Flying Thunder God technique. Startled, Naruto and Sasuke felt a jolt of surprise at Minato's sudden action. Their strikes landed solidly on Minato, while the second Hokage pressed a hand against Obito's back. "Have you been too focused on what's in front of you? Now is the time." Instantaneous exchange technique. Flying Thunder God. Two marks glowed simultaneously, and Minato exchanged places with the second Hokage. Their attack struck Obito, who appeared momentarily bewildered, while Naruto and Sasuke hurled their shurikens. The immense chakra and momentum pinned Obito in place, rendering him immobile. Although hit, Obito displayed no sign of panic. The second Hokage, having achieved his objective, swiftly returned using the Flying Thunder God technique. After gliding several hundred meters, the wind fanned the flames, and the black fire erupted, engulfing Obito entirely. The area was shrouded in dark flames, obscuring the situation within. "Yes." Naruto raised his fists, exulting. The truth-seeking ball left behind by Minato plunged into the inferno, striking before the black objects could form a shield. Surely, this would be effective. Uchiha Izuna, that despicable white-haired fellow, resorts only to these dirty tactics. Senju Hashirama, winning is all that matters. What do I care about being fair or foul? The four individuals, along with a frog, squinted at the blazing inferno, tension palpable in the air. As the black flames gradually receded, they revealed an unscathed Obito. The four gasped in unison, astonished and bewildered by the sight before them. How could such immense chakra strike him without inflicting even a single hair's worth of damage? Obito rose, the truth-seeking ball orbiting him as it ascended into the sky. The second Hokage looked up, his heart filled with shock at the sight of the unharmed Obito. Almost ineffective. Senju Hashirama. No, this is what true underhandedness is. What that fellow said about the feathered garment was indeed true. Ninjutsu is utterly ineffective against him. Uchiha Sasuke. Incredible, what a waste of effort. Senju Hashirama. We must hold on to hope, young ones. Once I free myself from Madara, I shall assist you. If ninjutsu fails, we still have taijutsu, do we not? Uchiha Sasuke. Who here can match Obito in taijutsu? Besides Guy, who can even land a blow on him? Moreover, he hasn't even used that ability which allows him to phase through attacks. This is futile. Uchiha Obito. The ideal world is drawing near. Accept reality with peace. Naruto Uzumaki. Not a chance. No matter how difficult, I will stop you. Uchiha Obito. I await your attempts. The video continued to play. Do not touch those black spheres. Even if you strike them, it will yield no effect. Both attacks and defenses are swift. After Minato's warning, a sense of despair permeated the atmosphere. This has become troublesome. Naruto and Sasuke approached the two Hokage, and Naruto couldn't help but exclaim, "He is even stronger than I imagined in my dreams. He is truly perfect." It seemed he had indeed gained an extraordinarily powerful ability. Suddenly, the second Hokage noticed something and gazed at Minato's severed arm. "Something is amiss." "What do you mean?" Minato asked, noticing the second Hokage's unwavering stare at his severed limb. "You've lost merely an arm. Ordinarily, the dust should have reformed it by now." Upon hearing this, Minato finally grasped the situation and looked at his severed arm. The body of the reanimated corpse had yet to restore itself. The second Hokage did not elaborate further, but everyone present understood the implication. A trace of sadness crossed Naruto's face, the atmosphere growing heavy. If struck, even the reanimation would fail to restore itself, possessing an extraordinarily high degree of mobility, defense, and offensive power. Faced with such an enemy, they could have previously used the reanimation as a sacrificial tactic. Yet now, even that precious strategy had been rendered useless, sending their spirits plummeting. I now possess power equivalent to that of the Sage of the Six Paths. Obito proclaimed, his voice swelling with confidence, asserting that their previous understanding was utterly inadequate. Could it be your ninjutsu? The second Hokage's expression grew serious, his brow furrowing as he turned his gaze toward Minato. Fourth Hokage, you cannot sustain any more significant damage, even with your reanimated body. That fellow likely wields the yin-yang release technique, which can negate all ninjutsu. This means that even if a reanimated body is struck, it will still perish due to the inability to reanimate. Moreover, consider your right arm. It may never return. Upon hearing this, Minato turned away, realizing that he must engage in battle with even greater caution. However, the most troublesome aspect was that ninjutsu had no effect on Obito. What if we attempted a physical attack? Let us find out. After their discussion, Naruto displayed no hint of fear, fixing his gaze on Obito. Sasuke, what is it? We must exert ourselves even more than before. Can you keep up? Do not underestimate the Uchiha. All right. Naruto exclaimed excitedly as he brought his palms together, ready to enter the Ninetales mode. The immense aura surged forth, but in less than half a second, it dissipated, along with the chakra of the tailed beast. Huh? Naruto felt a bit embarrassed, his hands still clasped together. The second Hokage turned away in exasperation, disappointed at this critical moment. You two really are naturally oblivious. Naruto Uzumaki, you fool. Kurama, what are you doing? This is a crucial moment. Kurama, lending chakra to that guy is already a stretch, and you dare to whine in my presence? If I don't lend Naruto chakra during the Fourth Great Ninja War, you'll be left in the lurch. Minato Namikaze, enough. We cannot entirely blame the Ninetales. After all, we've been fighting for so long. The Ninetales must be drained. Kurama, Fourth Hokage, could you be a bit more precise with your wording? What do you mean I'm drained? Naruto Uzumaki, TCH. It's just empty words. It's only been a few minutes. Chapter 86, The Method to Break the Deadlock. Ninetales, who dares to say I am not formidable? I, the illustrious Ninetales, possess the greatest chakra among the tailed beasts. Undoubtedly the strongest. As long as I do not engage recklessly, who can rival my endurance? Jiraiya, haha. I must say, you are not as impressive as a certain herbal supplement. Do not underestimate its small size. It is concentrated essence of the sun and moon, taking 49 days to refine just one. One is far superior to 3. Tsunade, Jiraiya, have you taken to selling counterfeit medicines? Is the life of a writer so dire that you have resorted to this? Jiraiya, this is merely a hobby of mine. Something you wouldn't comprehend. Ninetales, whether she understands or not is irrelevant to me. If you wish to enter the tailed beast mode, Naruto Uzumaki, you ought to speak kindly more often, perhaps then I may assist you. After all, I do not wish to become a part of the Ninetales. Naruto Uzumaki, rest assured, one day, I will earn everyone's recognition of you and help dispel the hatred within you. Ninetales, I look forward to that day. The video continues. A large stream of white liquid erupts from Frosh the Toad's mouth, aimed at Obito. Obito activates his truth-seeking orb for defense, and the liquid adheres to the protective barrier. Uchiha Shirsui, quite impressive. You possess half of my original strength. Senju Tobarama, isn't it? This path is wide enough for a vehicle. Kakashi Hitaki, I have truly had enough of this instant comprehension. Frosh the Toad. Inquiring about the toad from Mount Myaboku, the second Hokage glances curiously at the creature behind him. Frosh, what are you doing? Why not feign an attack or coordinate a joint offense? Frosh, shaking off the sticky white substance from his mouth, sheepishly replies, my apologies. However, the summoning time is nearly up, and before I return, I wish to at least redeem myself. I am glad you have the spirit, now. Take a proper rest. Forgive me. With a puff of white smoke, Frosh reluctantly returns to Mount Myaboku. Once Frosh vanishes, Naruto's gaze returns to Obito. But the scene before him brings forth confusion. The white liquid clings to the barrier, not dissipating like previous attacks. Contemplating the liquid, Naruto sinks into thought. Obito, you once declared your single-minded ambition to become Hokage. Why are you engaging in such actions? You question me. Why? Obito's tone brims with dissatisfaction. Now you lecture me. Do you not think it is too late? Sensei, you always arrive too late during the critical moments. Obito fixates on Minato below, memories flooding back. In summary, Rin and Kakashi were surrounded by dozens of formidable Jonin and ANBU. Cloaked in black, Obito weaves through the forest. What is Sensei doing? Who is that? I ask you, what is the yellow flash doing? It seems he is on another mission. Obito grits his teeth, and at this precise moment, I am grateful my teacher became Hokage. thus I could relinquish my own dream of becoming Hokage. Minato feels a pang in his heart, memories from over a decade ago resurfacing. At this moment, your identity matters not. But why do you attack Konoha? If I must say, it was a momentary impulse. The masked man raises his head, feigning profundity, his words laden with melancholy. It is part of the plan, or perhaps for war, or even for peace. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, regret and unwillingness etched across Minato's face. Indeed, had I recognized him as Obito in that moment, perhaps I could have stopped him. In that case, maybe Kushina would not have perished. Perhaps Naruto would not have become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If only I. Minato gazes up at Obito, his heart heavy with remorse. Had I realized he was Obito in time, perhaps, the entire ninja world could have been spared this calamity. As my teacher, yet you failed to recognize me. Obito closes his eyes. You are but this. How pitiful. The hero Hokage perishes while losing face before his son. Indeed, the Hokage, compared to my current self, is but a tragic existence. A sudden blue light appears, and Naruto, wielding the Rasengan, declares, you, who failed to become Hokage, have no right to belittle the Hokage. The second Hokage instantaneously positions himself behind Naruto, placing a hand on his back. More importantly, you have no right. How dare you mock my father, the Hokage? Boom. The Rasengan strikes Obito's back, and he struggles to turn his eyes back, spitting out blood. It worked. What is this? Sasuke gazes up in astonishment. He was indeed injured. The second Hokage beams with joy, noting that even if ninjutsu is ineffective, senjutsu attacks still prevail. Frosh's sage art attack could not be nullified. Naruto forcefully slams Obito into the ground with the Rasengan, creating a powerful gust. You scoundrel. Kushina Uzumaki, wonderful. Naruto. Senju Tobarama. Alright, I admit, Naruto, you possess some wisdom. Naruto Uzumaki, haha. I am destined to become Hokage. Of course I am impressive. Frosh the Toad. Naruto. Do not forget about me. I played a crucial role in this. Naruto Uzumaki. Although I do not know you yet. We can chat often. After all, we will be partners in the future. Frosh the Toad. Alright. When that time comes, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Naruto Uzumaki. Will there be ramen? Jiraiya. Naruto. The toads reside in a sacred land, and the ingredients they produce are infinitely superior to instant noodles. I had the fortune to visit once, and the taste was so exquisite I could hardly bear to eat a second time. Naruto Uzumaki, really? Is that true? Shinsaku. If Naruto-kun wishes to dine, I can summon you here at any time. Naruto Uzumaki. Yes. Right now, I can hardly wait. Shinsaku. Alright. At Mount Myaboku. Naruto, freshly summoned, gazes at a table filled with insect delicacies, lost in contemplation. Where is the grand feast we promised? Chapter 87. Cleaning up the fish. The video footage continues. The second Hokage leaps into the air alongside Naruto as the smoke gradually dissipates, revealing Obito's decaying back. Just as I suspected, Naruto feels elated to see that his attack has borne fruit. Obito struggles to prop himself up, crawling awkwardly, astonished that the Jinchuriki of the Tin-Tails possesses such a vulnerability. The truth-seeking orb makes contact with Obito's wounded area, and the injury rapidly heals under its influence. After absorbing the Tin-Tails, is it no longer possible to penetrate? How bothersome. The Sage's technique is indeed effective. Naruto returns to Minato's side, joyfully sharing this revelation with everyone. The power of the Sage? Sasuke appears puzzled, as he has yet to encounter such hidden truths. Although he had battled Kabuto before, he did not gain significant insight. The technique employed by the toads is sage art, which harnesses natural energy. Reflecting on it, the first time I felt the power of the Tin-Tails was indeed the essence of natural energy itself. Perhaps one can counterbalance natural forces with their own, even if I am unclear about the principles behind it. Naruto gazes at his hands with excitement, thankful that he had previously mastered sage power. Next up, the frog call. Naruto rubs his fists together, filled with exhilaration. Obito floats back into the air, and the second Hokage gazes at Naruto's back. Unable to suppress a sigh, not only does he immediately synergize with my flying thunder god, but he also wields sage power. A faint smile graces the second Hokage's face, reminiscent of fighting alongside his elder brother. The crossfire reignites as Obito stares expressionlessly at the gathered crowd. Though the earlier tactic was effective, once he fully recovers, he will surely bolster his defenses. The second Hokage's expression darkens as he observes Obito. If I recklessly approach him from behind, it could very well cost me my life. Having fully recovered, Obito gently descends, his hands pressing against the ground. It is nearly time to prepare for the infinite Tsukuyomi. Let us clear the battlefield. Boom. A colossal tree bursts from the earth, accompanied by blooming flowers that soar skyward. In this grim reality, Obito's expression is resolute. Nothing is worthy of preservation. This world is already dead. After executing his intentions, Obito hovers in the air. A sphere of chakra coalesces atop the flowers, its red hue reminiscent of a trumpet heralding a hellish slaughter. The ninja coalition gazes in terror at the four enormous-tailed beast balls, fear spreading like wildfire. Hey, this isn't good. Launching four at once. Even if the coalition's entire force constructs Earth-style barriers, it would be too late. There are simply too many. The ninja coalition descends into panic. For who among them is unafraid of death? Perhaps some have already resigned themselves to their fate, yet who can remain fearless when confronted with death? If I utilize the Flying Thunder God, I can only transport one person at most. Even if the fourth and I can manage two, we would be powerless against the remaining two. As the second Hokage grapples with the situation, a sudden thought strikes him, and he turns around. Where is my elder brother? Obito, can you wait a moment? Hashirama retreats while shouting, your companions are becoming a bit excessive. We are reanimated beings. We need not concern ourselves with them. Continue. In midair, Obito extends his arm, and the truth-seeking orbs morph, shooting out 6 black rods. The moment they embed themselves in the ground, a burst of red chakra scatters outward. 6 crimson yang formation. A crimson barrier rapidly rises, ensnaring the ninja coalition within. The war is about to conclude. The truth-seeking orbs envelop Obito, forming a sphere. Leaf Village Jonin, why? If you are creating that ideal world, why must you eliminate us? With your strength, do you truly need to concern yourself with us mere fish? Obito Uchiha. Sometimes too many fish can also be a formidable force. Cleaning them out is more conducive to achieving my goals. Hashirama Senju. Such an immense chakra, the ninja coalition is truly doomed this time. Anoki. No wonder it is said that the death toll within just 3 days surpasses any previous ninja war. Such large-scale slaughter. Minato Namikaze. Obito Uchiha. You have changed too much. So unfamiliar that even if you stand before me, I cannot recognize you as the person you once were. Obito Uchiha. People inevitably change. The ignorant child will mature after experiencing much. You, participating in this war, should understand this well. However, I did not anticipate that becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails would prevent me from using Kamui. I must be more cautious in the future. Lin, the catalyst of the 4th Great Ninja War. Obito. Kakashi Hitaki. A person truly intent on victory shows no expression. There is no need to persuade Obito further. His mind is made up. Before you become the Sage of 6 Paths, I will do everything in my power to find you and protect the dream you once held. The video continues. Given the circumstances, we can only use the Flying Thunder God to transfer them outside the barrier. 4th Hokage, can you manage to relocate too? Without the ability to mark, even one is pushing the limits. There is only one solution. Minato gazes at the tree, contemplating whether he can move it along with the barrier. You think that is feasible? No one can save you. Minato looks up at Obito, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Does he not realize that what Obito says holds a grain of truth? Even if he manages to transport the tree, the tailed beast balls that have already coalesced would explode uncontrollably upon losing their master's control. Father. Just as Minato finds himself at a loss, Naruto approaches. I have an idea, though I am unsure if it will work. Can we fist bump? Minato looks at his son, who radiates confidence, and despite his doubts, he brings his fist forward. In the inner world. Yo, my other half, how have you been? Could you spare me a bit of your chakra? Humph. The Ninetales, with a complex expression, feels a sense of oddity. Asking oneself for a favor feels quite strange. In the physical realm. Naruto. That guy has accomplished nothing. He failed to protect your mother. The truth-seeking orbs gradually envelop Obito. He also could not save his own subordinates. Do you know what tomorrow is? Naruto lowers his head, saying nothing, yet Obito continues his incessant monologue. It is the anniversary of Minato and Kushina's deaths. The day your parents perished. In this world, once one dies, it signifies an end. Do you understand? Is that so? Then tomorrow. Naruto lowers his head, his emotions obscured, is the day I was born. Do you comprehend? It is not over yet. Naruto raises his head, a newfound resilience shining through his expression. Because I live in this world, golden light bursts forth, as the power transmitted from the other Ninetales restores Naruto to his peak. Let us go, Dad. Chapter 88. Copyright. A surge of overwhelming chakra erupted, as 2 beams of golden light collided. Specks of crimson illuminated the entire night, and each member of the Ninja Alliance was enveloped in a cloak of tailed beast chakra. The momentum spread rapidly, akin to a wildfire consuming a mountainside. Uchiha Obito. How naive to believe this can withstand the tailed beast bomb. Naruto Uzumaki. What on earth is my future self thinking? Senju Hashirama. Could it be? Minato Namikaze. It seems your son is not as dull as he appears. Minato Namikaze. Haha. Naruto Uzumaki. Hey, what are you all talking about? Shikamaru Nara. Naruto. If I'm not mistaken, the powers of the two Ninetales share a common origin. Based on previous footage, the Flying Thunder God technique requires a connection of chakra. The fourth Hokage is preparing to establish a chakra link between you and every member of the alliance, allowing everyone to be transported instantaneously. Senju Hashirama. So that means no one will be injured. Splendid. Senju Tobarama. However, I am more concerned about whether they possess sufficient chakra. Although the reanimated bodies have infinite chakra, it merely signifies rapid recovery. The Flying Thunder God technique requires an instantaneous transfer of chakra from all members of the alliance. And I fear that the fourth and the Ninetales chakra may not suffice. Kurama. Hey, do not underestimate the old sage's favoritism. Killer Bee. 8 tails has 1 less tail than 9 tails, so their chakra should be comparable. Yet, why do I feel that 8 tails doesn't even measure up to half of 9 tails? Bakayuru. Gyuki. There is nothing we can do. It was only the 9 tails that shed tears during the chakra division. Kurama. That was merely sand in my eyes. I didn't expect the old sage to grant me such abundant chakra. Minato Namikaze. Haha. Truly, it is said that a crying child receives candy. Kurama. The video continued to play. A figure descended from the sky, landing beside Sasuke. You go. Sasuke, if this continues, we are in trouble. Let us leave the barrier. Use the reverse summoning technique. That was my intention. Sasuke, with a cold expression, glanced at Yugo, urging him to leave with Naruto. I haven't distributed chakra to you, have I? Naruto, come over here. Humph. Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. What use is your chakra? There is no time. Hurry over. Naruto urged anxiously in response to Sasuke's attitude. Sensing Naruto's seriousness, Sasuke surprisingly refrained from retorting and silently approached. A small gap in the remaining truth-seeking orb revealed Obito's Rinnegan, which looked down at the flickering crimson lights with disdain. This cannot possibly withstand the resonance explosion triggered by 4 tailed beast bombs. The gap gradually closed, and Obito completely retreated into the protective shell of the truth-seeking orb. Turned to ash. Boom. 4 truth-seeking orbs shot forth, and the chakra that had accumulated within the barrier detonated upon contact with it. The heat generated by the explosion surged skyward like molten lava under the compression of the barrier. Boom. The confined barrier transformed shape as immense energy rampage within. Eventually, the barrier could no longer withstand the pressure, expelling a vast cloud of smoke and energy. The quantity of smoke billowing toward the sky resembled dark clouds, enveloping the heavens. The dust that permeated the barrier began to dissipate into the sky, while the trees lay in ruins, contrasting sharply with Obito, who remained unscathed within the truth-seeking orb. Feeling the dense accumulation of chakra, Obito was profoundly astonished. Fourth Hokage, you have saved the ninjas once again. The second Hokage gazed in awe at the spectacle. Minato gasped for breath, reflecting on his numerous failures. What have you done? Yugo inquired, looking at the two. My father transported everyone from the alliance outside the barrier. Using that technique to move everyone? Sasuke recalled the fourth's words from earlier. It requires at least indirect contact with myself or my chakra, otherwise it cannot be transferred. How did you manage that? Sasuke's gaze shifted to Naruto's golden hand gripping his shoulder. Because everyone is infused with my chakra and Kurama's chakra. In short, if I connect my father's chakra with mine and the Ninetales chakra, that means indirect connection. Minato interjected, recognizing his son's struggle to articulate. Yes, establishing an indirect connection is sufficient. I attempted to link my father's chakra with mine and the Ninetales chakra. This utilized the principle of shadow clones. Even if one's chakra is dispersed, as long as a trace remains. When the original begins to gather chakra again, the scattered chakra resonates and reconnects. In essence, the fourth chakra contacted Naruto's chakra, then linked to the chakra Naruto had left with the alliance. The second Hokage turned to Naruto. Is that correct? Is it? Listening to this questionable logic, the second Hokage resignedly closed his eyes. Forget it. Uncle Second Hokage is quite familiar with my shadow clone technique. What? Hearing this, the second Hokage grew anxious. That was my invention. My shadow clone technique. Senju Tobarama, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Monkey, go credit those ninjutsu with their inventors' names. If I hadn't been resurrected during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the ninjutsu I painstakingly researched for years would have been claimed by others. Naruto Uzumaki. Hihi. Uchiha Azuna. You have quite the sense of copyright for a white-haired fellow. You've been dead so long and still care about such matters. Senju Tobarama, do you think I'm like you? You can't develop anything, so of course, you don't care. Uchiha Azuna. Humph. With such a powerful Manjikyu, what more do I need to research? Senju Tobarama. Then how did I defeat you in one strike? Uchiha Azuna. At that time. There was too much water vapor and the weather was poor. It affected my hand feel, you understand? Senju Tobarama. Crab claws. Just practice more. You can't afford to lose. Don't make excuses. Uchiha Azuna. The video continued. With the aid of another Ninetales, Naruto's pupils gradually elongated, golden chakra swirling around him. The power surged forth. Let us go all out. Chapter 89. The fusion of sage techniques. A colossal chakra materialized into a tangible form, exuding an overwhelming pressure that spread outward. Naruto. The second Hokage shouted at him. That roar of yours is indeed impressive, but let me remind you of something. You haven't forgotten that only sage techniques are effective, right? You're not a fool. Naruto perched on the mouth of the chakra-formed fox, crouching in contemplation for a few moments. Oh right, he exclaimed, clutching his head, his mouth opening and closing in shock. All right, you're even more foolish than my brother. The second Hokage couldn't help but scoff at Naruto's reaction. Sasuke turned away in silence, realizing that such immense chakra was merely for show. Senju Hashirama, do you truly think I'm that foolish in your eyes? Senju Tobarama, despite possessing the power to annihilate other great nations, you still bowed to them at the first 5 Kage summit. I don't even know what to say. Orochimaru, how can you call Lord Hashirama foolish when he is so courteous? Ray, indeed, Lord Hashirama is a truly benevolent person. Senju Tobarama, you old geezers. If only I had my brother's idealism less pronounced. Would you have the audacity to speak so freely at the 5 Kage summit? Especially you, Ray. Ray, I was merely advocating for the village's interests. In the realm of the inner self, the Ninetales laughed heartily, its sharp claws tapping repeatedly on Naruto's foolish head. In terms of foolishness, you have surpassed all previous Hokage. Enough. Naruto turned to point at the Ninetales. You idiot. Big idiot. Hee hee, ha ha ha. The Ninetales chuckled joyfully. Being an idiot makes one more approachable. But don't worry about that. Naruto pouted. I'm not worried about being foolish. No, that's not what I meant. I believe you should be able to achieve sage transformation in this state. Naruto looked at the Ninetales, confusion etched on his face. Listen. Do you remember when you fought against Pain? I was enraged by that guy's words, and at that moment, you were in sage mode. And I unleashed an excess of chakra. That power harmonized perfectly with your sage power. Naruto closed his eyes, pondering the Ninetales' words. Is that really the case? He recalled the time he had trained with Sage Fukasaku and how the Ninetales had disrupted his training. Realizing this, Naruto rolled his eyes and pointed at the Ninetales. So during my sage training, you hindered my sage techniques with Grandpa Sage. I certainly don't wish to share a space with a toad. The Ninetales roared. Moreover, why learn sage techniques when you already have my chakra? It frustrates me immensely. Seeing the Ninetales' petulance, Naruto smiled brightly and teased, You're quite stubborn. It's clearly you who is. The Ninetales pointed its claw at Naruto's head. What I want to say is, I now permit you to wield both my power and sage power simultaneously. How is that being stubborn? You're so difficult. As Naruto continued to jest, the Ninetales pressed its head against Naruto's face and bellowed, You're increasingly dismissive of me. No. Naruto smiled, turning away. This is what you call closeness. Kurama, impossible. Even if in the future I choose to cooperate with Naruto for self-preservation, I would never show such an expression. Naruto Uzumaki. Could it be that my future self truly allows Kurama to let go of his hatred? Kurama, not a chance. How could I ever forgive you humans? Uchiha Obito. Kurama, you should be grateful. Even after you killed their parents, they still found it in their hearts to forgive you. What more could you ask for? Kurama, I am truly fed up with you. I was imprisoned for no reason for so many years and exploited by you all. When I finally get out to vent my frustrations, what is wrong with that? Should I have to tiptoe around, avoiding accountability for how I was unjustly confined for so long? Senju Hashirama, I apologize. I acted thoughtlessly back then. You were far too powerful, and I feared that future generations would be unable to withstand your onslaught. I had no choice but to seal you away. Kurama. The other seven-tailed beasts. So? What about us? Senju Hashirama, you pose too great a threat. For the sake of world peace, sacrifices had to be made. The other seven-tailed beasts, 6666, the video continued. Namake's Minato transformed into his tailed beast form, orange chakra surging forth, taking on the appearance of the nine tails. Naruto closed his eyes, absorbing a surge of natural energy before entering sage mode. Alright. With a hum, the immense chakra gathered in the air, and the two nine tails collaborated to create a pale blue energy sphere. Naruto, infuse sage techniques into the Rasengan. Okay. The nine tails arm expelled a torrent of chakra as Naruto shouted downward, Uncle Second. The second Hokage placed his hands on the two nine tails. Let us begin. With a swoosh, the two nine tails vanished instantaneously. Obito seemed to sense something and turned to look behind him. The cross-shaped jutsu behind him transformed into 5 tendrils reaching for the two massive nine tails. The nine tails swung their tails fiercely, swatting away 2 of the tendrils, while the Rasengan pressed against the remaining 3. Rasengan. As the two attacked, the energy of the cross-shaped jutsu diminished. Realizing the situation was dire, Obito transformed the truth-seeking ball, aiming it at the Rasengan. In the instant their powers collided, a tremendous gust of wind burst forth. Minato and Naruto shouted in fury, giving it their all, while Obito merely observed with an indifferent expression. Crack! The truth-seeking ball gradually shattered, and Obito's brow furrowed slightly. Boom! The Rasengan erupted violently, sending the 3 of them tumbling aside. That black thing is incredibly tough. Naruto, in tailed beast mode, landed on the ground. Damn it! This time he withstood it. He truly anticipated this. The second Hokage stood within the nine tails, realizing that relying solely on the flying thunder god was somewhat challenging. He had to find a way to shatter that black object. Naruto raised his palms, the golden light emanating from him shining even more brilliantly. Alright, the next. The black-blue substance gathered within the tailed beast's mouth, a colossal energy swirling like a black hole. I will infuse sage techniques into the tailed beast ball. Chapter 90. The Millennium Truth, seemingly dissatisfied with the power of the tailed beast ball fashioned by the nine tails, Naruto turned his gaze towards the beast beside him. Hey Kurama, lend me a hand. This was the right approach. Minato looked at Naruto, feeling a deep sense of joy. This feeling was indeed nostalgic. This is Naruto now. In the distance, Sasuke fixated on the tailed beast ball, which loomed larger than a small mountain. The flawless manipulation of chakra was astonishing. Clenching his fists, a profound sense of disparity took root within him. Just how strong are you? Vortex Naruto. Yo. Sasuke, are you jealous of me? This is the strength of my future. Uchiha Sasuke, don't flatter yourself. How could I possibly envy someone like you? The tail end of the pack? Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke. It's a good thing to admire others. It can become your motivation to strive. Uchiha Sasuke, I don't need guidance from someone as unhinged as you, and I will kill you one day. Uchiha Makoto, Sasuke, let go of your hatred. Stop thinking about killing your brother. We don't blame Itachi. He had no better options at the time. Uchiha Sasuke, impossible. Uchiha Shursui, exactly. While you can forgive, we cannot. Uchiha Sasuke, I still have 3 explosive tags and an A-rank ninjutsu scroll hidden under my bed. I will bequeath them to you. You can find my address in the Uchiha list. It's quite easy to locate. Uchiha Obito, although I have no interest in those items. Given Danzo's character, he must have cleaned out the Uchiha clan after you were exterminated, leaving only some houses and a little money for Sasuke. Shimura Danzo, accusing me. Are you? Those items were clearly taken by you when I sent people to investigate. Oh, no. It was to probe. There were hardly any Uchiha with Sharingan left. Even the remaining assets and scrolls were scarce. All were taken by Obito. Uchiha Obito, ha. I dare to admit, I did take the eyes, but I couldn't be bothered to scavenge the assets. Shimura Danzo, absurd. Why would I care for the trifles of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Sasuke, then why have the forbidden techniques recorded in the clan grounds vanished? Shimura Danzo. The video continued to play. Obito floated in midair, gazing at the massive, jet-black-tailed beast ball with arms outstretched. It is better to strike first. The cross of sacred fire transformed into a pair of wings, and the ten-tails emerged from Obito's back. At the moment of its emergence, the battlefield shook violently as the colossal ten-tails appeared. Did he unleash the ten-tails? Caution was warranted. This seemed ominous. Naruto and Minato watched the ten-tails with apprehension. The ten-tails plunged its tendrils into the ground, creating a hollow in its back that revealed a slime-covered butt. Let us retract the barrier. With a single hand gesture, Obito swiftly dismantled the crimson barrier. Boom. Towering trees erupted from the earth, their roots sprawling in every direction. Bang. Bang. The roots sent countless members of the Ninja Coalition flying, only to sprout new tendrils that reached for the airborne Ninja Coalition. Those ensnared found their chakra almost entirely drained within mere seconds, their bodies resembling mere husks, devoid of life. Run. This guy can drain chakra instantly. The ninjas fled, their faces painted with fear, terrified that they would be the next unfortunate victim. Yet, how could a group of individuals, whose strength barely matched that of elite ninjas, possibly evade the techniques unleashed by a being of Obito's caliber? The roots continued to extend, gradually enveloping the entire battlefield, leaving behind a cacophony of screams. What on earth is this creature? Hashirama leaped nimbly across the sprawling roots, evading their grasp. Chakra, after all, originally belonged to this divine tree. Madara activated his Susanu's skeletal form, leaping upon the roots, claiming all the chakra here. And your immense chakra too. What? Humanity had stolen chakra from the divine tree, and now it merely sought to reclaim it. What are you saying? Endless time would shroud the truth in mist. Madara landed atop a root, questioning whether ninjas knew the reason for their very existence. Hashirama landed before Madara, perplexed by his words. Long, long ago, humanity had no concept of chakra. The scene zoomed in on Madara's Rinnegan, revealing an entirely new tableau. Two factions stood on a flat expanse, flames serving as backdrop, each brandishing spears against the other. It was then that humanity had begun to battle amongst themselves. A colossal tree entered their minds. The divine tree had always been peaceful, revered as the pillar of divinity, worshipped by the people. Yet one day, a peculiar fruit appeared on the branches of the divine tree. Bearing fruit once every millennium, the divine tree bore its harvest. Though the people did not comprehend its significance, they established a rule forbidding the plucking of its fruit. However, one princess sought the tree's power to achieve victory in war. A woman with two sharp horns on her head caressed the fruit, entering the scene. She plucked the forbidden fruit and consumed it. It is said that the princess, now imbued with divine power, single-handedly quelled the strife among the people. The name of that princess was Kage Otsutsuki. So she is. Hashirama gasped, staring at Madara in shock. She was the first to possess chakra. Subsequently, Kage bore a child who was innately endowed with chakra. However, the divine tree, having lost its chakra, began to rampage in its quest to reclaim its power. That was the Ten Tails. And it was Kage's child who sought to stop it. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. A cartoonish figure with outstretched arms and 9 tomo on its back emerged in the scene. He elucidated the principles of chakra, founding the ninja lineage. The man known as the Sage of Six Paths. Hashirama's pupils widened, disbelief filling his gaze. How do you know all this? It is inscribed upon the Uchiha stone tablet. Do you need me to elucidate the fate of the one who plucked the forbidden fruit to quell the wars? Madara's tone turned grave. His words weighted with seriousness. Indeed, she changed nothing, far from it. The conflicts only intensified. Upon learning all of this, I fell into despair. This world harbors no true dreams. Hashirama. Chapter 91. The sprouting of the pillars. From the moment humanity laid its hands upon the fruit, a curse was cast. The animosity among humankind only deepens. Do you not perceive that ninjas themselves embody this folly? If that is the case, why not? Madara ceased his words, yet Hashirama was not as oblivious as usual and responded. Are you suggesting we utilize the power of this divine tree to cast a grand illusion? That night, Madara's parting words echoed in Hashirama's mind. You are unseen, in a more distant realm. Madara opened his eyes, the eternal kaleidoscope spinning within his gaze. A more distant dream. Orochimaru. Wait. Let me analyze this. What is this grand illusion spoken of by the first Hokage? And what are these mythological tales? My mind is in disarray. Uchiha Madara. The future will inevitably unveil itself, so let me enlighten you. My aim is to employ the moon as a medium to cast a colossal illusion upon the world, allowing all to enter a dream of their desires. In that world, everyone shall attain what they yearn for. AI, how outrageous. Are you jesting? This is nothing but dreaming. Uchiha Sasuke, indeed. And where in the world exists such formidable jutsu? Uchiha Madara, though your visage bears resemblance to Izuna, you lack my brother's wisdom. Having witnessed the power of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki in the video, do you truly believe I cannot wield that power? Moreover, Obito is reclaiming the chakra of the Ninja Alliance. That flower shall bloom in mere minutes. The ninja world is on the brink of annihilation. Naruto Uzumaki. The ninja world shall not perish. For I stand here, I will defeat you and save the entire ninja world. Uchiha Madara, even the loudest proclamations are but empty words. How can you presume to save this world when you have yet to discover the answers? Naruto Uzumaki. Because I believe that a time of mutual understanding among people shall inevitably arrive. Uchiha Madara. I suggest you consult a neurologist. Otsutsuki Kage. Uchiha Madara. Are you perhaps viewing a pirated tablet? I recall leaving behind something different. Uchiha Madara. What do you mean? Otsutsuki Kage. The infinite Tsukuyomi can indeed immerse individuals in their desired dreams. Yet, throughout this process, it continuously siphons the chakra of those ensnared, ultimately converting it into white Setsu. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara. Oh, Otsutsuki Kage. Do not overthink it. Either you are viewing a counterfeit or one that has been tampered with. Uchiha Madara. I almost fell for your ruse due to your identity. A being like you, inclined towards peace, naturally wishes to avoid excessive slaughter. Perhaps you did not consider the consequences of leaving that tablet behind. However, the events that transpired thereafter were beyond your expectations, making it plausible that you fabricated lies to deceive me. Otsutsuki Kage. Impressive imagination. The video continued to unfold. Meanwhile, Naruto. Minato shouted. As Naruto found himself ensnared by several enormous tendrils, suspended in midair. Water release. Water severing wave. A high-pressure stream erupted from the second Hokage's mouth, slicing through the tendrils binding Naruto. Yet, just as half was severed, new tendrils sprouted, reapplying their grip on him. Damn it, there are too many. The second Hokage observed the dense mass of roots with exasperation. Even if he sensed Naruto, it was of little use. Fourth, can you teleport directly to Naruto? No. The previous Flying Thunder God technique and these vine-like extensions have drained too much of my chakra. Suddenly, a figure appeared, rushing towards Naruto across the tendrils. Enveloped in the roots, Naruto's chakra was gradually siphoned away, pulling him out of the Ninetales chakra mode. With a dazed expression, Naruto murmured, "Let me go," just as he closed his eyes, on the verge of losing consciousness entirely. Swish, swish, swish. The third Hokage swung his adamantine staff with haste, severing the roots constraining Naruto. He then scooped Naruto into his arms and retreated, saying, "I apologize for my tardiness." Monkey. The second Hokage leaped beside the third. Excellent, let us fly from here. He placed his hand on the shoulders of the third and fourth. Whoosh. The second Hokage transported all four of them back to Sasuke's side using the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto, draped over the third Hokage's shoulder, beheld the scene before him, his pupils dilating. Countless individuals, drained of chakra, lay bound upon the ground like desiccated corpses. Rage surged within Naruto, igniting a fierce determination. Obito's gaze was frigid as he pointed to the ground, his voice hoarse. Do not struggle any longer. You have endured for far too long. Are there any members of the Senju clan here? Hashirama sensed the dire situation and called out to those around him. Here, Ino replied. Can you use the mind transfer technique? Yes, I can. I beg of you, connect me with everyone. Ino pressed her hand against Hashirama's forehead, instantly linking the minds of the Ninja Alliance. After Hashirama's explanation, most faces among the Alliance reflected sheer terror. So, we are the nourishment for that tree? This is how ninjas came to be. Then, how do we confront that being? Only 15 minutes remain. How can we fight under such conditions? Approaching him is impossible. Hashirama maintained a calm demeanor, transmitting thoughts to the Ninja Alliance. Nevertheless, if they did nothing, the outcome would be the same. They could only strive to fell that tree within the time limit, or defeat the caster. However, fear was evident on the faces of most members of the Ninja Alliance, as they had all witnessed the tree's power. Once touched, death was virtually assured. None would so carelessly disregard their lives. Seeing their expressions, Hashirama's anger flared, and he admonished, I command you not to give up. The Ninja Alliance fell silent, remaining so for over half a minute. A rock ninja spread his arms and shouted, You speak the truth, but you are merely a reincarnation of the dead, a person from the past. Yet we are still alive. Before the ninja could finish, new roots sprouted once more. It's all over. Despair permeated the battlefield, corroding the already shattered hearts of all present. Chapter 92, The Attempt at Verbal Evasion by Obito. Indeed, do not act at all. Obito, with an impassive expression, stared at the group of mentally shattered ninja coalition. I shall take you to a world devoid of regret. Anoki, that individual clad in our village's attire, do not be so ungrateful. Lord Hashirama could have completely disregarded us, yet he fights for our sake. Can you not reflect upon your conscience and feel any remorse as you utter such words? Hashirama Senju, such words are misguided, Lord Suchikage. It is natural for one to fear death, and a moment's insincere utterance can be understood. Minato Namikaze, for ordinary individuals, confronting a power so beyond comprehension breeds despair. After all, life is precious. How could one not crumble upon realizing they are to be eternally trapped in a genjutsu in merely 15 minutes? Uchiha Shursui, life is indeed valuable, yet love holds greater worth. For the sake of freedom, both may be forsaken. A life may be filled with suffering, and each person perceives pain differently. Some may choose to flee, while others confront it head-on. Uchiha Madara, by what right do you compel everyone to choose evasion? Naruto Uzumaki, well said. I stand with you. Sasuke Uchiha, exactly. If one wishes to escape into a genjutsu, that is their choice. But why must they involve us? Uchiha Madara, where there is light, there shall be shadows. From love, hatred is born. By what right do you presume that your future will not inadvertently harm others? I have schemed for nearly decades for the infinite Tsukuyomi and shall not relinquish it easily. Tobirama Senju, this sand wall has lost its senses. There is no need for further persuasion. Uchiha Madara. The video continues to unfold. Witnessing the endless expanse of corpses, Naruto weeps profusely, casting a gaze of hatred towards Obito. Have you relinquished hope, Naruto? I shall proceed alone. Sasuke activated his Susanoo, the purple giant severing the roots of a tree. Let us begin, Jugo. Kneeling with both hands on the ground, Naruto, seemingly inspired by Sasuke, suddenly radiated a golden light. Memories of the past flashed before his mind like a revolving lantern. In his youth, he could not grasp Sasuke as he descended into darkness. Before the portrait of the third Hokage, before Asuma's grave, before the sage's resting place, a stirring melody played. The advice of Itachi and Nagato. Chiyo sacrificing her life amidst a crowd. Niji perished in his embrace. I wish for no regrets. Naruto's eyes shone with unwavering determination, fixated upon Obito. He refused to lament his past inaction. Moreover, we have already accomplished so much. Golden light surged, enveloping Naruto in golden chakra. With a powerful stride, he transformed into the Ninetales form mid-air. I cannot pretend that all of this does not exist. Sasuke, I am coming too. Sasuke smiled faintly, and the despair in the hearts of the ninja coalition seemed to dissipate alongside Naruto's revitalization. Uzumaki Naruto. Obito's gaze remained calm as he regarded Naruto. You continuously. Meanwhile, a robust chain of chakra emerged from Minato, flowing abundantly towards Naruto. Please, I entrust this to you. As the golden light faded from Minato, the chain gradually dissipated. Sasuke, you understand that only sage techniques can harm him, do you not? Do not conflate me with you from earlier. As Sasuke spoke, the curse seal on Jugo expanded, merging with the entirety of the Susanoo. Up. Obito looked down upon the two colossal entities charging towards him. Regret will come too late. Raising his hand, the truth-seeking orb transformed, but you shall not have a future. The massive blade of the Susanoo swung down, yet Obito evaded effortlessly like a soaring eagle. The golden Ninetales struck with its tail, but Obito dodged with ease. Cursed speed. Yet, Naruto and Sasuke fixed their gazes on Obito, gradually perceiving his trajectory. A blazing red light illuminated their minds. Here, simultaneously, both unleashed an attack. But Obito opened his palms, forming two shields from the truth-seeking orb to deflect the blows. It is time for slumber. Obito fixed his gaze on the two. I shall take you to the world of dreams. Upon hearing such words, their pupils constricted. The truth-seeking orb expanded like lightning, ensnaring them tightly. Trapped. They gritted their teeth, immense pressure emanating from their confines. With a swoosh, Obito grasped the two titanic beings and dove from the heights. Boom. Upon contact with the ground, a cloud of dust erupted into the air. The shockwave swept across the ninja coalition like a tsunami, uprooting boulders for hundreds of miles. Within the crater, Naruto and Sasuke, forced from their Susanoo and tailed beast forms due to the impact, struggled to rise. Why do you stand? Obito's stern voice echoed. What do you fight for? For your comrades? Or for this world? Listen, one day, your comrades will betray you. In this world, love can morph into hatred. You should be well aware. Once, the villagers and Sasuke both betrayed you, and your love for Jiraiya has also birthed resentment. Obito's voice deepened. Yet his gaze remained resolute. You are just like me. The accumulated pain will one day alter you, and now you shall endure even greater suffering. Despite this, do you still dare to assert that you will not change? Perhaps, one day, comrades will betray you again. War will erupt once more among the coalition. And you know not if you can defeat me. Fighting for such a world holds no significance. In mere minutes, it will all be over. Why do you fight with unwavering resolve? Obito's pupils dilated, his emotions surging. Because this is my ninja way. Naruto furrowed his brow, speaking with righteous conviction. Actions speak louder than words. This is my ninja way. Upon hearing such a response, Obito's face darkened, clearly displeased. He had not anticipated that after so long, Naruto would absorb none of his words. I told you it is time for sleep. Golden light surged once more, and Sasuke stepped forward to stand beside Naruto. Let us finish this. Naruto. Chapter 93. Oh no. I've been outmaneuvered. Children. Uchiha Obito, are you planning to defeat me with your next move? Shouldn't you at least draft your words before boasting? I wonder who just missed me entirely, only to find themselves easily subdued and pinned down. Uchiha Shursui. The sky has cleared, and the rain has ceased. It seems that the second Hokage believes he is capable once more. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki. Was Obito just engaging in verbal sparring with me? Uchiha Obito. I merely sought to make him confront reality. Senju Hashirama. It will be amusing when he fails at his own verbal tactics, only to be countered by another's. Uchiha Obito. Humph. Do you think I am as inept as Nagato? Easily swayed by mere words? I can suppress even the tin tails with my will, as a steadfast being. How could I falter due to a few spoken phrases? Uchiha Shursui. Obito's resolve is indeed commendable, but I find the paranoia of being persecuted even more unsettling. Uchiha Obito. What do you mean? Uchiha Shursui. Nothing. I was merely complimenting your looks. Uchiha Obito. Heh. I hope so. The video continues to unfold. A surge of chakra emanates from both individuals, intertwining golden and purple energies to form a new manifestation. The time to rest will come tomorrow. Dreams must be crafted by oneself. The purple chakra envelopes the nine-tails form like parchment, leaving Naruto astonished as he gazes at Sasuke. Was it the same sensation when Madara wielded it? Sasuke's sharp hair dances wildly as the final piece is completed, completely cloaking the golden nine-tails in purple. Obito furrows his brow slightly, displeased at the sight of the two struggling in vain. He hovers in the air, transforming the truth-seeking balls into a sword resembling a strand of DNA and a shield. At this juncture, any further action is futile. Look above. Obito raises his gaze to the gaping hole he has created. What can be seen through this aperture? A blood moon emerges in the frame, seemingly affirming the cruelty of this ninja world. It is the moon. The moment to journey into the dreamlike realm of the moon draws ever closer. The moon's dream can fill the vast chasm of despair. This moment has finally arrived. The sword extends endlessly, akin to the genes within every life. This blade is the divine sword of the sage of six paths, the sword of the heart. You stand no chance of victory. This sword embodies the sage's unwavering will, the very weapon with which the sage crafted the world. My will surpasses yours. Your struggles are utterly meaningless. The sage's power shall thwart you. Ignoring Obito's words, the nine tails sway slowly, 9 Sharingan gathering at their tips. And I shall wield this sword to erase this world. 9 figures leap from the gaping maw, and Obito gazes in surprise as they land at the tips of the tails. The instant they enter, a golden cloak envelopes them. Sharingan, I entrust you with this task. You must shatter his shield. Though hesitation lingers, they move forward under Naruto's encouragement. The scene gradually pulls back, illuminating the 9 blue lights against the purple backdrop. The 9 rush forth from the tails, crashing against Obito's shield. Naruto and Sasuke push together, their sword piercing the shield, aimed directly at Obito's heart. Both sides maintain unwavering gazes, fixated upon one another. The moment their swords collide, a vision appears in Obito's mind. Bang! The sword of the heart shatters layer by layer, leaving Obito in astonishment. Why does such imagery arise in my mind? As the sword of the heart fractures further, Obito's grip loosens, and it falls entirely. Naruto and Sasuke strike at Obito's abdomen, unleashing torrents of green chakra. Uchiha Obito, what? How could I entertain such chaotic thoughts? And what on earth is my future self contemplating? With their speed, they wouldn't even graze me. Why must I confront them directly? Uchiha Obito, I hope my future self remains resolute, and it does not waver like Nagato, shaken by mere words. Ashura, possessing the power of unparalleled rhetoric, victory is assured. Unleash. A torrent of immense-tailed beast chakra erupts from Obito, as Naruto draws upon the chakra gifted to him by the tailed beasts. With the assistance of Killer Bee and Gaara alongside the Ninja Coalition, Naruto ventures into Obito's inner world through chakra. After a series of earth-shattering declarations, Obito's heart is profoundly shaken, and the nine-tailed beasts are simultaneously expelled from his body. Obito sheds his white exterior, plummeting headfirst toward the ground. Oh dear. Machito Raka. Uchiha Obito. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Uchiha Sasuke, swallowing hard, in my next battle with Naruto, I must either defeat him in one blow or block my ears. Otherwise, it will be far too terrifying. Lin, the catalyst of the fourth great ninja war Uchiha Obito, I am genuinely delighted to see you turn over a new leaf. Obito. Uchiha Obito. Lin. Although the figure on screen wavers, that is my future self. I remain steadfast in my ideals. I shall never be swayed by others, especially not when facing Naruto. I will wear earplugs. Uchiha Shursui, such a powerful tongue. Even two of the ninja world's top masters have fallen prey to his verbal prowess. Is there truly no one capable of resisting his eloquence? Senju Tobarama. Hehe. If it were mere genjutsu or offensive techniques, there might be a chance for resistance. However, words penetrate deep into the heart. They can dismantle one's will. And once doubt arises, that individual is not far from defeat. Senju Hashirama. You speak far more eloquently than I ever could. Naruto Uzumaki. Had I possessed your eloquence back then, perhaps my battles with Madara would not have lasted so long before founding Konoha. Uchiha Madara. Senju Shursui. System. Is there truly no one capable of resisting Naruto's verbal prowess? System. Certainly, there is someone, and he is the only ninja who, under Naruto's rhetoric, not only remained unwavering but retaliated with equal fervor. Uchiha Obito. What? Is there someone whose resolve surpasses mine? To withstand the power of verbal manipulation, it appears I must observe and learn. Chapter 94. Kneeling on the ground, Naruto Uzumaki. If only I knew who he was, I would certainly learn from him. After all, I fear that one day I might become foolish enough to believe in someone who cannot even provide an answer. System. Let us play a brief highlight. Next on stage is the one most devoted to Sasuke, who has spent the first half of his life adhering to a promise, kneeling and bowing to others for Sasuke. Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke. Don't act recklessly. The revival of the Uchiha clan depends on you. Kushina Uzumaki. Jiraiya. Did you lead him astray? The video begins. The leader is Kakashi Hitaki, and the figure to his right. Snow falls heavily from the sky as the Raikage's team confronts Naruto and his companions in the snowy expanse. I know. The Raikage's gaze is unfriendly, clearly displeased with their following behavior. Is this an order from the Hokage? Kakashi Hitaki. No. I have come today to request something. Please heed the plea of Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha. Kakashi glances at the young blonde beside him. Naruto Uzumaki? The Raikage questions, puzzled, as he does not recall having any prior interactions with him. Very well, he must be that little brat over there, right? The Raikage shifts his focus to the blonde youth, urging him to speak quickly. Naruto closes his eyes, pondering for a moment before opening them, determination filling his gaze. Sasuke. I implore you to retract the order to execute Sasuke Uchiha. The Raikage's entourage displays expressions of shock. How audacious. I know this is excessive, but I must do this. Naruto bows his head, his demeanor sincere. Sasuke is my friend. I cannot stand idly by while my friend is killed. Furthermore, I do not wish for the conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure to escalate into mutual slaughter. I refuse to let my comrades and your people fall into the cycle of vengeance. With each word, Naruto grows more fervent, his body trembling involuntarily. The Raikage remains impassive, his expression unchanged as he steps past Naruto, intent on leaving. Seeing the Raikage turn away, Naruto steels himself and rushes to block his path once more. Yet, the Raikage merely glances at him before shifting his direction and continuing to depart. Naruto turns to face the Raikage's resolute back. He charges forward again, positioning himself in front of the Raikage and directly kneeling down. Please, I do not wish for us to kill each other in the name of revenge. The Raikage's expression remains indifferent, showing no sign of wavering at Naruto's supplication. He strides forward, bypassing Naruto once more. Sasuke is consumed by a singular desire for vengeance. The scene shifts into Naruto's heart, revealing a young Sasuke seemingly shattered into countless fragments, juxtaposed with the cold, fierce gaze of his adult self. Controlled by hatred, he has become unrecognizable. Revenge has warped him. He is no longer the person I once knew. Naruto's voice begins to quiver with emotion. I do not wish for anyone else to follow in Sasuke's tragic footsteps, nor do I want Konoha and Kumogakure to engage in mutual slaughter. Thus, tears as small as beans fall into the snow as Naruto cries out loudly. The Raikage appears to halt in response to Naruto's weeping. The sound of his sniffling, mixed with tears, echoes in the ears of those present as Naruto bows his head to the ground. We will eliminate Sasuke. The Raikage shouts without looking back, then commands that they abandon thoughts of revenge. Such foolishness. The red-haired woman rolls her eyes at Naruto's plight, unable to suppress her sarcasm. We are pressed for time. The blond man closes his eyes, clearly exasperated. Naruto grips the snow beneath him tightly, persistently keeping his forehead on the ground, revealing his unwillingness to relent. Raikage-sama. Yamato steps forward, reminding him that the matter regarding the Hyuga's Byakugan was not completely resolved in Konoha. In regard to the seeds of war sown by Kumogakure, Konoha swallowed its grievances, refraining from initiating conflict. I hope you do not forget the great sacrifices we made for this. Kakashi moves closer to Naruto, stating that despite the young ninja's clumsiness, he humbly kneels in this moment for the sake of both Kumogakure and Konoha. Raikage-sama, as one of the 5 Kage. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing this, the Raikage turns to glare at Naruto, who is still bowing his head to the ground, instantly incensed. He is already furious about his brother being taken away, and now someone dares to request leniency for the very perpetrator, and to do so in such a submissive manner. Bowing his head to the ground. A ninja must not bow easily. A ninja ought to respect action and strength. In the world of ninjas, discussions cannot yield to compromise. The history of humanity is a history of warfare. After the Third Shinobi World War, all nations and villages sought to acquire powerful jutsu. The law of the jungle prevails, where the strong dominate. This is the truth of the ninja world. Akatsuki members are international fugitives, thus. It is not just I, but the entire world will seek Sasuke. To bow and plead for a criminal, to request mercy for a comrade's safety, is not considered friendship in the ninja world. After the Raikage's outburst, his anger diminishes significantly, and his tone softens slightly. Little brat from Konoha, think carefully about what you should do. Remaining a fool will not allow you to survive in this harsh ninja world. I am leaving, the Raikage declares, turning his back as he departs. Kushina Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha? Is he Makoto's child? Makoto Uchiha. Indeed. It seems Sasuke has done some rather infuriating things in the future. Sasuke Uchiha. Hey, isn't this a bit too humble? What a loser. Naruto Uzumaki, idiot. This video must be fake. How could I ever do something like that for you? Hashirama Senju. To kneel and beg for forgiveness for a friend's mistakes. How profound a friendship that is. It rivals the bond one had with Madara. I nearly took my own life to quell his inner hatred. Tobarama Senju, brother, you are still too kind. If it were me, I would have simply killed him, or else none of this would have happened. AI, but why would my future self issue a warrant for Sasuke's capture? Moreover, this Sasuke has joined Akatsuki. Could it be a rivalry? Killer Bee, brother, you underestimate me. The bee cannot be defeated by a mere junior. Foolish brother. Idiot brother. Sasuke Uchiha, do not underestimate me. Did you not see my battle prowess in the future video? I could easily handle you. Chapter 95, The Murder Hornet, AI, Bye. Do not underestimate others, though I am reluctant to admit it. That individual named Uchiha Sasuke possesses strength surpassing that of my elder brother. You must return to my side immediately. It is imperative that you diligently oversee your training and ensure your own safety. Killer Bee, okay. Brotherly love, foolish fellow, rascal. System, inventory check imminent. At a mere whim, the entire Eagle team will come to my rescue. Uchiha Sasuke, why do I have an ominous premonition? Naruto Uzumaki, what does this mean? Uchiha Sasuke, truly foolish. A whim simply refers to an impulsive desire to do something, which, when it provokes a formidable opponent, necessitates the intervention of allies. Such individuals are easily subdued with a few well-placed elbows. AI, indeed. Such a menace to our team deserves a few corrective jabs to their intellect, lest they wreak havoc on others. Killer Bee, brother. As the saying goes, the student surpasses the master. Your elbows lack both speed and ferocity. Allow me, your younger brother, to take the lead. Foolish fellow, rascal. AI, bye. Have you gone too long without a dose of intellectual correction? Are you yearning for the flavors of your youth? Killer Bee, angry brother, how terrifying. Foolish fellow, rascal. The video begins. Are you the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Killer Bee's tone is grave. No, you should say, are you the esteemed Eight Tails? He points at Sasuke. It is correct to say, are you the Jinchuriki? We intend to apprehend you. In the face of this peculiar individual, Sasuke remains composed. So it should be, allow us to apprehend you, correct? Killer Bee swings his arms, and strange lyrics emerge from his lips. Suigetsu stands to the right, Jugo to the left, and Karen remains behind me. Upon hearing Sasuke's strategic command, They shift to form a square formation. Observing their stance, Killer Bee crosses his arms, contemplating. Swish. Suigetsu draws his decapitation sword and charges toward Killer Bee. Mid-sentence, he delivers a warning. Foolish fellow, rascal. Boom. Suigetsu's blade descends toward Killer Bee's head, the tremendous force shattering a large section of the ground. Witnessing this scene, Jugo appears puzzled. Did the Akatsuki not instruct us to avoid killing the Jinchuriki? It's fine. Karen watches the swirling dust obscuring her vision. Her chakra is still able to sense the presence. Gradually, the dust settles, revealing Killer Bee catching Suigetsu's sword mid-swing. Suigetsu's face displays shock as he grits his teeth, exerting all his strength, yet he cannot push the blade down a single millimeter. This guy. Killer Bee smirks. Only I can charge it myself. Step aside, foolish fellow, or taste my fist. With that, Killer Bee channels his strength, sending the decapitation sword flying into the air, landing at his feet. Suigetsu, retreat, Jugo instructs. Stepping forward to address the weaponless Suigetsu. Understanding the cue, Suigetsu gracefully leaps backward without a care for his lost weapon. Killer Bee seizes the decapitation sword, raising its blade before him as he gazes at Jugo. You look quite spirited. He then twists the blade, peering into the hollow of the sword at Sasuke and the others, who appear frozen in disbelief. How naive you all are. Enough of this jesting. In response to such condescension, Jugo roars and charges forward. My killing intent is my courage. Killer Bee spins the sword, declaring, how exhilarating. Jugo launches a powerful punch, but the spinning blade meets his neck, causing him to recoil in pain. My techniques are on full display. Yeah. Hearing this clumsy rap, Jugo hesitates momentarily before his right hand morphs into an array of bizarre substances, striking toward Killer Bee with all his might. Killer Bee halts his spinning, raising the sword to counter Jugo's attack. Jugo spits blood, collapsing to the ground, having failed to withstand even a single hit. Killer Bee plants the sword into the ground, leaning against it nonchalantly, exuding charisma. I am the magnificent murder hornet of the 8 tails. Yeah, engage with me, and you shall be humiliated. Wait. Killer Bee abruptly pauses, his expression darkening. What is this? Karen furrows her brow, regarding Killer Bee with deep concern. Has Jugo truly fallen to this inexplicable individual? Mastering my decapitation sword with ease, Suigetsu clenches his teeth, eyeing the formidable foe before him. Who is this guy? He made me bite my tongue, that rascal. Killer Bee glances at them with displeasure, his mood shifting from jovial to somber enough to reign. Jugo's cursed mark glows with a crimson light, prompting Killer Bee to seize Jugo by the neck and toss him aside. Are you all right? Karen asks, worry etched on her face as she observes Jugo's disheveled state. I'll handle this, Sasuke asserts confidently, maintaining his icy demeanor throughout. Who are you? Foolish fellow rascal. Who do you think you are to apprehend me? Killer Bee boasts, waving his arms in a display of arrogance. You need not know. Sasuke meets Killer Bee's gaze, unperturbed by his earlier show of strength, radiating boundless confidence. This is to swiftly acquire power, and I wish to confirm the veracity of our earlier verbal agreement. A long blade slips from Sasuke's sleeve, which he grasps firmly in his hand. Regardless, we must utilize the Akatsuki. Remember this well. The Akatsuki? Killer Bee inquires, puzzled. Of course. All right. Karen blushes. How cool, Sasuke. Then let us swiftly silence that ear-polluting jester. Suigetsu urges. That is precisely my intention. After Sasuke's declaration, a gust of wind sweeps through, chilling the atmosphere to a frigid state. This is not a bad joke. Killer Bee flails his arms. It is the rhythm of fashion. Foolish fellow. Oh yeah. Whoosh. Sasuke lunges at Killer Bee, wielding the long blade, prompting Killer Bee to hastily raise the decapitation sword to clash against Sasuke's weapon. Bang. The clash of metal erupts, sending sparks flying and scattering iron shavings across the ground. Chapter 96. Chakra Attachment. Sasuke was struck by an immense force, turning around just in time as Karabi spun and swung a blade towards his back. Hearing the whistling sound behind him, Sasuke quickly pivoted and raised his sword in defense. Bang. The heavy impact forced Sasuke to tumble midair. Karabi continued his assault with another swing, and Sasuke retaliated by plunging his sword down towards the ground. Buzz. The long blade lodged itself into the gaping maw of the beheading sword, producing a piercing noise. With his hand pressed firmly on the hilt, Sasuke channeled his strength into a kick aimed at Karabi. However, Karabi, barely fazed by the blow to his neck, suddenly raised both hands. Startled, Sasuke swiftly retracted his leg, only to witness Karabi pull out a green notebook, scribbling something within its pages. Observing this, Sasuke flicked the beheading sword back to Suigetsu. Suddenly, inspiration struck Karabi. And with a smile, he pinned a series of words before stowing the green notebook away. I am in high spirits and have conceived a splendid verse. Thank you. Karabi beamed, drawing several blades from his back and tossing them into the air. So I'll indulge you for a bit, you rascals. Treasure. The blades traced a clever trajectory, landing upon Karabi's mouth, hands, and legs, creating a bizarre spectacle. Experience the captivating melody I have to offer. Uchiha Sasuke remarked. You underestimate me gravely. Once I unveil my eternal Meijiki Sharingan, you will behave yourself. A exclaimed, how dare you truly attack? I hereby issue a village-wide manhunt for Sasuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, I apologize, Raikage, but these events belong to the future. They have yet to unfold. Why would you pursue an innocent child in such a manner? Should you insist on hunting Sasuke, we of Konoha would not shy away from a conflict with you. Hinata Haishi questioned. Orochimaru interjected, Sasuke is destined to become one of Konoha's finest powers, capable of swaying the very balance of the ninja world. The old man would never permit his demise. While he may join Akatsuki in the future, it has been stated that it is merely for utility. He will likely return to Konoha. Itachi Uchiha stated, though I spoke those words in the previous footage, they pertain to the future. Currently, Sasuke is a vital condition for my eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Should you dare to harm him, I shall be the first to eliminate you. A retorted. Are you Konoha's protectors of this future calamity? He will aid Akatsuki in capturing the tailed beasts. Sarutobi Hiruzen defended. Sasuke was likely blinded by hatred at that time. I believe his true nature is not malevolent, and he still upholds the will of fire. Uchiha Sasuke affirmed, indeed, my future contributions in the Great Ninja War, made without expectation of reward, should serve as proof of my inheritance of Konoha's will of fire and my spirit of self-sacrifice. System, Sasuke's will of fire, ignite a fire in Konoha, and let it consume the village entirely. System, after obtaining the Meijiki. The first objective will be the destruction of Konoha. Uchiha Sasuke pondered, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, Raikage, I feel my previous statements were somewhat absolute. Senju Hashirama commanded. Ensure Sasuke's safety, monkey. Do not concern yourself with his future. If he were to perish now, who would face Obito in the Fourth Great Ninja War? If we fall short, not just Konoha, but the entire ninja world would face devastation. Sarutobi Hiruzen countered, but if future Sasuke is so formidable, and if he wishes to annihilate Konoha, even with Naruto's intervention, he could still obliterate a significant portion. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, where would we stand? Senju Hashirama replied, pray that Naruto can stop Sasuke just as I halted Madara. Itachi Uchiha sighed. The video continued to play. What was that stance? Suigetsu stared in disbelief at Karabi, who was almost entirely adorned with blades. Could such an outrageous technique truly be effective? Karabi leaped into the air, spinning and launching an assault on Sasuke, his blades swirling around him, creating an impenetrable barrage. Clang, clang, clang. As Sasuke retreated, he parried with his sword. The lighter blades produced a crisp sound, contrasting sharply with the heavy beheading sword. During their clash, Karabi masterfully wielded the 7 blades, forcing Sasuke to retreat further. In the final strike, as Sasuke raised his sword in defense, Karabi delivered a powerful kick, sending Sasuke flying. Sasuke, are you alright? Karen exclaimed, her concern palpable as she witnessed him sprawled on the ground. What was that maneuver? The techniques were unexpectedly intricate. Suigetsu was astounded, unable to fathom how anyone could wield blades in such a manner. Sasuke rose, blood staining his body, starkly contrasting Karabi, who remained unscathed. He swiftly formed hand seals. The sharp sound of an explosion resonating throughout the valley, blue and white chakra manifesting in his palms. Karabi observed intently, a grave expression crossing his face. Sasuke dashed forward, retrieving the fallen long sword, and upon contact, infused it with lightning chakra. This extraordinary weapon, now empowered by the electric energy, was not something an ordinary blade could withstand. Sasuke then aimed to strike at Karabi, believing he had achieved success. Buzz. A similar blue and white glow appeared around Karabi's blade. Clang. The two swords collided, producing an ear-splitting sonic boom. Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that Karabi could also utilize chakra attachment. A slight smile crept across Karabi's lips as he raised another short blade with his hand and leg. He danced, like a butterfly, with a swift motion. He slashed across Sasuke's abdomen, embedding several blades into him, sending Sasuke hurtling backward from the impact. The 8 tails struck like a swarm of bees, Sasuke lay on the ground as Karabi pursued relentlessly, leaping into the sky and diving toward him. Then you shall understand. Just as Karabi was about to pierce Sasuke's head with his blade, clang, Suigetsu appeared just in time, using the beheading sword to block the incoming strike. Without hesitation, Karabi employed chakra attachment, channeling energy into his blade. The lightning surged forth, and the electrified weapon began to slice through the beheading sword, slowly severing it. It would not be long before Karabi completely cleaved through the beheading sword. Wounded, Sasuke strained to maintain his composure as lightning flickered in his hand. Reaching out toward the beheading sword. Upon contact, the lightning adhered to it, and the two forces clashed, resulting in a mutual cancellation of power. Suddenly, Heavy appeared behind Karabi, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Chapter 97. The transformation of tailed beasts. Sensing the disturbance behind him, Karabi was momentarily startled. Suddenly, a powerful punch from Jago struck his face. Although it did not injure him, it left him momentarily dazed. Quickly, Karen dashed forward to rescue Sasuke, while Suigetsu seized the opportunity to slash at Karabi's weapon, sending it flying. Boom! Striking Karabi's head, Jago's hand sprouted numerous holes, releasing a torrent of chakra that propelled him forward. With a thunderous crash, Jago's fist descended, enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of dust that obscured the scene. As the dust began to settle, Karabi's weapon was seen lying on the ground. Uchiha Sasuke, heh, yar? Too easy. Uchiha Izuna, is there anyone who can give him a new face, one that resembles mine? How can he be so good at pretending? He's nearly been turned into a pincushion, yet he still claims it's easy. And let us not forget last time, right after he bragged about how simple it was. Obito revived. Talk about being slapped in the face. Uchiha Sasuke. Hey, if you think you can defeat Karabi this easily, you are sorely mistaken. Karabi, such an attack? I can easily dodge it. You fools. Suigetsu, it seems the one I follow in the future possesses impressive strength. But can we first rescue me from Orochimaru's lair? Being trapped in a water prison is exceedingly dull. Karen, Uchiha Sasuke. Are you the handsome guy who saved me during the CHNIN exams? Though a bit arrogant, that minor flaw pales in comparison to Sasuke's charm and prowess. Uchiha Sasuke, of course. Hey, Karabi, I have yet to showcase my eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Once I unleash it, won't Karabi explode? Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, is there a possibility that you don't have the eternal Manjiki yet? Or even the Manjiki at all? Otherwise, why haven't you used it during our earlier battle? Uchiha Sasuke, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Setting aside whether I would be that foolish, I already possess the 2 Tomo. Surely, I must attain the 3 Tomo in the future. I refrain from activating my Sharingan simply out of disdain. Understand? Naruto Uzumaki, silly Sasuke, you really know how to boast. Uchiha Sasuke, that is simply the truth. There is no need for exaggeration. The video continued to play. Sasuke. Karen pulled the blade from Sasuke's body and, seeing him barely conscious, quickly rolled up her sleeve. This is bad. Karen's arm, covered in bite marks, appeared horrifying. Sasuke, hurry, bite me, she urged, presenting her arm. Sasuke, mustering his strength, bit down on her arm. A wave of pain coursed through Karen, yet instead of suffering, she wore a look of ecstasy. Sasuke glowed with a green light, visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, Karabi stood atop a massive boulder, completely unscathed. Clearly, he had evaded the recent attacks effortlessly. Sasuke, let us all charge together. Suigetsu called out as he noticed Sasuke's recovery. Forget about leaving him alive. We must kill him. Suigetsu no longer harbored illusions of capturing Karabi alive. Given that he had effortlessly knocked Jago down with a single punch and severely injured Sasuke in one exchange, surviving against such a formidable foe would be an accomplishment in itself. Karabi regarded the 3 with a serious expression, murmuring, it appears this battle won't conclude anytime soon. Suddenly, he charged at them, prompting the trio to unleash their signature techniques in defense. After a brief clash, Karabi landed a punch on Suigetsu's abdomen. Gotcha. Suigetsu smirked as his abdomen transformed into water, tightly constricting Karabi's arm within. Sasuke, now's your chance, electrify me. Suigetsu shouted to Sasuke. Lightning surged from Sasuke's palm as he raced toward them. Chidori. The electric current struck Suigetsu and, due to the water's conductivity, transferred to Karabi as well. They both cried out in agony, collapsing to their knees, smoke rising from their bodies. Seizing the moment, Jago dove from above, delivering a powerful punch to Karabi. Boom. The ground was cratered by the impact, and the swirling dust began to settle, revealing the empty pit. Where did he go? The scene gradually pulled back, showing Karabi standing triumphantly behind a distant rock, shaking his head in resignation. Clearly weak, yet so persistent, he remarked, then began to wave his arms in wrath. Game over. Time to head back for a drink. Karen, Sasuke shouted. Karen immediately understood, closing her eyes to sense the surroundings. A massive chakra presence became vividly apparent. Over there, she pointed toward the distant rock. Jago's arm transformed under the curse's influence, forming a small platform for Sasuke to stand upon. Blue energy surged from Jago's arm, propelling Sasuke toward the stone. There's no way. Karabi shook his head, using a peculiar gesture to signal the sky. Eighth form. Red bubbles erupted around Karabi, coalescing into a vast-tailed beast cloak. In midair, Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly as memories of their first battle at the Valley of the End flooded his mind, just like back then. The tailed beast transformation of Karabi unleashed a punch with unimaginable speed. Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life, allowing him to perceive Karabi's movements and narrowly evade the blow. Karabi, slightly taken aback, turned his head. You dodged my eighth form? You're the first aside from my brother. Sasuke, propelled by momentum, clung to the rock. Karabi cast a mischievous grin at Sasuke's three companions. An alarmed Sasuke thought, damn it, he is going after them. With a powerful push, Karabi launched himself toward the trio. I'll tear you apart, he declared, resembling a cannonball as he hurtled toward them. Jago quickly scooped up the two others, unleashing a torrent of chakra that propelled them away from the impending collision. Boom. The entire platform trembled violently upon impact, sending debris and dust flying indiscriminately around them. In a moment of distraction, Jago was struck, collapsing by the riverbank. Are you all right? Sasuke rushed to the three, expressing concern. Chapter 98. The Eight Tails. The atmosphere remained tense as Xianglin recalled the perilous scene moments ago, still shaken by the danger they had encountered. Upon seeing that her companions were unharmed, Sasuke too felt a sense of relief as his gaze shifted towards the mangled platform, a testament to raw speed and power, albeit lacking in variety of action. The three Tomo in his eyes, glimmering like rubies under the light, spun with remarkable intensity. However, I am not so easily deceived. Xianglin, sense his chakra and anticipate his movements. Just as Sasuke was about to issue a strategic command, a figure burst forth from the smoke, charging towards him. He needed to act swiftly. In a moment of critical urgency, Sasuke's pupils whirled as the three Tomo formed a distinctive pattern. In the brief instant their eyes met, Killer Bee found himself ensnared in a genjutsu. Images flooded his mind, countless feathers piercing his body, rendering him immobile. In reality, he collapsed to the ground, appearing as though he had succumbed to slumber. Uchiha Sasuke, witness the power of the Uchiha as I demonstrate how to defeat you. Sasuke clutched his eyes, from which blood tears flowed, his entire body trembling in pain. Just as he turned, a fierce punch whistled through the air. Lightning release, thunderclap. Killer Bee's arm struck Sasuke squarely in the chest, blood gushing forth as Sasuke's torso caved in, sending him flying backward. Uchiha Sasuke, how is this possible? Orochimaru, Sasuke-kun, you still underestimate the perfect Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, thankfully, I have my brother. You fool. AI, Uchiha Sasuke, with your strength. You think you can catch Bee? Train for a few more years. Killer Bee, to withstand this elbow. Perhaps after 2.5 more years of singing and rapping, you might stand a chance. Uchiha Sasuke, hey, what are you doing? Uchiha Makoto, this account is useless. Uchiha Fugaku, it's fine, Itachi's account is still operational. It can be utilized in the future. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, 6666, Senju Tobarama, I am curious how one survives such grievous injuries. Senju Hashirama, Tobarama, your intellect fails you. It must have been that red-haired woman who bit him and healed him. Senju Tobarama, humph, I believe elder brother is the more foolish one, with such serious injuries. That woman's remaining chakra is insufficient. Uchiha Azuna, how do you perceive this, you wicked white-haired one? Senju Tobarama, heh, it's a man's sixth sense. Uchiha Azuna. The visual feed continued, leaving the three in stunned disbelief. Sasuke, Xianglin cried out in anguish. Zhongwu rushed forward, cradling Sasuke in his arms. Xianglin hurried to his side, but upon seeing his injuries, her pupils dilated in horror. What manner of wound is this? The sight before them revealed only a pool of blood and a gaping void. His internal organs, blood vessels, utterly vanished. The neck and chest. Zhongwu's expression darkened. Even the organs had been obliterated. Huff, huff. Sasuke lay with closed eyes, struggling to draw breath, his life force waning. This injury is beyond. Zhongwu shut his eyes, recalling Kimamaro's parting words echoing in his mind. He is like my reincarnation. After a moment, Zhongwu opened his eyes with renewed determination. Wait. Xianglin tore at her clothing, intent on healing Sasuke. But Zhongwu abruptly interjected, no need. I will handle this. Your chakra is insufficient to mend Sasuke. As he spoke, red energy surged from Zhongwu's arm, spreading throughout his body. What are you planning? I will merge my body with Sasuke's, sharing my chakra and essence with him. With that, Zhongwu's arm transformed into a liquid form, flowing into Sasuke's wound. Sasuke's body should be capable of adapting to my cursed seal. It should work. Meanwhile, on another front, breaking the Jinjutsu required disrupting one's own chakra to awaken a comrade. Killer Bee's chakra poured forth in brilliant crimson, softly explaining. My partner is the eight tails within me. Jinjutsu holds no power over a Jinchuriki who can control the tailed beast. A colossal octopus tail erupted behind Killer Bee, accompanied by a barrage of rap lyrics that resonated in the air. I bring your demise, and thus you shall perish. Behold the true form of this Jinchuriki. The eight tails materialized amidst swirling smoke. Look at the monster. Witness the transformation of the Jinchuriki. The two watched in astonishment, their eyes wide as saucers, unable to close their mouths in disbelief. You shall be rendered helpless by the eight tails, little ones. Strike your foes. The eight tails swung its sharp appendage, ready to attack. This extraordinary chakra. Remaining here could cost us our lives. Xianglin turned anxiously. Is he not ready yet? Zhongwu gasped heavily, withdrawing his hand from Sasuke's injury. The once gaping void was now filled with a grayish substance. As Xianglin helped Sasuke sit up, she was taken aback by Zhongwu's transformation. Why have you become a child? Zhongwu appeared fatigued. His form shrunk to that of a child, yet his gaze remained resolute as he looked at Sasuke. I will not allow you to die. You are Kimamaro's reincarnation. Get up, both of you. We must flee, Xianglin urged, rising to her feet. Suddenly, a bellowing roar echoed, akin to a bull's cry, as the eight tails lunged toward them. Just then, a water sphere collided with the beast. Indeed, a water-style ninja. The eight tails mused, acknowledging the force that could challenge him. Fighting in this water-laden terrain is exceedingly advantageous for one skilled in water techniques. With that, the eight tails charged directly at Mizuki. Boom. The two massive entities collided, causing Mizuki's spear to tremble violently. I'll hold him off. Now hurry and escape. Mizuki manipulated his water-style jutsu, appearing to engage the eight tails in a fierce struggle. Yet, everyone recognized that maintaining such massive jutsu alone was unsustainable for Mizuki. Let us go. Sasuke, Xianglin urged, assisting him as they retreated. Mizuki glanced back at the fleeing trio, marveling inwardly. I can't believe I have repeatedly risked my life to protect them. No time remained for Mizuki to ponder. The eight tails charged again, this time with even greater ferocity. After several collisions, the figures of Sasuke and his companions became visible to the eight tails. You think you can escape while I am in this form? The eight tails angrily shook its head, fools. A swirling mass of chakra, dark as ink, coalesced in the eight tails' mouth, forming an enormous sphere of overwhelming pressure. Chapter 99. The Departure of the Eight Tails, Uchiha Sasuke. This is a disaster. We're going down, kids. Hey, why do I always feel like you've stolen my lines? Killer Bee, to force me to unleash my tailed beast form is a privilege bestowed upon you. You fools. You imbeciles. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke can't really die here, can he? Suigetsu Hozuki, fool. If he dies now, how can he participate in the fourth great ninja war? Shouldn't he the focus be on me? I'm right here and could easily be obliterated by his powerful attack. Orochimaru, huh? Suigetsu loves to joke around. You can transform your body into water. How could you possibly die? At most, it's just a matter of chakra depletion. However, I never anticipated you would risk your life to save Sasuke. Uchiha Makoto, Sasuke, if you ever become their leader, treat them well. Each of them is genuinely devoted to you, willing to sacrifice their lives. Naruto Uzumaki, humph. What is so great about that arrogant Sasuke? Why would these three vow to follow him to the death? Uchiha Sasuke, it must be my irresistible charm that captivates them. If being handsome is a crime, then I am undoubtedly guilty beyond redemption. Uchiha Izuna, Inoki, don't kill me. Uchiha Sasuke, it's a lifetime of regret. Can't you understand the gravity of the situation? Naruto Uzumaki, haha. Sasuke sure knows how to make excuses. Even with that sense of touch, he'd still get beaten up. Uchiha Sasuke. The video continues to play, sensing an overwhelming aura behind her. Karen turns in horror. Before her, a dark orb emanates a despairing chakra, resembling a black hole poised to consume the world. This does not bode well. Suigetsu grits his teeth, seemingly resolved, and charges forward. Boom. The black orb suddenly releases a scorching energy that instantly vaporizes Suigetsu, transforming the entire scene into a blinding white light. When the illumination fades, Sasuke and the others stand breathless upon the water, with a pool of unknown white liquid lying between them. Suigetsu's transformation is infuriating. Karen feels a pang of sympathy watching him in that state. There is no escape. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Sasuke lifts his gaze, looking at Suigetsu, who has turned into an unknown liquid to shield him, at the weary Karen, who has saved him numerous times, and at the diminished body of Yugo. A whirlwind of emotions wells up within him. Sasuke closes his eyes, the image of Team 7 surfacing in his mind. The Eight Tails roars skyward, its 3 octopus tails lunging toward Sasuke and the others. A stream of blood tears flows from Sasuke's eyes. Oh, dear heavens. In an instant, black flames ignite upon the head of the Eight Tails. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the octopus appendages retract. The black flames spread rapidly, engulfing the Eight Tails in mere moments. Boom. The anguished cries resonate through the skies as the Eight Tails plunges into the water, attempting to extinguish the flames. Yet, the black flames refuse to be quelled, only spreading across the surface of the sea as more fuel is added. In agony, one of the Eight Tails' tentacles, covered in Amaterasu, strikes toward Karen. A massive shadow looms over Karen, causing her pupils to contract, her heart racing. Without hesitation, Sasuke unleashes Chidori, severing the octopus tail and saving Karen. Karen, run, Sasuke urges, watching as Karen remains stunned. Boom. Just as Karen attempts to flee, a new tentacle crashes down upon her, knocking her down and igniting her with the flames of Amaterasu. Damn it, black flames. Sasuke curses in worry. Karen is beyond saving. The liquid form of Suigetsu advises, we should leave while we can, before we're caught in it. Yugo, upon hearing this, prepares to retreat, but Sasuke halts him. Wait, Yugo. His Sharingan spins again, forming a kaleidoscope pattern, focusing on the black flames on Karen's back. Karen. Blood tears stream down his face as the flames on Karen gradually dissipate. Huff. Sasuke breathes heavily, the continuous use of the Manjiki placing immense strain on his body. Yugo, still astonished at the flames' disappearance, finally reacts to Sasuke's shout. Yugo, quickly save Karen. Realizing, Yugo elongates his right hand and reaches for the unconscious Karen, pulling her back to his side. What just happened? Sasuke? Yugo inquires, looking at the vanished black flames. I extinguished the flames of Amaterasu. Sasuke stands, covering his eyes, feeling a slight relief from the pain. He lowers his hands, gazing at them with admiration. Is this the power of the Manjiki? Uchiha Madara. What is this Manjiki nonsense? It's supposed to be Manjiki. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph. They're my eyes. I can call them whatever I wish. Thus, with resolve, Sasuke closes his eyes once more, calming his heart. Buzz. Sasuke opens his eyes, both revealing the kaleidoscopic pattern. The raging black flames upon the Eight Tails vanish in less than 3 seconds, revealing a completely unconscious Killer Bee, darker than the night. Uchiha Sasuke, this is the power of the Uchiha, you Cloud Village brat. Just one strike. Sit down. Killer Bee, you're thrilled to hit my clone, aren't you? Laughs while covering his face. You fool. You imbecile. Uchiha Sasuke clone. Orochimaru. Sasuke, you still lack attention to detail. The part of the tail you severed was merely his clone. You've only captured a fraction of his chakra. Uchiha Obito, no wonder the Eight Tails could participate in the Fourth Great Ninja War. If I had known, I would just come to capture him myself. Killer Bee, with a Manjiki but unable to see through my transformations, what a waste of the Manjiki. You fool. You imbecile. Uchiha Sasuke. Moving forward, we must exercise greater caution. That peculiar flame is nearly impossible to defend against. However, it's fortunate that you displayed wisdom, choosing not to continue fighting and instead sought me out. Killer Bee. Ha. You got it, big bro. You fool. You imbecile. As the conversation unfolds, a sudden shift occurs in their minds, and a line of imposing text materializes before them. Chapter 100. The Valley of Conclusion. To personally slay the timid and youthful. The adult Sasuke emerges, his left eye bearing the Rinnegan and his right, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Endless chakra manifests as thunder, swirling around him. The camera gradually pulls back, revealing the purple Susanoo armor enveloping the colossal chakra. This Susanoo form does not belong to the Tengu, nor is it a complete manifestation. Yet, the overwhelming pressure radiating from him surpasses the comprehension of any who have come before. It feels as if even a mere breath could lead to one's demise. Uchiha Sasuke, how magnificent. Absolutely stunning. Uchiha Madara, what is this? I can sense the chakra contained within far exceeds that of a complete form. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, this power, is sufficient to rival my own. Have Indra and Ashura ultimately descended into mutual destruction. Uchiha Sasuke, what Indra and Ashura? This is Uchiha Sasuke. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, alas. The video begins. Naruto and Sasuke stand atop a statue, then dive downward, hurtling toward one another. As they descend, their figures seem to shift, echoing their past battles. They both unleash a punch simultaneously, the sheer force of which sends ripples across the water's surface. After a brief exchange, Sasuke utilizes Naruto's palm to form two seals. He then leaps high into the air, exhaling several large fireballs. After evading, Naruto leaps onto the statue. Whoosh! A kunai bound with wire shoots forth. Naruto narrowly dodges. Sasuke uses the wire to reach Naruto, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Naruto attempts to form seals several times, but each effort is interrupted by Sasuke's strikes. With a swift kick, Sasuke sends Naruto plummeting downwards. While falling, Naruto forms seals with both hands, summoning several shadow clones that throw both his original and some clones back up. Sasuke dispatches the clones one by one, but the last clone, rushing in, collides with Sasuke, driving him against the rocks. In that fleeting moment, several blue orbs of light appear before Sasuke. A Naruto clone, clutching a Sharingan, charges at Sasuke, prompting him to awaken from his daze and urgently evade. Boom! The Sharingan crashes into the rocks, creating a deep crater. A wave of clones relentlessly assaults Sasuke, yet he dismantles each attack one by one. Suddenly, a flash of red light darts past just as Sasuke prepares to counter. Naruto charges in with his head, and Sasuke raises his hand to block. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Sasuke bends low, and his Rinnegan suddenly glimmers. A warning bell rings in Naruto's mind, and he retreats. A powerful pull ensnares for Naruto's, drawing them towards Sasuke. Fire release, fire thunder god. Dark flames suddenly appear, forming sharp spikes circling Sasuke. In an instant, 3 of Naruto's shadow clones are pierced and dissolve into smoke. The remaining original, channeling chakra into a golden arm, grasps the black flames, while his other hand seizes Sasuke. In a tense standoff, 2 golden hands emerge from behind Naruto, smashing down toward Sasuke. Boom! Sasuke leaps back just in time to evade. But the golden hands stretch forth again, breaking through the smoke to grasp at him. Sasuke ascends into the air, yet the golden giant persists, relentlessly pursuing him. After dodging a few times, Sasuke exhales a massive fireball. Naruto transforms his hand into a giant palm, catching the fireball within his grasp. Whoosh! Sasuke suddenly appears behind him, and Naruto turns, his heart racing. The lightning in Sasuke's left eye surges, and he strikes Naruto's neck with a Chidori. Bang! Naruto is sent spiraling toward the ocean, lightning crackling along his neck. Upon crashing into the sea, the eruption of waves reverberates across the sky. As Naruto barely touches the surface, a purple arrow descends, the force of which propels him back into the air. In mid-flight, Naruto's pupils constrict. The Tengu form of Susanoo is aiming an arrow at him. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows soar toward him, and Naruto utilizes the truth-seeking orb to defend. The collision of their powers neutralizes the impact, sending them both crashing into the ocean. Boom! Such heavy chakra collides with the sea, sending towering waves skyward. Boom! A purple figure erupts from the waves, striking downward at Naruto. With a grave expression, Naruto's golden chakra envelopes him. In tailed beast mode, one of his tails lashes out, striking the Susanoo's grip on the massive blade. The weapon slips from its grasp, plummeting onto a giant mountain, slicing it effortlessly in 2 like butter. Inoki, swallowing hard, this is simply on another dimension. Uchiha Izuna, the mere falling blade possesses such power. I cannot fathom the strength required to displace the one who wielded it. Uzumaki Kushina, I hope Naruto is alright. Uchiha Makoto, by the way, why are they fighting? Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, I have no idea. Uzumaki Naruto, neither do I. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, alas. This matter must be traced back to my 2 sons. A millennium ago, my actions instigated a conflict between the brothers, an enmity that persisted even thousands of years after their demise. Their souls continue to reincarnate in battle. The last incarnation you all recognize is the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara. Minato Namikaze. So you imply that the current reincarnations are Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke? Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Precisely. I hope this cycle can truly find its conclusion between them. The video continues. Sasuke's Susanoo unleashes a punch, met in kind by Naruto's golden figure. Boom. The colossal waves swell like a tsunami, the collision of their powers releasing a formidable pressure that blankets the battlefield. They gaze at one another across the void, locked in mutual contemplation. In each subsequent strike, they seem to glimpse the reflections of each other's hearts, the profound solitude and desolation of being the last one standing. On that fateful day, at dusk, Sasuke sat alone by the riverbank, while a young Naruto observed from the shore. Both having lost their parents, the two lonely souls appear to converge in that moment, sorrow unfurling like a dark shroud. Sensing the gaze behind him, Sasuke turns to look at Naruto. In that instant, Naruto's expression shifts from sorrow to one of silent contemplation, retreating into himself. Thus, Naruto walks away alone, and Sasuke's heart seems to plunge into the abyss of loneliness with Naruto's departure. Chapter 101. The Ultimate Susanoo. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto, Sasuke. If only you both could have set aside your pride back then, perhaps. Jiraiya, perhaps we wouldn't have found ourselves in such a dire situation in the future. Naruto Uzumaki. It's all because this Sasuke is so full of himself. Sasuke Uchiha, idiot Naruto. Giakimichi. Actually, their relationship has improved. I remember that their first kiss was shared between them. Kushina Uzumaki. Makoto Uchiha. Minato Namikaze. Goodness. When I was your age, I was just chasing girls. And Naruto, you've already kissed a boy? What a strong character. Shursui Uchiha. Could it be that an ultra-friendly relationship had already blossomed in their youth? No wonder Naruto is so humble and pleading for Sasuke. Hashirama Senju. Anyone who can come up with Haki Naruto and Haki Sasuke must have a high-level family. Sasuke Uchiha. Nonsense. That was a misunderstanding. Do you understand? Naruto Uzumaki. Exactly. I didn't even know which idiot pushed me. Shursui Uchiha. No need to explain further. Explanations are just excuses, and excuses are the truth. A man must own up to his actions. Sasuke Uchiha. 666. Naruto Uzumaki. The video continues to play. The two of them simultaneously roar, channeling their full strength into a punch, causing 3 colossal waves to rise from the sea. Susanoo braces his arm against the head of the Ninetales, and the scene shifts back to the past. How could you possibly understand my thoughts, having been so alone since childhood? As Naruto pursued Sasuke, he pinned him against a rock, releasing years of pent-up emotions. It is precisely because of our bond that it hurts. You cannot fathom the feeling of losing him. Sasuke kicked out, sending Naruto sprawling. Back in the present, the Ninetales was sent flying hundreds of meters by a kick from Susanoo, crashing onto the shore. A searing fireball suddenly surged forth, prompting the Ninetales to leap into the air to evade it. Yet Susanoo relentlessly unleashed a torrent of immense chakra flames. After several defensive maneuvers, the Ninetales dove towards Susanoo, sending gigantic splashes soaring into the air, covering the hundreds of meters in height. After a series of explosive sounds, Sasuke swung his twin blades simultaneously. Boom. The blade aura instantly pierced through the Ninetales, leaving a trail of destruction hundreds of meters long. Two tails braced against the dual blades as Susanoo gradually exerted its power. What's wrong? Aren't you going to fight back? Sasuke's taunting words echoed, seemingly stung by Sasuke's remark. Naruto's thoughts swirled in turmoil. With all its strength, the tail propelled the blades away from Sasuke, then coiled around Susanoo's ankle, pulling it towards the sea. Boom. Susanoo crashed onto the water's surface, generating a thunderous roar. Without hesitation, the Ninetales gathered dark blue chakra in its mouth, forming a small-tailed beast ball. The waves gradually calmed, revealing Susanoo, partially submerged. Sasuke lay within Susanoo, calmly observing the tailed beast ball hovering just 2 meters away. Despite its proximity, Sasuke exhibited no fear. This confidence stemmed not from the so-called complete Susanoo, but from Naruto's absurd compassion. ZZZT, lightning crackled in Sasuke's palm. Boom. Boom. The earth-shattering lightning chakra resonated with the storm above, striking the Ninetales. The immense natural energy clung to the golden body of the Ninetales like a fierce beast. Naruto gritted his teeth, a numbing sensation coursing through him. When his focus returned, Susanoo had risen unexpectedly. Then, with a swift motion, it vanished from sight. Boom. At the moment Sasuke departed, the lightning erupted violently. The blazing white energy shot skyward like a laser. From Naruto's position, a massive wave surged outward, sweeping towards the shore like a tsunami. As the steam dissipated, the complete Susanoo hovered in the air, gazing down at the ocean's surface. The Ninetales pressed a palm against the water, awkwardly extracting its body. Clearly, the combined natural energy from the lightning had inflicted considerable damage on the Ninetales. You can't just sit back and take this. Sasuke's eyes were calm, his voice lacking mockery but tinged with regret. I don't want to kill you. Naruto knelt, rising to his feet. Hashirama Senju, why does this feel so familiar? Madara Uchiha, you wish to revert to your former self. How can I stand idly by? We both understand that pain. The Ninetales opened its mouth, the tailed beast ball swelling within. Witnessing your pursuit of solitude, Susanoo gathered a massive amount of lightning chakra, charging at the Ninetales. How can I ignore this? Naruto bellowed, commanding the Ninetales to charge at Susanoo. Buzz. Boom. The two chakra forces collided, generating a cataclysmic explosion. The energy unleashed expanded the surrounding area, evaporating vast amounts of seawater. Their hearts connected through this force. Naruto attempted to persuade Sasuke with words akin to his usual banter, yet it was evident that Sasuke, as the reincarnation of Indra, possessed an extraordinary resistance to Naruto's pleas, rendering his words ineffective. Back in reality, both were thrown apart by the shockwave of the explosion. This little trick can't kill me. Sasuke's tone dripped with disdain as he glanced at Naruto. I told you, I don't want to kill you. Enough. Before Naruto could continue, Sasuke interrupted him. He formed seals, commanding 9 celestial bodies to soar behind Susanoo. The scene shifted inside Susanoo, where Sasuke's pupils, adorned with intricate patterns, expanded, revealing unparalleled confidence. I am now the strongest in the world, and this will be my first step towards becoming Hokage. The celestial bodies unleashed an immense chakra, merging into Susanoo. Susanoo's eyes, arms, and armor overflowed with blue energy due to the colossal chakra within. Its original purple form transformed into armor, as blue and white chakra coalesced into the shape of Susanoo, creating a new core. Sasuke fixed his gaze upon Naruto, the immense Susanoo emanating a fierce aura. Naruto instinctively swallowed, yet quickly steeled his resolve. With hands clasped in seals, he summoned 4 Ninetales clones. Upon seeing this, Sasuke felt a surge of disdain. Is this trick again? Chapter 102, The Arrow of Indra. Naruto, your move only serves to underscore your own frailty. Sasuke paused, declaring, this is merely a technique you use to alleviate your solitude. Whoosh. Naruto's pupils constricted as the colossal Susanoo vanished in the blink of an eye. Bang. Susanoo struck down a tailed beast, sending it plummeting from the sky to the ground. The other 3 tailed beasts, witnessing this, launched a simultaneous assault on Susanoo. Yet, Susanoo merely raised a hand, effortlessly deflecting their attacks. 2 of the tailed beasts, realizing their efforts bore no fruit, swiftly altered their strategy, clinging tightly to Susanoo's arm. The remaining beast seized the opportunity to strike, using its tail against Susanoo. Bang! After the impact, Susanoo remained unscathed. The tailed beast retaliated with another punch, only to have its own fist shatter upon contact. Sasuke appeared to grow weary of the encounter, maneuvering Susanoo to collide the 2 tailed beasts together. He then kicked one away, conjuring a blue-white staff in his hand, swiftly severing the arm of another tailed beast before sending it crashing to the ground. Damn it! The tailed beast, now on the ground, leaned against a small hill, attempting to rise and return to the sky. Whoosh! Boom! A blue-white arrow pierced its skull, summoning thunderous lightning that obliterated the tailed beast's clone. The remaining clone continued to engage Susanoo, but the truth-seeking orb struck against Susanoo's armor, failing to inflict even a scratch. The two continued their battle from the heights of the atmosphere, as 3 tailed beasts concentrated their power to unleash truth-seeking orbs upon Susanoo. Sasuke transformed his chakra into a bow, knocking 3 arrows and releasing them towards the orbs. The 2 forces exhibited a stark disparity. The arrows penetrated and detonated the orbs upon impact. The residual force, undiminished, surged toward the remaining 3 clones. Boom! The arrows erupted with intense lightning chakra, forming spheres of energy that crackled through the air. As calm returned, 3 tailed beasts with half their heads severed came into view. You possess only a fraction of the tailed beast chakra. You cannot contend with me now. Sasuke smirked contemptuously. He conjured another arrow, one more potent than any before. The immense chakra unfurled uncontrollably, radiating like a storm of divine retribution, striking fear into the hearts of all present. Orochimaru, is this the Sasuke of the future? Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto. Kage Otsutsuki, old sage of the six paths, don't you have a way? Hurry and assist Naruto, or he shall perish. Kage Otsutsuki, is there a possibility that I have already sent both of them to their demise? I can sense the remnants of that light within Naruto and the dark energy within Sasuke. Jiraiya, could it be that the true child of prophecy is Sasuke? Based on the System's previous videos capturing the Eight Tails and the Akatsuki, he may very well betray Konoha. A significant reason for this could be his brother's vengeance. If I could take him as my disciple, perhaps I could alter his thoughts. This aligns with the prophecy of the Great Toad. My choices will shape the ninja world. Perhaps my failure to take on a disciple led to Sasuke's desire to abandon Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi, it is not too late. Your inherent kindness will surely influence Sasuke for the better. Uchiha Sasuke, one of the legendary Sannin? He certainly possesses the qualifications to be my teacher. Great Toad Sage. Little Jiraiya, have you forgotten that my prophecy mentioned a golden-haired, blue-eyed child? Sasuke lacks these traits. And I trust that the system does not make mistakes. The child of prophecy is still Naruto. Jiraiya, but Naruto Uzumaki, do not underestimate me. Perverted Sage. Jiraiya. The video continued to play. Is it not ready yet? Kurama. As Naruto called out. The scene shifted to the ground, where the first-tailed beast had fallen. Perhaps it has accumulated too much. All that energy is here. Now I shall pass it to you. With that, the tailed beast dissipated into smoke. Subsequently, a surge of vast sage chakra shot towards the heavens. Naruto, far above in the atmosphere, felt this chakra and rejoiced. It's here. Sasuke, too, sensed the immense chakra at that moment, feeling a jolt of astonishment. Such tremendous natural energy has suddenly. Before Sasuke could complete his thoughts, the three-tailed beast merged into one, sprouting 6 arms and 2 horns atop its head. Buzz. The colossal chakra gathered in its palms, forming 2 spiraled shuriken-like orbs. One black, one yellow, radiating overwhelming pressure that swept towards Sasuke. So, you finally wished to kill me. Realizing the weight of this pressure, Sasuke understood that Naruto might harbor murderous intent. We have borne too much. The scene shifted back to their childhood, when Naruto was struck on the forehead by Sasuke's fist, toppling him to the ground. During the Chunin exams, Sasuke first acknowledged himself, proposing a duel. The scene returned to the present. I wish to challenge you. Naruto stated earnestly. To defeat you fairly. But, not the you of now. The 2 spiraled shuriken readied for launch as the tailed beast's body leaned back. You should understand this, Sasuke. The 2 spiraled shuriken were hurled simultaneously, as Sasuke released his long-prepared arrow. This battle of ours shall be the final duel. The arrow of Indra, the most potent technique I can unleash at this moment. Boom. Buzz. The clash of their powers unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, painting the sky in fiery hues. Boom. The chakra from the explosion summoned thunder, cascading in all directions across the ninja world. The violent detonation resonated from the atmosphere down to the ground, causing statues that had stood resilient against the elements for nearly a century to begin to crumble. Light. 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 In the aftermath of the explosion, white light enveloped the sky, the deafening sonic boom piercing through the eardrums. A tempest raged in the heavens, spreading throughout the ninja world like an eye of the storm, accompanied by rolling thunder. The scene returned to the Valley of the End. The sea had transformed into wasteland. Thick black smoke rising from every corner. A whirlwind continued to ravage the entire ninja world, symbolizing the fallen heads of the god of ninjas and the demon of the ninja realm. Chapter 103, Willpower, Senju Hashirama. Is this still within the realm of humanity? Orochimaru. This is simply astonishing. They descended from such heights directly to the ground. Incredible. Senju Hashirama. In the presence of those 2, Uchiha Madara. Our fight seems like mere child's play. Uchiha Madara. Frog Sage. I told you, Jiraiya, Naruto is indeed the prophesied child. Uzumaki Kushina. I hope Naruto is alright. Uchiha Makoto. I hope Sasuke is safe. Uchiha Sasuke. I am fortunate and blessed. I will certainly be fine. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke thinks he can harm me. I will definitely be unscathed. AI, by the way. Those 9 spheres in the sky, could they possibly be the tailed beasts? Senju Hashirama. There is a strong possibility. The chakra surging into the Susanoo is indeed from the tailed beasts, and Sasuke has confirmed this. AI, so, are we saying that having 8 tailed beasts and half of the 9 tails is evenly matched against half of the 9 tails? Uchiha Sasuke. The video continues. In the sky, a purple and a yellow figure plummet, their chakra swirling with the wind. Boom. They crash to the ground. and the chakra enveloping their bodies dissipates. Cough. Sasuke coughs, struggling to turn over. He then looks towards Naruto, who is kneeling on the ground, exhaustion etched on his face. Damn, still alive. Sasuke curses inwardly. In the inner world, Naruto. The Nine-Tails gazes gravely at Naruto, urgency lacing its voice. If my natural energy had not reached you in time, that last blow would have cost you your life. Moreover, your chakra has long since. Amaterasu. Before the Nine-Tails can finish, in the real world, blood streams from Sasuke's eyes. Black flames rage on Naruto's arm, yet he merely manifests the Nine-Tails chakra, shifting the supposedly unquenchable flames away from himself. A mere feint. Sasuke crouches, his heart seemingly foreseeing the outcome. This technique alone is indeed insufficient. I must utilize the tailed beasts. With this thought, Sasuke clasps his hands together, intending to extract the tailed beast chakra. A sharp pain pierces through his Rinnegan, and Sasuke clutches his eyes in agony. Have I overused my chakra? The ability of my left eye is useless in this situation. Bang! A splashing sound reaches him as he lifts his head, terror flashing in his right eye. Naruto charges towards him, delivering a kick that sends him flying. In midair, two shadow clones appear, striking him repeatedly before Naruto leaps into the air. Clenching his fists, he brings them down forcefully onto Sasuke's abdomen. Sensing the situation behind him, Sasuke turns, his eyes flashing red as he lands a punch on Naruto's face. The force sends both of them sprawling, while the other three clones rush towards Sasuke. Sasuke unfurls the cloth in his hand, revealing an intricate array. As he channels chakra into it, several shuriken materialize, crackling with lightning. Whoosh! 3 shuriken are hurled, striking the clones, paralyzing them through the effects of the lightning release. Buzz! A cacophony fills the air as Sasuke gathers Chidori in his right hand, piercing through 2 clones and striking Naruto in the chest. Naruto grits his teeth, gripping Sasuke's right hand tightly. Yet another Naruto appears from behind, delivering a punch that sends Sasuke flying. Panting heavily, Naruto gathers a Rasengan in his palm. Sasuke looks up in horror, glancing at the now-vanished Chidori in his hand. Then back at Naruto. A wave of despair washes over him. This truly is the end. Haruno Sakura, Sasuke. Sasuke-kun has actually lost to Naruto. Jiraiya. It seems the prophesied child truly prevails. Naruto has ultimately emerged victorious. Uchiha Sasuke, damn. How do you still have so much chakra left for shadow clones and Rasengan? Uzumaki Naruto. This is the power of the Uzumaki lineage and the Nine-Tails assistants. Do you understand, little brother? Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Itachi, keep a close watch on your brother. Do not let him stray from the right path. Uchiha Itachi. Rest assured, I still have a backup plan. Sasuke will not stray from the right path. Uchiha Sasuke. Regardless, I will kill you. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto trips over a stone and falls to the ground, wasting the Rasengan in his palm. Uzumaki Naruto? Huh? Senju Tobirama, at such a crucial moment. Naruto, you. Uchiha Sasuke, huh? A loser is still a loser. Just wait to be defeated by me. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke delivers a kick to Naruto's face with such force that he sends him flying to the ground. Sasuke relentlessly pursues, limping onto Naruto's body, raining punches upon his head. Initially, Naruto manages to resist, but after several blows, his consciousness begins to fade. He lies there, defenseless, absorbing the assault. After nearly half a minute, Sasuke seems to tire and finally ceases his attack. Naruto's eyes swell shut, yet he swiftly raises his hand to grasp Sasuke's collar, headbutting him. Bang! The impact leaves Sasuke momentarily dazed. Seizing the moment, Naruto kicks Sasuke away and struggles to rise. Sasuke looks up, seeing Naruto standing, feeling speechless and helpless. He is still alive. After enduring so many punches to the head, how can he still stand? Sasuke props himself up, utterly exhausted, yet he bellows fiercely. Surrender already. Naruto. Sasuke. They charge at each other once more, both swinging punches at each other's cheeks. Bang. Bang. After landing a blow on each other, they abandon all defense, consumed solely by the desire to attack. Blood, teeth, and the sound of fists colliding echo in the minds of the onlookers. They continue their relentless brawl as the sky darkens, fighting from dawn until sunset without respite. They collapse by a stream, only to rise again and entangle in battle once more. Chapter 104, Pure Willpower, Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto, choked up. Mother has wrought such a tragic childhood for you, and now can only watch you fight like this. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. Uzumaki Naruto. I haven't been defeated yet, and I'm actually quite happy. I have so many friends. Minato Namikaze, Naruto. You have indeed grown into a strong and exceptional ninja. Though my heart aches, I am proud of you. Uchiha Shursui. By the way, Sasuke has been beaten too. Why aren't his parents comforting him? Kurina Yuhi. It was he who instigated the conflict. It's already generous that no one inquired about his family. So how can his parents be so brazen as to comfort Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke. Senju Tobarama. From morning until dusk. This has long ceased to be a mere contest of strength. These two are entirely relying on their sheer willpower to continue. Senju Hashirama. Now it's a matter of who can endure longer. I hope Naruto emerges victorious. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. I recall the time when, to prevent our mother's wrath, my brother and I battled for a grueling 3 months. We barely managed to seal her away. While our physical prowess may not compare, they should be able to last a day without issue. Besides, with the Nine Tails chakra within Naruto, Sasuke is bound to lose. Kyuubi, as expected, in critical moments. It all falls back on me. The video continues as the battle rages until dusk, both combatants utterly exhausted. Their bodies instinctively throwing punches that possess the strength of infants. Naruto's fist presses against Sasuke's forehead, while Sasuke's fist rests on Naruto's abdomen as he kneels. At this moment, the forehead protector symbolic of Konoha slips beneath the water's surface. Inner world, hold on. The chakra is nearly refined. The Nine Tails was about to speak, but suddenly halted, a bewildered expression crossing its face. Reality, the fist Sasuke has against Naruto's abdomen absorbs the tailed beast chakra. As Naruto's strength ebbs away, he releases his grip and collapses weakly. This is one of the powers of the Rinnegan. Sasuke's expression turns ferocious, his voice dripping with arrogance. I possess the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Victory is inevitable. Sasuke rises, a flicker of lightning coursing through his hand. Now, buzz. Chidori coalesces in his palm, his voice tinged with excitement. Finally, I can stand alone. Farewell. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan manifests in Sasuke's eyes. I shall do this for my only friend. To ensure success, Sasuke even activates the eternal Manjiki Sharingan while Naruto is at his lowest. Swish. Chidori streaks towards Naruto, the flashing lightning reflecting the determination in Naruto's eyes. Boom. A thunderclap erupts within Naruto's heart as he suddenly lifts his head and charges at Chidori. Sasuke's eternal Manjiki Sharingan quivers, instantly reverting from the Sharingan form, not even a single tomo remaining. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto delivers an uppercut to Sasuke's chin, deftly avoiding Chidori. Bang. Boom. Sasuke is sent flying, crashing into the rocks. After delivering that punch, Naruto, too, collapses to the ground, drained. Inner world, a splendid counterattack. Seizing the moment when his ocular prowess waned, the Nine Tails appears quite excited by Naruto's recent maneuver. Reality, after a brief respite, Naruto retrieves the fallen Konoha forehead protector from the water. Sasuke's hand emerges from the rocky cavity he was just thrown into. You once again. Once again. Sasuke's voice is faint as he struggles to rise, utilizing both hands. Once again, once again. Sasuke suddenly becomes agitated, pounding his fists against the nearby rock wall. Once again, once again, once again, once again, once again. Cease the struggle and accept your fate. Huh. Hearing this desperate cry, Naruto unexpectedly laughs. Albeit weakly. I cannot, for I am that singular. Upon hearing this, Sasuke momentarily pauses, then closes his eyes, a complex expression crossing his face. Buzz. The shrill crack of Chidori resonates, as a vast amount of lightning chakra gathers in Sasuke's palm, black markings occasionally surfacing at its core. Inner world, indeed. The Nine Tails expression grows grim. Through Naruto, it perceives the formidable Chidori gathering in Sasuke's hand. It is evident that Sasuke truly desires Naruto's demise. The chakra I refined for you has been appropriated by him. He has even invoked the Kage technique. He aims to settle this with a single strike. Listen. The Nine Tails speaks, its tone heavy and serious, as if imparting final words. I shall bestow upon you all my remaining chakra. Once I do, I will fall into slumber. To prevent the chakra from being absorbed until the very end, do not employ any techniques. However, his Rinnegan has just awakened. He cannot absorb chakra while executing a technique. The Nine Tails wishes to advise further, but suddenly sees Naruto, bruised yet smiling, gazing back at it. The Nine Tails reveals a look of confusion, halting its counsel. Naruto extends his fist, and the Nine Tails momentarily freezes. Memories flash like a revolving lantern in their minds. The first moment of mutual understanding was marked by a fist bump. Realizing this, the Ninetales shakes its head, smiling as it meets Naruto's fist. Their fists collide, seemingly unlocking the doors to their souls. That earlier wish of mine, to find a way to erase the hatred within your heart, is fulfilled in this moment. This golden-haired, blue-eyed boy does not merely speak grandly. He possesses the resolve and courage to act upon it. Naruto resolutely turns, walking into the darkness within his heart. The Ninetales watches Naruto's retreating figure. A smile returning to its lips, centuries of hatred finally laid to rest. Very well, go forth, for you were once our sole hope. Thus, Sasuke is the same. With that, the Ninetales closes its eyes entirely, succumbing to slumber. Reality, after a moment of shared gazes, Sasuke dives down first. Chidori crackling in his hand. Naruto, unwilling to be outdone, leaps towards Sasuke simultaneously. Just as he intends to unleash the Rasengan, he suddenly feels something touch his palm. Naruto turns his head, and the hand of the perverted sage seems to appear before him. His father, Minato Namikaze, his mother, Uzumaki Kushina. 3 pairs of hands, countless hands imbued with the will of the people, assist Naruto in this moment. Buzz. As the final hand descends, the Rasengan is completely formed. Chapter 105. The commotion at the 5 Kage summit as Naruto completed his Rasengan. A resolute determination surged within him. Both he and his opponent roared simultaneously, their powers colliding to form a sphere of energy. This sphere expanded with each impact, obliterating everything in its path, reducing it to mere dust. Boom. After a fervent display of color, the energy sphere transformed into a blinding white light, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. The 2 headless statues were utterly annihilated by this force. The video footage concluded with the brilliance of the light. Uchiha Shursui remarked, "It's merely the 5 Kage." What chaos could ensue? In a separate discussion, the characters exchanged thoughts on the situation. Kyuubi mused, "I never imagined I would make such a decision for this little brat." Naruto chuckled, "Speak plainly. I promise to eradicate your hatred, and I will strive to fulfill that promise." Kyuubi scoffed, "Humph, a mere child." Orochimaru commented, "Do not mind him. He is the most prideful among us, yet deep down, he recognizes your worth." As the conversation unfolded, the scene shifted dramatically. The video began anew. "Lazy, let's go," Raikage declared, slamming his fist against a wall, creating a gaping hole. Darui sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing to the damaged wall and table. An Umbu from Kumogakure said, "I'm in charge of repairing the Raikage's office. This skill has lifted my family from poverty." Raikage urged, "Enough of this. Let us move." The scene transitioned to Kankuro, Suigetsu, and Yugo, who were hidden, observing a multitude of samurai. "This is dire. Their numbers are overwhelming," Kankuro fretted. Suddenly, Sasuke emerged from the shadows, his voice dripping with disdain. "I am quite irate should you choose to engage. I will not show mercy." The samurai, undeterred, launched their chakra-infused blades towards Sasuke. In a flash, Sasuke's Sharingan gleamed, and he sliced through the chakra blades with ease, the sound of thunder echoing as he countered. Did he just deflect that? The samurai gasped, astonished by the swiftness of Sasuke's movements, which were reminiscent of their own sword techniques. As multiple samurai charged at him, Kankuro observed in disbelief as Sasuke's chakra radiated an ominous darkness, filled with fury. Sasuke swiftly dispatched the samurai, his expression unchanging. As if he were a harbinger of death, Kankuro clenched his fists in frustration, while Suigetsu crouched, overwhelmed by fear. This is not the Sasuke we knew. Back on the battlefield, countless samurai lay defeated, yet Sasuke continued his relentless assault, his chakra thicker and colder than even in the second cursed seal state. Raikage and his companions raced forward, the yellow-haired youth sensing Sasuke's chakra. "Where is he?" "Right below us." Raikage responded, unleashing a powerful punch that shattered the floor, creating a gaping hole. They descended into Sasuke's lair, where Raikage glared intensely at the brooding figure before him. "Prepare to witness the terror of my wrath." Unfazed, Sasuke charged forward, his thoughts inscrutable. Darui quickly formed hand signs, unleashing torrents of water towards Sasuke. Lightning release, electromagnetic wave. Darui released a surge of electricity, directing it through the water towards Sasuke. Chapter 106. Raikage vs. Sasuke. Sasuke cried out in pain, summoning all his strength to break free from his restraints and leap back to Jugo's side. Observing that Sasuke had managed to escape his lightning paralysis, Darui promptly reported the intel to the Raikage. "Boss, just as the information indicated, This guy possesses both lightning and fire attributes. He will likely employ fire style. She turned to Darui, lazily stating, "You should be prepared for water style." Meanwhile, after a moment of recalibration, Sasuke stood once more. Remnants of the lightning still flickering around him. "Watch as I immobilize you," she declared, forming hand seals. Lightning illusion, lightning pillar. A blinding light erupted, obscuring the vision of Sasuke and his companions, catching them completely off guard. Jugo shielded his eyes with his hand, forcing open a narrow slit to witness the Raikage's fist hurtling towards Sasuke. But the Raikage was far too swift. By the time Jugo reacted, Sasuke had already been struck down with a single blow. How could this happen? Jugo's pupils quivered in disbelief, unable to accept Sasuke's demise. "Sasuke!" he yelled again. Sasuke, however, with the power of his Sharingan, shattered the illusion, exclaiming, "This is an illusion." "Impressive, the Sharingan," she remarked with a knowing smile. "However, even if you can see through my illusion, it's already too late." In an instant, the Raikage and Darui appeared before Sasuke and Jugo, their weapons poised to strike. Sasuke. On the second floor, Karen watched Sasuke ensnared in peril and could not help but cry out in alarm. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed in everyone's ears. Suigetsu dashed down from the second floor, wielding a decapitating sword to intercept the attack aimed at Sasuke, while Jugo raised his arm, transformed into a blade, to block Darui's strike. Ding! As the Raikage began to exert his strength, Suigetsu's expression darkened. The decapitating sword could not withstand the Raikage's might and shattered. Boom! The Raikage's fist slammed into the ground, fracturing the earth like a spider's web and producing a deafening roar. Fortunately, Sasuke and his companions had seized the moment to retreat, escaping the range of their assault. Suigetsu's hands turned liquid, staring at the remnants of his sword with regret. Damn it, my decapitating blade. In their last encounter with the Eight Tails, the blade had already sustained damage. "You guys, stay out of this." Sasuke slowly rose, gripping his sword crackling with lightning, his tone chilling. "Suigetsu, 6666, if I had saved you, you'd have been cleaved by the Raikage already." Sasuke, "Humph, who told you to meddle?" "Suigetsu, what an ungrateful wretch. I've saved you twice and you say that." "Inoki, this must be the 5 Kage summit. I never expected someone would dare to cause a ruckus here." "Tobarama, that chakra and ferocity emanating from this kid. Could it be he just awakened his eyes?" "Shursui, to charge into the 5 Kage summit. Teaming with masters, right after awakening his eyes. What a character." "Mabuki, I'm curious how Sasuke managed to escape from the 5 Kage summit. While the Mangeki is powerful, with so many Kage, defeating one shouldn't be too difficult." "Shin, does that even need saying? It must be thanks to his teammates." Sasuke, "Baka. Don't underestimate the power of the Uchiha's eyes. I definitely defeated them with my Mangeki and left out of boredom, understand?" Tobarama, in cases like this, even a student of Anoki could be subdued by a simple dust release technique. Sasuke. The video continued to roll. "How rare it is for someone to rescue you." Suigetsu's arms transformed back into hands as he placed them on his hips, somewhat displeased. "Why do you talk like that? Although, I suppose that is just who you are." She. As the situation stabilized, Darui turned to yell at his blonde companion. "Check around for any nearby allies. It's quite annoying that they're not showing themselves." "There should be one more," she replied. "However, if I focus my attention there, I won't be able to participate in the battle. No need for you. It's sufficient for me and the Raikage to handle these 3. Darui turned back, his meaning unmistakable. He was confident that he and the Raikage could manage Sasuke and his companions, while she continued to sense their allies. Karen must be hiding her chakra, Suigetsu mused thoughtfully. Probably, after all, that is her ability, Jugo stated, his expression tightening as he focused intently on the individual sensing Karen's chakra not far away. "That one in the back is a sensory-type ninja." Jugo's voice grew solemn, and a curse mark appeared. "I must eliminate him first." Seeing this change in Jugo, both Darui and she displayed expressions of shock. Jugo's hands sprouted claws, his arms lined with barbs, and several launchers appeared on his back. "Ha ha." Jugo laughed maniacally, his eyes brimming with madness. "I will kill you." Darui stared at Jugo, remarking, compared to his appearance, this guy's personality has changed even more. "Concentrate," she urged gravely, "this guy. His chakra is terrifying." Seeing Darui maintain his carefree demeanor, she couldn't help but warn him not to let his guard down. "Ha." Jugo continued to cackle madly, and Suigetsu smirked at the sight of his deranged comrade. Finally, he has revealed his murderous intent, that guy. At this point, Suigetsu felt a twinge of concern. He knows we are his allies, right? After all, Jugo has entered a state of no recognition. Who knows if he might attack his own team? Then, boom. A torrent of chakra erupted from Jugo's back, a powerful gust of wind sweeping outward. Who should I start with? Humph. The Raikage snorted, feeling somewhat displeased by such arrogant words. Don't get too cocky. With a swift step, the Raikage launched a punch at Jugo, sending him crashing into the wall. As the dust settled, Jugo struggled to defend himself with his arm shield against the Raikage's assault. As the Raikage's fist continued to gain momentum, Jugo's expression grew increasingly dire. Just as he had been so arrogant moments ago, he now found himself in a desperate situation. While everyone was focused on Jugo's struggle against the Raikage, Suigetsu stealthily rushed toward Shi. His decapitating sword swung fiercely, poised to strike Shi's neck. I got him. Clang. Darui appeared just in time, blocking Suigetsu's attack with his own sword. Shi, seeing the enemy beside him, wasted not a second. He propelled himself away from the dangerous zone. Chapter 107. The Jester returns. This weapon is quite impressive. The blade of Shueiwe clashed with the sword of Darui, neither yielding an inch. In response to the enemy's praise, Darui jested, Do not think that just because yours is broken, I would willingly surrender mine. The scene shifted back to Raikage. As the electrical energy coursing through him intensified, Zhongwu's shield collapsed entirely. Raikage's punch, accompanied by the shield, pierced through the heart. Let us deal with one first. Raikage's expression was indifferent as he stared at the peculiar figure before him, a being neither human nor ghost. Sasuke's gaze was sharp, his Sharingan fixated on Raikage, wary of an unexpected strike. I won't be caught by any Sharingan. Just as Raikage made his bold proclamation, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation in his arm. Raijin, bewildered, redirected his attention to the seemingly defeated Zhongwu. Dozens of projectiles, conjured from cursed seals, aimed at Raikage, with countless yellow chakra coalescing. Die! Zhongwu shouted with manic excitement. Boom! The powerful chakra erupted like a missile, resulting in a violent explosion. Witnessing such resilience from an opponent who had just endured Raikage's attack left Shi in shock. That fellow survived a blow from Lord Raikage. Suddenly, a pair of Sharingan appeared in Shi's mind, startling her as her consciousness was drawn into an illusion. Sasuke, standing on a high platform, clutched his eyes, blood seeping from his palm. Clearly, that last move had taken a toll on him. Haha. Zhongwu laughed maniacally at the ashes of Raikage. I've killed him. Who's next? Just as Zhongwu reveled in his triumph, Raikage, who should have been reduced to dust, suddenly reappeared. With a swift elbow, he struck Zhongwu in the ribs, sending him soaring into the ceiling, embedded within it. Raikage bore no wounds. It was evident that the previous attack had not landed. Ghost Lantern Shueiwe. Zhongwu, this is rather clownish, isn't it? Zhongwu. Noki. Truly. The longer one lives, the more monsters one encounters. Despite such a gaping wound in his chest, he could still unleash such tremendous power. Orochimaru. He possesses formidable natural energy within him, yet he cannot harness it properly. Each use is accompanied by a frenzy. If he learns to wield it adeptly, his future achievements will undoubtedly be significant. Senju Hashirama. What type of sage art does Zhongwu belong to among the three great sacred lands? Orochimaru. This is merely pure natural energy, not yet classified as sage art. If he could enter sage mode using this natural energy, perhaps he wouldn't fall into a frenzy. Boruto. Yet Lord Raikage's speed is remarkable. He managed to evade an almost point-blank attack. AI. It's mutual. The video continued. After subduing Zhongwu, Raikage turned to face Sasuke, who brandished a long blade imbued with lightning, exuding confidence. Raikage narrowed his eyes, a surge of chakra erupting from him. Come on, kid. Sasuke's blade sparkled with sharp lightning as he charged at Raikage. Chidori, unyielding against Sasuke's assault. Raikage swung his fist towards him. Lightning flow burst. Sasuke's Sharingan narrowed, instantly perceiving Raikage's attack. Just as their strikes were about to collide, Sasuke crouched, maintaining the momentum of Chidori as he thrust towards Raikage. The piercing sound echoed in the confined battlefield, yet Chidori, capable of severing lightning, failed to penetrate Raikage's lightning armor. Raikage swiftly seized Sasuke's arm, glancing at Chidori. A sudden surge in power and penetrating force through lightning release. Is this ninjutsu akin to Kakashi's? Remarkable. Raikage generously praised, yet his assault did not relent. Grasping Sasuke, he lifted him into the air. Lightning bomb. Boom, boom, boom. Sasuke crashed to the ground, the floor fracturing beneath him, spreading numerous cracks. Simultaneously, the electricity emanating from Raikage unleashed indiscriminate attacks in all directions. As the dust began to settle, Raikage felt an odd sensation in his arm, a grave expression appearing on his face. A crisp sound rang out, and Sasuke, encased in a skeletal structure, emerged into view. Upon seeing the unscathed Sasuke, Raikage roared in fury, delivering a punch that sent Susanoo flying. Sasuke reacted swiftly, extending Susanoo's arm to grip the ground, preventing himself from being launched too far. So that's the Mangeki Sharingan. Raikage pondered, observing the unusual pattern in Sasuke's eyes. The two locked eyes, neither daring to initiate an attack. Suddenly, reinforcements from the Land of Iron arrived, surrounding both Raikage and Sasuke. Uchiha Izuna, are these fools merely heading to their doom? I doubt they could even scratch Sasuke while he essenced Susanoo. AI, in battles of our caliber, your presence is futile. Warriors of the Land of Iron, even in the face of death, retreat is not an option. This is the spirit of the samurai. AI, charging and knowing defeat awaits ISNT samurai spirit. It's folly. You could have waited until I and Sasuke were mutually exhausted. Yet you chose to strike when Sasuke was at full strength. Is this not foolishness? Warriors of the Land of Iron. Uchiha Izuna, nevertheless. I must admit, this muscular brute with a simple mind is quite resilient. Chidori, so sharp, could not pierce his defenses. AI, you want an elbow to the face? Uchiha Izuna, I am in Pure Land. How do you intend to elbow me? Truly, brawn without brains. AI, once I perfect my void elbow, you'll behave. Uchiha Izuna. The video continued. Blood flowed from Sasuke's left eye, veins tracing the patterns of the Mangeki. Sensing an impending crisis, Raikage revitalized his body. Amaterasu. As the black flames neared Raikage, he swiftly tilted his body, evading the attack. The black flames, however, followed Sasuke's gaze, striking one of the surrounding warriors behind him. Chapter 108. Gaara to the rescue. The Raikage moved swiftly around Sasuke, his speed so extraordinary that even the Sharingan could not capture it. In an instant, he appeared in Sasuke's blind spot, wielding his blade to strike. However, Sasuke's instincts were heightened. Recognizing the futility of tracking the Raikage's movements, he quickly devised a countermeasure. Black flames enveloped his skeletal defense, forming a protective barrier. If the Raikage aimed to strike Sasuke, he would have to sacrifice a part of his own body in the process. Upon seeing the black flames, the Raikage hesitated, contemplating retreat. Sensing the shift behind him, Sasuke turned his head slightly, an expression of mockery gleaming in his eye, as if to challenge, "Go ahead. Strike me if you dare." The Raikage, incensed, felt his pupils dilate with fury. Do not underestimate the Raikage. With a resounding blow, the Raikage's blade cleaved through the air, striking Sasuke's neck, sending him hurtling several meters away. Coughing violently, Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly wounded by the attack. The Amaterasu flames clinging to the skeletal defense began to dissipate as Sasuke suffered a grievous injury. Die. The Raikage reappeared above Sasuke, his foot poised to strike. Alarm bells rang in Sasuke's mind, and despite the pain, he covered his eyes, his Sharingan flaring to life. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. The black flames, which were meant to extinguish, reformed and adhered to the skeletal structure once more. Sasuke widened the eye exposed to the world, fearing that the Raikage, in his reckless abandon, would sacrifice a limb just to land a blow. Seeing the black flames ignited a resolve in the Raikage, he pressed forward with his attack, seemingly willing to forfeit a foot. Suddenly, quicksand emerged, blocking the deadly blow and simultaneously saving the Raikage's foot. Sand? The Raikage paused, momentarily taken aback. Darui. Sasuke is quite the talent, seemingly daring the Raikage to confront him with that mocking gaze. Deara. Haha. I bet Sasuke will think twice after this. Let us see if he dares to act so arrogantly again. Tobarama Senju. Uchiha Sasuke. Reality has struck you hard. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph. This Raikage is quite the character, willing to sacrifice limbs just to attack me. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the sand, he would have lost a foot. AI, do not underestimate the Raikage's might. Regardless of the cost, I will eliminate you, you insolent brat. Uchiha Sasuke, give me another decade to develop. And when you see me, you will be nothing but a speck against the sky. Naruto Uzumaki. I can't take it anymore. He was already insufferable in ninja school. And now he acts like this? Uchiha Sasuke. This is not arrogance. It is merely stating facts. Anoki. Crying emoji, don't kill me. Uchiha Sasuke. Chio. What is Sand doing at the 5 Kage summit? Has Gaara become the Kazekage's guard? Gaara. He had better keep his eyes wide open while sleeping at night, or I will send him to his grave myself. Chio. Anoki. After the death of the 4th Kazekage, who among you and Tsunagakure, aside from the elderly Chio, is worthy of this title? Chio. The Kazekage should not be me. Although the elders have shown interest in recommending me, I wish to distance myself from the conflict. Hiruzen Sarutobi, could it be Gaara? After all, aside from Chiyo, he seems to be the only one capable of assuming the role of Kazekage. Sunigekure Jonin, him? What a joke. The one tail within him has caused us great suffering. I will not allow this monster to become Kazekage. Gaara, then do not let me find the opportunity. Otherwise, I will be the first to eliminate you all. Raza, sigh. Gaara, you should be the last to speak. You are the most unworthy person in this village. Raza. The video continued to unfold. What is this? Sasuke shielded his eyes, peering with his remaining eye at the protective sand. He had no recollection of any allies capable of manipulating sand. Rising to his feet, he heard footsteps approaching, and Gaara slowly entered the fray. Sasuke turned toward the source of the sound, spotting a red-haired youth with a large gourd upon his back. Gaara amidst the sandstorm. Scythe technique. Temari swung her fan vigorously, unleashing wind blades that struck the samurai engulfed in Amaterasu flames, loosening his armor. Chakra strings emerged, and Kankuro deftly pulled, dislodging the armor that was charred with black flames. This is the undying fire. Amaterasu? Deara, burning for so long and still not killing a mere samurai. Amaterasu is quite ineffective. Uchiha Sasuke. Samurai, retreat. This is the strife of the ninja world. Your sacrifice is unnecessary. The samurai, his breath shallow, expressed his gratitude profusely towards the Kazekage. The Raikage glared at Gaara, his voice laced with irritation. Why do you interfere? If your answer is unsatisfactory, I may not spare you. Should you continue to assault? The black flames will only further consume your body, and I have matters to discuss with Sasuke. Though displeased, the Raikage recognized the validity of Gaara's words. Humph. He scoffed, channeling chakra into his blade and severing the arm engulfed in black flames. Boss. SHI looked at the Raikage's severed arm with concern. SHI? Stop the bleeding. The Raikage urged. Once you're done, eliminate Sasuke. Yes. SHI summoned a green, luminescent energy to envelop the Raikage's maimed arm. Sasuke's left eye was tightly shut, blood occasionally seeping out, yet his remaining right eye remained fixed on Gaara, its icy gaze unwavering, as if wishing to kill with a mere look. Your gaze remains unchanged. Gaara observed Sasuke's eyes. Clinging to revenge as sustenance will not resolve your plight. I have walked that path myself. You still have time. Do not allow hatred to consume you and trap you in a solitary world. It is a path from which you cannot return. Gaara spoke as if he were a sage, imparting wisdom to the impetuous Sasuke. Faced with such counsel, Sasuke's eyes filled with disdain as he replied, then, even if I were to return, what awaits me there? Observing Sasuke's obstinacy, Kankuro turned to Gaara for guidance. Chapter 109. Forgetting one's roots. I love you, Gaara. But do not speak. If persuasion were effective, Naruto would not have faced defeat. He has now descended into the ranks of Akatsuki as a criminal, unlike you. It is evident that Kankuro does not believe that someone like Sasuke would change due to mere words. Furthermore, the Raikage and those harmed by Akatsuki. Temari turned to Gaara, knowing they would not let him off easily. Since the attack on the 5 Kage summit, he has been internationally wanted. Temari glanced at Sasuke. Regardless of the outcome, he has no future. Gaara absorbed these words, yet his expression remained unwavering. Sasuke, you and I share a resemblance. We have both traversed the darkness of this world, so even the faintest light should pierce your eyes. It was true before, and it remains true now. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Sasuke's lips, his bloody gaze and current demeanor forming a fearsome visage. I have long closed my eyes. My goal exists solely in the shadows. Upon hearing this resolute reply, Gaara's gaze dimmed. Kankuro, observing Gaara's state, felt a twinge of anxiety. Do not let personal feelings cloud your judgment. You are the Kazekage now. The implication was clear. He represented the entirety of their village. Should he show leniency towards Sasuke, it could lead to ostracism from the other 4 great nations, or worse, a united assault against him. Sighing, Gaara allowed a tear to escape his eye. Sand trickled from the enormous gourd on his back. I know, he whispered. Suddenly, a torrent of sand erupted from the gourd, generating a powerful gust. Sasuke tensed, his previously vanished skeletal form reconstituting in an instant. His tightly shut left eye opened, focusing intently on Gaara. Boom. Black flames ignited, yet Gaara's sand was swifter. Just as the attack was about to connect, he deftly shielded himself with sand. The fact that he could withstand such a fire technique. It seems his absolute defense remains intact. Sasuke was taken aback by Gaara's performance. He hadn't anticipated him to defend against such a rapid assault. Is it not over yet? The Raikage urged, genuinely concerned that Sasuke might escape while he was recuperating. Almost there. Darui swiftly formed hand signs, channeling chakra into his palms. I shall assist, Sand Shinobi. Wind release, dust storm. Secret technique, sand rain. For individuals launched simultaneous ranged attacks, their combined might colliding with Sasuke's skeletal form, resulting in a violent explosion. Sasuke. Karen looked anxiously towards the explosion-esque direction. Having just endured a fierce battle, he was now set to confront elite adversaries. Even if Sasuke were indomitable, could he truly withstand this? As the thick smoke gradually cleared, a far more immense and chilling chakra surged onto the battlefield. What is this? Karen's face registered shock. As a sensory ninja, she was the first to perceive this power. A towering shadow emerged from the smoke, causing those who had just attacked to grow grave. Gaara. Sasuke's haughty voice echoed through the haze. This is an absolute defense even mightier than yours. As the smoke dissipated, Sasuke, with blood streaming from his eyes, revealed his power, an ability bestowed only upon those who awakened their Meijiki Sharingan, the third power. The scene elevated, showcasing the terrifying form of Susanoo. Susanoo. Sasuke scoffed, and Haiden, who had been observing closely from above, immediately alerted the others. Retreat, Sand Shinobi, quickly. Upon hearing this, Gaara promptly summoned the surrounding sand. Sasuke, with a disdainful glance, commanded Susanoo to strike, generating a fierce wind pressure. Boom. The wind pressure surged forth like a tsunami, overwhelming the group. Gaara acted swiftly, erecting a wall of sand to shield against the onslaught. Crack. The wall fractured extensively, and a supporting pillar began to crumble. Everyone anxiously gazed at the ceiling. Such a colossal structure collapsing was no trivial matter. Crack. Boom. The supporting column finally gave way, causing the ceiling to fracture and descend. A multitude of warriors fled in panic, yet many were crushed beneath the falling debris, meeting their demise. Meanwhile, on another front, what on earth is happening? Suigetsu struggled against a knife embedded in the wall, unable to escape due to the electric shock coursing through him. Jugo, too, fell to the ground as the ceiling collapsed. Karen clasped her head, plummeting downward. In this critical moment, Susanoo's massive hand reached for Karen, swiftly tossing her into the safety of the rear passage. Hey. What do you mean by saving only Karen and leaving us behind? Surely rescuing us is a simple task for you. Suigetsu shouted. Idiot. Maintaining such a massive Susanoo drains both eye power and chakra significantly. Besides, you and Jugo would survive a couple of blows. I could always save you later. But I am not so fortunate. Those blows would surely end me. Karen retorted. While your reasoning is not without merit, it does seem rather disheartening. Your comrades have risked their lives for you, and this is how you repay them? Jiraiya chimed in. Emotions are merely stumbling blocks on the path to success. Those devoid of utility should be discarded, Sasuke stated coldly. Once we reach the surface, the first thing you must do is forget your roots, Tobirama chuckled. Child, you have become invincible. Typical of one who forgets their roots, Deidara remarked. Suigetsu, Jugo. Now you see his true nature. Do not align with him in the future. Join our Akatsuki instead. We adhere to the principle of never abandoning our comrades. Indeed. Even in this dire moment, he does not forget to recruit for the organization. Quite commendable, Nagato added. What about me, then? Asked a figure previously slain by Kakuzu. Who is this? Why is he wearing our Akatsuki uniform? Deidara questioned. Cough. Merely an inconsequential individual. Do not pay him any mind, Nagato replied. Heh, you're worth something, Kakuzu remarked. The scene continued to unfold. Have you found Danzo's whereabouts? Sasuke inquired, turning away from Karen. Regaining her composure, Karen adjusted her glasses. Yes. Lead the way, but what about Jugo and Suigetsu? Karen's expression darkened as she hesitated. Their chakra has yet to chapter 110. Kame may forget it. Danzo is more important. Sasuke, with a somber expression, took measured steps toward Karen. Lead the way quickly. The scene shifted to a conference room, where banners representing the 5 villages hung above. He has arrived. A voice, low and dreary, came from a figure with one eye wrapped in bandages, who sensed Sasuke's chilling and dark chakra first. In an instant, Sasuke appeared at the top of the conference room, slashing down 5 times, causing the flags of the 5 great villages to fall simultaneously. His gaze was fixed intensely on his adversary, though his eyes betrayed no anger. Anyone could discern the depth of hatred contained within. With a swift leap, Mifune launched an attack toward Sasuke. Clang! Sasuke raised his hand to parry, their blades clashing violently. The lightning chakra enveloping Sasuke's sword sliced through Mifune's weapon, sending shards of metal flying. Quite skilled, Mifune remarked, acknowledging the young man's prowess. Sasuke. Karen urgently pointed to the wall where the rakeage had created a breach. Danzo has escaped. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's demeanor changed instantly. He lost interest in continuing the fight with Mifune. With a powerful thrust of his right hand, he propelled both himself and Mifune away. Karen. Sasuke landed beneath the hole, calling for his companion. Come here. Just as Sasuke was about to pursue, he suddenly felt an intense heat behind him. His pupils constricted as he swiftly dodged to the right. Several molten-like projectiles struck the entrance, gradually sealing the opening. Turning furiously, Sasuke fixed his gaze on the Mizukage. You treat the fourth Mizukage as a mere plaything. Kei-Mei wiped the corner of her mouth, tinged with magma. You have ravaged the Akatsuki of the mist. She continued, her tone shifting abruptly. Upon closer inspection, members of the Uchiha clan are indeed quite handsome. Don't cause a ruckus. Kei-Mei sighed, rising from her seat, clearly frustrated. Such a waste. She cast a sultry glance at Sasuke. At least allow me to give you a molten kiss. 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 Karen rolled her eyes, her voice faltering with excitement. You old hag. Who do you think you are to seduce him? Kei-Mei's lips quivered, her expression darkening. Lord Tsuchikage, if you do not intend to join the battle, kindly bow your head. As she formed hand seals, she released a torrent of magma, surging towards Sasuke and Karen. Karen reacted swiftly, vaulting to evade the attack, while Sasuke activated his Susanoo, choosing to endure the onslaught. What do you mean by bowing your head? Inoki stood atop the roof, bemused by the scene below. Kei-Mei, how dare you call me an old hack? Unforgivable. Karen, you should check your own age before trying to seduce Sasuke. He is mine. Kei-Mei, you sharp-tongued little brat. If I catch you, you will regret it. Karen, I am already beautiful without your comment. And good luck trying to find me. Kei-Mei, Danzo, did that Hokage just run away? Is that really me? Have I truly become Hokage? Hiruzen, Danzo has actually become Hokage? Is there any hope left for Konoha? Orochimaru, before becoming Hokage, he was able to secretly abduct numerous villagers for experiments. What can he do now? Danzo, their sacrifices are of great value. This is all for Konoha. Jiraiya, you old fool. Such rhetoric may suffice for you. But do you truly believe others are fools? Izuna Uchiha, for Konoha. X, for the position of Hokage. Jiraiya, let me calculate. Inciting conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha, leading to the loss of the village's strongest clan. Betraying Uchiha Shursui. Creating enmity with my disciple Nagato, and disappearing when Konoha was invaded. Such behavior is utterly despicable. Danzo, you insolent child. If you do not understand, do not speak out of turn. This is all for Konoha. Hashirama, Hiruzen, is this guy really so difficult to capture? It's been so long and still no success. Hiruzen, it is indeed somewhat challenging. He has too many underground hideouts. Hashirama, do not make excuses for your incompetence. You have devolved into a mere chatterbox. Toby, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of copyright infringement? Hashirama, what nonsense. I, who value copyright above all, would never infringe upon another's rights. Toby. The video continued. CHJR. The Mizukage surged forward towards Sasuke, calling for his guard. Yes. CHJR responded. A massive blade in his hands glowing with blue light as the wrappings fell away. Release, Hiramakirai. Clang. The Hiramakirai struck Sasuke's Susanoo, producing a sound akin to iron clashing. Feeling the immense pressure, Sasuke's heart sank. Boom. The solidified magma was pierced by CHJR and Sasuke, sending them crashing into the corridor outside. Sasuke knelt, gasping for breath. Huff, huff. Every cell in my body aches. After continuous battles, this Mangeki and his body had been pushed to their limits. If he continued, he risked complete blindness. This was the downside of Susanoo. Sasuke grit his teeth, closing one eye. Prolonged use led to this kind of suffering. Even in this incomplete form, it hurts so much. What did Itachi endure? As he shut his eyes to alleviate the pain, he was astonished by Itachi's endurance. If merely activating the skeletal form for a few seconds caused such agony, it was unfathomable what Itachi had endured to maintain the full form of Yada's Susanoo for so long. Just as Sasuke attempted to catch his breath, a wave of intense heat surged from the front. Startled, he lifted his gaze. Before him loomed a wall formed of solidified lava, Kei-Mei watching him intently. It is just the two of us now. On the other side, CHJR stared at the sealed entrance, bewildered. I haven't even entered yet, and the entrance is already blocked? Chapter 111. The intervention of white Zetsu Kagura May directed her gaze towards the wall that had just been breached by Jiro. In that moment, there was no longer an opening, only a daunting wall that evoked despair. That attack had sealed the breach I had just created. Sasuke sat cross-legged on the ground, casting a sidelong glance at the wall beside him, realizing that, as the Mizukage had indicated, the large hole had already been mended. With new magma now encasing his surroundings, he found himself with no means of escape. This place had become an utter prison, devoid of exits. Kagura May raised her slender finger, her expression darkening as she began to form hand seals. I possess the powers of fire, water, and earth, she smirked, directing a smile at Sasuke. Thus, I have 2 bloodline limits. Wool release, skilled mist technique. A massive cloud of gas erupted from Kagura May's mouth, becoming all the more visible in the confined space. Sasuke's expression grew grave as he watched the gas, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Suddenly, a sound akin to melting echoed through the air, prompting Sasuke to turn towards the source. It's melting. The very skeletal structure that even the Raikage could not dismantle faltered, unable to withstand even 2 seconds. The edges began to liquefy once the skeleton vanished. He would be exposed to the air, certain to meet his demise. The colossal Susanoo re-emerged from the remains of the skeletal structure, its form gradually engulfing the ceiling. Sasuke made a swift decision, disregarding the toll on his stamina, opting to combat Tobi for the moment, prioritizing survival above all else. Yet, as he continued to expand, an intense pain caused his heart to leap, his pupils constricting sharply. Cough. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, expelling a copious amount of blood. As the semi-complete form of his Susanoo began to dissipate due to the lack of chakra, it seems the Raikage has truly pushed him to his limits. Kagura May taunted Sasuke. However, I'm afraid I have no intention of letting you go. Watching a handsome man dissolve like this is a bit too cruel for my taste. Kagura May pointed her finger at Sasuke, her tone shifting to one of seriousness. But I still request that you perish. Suki Suigetsu, Sasuke is indeed quite talented, but he should recognize his own limits. The Hokage and Tsuchikage have yet to intervene, and he is already on the verge of collapse. Uchiha Sasuke, is your brain filled with mush? Uchiha Sasuke. Kagura May, though I dislike melting handsome men, you, Sasuke, are far too dangerous, so I'll let it go. The ninja responsible for repairing the Raikage's office, such an extraordinary ability to mend walls. Thankfully, the Mizukage is not among us in the hidden cloud. Otherwise, with just this skill, I would have to lead my clan deep into the mountains. AI, don't worry. If you can't fix walls, you can still fix tables, so there's no need to retreat into the mountains. The ninja responsible for repairing the Raikage's office. Thank you, Raikage. Uchiha Shursui. Sasuke is still using the Manjiki Sharingan. Isn't he afraid of going blind? Uchiha Sasuke, there is no choice. They are one of the 5 Kage, standing at the pinnacle of strength in the shinobi world. I'm merely a newcomer, a dashing young man. It's only natural to be cautious. Uchiha Itachi. I used my eyes for years without issue, until it was absolutely necessary. I wouldn't dare to use them at all. Uchiha Shursui. And the eye I entrusted to Itachi, has never been used since its awakening. The cooldown is too long, and I fear that using it 2 or 3 times could lead to blindness. I wouldn't dare to use it at all. Uchiha Obito. The Manjiki abilities aren't something you can just activate at will. I use my Manjiki even against weaklings. I trigger it dozens of times daily for travel, attacks, and storage, and my vision is still perfectly fine. Uchiha Fugaku, that shouldn't be the case. Even if your life-saving skills consume less chakra than Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, they should still have considerable cost. How can you use your eyes so frequently without losing your sight? Zetsu, because he possesses the cells of Hashirama that Lord Madara researched, merging Uchiha and Senju to gain the power of Shinrabanshi. This not only alleviates the side effects of the Manjiki, but also significantly enhances his chakra reserves. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, where did you acquire my cells? Uchiha Madara, have you forgotten that bite I took from you? The flesh on your arm was in my mouth, with just that small amount of cells. I comprehended your sage body's research. Senju Hashirama, I always wondered why someone who sought peace would attack Konoha. Now it all makes sense. You sought revenge against Konoha, but your true motive was my cells, wasn't it? Uchiha Madara, it seems you're not foolish. But that is only part of the reason. Another part is that I wanted to spar with you. After all, being alone for so long is quite tedious without a worthy opponent. The video feed continued. Is this acid mist? Sasuke raised his hand, his expression solemn as he observed the skeletal structure undergoing dissolution. Just as the Mizukage intensified the acid mist, a multitude of tiny white substances suddenly sprouted from her arm. Kagura May ceased her release, looking down at her arm. What? The white substance rapidly expanded, soon enveloping the upper half of the Mizukage. Recognizing the shape and appearance of this material, Kagura May recalled the white figure that had perished at the outset. Is this the Akatsuki from earlier? Two heads emerged from the white substance, fixated on Kagura May. What is this? A head emerged once more from the white mass, coming alarmingly close to Kagura May's head. Kagura May exhaled a puff of mist, which quickly melted the head. My chakra, this. Kagura May was taken aback, realizing that this entity could absorb her chakra. Suddenly, one of the heads began to crawl towards the ground, making its way to Sasuke, who was already drained of chakra and stamina from the ongoing battle. He could only watch as White Zetsu approached and encircled him. Damn it, what is this? A wave of unease washed over Sasuke, who remained wary of White Zetsu. If my chakra is drained in this acid mist, I'll be unable to sustain my Susanoo, rendering me completely exposed to the corrosive mist. Wouldn't that lead to my demise? Sasuke struggled feebly, but suddenly a surge of chakra erupted from within him. Chakra replenishing. Sensing White Zetsu's goodwill, Sasuke ceased his resistance. Boom. After a while, the massive hand of Susanoo shattered the wall that Kagura May had previously constructed. Chapter 112. The arrival of the masked man. The commotion instantly captured the attention of several individuals within the arena, drawing their gazes toward the source of the sound. Emerging from the haze, Sasuke limped into view, clearly struggling, despite having regained his chakra. The toll on his physical strength and the consumption caused by the Mangeki Sharingan were not easily restored. Sasuke, are you all right? Karen shouted, concern etched across her face. Terumi May, drained of chakra, gasped for breath amidst the acidic mist, quickly realizing the urgency of the situation. The acid would soon permeate their surroundings. A change in concentration was imperative. With a grim expression, Terumi May inhaled deeply, absorbing the acidic fog, thereby significantly diminishing its potency. It appears they faced considerable difficulties. Noki remarked, standing atop the rooftop, undaunted despite being enveloped by White Zetsu. Akatsuchi, let us join the fray. Understood. Akatsuchi responded, unleashing a torrent of rocks from his mouth, forming a small stone golem. The golem extended its palm, consuming the White Zetsu that ensnared Noki. Earth-style, heavy stone technique, Noki declared, his figure quivering as the encasing White Zetsu crumbled into stone and fell to the ground. Sasuke, shielding his eyes, wearily regarded Noki, freed from his bindings. Noki floated in the air, gazing down upon Sasuke. This boy has defeated Deidara. Naka's hands swiftly formed seals, his tone devoid of any emotional inflection. Though we bear no grudge, the ninja world wishes for your demise. Noki opened his palm, a square object of energy materializing within. Here it comes. A flash of white light appeared beside Sasuke, who, fatigued, attempted to flee, but the light enveloped him instantaneously. Dust release, terminal dissolution technique. The white light expanded violently, instantly reducing everything it touched to molecules. Uchiha Sasuke, is this it? Am I truly to perish like this? What of my future? Deidara, hold on a moment. How did this little brat manage to defeat me? Uchiha Sasuke, I suppose my future self merely dispatched the weaklings with ease. I must have dealt with you without a scratch. Deidara, do you dare doubt me? I could soar to Konoha on my clay bird and serve you a C2 feast. Uchiha Sasuke, first, defeat those guarding Konoha. Even your leader Pain did not dare enter through the front gate. Inuzuka Kiba, I think you might be overestimating us. Senju Tobarama, this white substance can actually absorb the chakra of others to empower its allies. Not only does it drain the enemy, but it also replenishes teammates. Such an ability would be terrifying in warfare. Noki, fortunately, it is not overly complicated to deal with. Hiruzen Sarutobi, that may be true for us, who possess a myriad of techniques. However, those elite Jonin and Chunin lack any effective countermeasures. Once drained, they can only attempt to cut the White Zetsu from one another. Nonetheless, from the footage, it appears these creatures regenerate remarkably quickly. Senju Tobarama. Indeed, the inherently malevolent Uchiha Madara has concocted such a vile creation. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna. However, one must admit, this Uchiha Sasuke may lack intellect, yet his stamina is extraordinary. He first battled that muscular foe, then activated his half-complete form to break through the ceiling and engaged in combat with the Mizukage. He is either fighting or on his way to fight. Anyone else would have collapsed by now. Uchiha Sasuke. Humph. I am a true man. How could a true man fall? Noki, for such a talent? My assessment is that a single cast of dust release, terminal dissolution technique would render him completely docile. A painless journey to paradise. You deserve it. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. The video continued to unfold. Sasuke. Karen gazed in despair at the spot where Sasuke had vanished, once more employing her sensory abilities to probe for his chakra. However, the results left her breathless, her eyes wide with disbelief. Sasuke's chakra was gone. How could this be? If that were the case, Karen's gaze trembled, filled with incredulity. The seemingly invincible Sasuke had abruptly met his end. It is only natural. Naka's voice echoed ominously as he shattered his own form to a molecular level. You are next. The remaining individuals, ensnared by white Zetsu, gradually extricated themselves with assistance, a group hastening toward the conference room. Sasuke, the Raikage, with one arm severed, stormed into the meeting chamber, scanning the surroundings. Where is Sasuke? After a thorough search, he directed his attention to Noki. Tsuchikage, where is Sasuke? I turned him to ashes, Noki replied. What? The Raikage erupted in fury, indignantly questioning Noki. That was my kill. You had no right to. You still have a chance. A sudden voice interrupted the Raikage protest. The space around them twisted, forming a swirling vortex centered on a singular point. Calm down, Raikage. The masked man materialized above the table, garbed in the attire of the Akatsuki. My name is Uchiha Madara. The faces of several Kage hardened at the sight of the masked man. His mere entrance commanded their attention. In the entire ninja world, there were scarcely a handful who possessed such mastery over space. And this man bore the weight of what should have been Sasuke, now molecularized. The speed required to rescue him at such proximity was unimaginable. I have matters to discuss with you, and once you comprehend, I shall pose a question. The masked man proceeded to draw Sasuke and Karen into an alternate space to facilitate healing and delivered an extensive explanation lasting several minutes. Surely, you should have realized by now. The masked man's voice grew somber as he lowered his head. There exists no hope. Hope is akin to surrender. A mere facade of lies. Surrender the remaining 8 tails and 9 tails to assist my plan. Otherwise, only war awaits. War? The youthful Gaara, though inexperienced in battle, grasped the horror of such a prospect from the words of others. 8 tails. The Raikage, bewildered, exclaimed, Isn't my brother already captured? Chapter 113. The masked man declares war. What is happening? Wasn't be supposed to be, Several beads of sweat suddenly adorned Raikage's forehead, his eyes wide with shock, and his voice faltering. The failure to capture the 8 tails allowed him to escape. That would have been the epitome of a perfect Jinchuriki. The masked man stated solemnly. No wonder he is your brother. Raikage's pupils widened, and he felt as if his previous actions were akin to those of a jester. I had a faint sense of it. Darui sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. That fool. Raikage bellowed to the sky, angrily cursing Killer Bee. He took this opportunity to run off and play outside the village. Unforgivable. Iron Claw's retribution. Uchiha Shursui. I initially thought that my brother's death would fill me with hatred, only to discover he simply went out to have some fun. After all the trouble caused, even losing an arm and nearly a leg, it turns out the sky is falling for nothing. Facepalm laugh. Killer Bee. Scary bro, I won't accept Iron Claw's punishment. You silly guy, you jerk. Senju Hashirama. Imagine being Raikage, sitting comfortably in the office, only to suddenly receive news that his brother was captured by a terrifying organization. And then he goes on a manhunt for Sasuke and his crew, even sacrificing an arm and a leg for revenge. And now you're telling me he was perfectly fine. Just out playing, facepalm laugh, AI. Senju Hashirama. Did Obito saving Sasuke indirectly cause the demise of his future self? Uchiha Obito. I will wear earplugs in the future. I will naturally enact retribution on those who forget their roots. Uchiha Sasuke. Shimura Danzo. Why do I always feel an ominous premonition? As if there is a bridge in my heart exuding an invisible pressure. Uchiha Sasuke. After committing many wrongs, feeling pressure when facing divine retribution is quite normal. Shimura Danzo. I have done this for Konoha, bearing the blame for Konoha. I have no regrets even in death. Senju Hashirama. He is not my disciple. I do not recognize him. Uchiha Shursui. How thick-skinned. If someone is urinating yellow, quickly wake him up. By the way, those with diabetes should stay away. Do not let him taste sweetness. Shimura Danzo. You ignorant fools truly cannot comprehend the greatness of someone like me, who hides in the shadows, possessing a noble spirit. Hiruzen Sarutobi. For heaven's sake, stop embarrassing Konoha. Come back immediately. I must capture you and apologize to everyone in the village. Shimura Danzo. After all I have contributed to Konoha, You dare to capture me? You will regret it. Hiruzen Sarutobi, do not forget. I am the Hokage. Shimura Danzo. And do not forget, in the future, I will also be Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, why does it always feel like something is missing? Shimura Danzo. The video continued. The scene shifted. And the space warped. Sasuke, Karin, and the masked man appeared on a grand bridge. Upon seeing the individual before him, Sasuke's eyebrows twitched violently. As if he were struggling to contain his fury, his pupils involuntarily blooming with the tomo of the Sharingan. Uchiha. Danzo slightly narrowed his eyes. Is that you? Sasuke? Step back. The masked man instructed the crouching Karin beside him, warning her that being drawn in would lead to death. Karin, understanding the implication, decided it was better to step aside and not complicate matters for Sasuke. Just as well, Danzo watched as the masked man and the red-haired woman departed, feeling a wave of delight. With the sound of metal clashing and bandages unraveling, a peculiar arm emerged into view. Sasuke. Obito. Danzo spoke confidently. I shall accept your Sharingan as well. He raised his arm, directing it at Sasuke, the embedded Sharingan within his hand twitching as if they were living entities. What? Karin exclaimed in disbelief, her hands clutching her eyes. So many Sharingan. How revolting. What is wrong with your right hand? Sasuke furrowed his brow, his voice heavy with concern. This is a long story. Danzo replied, a significant smile gracing his face. Even if I heard your reasoning, it would only stoke my fury. Forget it. Sasuke closed his eyes, having already resolved to kill him. To Sasuke, whether he heard Danzo's rationale was irrelevant. Even if he revealed the entire truth, it would not alter Sasuke's intent to murder him. Before that, I have one question for you. Sasuke's expression turned grave as he fixed his cold gaze on Danzo. Was it the order of the upper echelon of Konoha, including yourself, that led Itachi Uchiha to annihilate my clan? Danzo did not respond, merely forming several hand seals. Chakra swirling rapidly within him. Swish. Danzo moved with incredible speed, launching a punch directly at Sasuke. Boom. Sasuke did not evade. Instead, he activated the skeletal Susanoo to take the hit head-on. What? Danzo was taken aback by the sturdy shell before him. As his gaze slowly ascended, he discovered that Sasuke's eyes were, in fact, the Manjiki Sharingan. Boom. The skeletal form of Susanoo suddenly extended its hand, grasping Danzo and lifting him high. Is this Susanoo? Sasuke commanded the Susanoo to exert pressure, overwhelming Danzo with a force akin to a tidal wave. Danzo grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth. I ask you once more. Was it the command of the upper echelons of Konoha, including yourself, that led Itachi Uchiha to obliterate my clan? Danzo stared impassively at Sasuke, their eyes locked in silence. Without uttering a word. I am asking you. Sasuke roared. The Susanoo continued to apply pressure, the aged Danzo unable to withstand it. Blood quickly oozing from the corner of his mouth. Answer me quickly. I had thought he was not that kind of person. Danzo's heart surged with anger as he spoke each word. That wretched Uchiha Itachi revealed all the secrets before his death. It seems only you are special. Sasuke's pupils constricted slightly. Although the masked man had previously informed him of the truth, he still held doubts. Now, with Danzo's confirmation, it only intensified his hatred for survival. To this end, he had even betrayed the village, attempting to kill his only friend just to end the life of that man. And after killing him, you tell me he was the one who cared for me the most. You lie. Everything you say is a deception. Sasuke shouted in outrage, vehemently refusing to accept this revelation. Is it true or false? Chapter 114. The resurrection coin used as a means of peace. Sasuke's heart was heavy with an urgent desire to extract from Danzo an answer that would allow him to continue harboring hatred for Itachi Uchiha. The pain in Danzo's voice quivered as he spoke. I once believed he would not divulge secrets. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's heart plummeted. It seemed he had truly slain the brother who loved him most dearly. Resolving his thoughts, Sasuke regained his composure, his eternal Manjiki Sharingan snapping open. It appeared to be the truth. The skeletal form of Susanoo now manifested intricate, rope-like patterns that coiled around its frame, forming flesh. In response to Sasuke's furious emotions, the semi-formed Susanoo evolved further. The violet chakra, burning like flames, mirrored the wrath that simmered within Sasuke. Self-sacrifice, that is the essence of a ninja. Invisible and unacknowledged. They toil in shadows. This has always been the true nature of a ninja. It is not only Itachi. Many ninjas meet their end in silence. The world cannot be solely resplendent. It is due to these individuals that peace is maintained. Those who misunderstand Itachi will shall never comprehend. Yet, For revealing secrets to you, Itachi is deemed a traitor by Konoha. Danzo attempted to manipulate Sasuke further, but with each word, Sasuke's anger intensified. In a flash of crimson, before Danzo could utter another syllable, Sasuke clenched his fist and reduced Danzo to a puddle of blood. You shall speak no more of Itachi. Sasuke's gaze remained tranquil, devoid of any satisfaction from vengeance. Very well, let our ensuing battle be communicated through our eyes. As Danzo's voice echoed behind him, Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. A flash of white light revealed a kunai in Danzo's hand, aimed directly at Sasuke. Reacting swiftly, Sasuke turned to see Danzo, kunai poised, displaying a flicker of panic in his eyes. Clang! The moment the kunai made contact with Susanoo, it shattered into two pieces in an instant. Uchiha Azuna. To think of using a kunai against Susanoo, I suggest a visit to a neurologist to prevent the spread of such folly. Inoki. Even the Raikage could not breach the defense of Susanoo's skeletal form, yet you think to pierce it with a kunai. Truly invincible, child. Tobirama Senju. While piercing Susanoo with a kunai is indeed outrageous, what's even more astonishing is Sasuke's evident alarm. Sasuke Uchiha, please refrain from such talk. If anyone were to suddenly resurrect, who wouldn't he be startled? Uchiha Shursui, let us not digress. What is the story behind Danzo's entire arm being lined with Sharingan? How did he manage to acquire so many? How many Uchiha have you slain? Shimura Danzo, I did not kill a single one of those Sharingan. A few years ago, on a night fraught with darkness, a well-meaning individual finished off a monster and left behind the spoils. I happened upon the scene and, against my better judgment, assisted in collecting the equipment. Deceased Uchiha. 6. Orochimaru. Ha. Danzo may be lacking in many respects, but he is adept at depleting the strength of his own village. After the experiments with Hashirama's cells were halted, he even collaborated with me to abduct and study innocent infants. Shimura Danzo. Nonsense. You must not spread such lies. Tobirama Senju. Tobirama Senju, you have gone too far, Danzo. Shimura Danzo, do not listen to his fabrications, master. How could I possibly engage in such inhumane experimentation on infants? Defamation. I shall sue him for slander. Oil Woman Torian. Lord Danzo embodies the spirit of nobility and selfless dedication, perfectly inheriting the will of fire. It is only natural that you narrow-minded individuals fail to comprehend his greatness. Shimura Danzo. My subordinates understand me. I dedicate myself to Konoha. How could I undermine its very foundation? Inoki, such an emotionally charged outburst. Could it be that Orochimaru has wronged Danzo? Tobirama Senju. Orochimaru. Do refrain from making unfounded accusations in the future, lest we tarnish Konoha's reputation. Yamato, I would stake my life on the truth of Orochimaru's claims. I am the sole survivor among those infants, now serving in Niambu. Shimura Danzo. Lies. All lies. Do you have any evidence to support your slander? Yamato, this matter was known to the Third Hokage. I was rescued from the root by him and my senior Kakashi. Saratobi Hiruzen. The video continued to unfold. Indeed, it was Susanoo. Danzo squinted, his voice heavy with gravity. As a defensive measure, it was unparalleled. Boom. Susanoo descended with a mighty fist, and Danzo was instantly buried within the earth. Yet, as the scene shifted, the seemingly deceased Danzo reappeared atop a towering stone pillar. His offensive capabilities were equally formidable. Upon hearing the sound, Sasuke unleashed a torrent of chakra, causing Susanoo to expand twofold as he struck towards the elevated Danzo. Boom. Danzo leapt backward to evade the attack, while Sasuke pursued relentlessly, using the shattered stones as footholds to navigate. As Danzo leapt into the air once more, the eternal Mangeki in Sasuke's eyes blazed to life. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited within Danzo's chest, the searing fire accompanied by anguished cries. Sasuke crouched low, blood streaming from his left eye, fixated on Danzo's falling form. Suddenly, as Sasuke concentrated intently, the air shifted violently to one side. The observing Karen sensed the disturbance and turned to discover Danzo forming hand seals, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Sasuke, beware of what's behind you. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Just as Sasuke turned his head, several sharp wind bullets launched towards him in indiscriminate assault. Boom. The rocks in contact were obliterated into countless fragments. Sasuke's expression hardened as he discerned the trajectory of the wind bullets and attempted to evade them. Yet, the speed of the attack was overwhelming, despite his awareness. His body could not respond in time. Sasuke felt a sharp pain as his arm was grazed, and in his effort to dodge, he inadvertently fell towards the river's surface. Sasuke! Karen cried out in fear and concern. Unperturbed, Sasuke traced his thumb over the wound on his arm, swiftly forming seals with both hands. Summoning jutsu. Sasuke clapped his hands, and intricate runes materialized from thin air. Chapter 115. Utterly humiliated boom. A colossal eagle burst through the smoke, revealing itself to the crowd, while Sasuke clung desperately to the creature, striving to maintain his balance. Amaterasu. Danzo's gaze was fixed intently on Sasuke, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. It had been a long time since he had seen such a sight. Truly, he was Itachi's brother. You have inherited Itachi's techniques. I warned you never to speak of Itachi again. Sasuke roared in fury, yet Danzo remained unmoved by his outburst. Although both brothers possessed similar abilities, the comprehension reflected in their eyes was worlds apart. The truth about Itachi means nothing to you, Danzo sneered, dismissing Sasuke's words with contempt. You are merely discovering your own hatred. With that, Danzo raised his entire arm, adorned with Sharingan, from his moral high ground to chastise Sasuke. You are wasting the sacrifices of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui. This is absurd. I initially thought he was merely a hypocrite masking his sins with various excuses. However, witnessing this scene, I realized he genuinely believes he is in the right. Facepalm. Uchiha Sasuke. I found myself at a loss for how to counter Danzo's arguments. You have no right to speak of the Uchiha. Sasuke's fury surged, his eyes flashing with a monstrous glare as he commanded the giant eagle to charge at Danzo. Danzo formed hand signs, inhaling deeply. Wind release, vacuum wave. A blade of wind, akin to a thread, sliced toward Sasuke, obliterating stones in its path. Sasuke leaped into action, abandoning the eagle to confront Danzo head-on. Sensing the imminent danger, Danzo inhaled again, then unleashed a powerful gust toward the ground. Boom. Clouds of dust erupted, obscuring everyone's vision. Swish. Sasuke swung his blade, instantly cleaving through the dust. However, upon entering the haze, he discovered that Danzo had vanished without a trace. Just as he began to scan his surroundings, whoosh, a shuriken imbued with wind chakra hurtled toward him. Sasuke's expression tightened as he performed a backflip to evade it. Following the trajectory of the shuriken, Sasuke looked up to see Danzo, who had just been revealed, preparing his next technique. Danzo, unfazed by being exposed, continued to exhale wind chakra toward the shuriken. Under the influence of the chakra, the shuriken began to spin at high speed. With a swift motion, Danzo launched two prepared shuriken toward Sasuke. Sasuke skillfully inserted his blade into the small opening of one shuriken, then sent the other soaring into the sky. Using the momentum, he hurled the captured shuriken back at Danzo. Recognizing the ferocity of the attack, Danzo was compelled to utilize the shuriken he had just prepared to defend himself. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke charged at Danzo, swinging his blade. Yet, Danzo, a seasoned warrior, reacted with remarkable speed. Just as the blade was about to strike him, Danzo grasped Sasuke's neck with his hand. Nearby, the masked man watching the battle felt a jolt of concern, pondering how Sasuke could be so reckless. Or if he simply lacked the insight to utilize the Manjiki Sharingan. How could he fail to see such a basic attack? But soon, the shuriken Sasuke had previously deflected came rushing back, severing Danzo's entire arm adorned with Sharingan. With his restraints lifted, Sasuke swung his blade toward Danzo, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Danzo let out a cold chuckle as his severed arm, body, and blood vanished once more. Useless. Danzo reappeared atop a stone pillar, gazing down at Sasuke from above. Seeing his nemesis unharmed, Sasuke's expression darkened. Then, a flash of crimson illuminated his gaze as he fixed his stare on Danzo, his form transforming into a swarm of crows that danced chaotically before coalescing into a silhouette behind Danzo. What is this? Danzo turned his head, shocked to find the supposedly deceased Uchiha Itachi standing before him. Die? Itachi's eyes bled profusely, veins appearing in the whites of his eyes. Amaterasu. A wave of intense heat enveloped Danzo, black flames igniting across his body. Initially caught off guard, Danzo quickly regained his composure upon sensing the chakra within him. To think you could cast a genjutsu on me, how commendable. With a thought, Danzo dispelled the illusion, causing Itachi's black flames to vanish instantly. As Sasuke brandished his long blade to strike Danzo, he found himself unable to advance even a fraction further. However, Danzo's voice deepened as he observed Sasuke straining with all his might, yet utterly immobilized, even unable to shift his own body. A red pattern reminiscent of Orochimaru's cursed seal spread from Sasuke's feet, coursing throughout him. Your genjutsu is nothing special. it pales in comparison to Itachi's Tsukuyomi, which allows for complete control over the flow of time within the illusion. Danzo took pleasure in belittling Sasuke, knowing full well the contrast between him and his selfless brother, who possessed unparalleled mastery of genjutsu. Sasuke, as the younger sibling, lacked the ability to inherit his brother's will, proving utterly inadequate in the realm of illusion. Sasuke cannot move? From a distance, Karen watched Sasuke's immobile form, anxiety creeping into her thoughts. If he remained still, Danzo would surely end his life. Resolving to act, Karen dashed towards Sasuke without hesitation. Yet, Danzo did not even spare her a glance, effortlessly kicking her back to the ground as she attempted to scale the pillar. There is no need to use ninjutsu against such a fool. It seems he wishes to conserve his chakra, Obito observed from afar. Danzo suddenly clasped his hands together, muttering a single word. Release. At the moment when he could have slain Sasuke, Danzo chose instead to undertake a perplexing action. Perhaps it was confidence, or perhaps he deemed Sasuke, driven by rage, to be no threat at all. Since Sasuke had uncovered the truth about Itachi, Danzo's gaze darkened as he regarded the masked man observing the battle. It seemed that continuing to conceal information was no longer feasible. Having contemplated this, Danzo redirected his attention to Sasuke. Itachi. Danzo withdrew the long blade from his grasp, questioning, "Why do you allow such worthless life to persist?" He positioned the blade, its reflection illuminating Sasuke's wretched state. "Look at this pitiful sight, Itachi. This fool is nothing but a testament to your only failure." With the blade raised, Danzo's voice dripped with a sense of pity. Chapter 116. Interstitial cells. Danzo swung his blade towards Sasuke's neck, and as the masked man observed, the surrounding space rippled with a sudden intensity. If Sasuke truly faced the brink of life and death, the man would not remain a mere bystander. Just as the long sword descended upon his neck, Danzo's pupils quivered violently. A massive surge of purple chakra erupted, transforming into Susanoo, which sent Danzo flying. Sasuke tightly shut his eyes, blood streaming from them as an unceasing flow of chakra infused into Susanoo, manifesting in the form of the Yada no Kagami. A sharp cry erupted from Sasuke as he opened his eyes, the Toma within trembling. With a fierce roar, he struggled to break free from his bindings, the seals that had restrained him gradually dissipating. To think he could unravel the cursed seal, is this what Susanoo truly is? It is utterly different from before. In midair, Danzo gazed in astonishment at this drastically altered Susanoo. The form and chakra were worlds apart from what had just been. Exhaling sharply, Danzo propelled himself away. Is this Sasuke? Karen knelt on the ground, feeling the chilling aura of chakra enveloping the space. This chakra, it has transformed Sasuke into someone entirely unrecognizable. The Yada no Kagami form of Susanoo knocked an arrow, aiming directly at the drifting Danzo. The moment Danzo touched the ground, the arrow was unleashed. Has he timed the shot with my descent? Danzo realized the peril in an instant. There was no time to form seals. I have no choice. A bizarre mass writhed frantically on Danzo's shoulder. Suddenly, a great tree erupted from his shoulder, forcibly altering his position. The arrow shot straight through the tree, narrowly missing Danzo's life. His eyes, slightly askew, fixated on the tree that had been pierced, a chill running down his spine. I managed to deflect the trajectory just in time. Had I not acted swiftly, I would now be a lifeless corpse. Uchiha Sasuke, why is this man risking so much to evade this attack when he still possesses Izanagi? Senju Hashirama, such a powerful technique must come at a great cost. He refrained from using jutsu against that red-haired girl earlier, likely to conserve chakra for Uchiha Obito. Yet, this tree, Senju Hashirama, it cannot be mistaken. That is my chakra. Orochimaru. Heh. Shimura Danzo. It seems your demise is imminent. Shimura Danzo, I shall not perish until I lead Konoha to become the strongest in the ninja world. Uchiha Izuna, in attempting to conserve a small amount of chakra, he has squandered much more. Truly a case of throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed, a loss of monumental proportions. Uchiha Madara, without the chakra supplied by Hashirama's cells, this dark fellow will not last long. Uchiha Obito, and I shall be watching. Even if Sasuke cannot slay Danzo, I will intervene. Shimura Danzo, two delinquent youths and a red-haired girl are bullying an old man. Have you no sense of humanity? Uchiha Izuna, when dealing with someone as inhumane and shameless as you, any action is justified. Moreover, how wasteful of our Uchiha Sharingan. Turning a potential game-changing weapon into a mere trinket. Such a disgrace to our clan. Shimura Danzo, oh, I have obtained it, so what? Are you upset? My earlier mistakes are inconsequential. Regardless of my actions, I possess a multitude of your clan's Sharingan, using them as mere skills. What of it? Anoki, difficult to endure. Senju Tobarama. The video continued to play. Did Danzo's chakra diminish due to that last technique? Karen, a sensor ninja, felt the immediate loss of chakra within Danzo as the tree manifested. Why would he go to such lengths to avoid Susanu's attack? Karen calmed her thoughts, recalling the earlier scene, and began to analyze it step by step. From the technique he had just used, it seemed he possessed the ability of immortality. The seals he had formed while controlling Sasuke echoed in Karen's mind. Suddenly, she realized something. Was he unraveling his own technique at that moment? Sasuke. Karen shouted towards Sasuke. That Danzo is now free from the invincible technique. Now is the chance to kill him. With a sudden motion, Danzo tore away the arm connected to the tree, revealing the visage of the first Hokage on his shoulder. He regarded the red-haired woman relaying information to Sasuke with a scowl. Is that woman a sensor ninja? She has picked up on some of my moves. However, within half a second, Danzo formed 3 seals with remarkable speed. Too late. Swoosh. Sasuke released an arrow, piercing through the newly formed Danzo. The immense arrow of Susanoo enveloped Danzo, transforming him into a cloud of white smoke. That invincible jutsu has activated once more. On the pillar, Sasuke hung his arm, gasping for breath. After the relentless battles and the release of 2 chakra-draining arrows, his body was on the verge of collapse. Ready to give in. Bang! Danzo's form morphed into a cloud of white smoke, reappearing not far from where he had just perished. Coughing violently, Sasuke spat a mouthful of blood. Danzo seized upon this moment and began to charge towards Sasuke on the pillar. Enduring the pain, Sasuke released another arrow towards Danzo. The pierced Danzo bled from the corner of his mouth, letting out a cry of agony, before dissipating once again. A brand new, unscathed Danzo reappeared beside him, continuing his assault on Sasuke. As he drew near, Danzo rapidly formed seals and took a deep breath. Exhaling, he unleashed a gust of wind-like technique aimed at Sasuke. Boom. The attack struck Susanu's shield, causing a violent tremor. Sasuke gasped for air, clearly worn from the previous arrow and defense. After the attack, Danzo's gaze shifted towards the masked man. Madara. It seems he has no intention of joining the fray, but one must not be careless. Chapter 117. The invincible secret. It was imperative to retain the power necessary for confrontation, as the rite I employed during the discussion still required time for full restoration. Contemplating this, Danzo directed his gaze upward towards the Susanoo radiating an intense pressure. However, this Susanoo was not easily subdued. Evading the attack of that arrow proved to be quite challenging, and releasing his Izanagi was not an option. Danzo glanced at the still open Sharingan on his arm, then wiped the blood from his skin with his finger. He could only gamble on this 1 minute. With a resolute determination, Danzo slid his bloodied index finger towards his palm. Summoning technique. A massive taper materialized within the arena, unleashing a powerful gust of wind. From a distance, Sasuke's Yatagarasu Susanoo appeared diminutive beneath the summoning beast. Danzo sprinted forward, the summoned creature opening its cavernous mouth, its tremendous suction akin to a black hole, drawing everything nearby in its wake. Sasuke maneuvered the Susanoo, gripping the stone pillar tightly in an effort to resist being pulled in. Yet, even the Susanoo seemed somewhat helpless against this colossal entity. Sasuke's expression darkened as he exerted all his strength to withstand the overwhelming force. In doing so, your Susanoo will also be rendered immobile. Suddenly, Danzo appeared behind Sasuke, swiftly forming hand seals. Then, leveraging the taper's attraction to amplify his power. Wind release, vacuum wave. Several air bullets shot towards the Susanoo. Boom. At the moment of impact, the Susanoo twisted grotesquely, undergoing a transformation. The outer layer was torn away, revealing the skeletal structure within. Danzo leaped onto the pillar, gazing at the ruptured Susanoo, exhilaration swelling within him. The vulnerability of the Susanoo lies here. Sasuke turned to see Danzo approaching, then shifted his focus to the enormous beast. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, launching a fireball directly into the mouth of the summoned creature. Under the immense suction, the flames forcefully surged into the taper's maw. Feeling the intense heat within, the taper immediately halted its attack, closing its mouth in an attempt to extinguish the flames. With some space now freed, Sasuke seized the opportunity to confront Danzo. However, Danzo had already leaped high above, poised to strike at the Susanoo, which had just been weakened by the wind shield's assault. Bang! Sasuke controlled the Susanoo, delivering a powerful punch that sent Danzo flying, smashing through numerous stones before crashing to the ground. On the other side, the summoned beast, scorched by the flames, emitted a pained howl as the fire spread to its head, leaving it on the brink of death. Boom. With a great billow of white smoke, the summoning beast vanished from the arena. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Having maintained the Yatagarasu Susanoo for so long, he could no longer endure and knelt down. The Susanoo's exterior gradually faded, revealing a faint skeletal form, as if it were about to disappear entirely. 53, 54, 55, 60. As Karen finished counting, one of the Sharingan on Danzo's arm closed. Those eyes, approximately 60 seconds apart, would shut one by one, during which Danzo's chakra would diminish significantly. Undoubtedly, the closing of those Sharingan indicated the activation duration of that peculiar technique. Danzo straightened his posture, revealing the few remaining Sharingan on his arm. Only 4 remain, which implies a maximum duration of approximately 240 seconds, or 4 minutes, for this technique to persist. During this time frame, all of Sasuke's attacks would prove ineffective, while Danzo's would still hold potency. Analyzing this system of techniques, Karen, hiding behind a stone pillar, fixated on the now upright Danzo. He likely intended to defeat Sasuke while this technique was active. Even if it resulted in mutual destruction, it would signify Danzo's victory. Having deduced this, Karen summoned all her strength to shout to Sasuke. Sasuke, I have gleaned some understanding of this guy's technique. Listen carefully. Sasuke, panting heavily, though looking disheveled, spoke with confidence. When the 10 eyes on your right arm completely close, your technique should be undone, right? Danzo was taken aback, staring at Sasuke in disbelief. Has he comprehended the essence of his Anaji? He had assumed Sasuke was merely a fool blinded by hatred. Having lived under the web of lies spun by his brother during his youth, he found it impossible to inherit his brother's will upon learning the truth. In Danzo's eyes, Sasuke was merely a young man with power but devoid of intellect. However, witnessing Sasuke's ability to rationally analyze his capabilities in the midst of battle caused Danzo to reconsider his initial judgment. As expected, having obtained the answer he sought, Sasuke leaped downward with the Susanoo. Danzo crouched, filled with fury. Trying to bait me into revealing my thoughts? What a clever little brat. Karen, observing Sasuke's actions from below, felt a surge of alarm, deeming his behavior exceedingly foolish. You idiot! Why did you make the first move? Upon realizing the opponent's ability had a time limitation, why not prioritize defense to consume time? Instead, you rush in to clash with him? Such conduct is tantamount to relinquishing your advantage to contest against another's strengths. Danzo waved his hand, unleashing a fierce gust of wind chakra towards the Susanoo. Yet Sasuke merely paused for a moment, resolutely bracing himself against the attack, directing the Susanoo to deliver a punch that struck Danzo down. Blood oozed from Danzo's exposed arm, and one of his remaining eyes quietly closed. Sasuke,